The Heart is a Lonely Hunter by Carson McCullers. Chapter 1. In the town there were two mutes, and they were always together. Early every morning they would come out from the house where they lived and walk arm in arm down the street to work. The two friends were very different. The one who always steered the way was an obese and dreamy Greek. In the summer he would come out wearing a yellow or green polo shirt stuffed sloppily into his trousers in front and hanging loose behind. When it was colder, he wore over this a shapeless grey sweater. His face was round and oily, with half-closed eyelids and lips that curved in a gentle, stupid smile. The other mute was tall. His eyes had a quick, intelligent expression. He was always immaculate and very soberly dressed. Every morning the two friends walked silently together until they reached the main street of the town. Then, when they came to a certain fruit and candy store, they paused for a moment on the sidewalk outside. The Greek, Spiros Antanopoulos, worked for his cousin who owned this fruit store. His job was to make candies and sweets, uncrate the fruits, and to keep the place clean. The thin mute, John Singer, nearly always put his hand on his friend's arm and looked for a second into his face before leaving him. Then, after this goodbye, Singer crossed the street and walked on alone to a jewellery store where he worked as a silverware engraver. In the late afternoon the friends would meet again. Singer came back to the fruit store and waited until Antanopoulos was ready to go home. The Greek would be lazily unpacking a case of peaches or melons, or perhaps looking at the funny paper in the kitchen behind the store where he cooked. Before their departure, Antanopoulos always opened a paper sack he kept hidden during the day on one of the kitchen shelves. Inside were stored various bits of food he had collected, a piece of fruit, samples of candy, or the butt end of a liverwurst. Usually, before leaving, Antanopoulos waddled gently to the glassed case in the front of a store, where some meats and cheeses were kept. He glided open the back of the case, and his fat hand groped lovingly for some particular dainty, inside which he had wanted. Sometimes his cousin who owned the place did not see him, but if he noticed, he stared at his cousin with a warning in his tight, pale face. Sadly, Antanopoulos would shuffle the morsel from one corner of the case to the other. During these times, Singer stood very straight with his hands in his pockets and looked in another direction. He did not like to watch this little scene between the two Greeks. For, excepting drinking and a certain solitary secret pleasure, Antanopoulos loved to eat more than anything else in the world. In the dusk, the two mutes walked slowly home together. At home, Singer was always talking to Antanopoulos. His hand shaped the words in a swift series of designs. His face was eager, and his grey-green eyes sparkled brightly. With his thin, strong hands, he told Antanopoulos all that had happened during the day. Antanopoulos sat back lazily and looked at Singer. It was seldom that he had ever moved his hands to speak at all, and then it was to say that he wanted to eat, or to sleep, or to drink. These three things he always said with the same vague, fumbling signs. At night, if he were not too drunk, he would kneel down before his bed and pray a while. Then his plump hand shaped the words, Holy Jesus, or God, or Darling Mary. These were the only words Antanopoulos ever said. Singer never knew just how much his friend understood of all the things he told him, but it did not matter. They shared the upstairs of a small house near the business section of the town. There were 2 rooms. On the oil stove in the kitchen, Antanopoulos cooked all of their meals. There were straight, plain kitchen chairs for Singer and an overly stuffed sofa for Antanopoulos. The bedroom was furnished mainly with a big large double bed covered with an eider-down comfort for the big Greek and a narrow iron cot for Singer. Dinner always took a long time because Antanopoulos loved food and he was very slow. After they had eaten, the big Greek would lie back on his sofa and slowly lick over each one of his teeth with his tongue, either from a certain delicacy or because he did not wish to lose the savour of the meal, while Singer washed the dishes. Sometimes in the evening the mutes would play chess. Singer had always greatly enjoyed the game, and years before he had tried to teach it to Antanopoulos. At first his friend could not be interested in the reasons for moving the various pieces about on the board. Then Singer began to keep a bottle of something good under the table to be taken out after each lesson. The Greek never got on to the erratic movements of the knights and the sweeping mobility of the queens, but he learned to make a few set opening moves. He preferred the white pieces and would not play if the black men were given him. After the first move, Singer worked out the game by himself while his friend looked on drowsily. If Singer made brilliant attacks on his own men so that in the end the Black King was killed, Antanapoulos was always very proud and pleased. The two mutes had no other friends except when they were alone together. Each day was very much like any other day, because they were alone so much that nothing ever disturbed them. Once a week they would go to the library for Singer to withdraw a mystery book, and on Friday night they attended a movie. Then, on payday, they always went to the 10-cent photograph shop above the Army and Navy store so that Antanapoulos could have his picture taken. These were the only places where they had made customary visits. There were many parts in the town that they had never even seen. The town was in the middle of the deep south. The summers were long and the months of winter cold were very few. Nearly always the sky was a glassy, brilliant azure, and the sun burned down riotously bright. Then the light, chill rains of November would come, and perhaps later there would be frost and some short months of cold. The winters were changeable, but the summers always were burning hot. The town was a fairly large one. On the main street there were several blocks of 2- and 3-story shops and business offices, but the largest buildings in the town were the factories, which employed a large percentage of the population. These cotton mills were big and flourishing, and most of the workers in the town were very poor. Often in the faces along the streets there was the desperate look of hunger and of loneliness. But the two mutes were not lonely at all. At home they were content to eat and drink, and Singer would talk with his hands eagerly to his friend about all that was in his mind. So the years passed in this quiet way until Singer reached the age of 32 and had been in the town with Antanapoulos for 10 years. Then one day the Greek became ill. He sat up in bed with his hands on his fat stomach and big oily tears rolled down his cheeks. Singer went to see his friend's cousin who owned the fruit store, and also he arranged to leave his own work. The doctor made out a diet for Antanapoulos and said that he could drink no more wine. Singer rigidly enforced the doctor's orders. All day he sat by his friend's bed and did what he could to make the time pass quickly, but Antanapoulos only looked at him angrily from the corners of his eyes and would not be amused. The Greek was very fretful and kept finding fault with the fruit, drinks, and food that Singer prepared for him. Constantly he made his friend help him out of bed so that he could pray. His huge buttocks would sag down over his plump little feet when he kneeled. He fumbled with his hands to say, "Darling Mary," and then held to the small brass cross tied to his neck with a dirty string. His big eyes would wall up to the ceiling with a look of fear in them, and afterward he was very sulky and would not let his friend speak to him. Singer was patient and did all that he could. He drew little pictures, and once he made a sketch of his friend to amuse him. This picture hurt the big Greek's feelings, and he refused to be reconciled until Singer had made his face very young and handsome, and colored his hair bright yellow and his eyes china blue. And then he tried not to show his pleasure. Singer nursed his friend so carefully that after a week Antanapoulos was able to return to his work. But from that time on there was a difference in their way of life. Trouble came to the two friends. Antanapoulos was not ill any more, but a change had come in him. He was irritable and no longer content to spend the evenings quietly in their home. When he would wish to go out, Singer followed along closely behind him, and Antanapoulos would go into a restaurant, and while those sat at the table he slyly put lumps of sugar or a pepper shaker or pieces of silverware in his pocket. Singer always paid for what he took, and there was no disturbance. At home he scolded Antanapoulos, but the big Greek only looked at him with a bland smile. The months went on, and these habits of Antanapoulos grew worse. One day at noon he walked calmly out of the fruit store of his cousin and urinated in public against the wall of the First National Bank building across the street. At times he would meet people on the sidewalk whose faces did not please him, and he would bump into these persons and push at them with his elbows and stomach. He walked into a store one day and hauled out a floor lamp without paying for it, and another time he tried to take an electric train he had seen in a showcase. For Singer this was a time of great distress. He was continually marching Antanapoulos down to the courthouse during lunch hour to settle these infringements of the law. Singer became very familiar with the procedure of the courts, and he was in a constant state of agitation. The money he had saved in the bank was spent for bail and fines. All of his efforts and money were used to keep his friend out of jail because of such charges as theft, committing public indecencies, assault, and battery. The Greek cousin for whom Antanopoulos worked did not enter into these troubles at all. Charles Parker, for that was the name this cousin had taken, let Antanopoulos stay on at the store, but he watched him always with his pale, tight face, and he made no effort to help him. Singer had a strange feeling about Charles Parker. He began to dislike him. Singer lived in continual turmoil and worry, but Antanopoulos was always bland, and no matter what happened, the gentle, flaccid smile was still on his face. In all the years before, it had seemed to Singer that there was something very subtle and wise in the smile of his friend. He had never known just how much Antanopoulos understood and what he was thinking. Now, in the big Greek's expression, Singer thought that he could detect something sly and joking. He would shake his friend by the shoulders until he was very tired and explain things over and over with his hands. But nothing did any good. All of Singer's money was gone, and he had to borrow from the jeweller for whom he worked. On one occasion he was unable to pay bail for his friend, and Antanopoulos spent the night in jail. When Singer came to get him out the next day, he was very sulky. He did not want to leave. He had enjoyed his dinner of sow belly and cornbread with syrup poured over it, and the new sleeping arrangement and his cellmates pleased him. They had lived so much alone that Singer had no one to help him in his distress. Antanopoulos let nothing disturb him or cure him of his habits. At home he sometimes cooked the new dish he had eaten in the jail, and on the street there was never any knowing just what he would do. And then the final trouble came to Singer. One afternoon he had come to meet Antanopoulos at the front fruit store when Charles Parker handed him a letter. The letter explained that Charles Parker had made arrangements for his cousin to be taken to the state insane asylum 200 miles away. Charles Parker had used his influence in the town, and the details were already settled. Antanopoulos was to leave and to be admitted into the asylum the next week. Singer read the letter several times, and for a while he could not think. Charles Parker was talking to him across the counter, but he did not even try to read his lips and understand. At last Singer wrote on a little pad he always carried in his pocket, "You cannot do this. Antanopoulos must stay with me." Charles Parker shook his head excitedly. He did not know much American. "None of your business," he kept saying over and over. Singer knew that everything was finished. The Greek was afraid that someday he might be responsible for his cousin. Charles Parker did not know much about the American language, but he understood the American dollar very well, and he had used his money and influence to admit his cousin to the asylum without delay. There was nothing Singer could do. The next week was full of feverish activity. He talked, and although his hands never paused to rest, he could not tell all that he had to say. He wanted to talk to Antanopoulos of all the thoughts that had ever been in his mind and heart, but there was not time. His grey eyes glittered, and his quick, intelligent face expressed great strain. Antanopoulos watched him drowsily, and his friend did not know just what he really understood. Then came the day when Antanopoulos must leave. Singer brought out his own suitcase and very carefully packed the best of their joint possessions. Antanopoulos made himself a lunch to eat during the journey. In the late afternoon they walked arm in arm down the street for the last time together. It was a chilly afternoon in late November, and little huffs of breath showed in the air before them. Charles Parker was to travel with his cousin, but he stood apart from them at the station. Antanopoulos crowded into the bus and settled himself with elaborate preparations on one of the front seats. Singer watched him from the window, and his hands began desperately to talk for the last time with his friend. But Antanopoulos was so busy checking over the various items in his lunchbox that for a while he paid no attention. Just before the bus pulled away from the curb, he turned to Singer, and his smile was very bland and remote, as though they were already many miles apart. The weeks that followed did not seem real at all. All day Singer worked over his bench in the back of the jewellery store, and then at night he returned to the house alone. More than anything, he wanted to sleep. As soon as he came home from work, he would lie on his cot and try to doze a while. Dreams came to him when he lay there half asleep, and in all of them Antanopoulos was there. His hands would jerk nervously, for in his dreams he was talking to his friend, and Antanopoulos was watching him. Singer tried to think of a time before he had ever known his friend. He tried to recount to himself certain things that had happened when he was young, but none of these things he tried to remember seemed real. There was one particular fact that he remembered, but it was not at all important to him. Singer recalled that, although he had been deaf since he was an infant, he had not always been a real mute. He was left an orphan very young and placed in an institution for the deaf. He had learned to talk with his hands and to read. Before he was 9 years old, he could talk with one hand in the American way, and also could employ both of his hands after the method of Europeans. He had learned to follow through the movements of people's lips and understand what they had said. Then, finally, he had been taught to speak. At the school, he was thought very intelligent. He learned the lessons before the rest of the pupils, but he could never become used to speaking with his lips. It was not natural to him, and his tongue felt like a whale in his mouth. From the blank expression on people's faces to whom he talked in this way, he felt that his voice must be like the sound of some animal, or that there was something disgusting in his speech. It was painful for him to try to talk with his mouth, but his hands were always ready to shape the words he wished to say. When he was 22, he had come south to this town from Chicago, and he met Antanopoulos immediately. Since that time he had never spoken with his mouth again, because with his friend there was no need for this. Nothing seemed real except the 10 years with Antanopoulos. In his half-dreams he saw his friend very vividly, and when he awakened a great aching loneliness would be in him. Occasionally he would pack up a box for Antanopoulos, but he never received any reply, and so the months passed in this empty, dreaming way. In the spring a change came over Singer. He could not sleep and his body was very restless. At evening he would walk monotonously around the room, unable to work off a new feeling of energy. If he rested at all, it was only during a few hours before dawn. Then he would drop bluntly into a sleep that lasted until the morning light struck suddenly beneath his opening eyelids like a scimitar. He began spending his evenings walking around the town. He could no longer stand the rooms where Antanopoulos had lived, and he rented a place in a shambling boarding house not far from the centre of town. He ate his meals at a restaurant only 2 blocks away. This restaurant was at the very end of a long main street, and the name of the place was the New York Cafe. The first day he glanced over the menu quickly and wrote a short note and handed it to the proprietor. Each morning, for breakfast I want an egg, toast and coffee, 15 cents. Lunch I want soup, any kind, a meat sandwich and milk, 25 cents. Please bring me at dinner 3 vegetables, any kind but cabbage, fish or meat, and a glass of beer. Thank you. The proprietor read the note and gave him an alert, tactful glance. He was a hard man of middle height, with a beard so dark and heavy that the lower part of his face looked as though it was moulded of iron. He usually stood in the corner by the cash register, his arms folded over his chest, quietly observing all that went on around him. Singer came to know this man's face very well, for he ate at one of the tables 3 times a day. Each evening the mute walked alone for hours in the street. Sometimes the nights were cold with the sharp, wet winds of March, and it would be raining heavily. But to him this did not matter. His gait was agitated, and he always kept his hands stuffed tight into the pockets of his trousers. Then, as the weeks passed, the days grew warm and languorous. His agitation gave way gradually to exhaustion, and there was a look about him of deep calm. In his face there came to be a brooding peace that is seen most often in the faces of the very sorrowful or the very wise. But still he wandered through the streets of the town, always silent and alone. Chapter 2. On a black, sultry night in early summer, Biff Brannan stood behind the cash register of the New York Cafe. It was 12 o'clock. Outside, the street lights had already been turned off, so that the light from the cafe made a sharp yellow rectangle on the sidewalk. The street was deserted, but inside the cafe there were 6 customers drinking beer or Santa Lucia wine or whiskey. Biff waited stolidly, his elbow resting on the counter and his thumb mashing the tip of his long nose. His eyes were intent. He watched especially a short, squat man in overalls who had become drunk and boisterous. Now and then his gaze passed on to the mute who sat by himself at one of the middle tables, or to others of the customers before the counter. But he always turned back to the drunk in overalls. The hour grew later, and Biff continued to wait silently behind the counter. Then, at last, he gave the restaurant a final survey and went toward the door at the back which led upstairs. Quietly he entered the room at the top of the stairs. It was dark inside, and he walked with caution. After he had gone a few paces, his toe struck something hard, and he reached down and felt for the handle of a suitcase on the floor. He He had only been in the room a few seconds and was about to leave when the light was turned on. Alice sat up in the rumpled bed and looked at him. "What you doing with that suitcase?" she asked. "Can't you get rid of that lunatic without giving him back what he's already drunk up?" "Wake up and go down yourself. Call the cop and let him get soused on my chain gang with cornbread and peas. Go to it, Mrs. Brennan." "I will all right if he's down there tomorrow, but you leave that bag alone. It don't belong to that sponger anymore." "I know spongers, and Blount's not one," Biff said. "Myself, I don't know so well, but I'm not that kind of a thief." Calmly, Biff put down the suitcase on the steps outside. The air was not so stale and sultry in the room as it was downstairs. He decided to stay for a short while and douse his face with cold water before going back. "I told you already what I'll do if you don't get rid of that fellow for good tonight. In the daytime he takes them naps at the back, and then at night you feed him dinners and beer. For a week now he hasn't paid 1 cent, and all his wild talking and carrying on will ruin any decent trade." "You don't know people, and you don't know real business," Biff said. "The fellow in question first came in here 12 days ago, and he was a stranger in the town. The first week he gave us $20 worth of trade, 20 at the minimum. And since then on credit," Alice said. 5 days on credit, and so drunk it's a disgrace to the business, and besides, he's nothing but a bum and a freak." "I like freaks," Biff said. "I reckon you do. I just reckon you certainly ought to, Mr. Brannan, being as you're one yourself." He rubbed his bluish chin and paid her no attention. For the first 15 years of their married life they had called each other just plain Biff and Alice. Then, in one of their quarrels, they had begun calling one another Mr. and Mrs., and since then they had never made it up enough to change it. "I'm just warning you, he'd better not be there when I come down tomorrow." Biff went into the bathroom, and after he had bathed his face, he decided that he would have time for a shave. His beard was black and heavy, as though it had grown for 3 days. He stood before the mirror and rubbed his cheek meditatively. He was sorry that he had talked to Alice. With her, silence was better. Being around that woman always made him different from his real self. It made him tough and small and common as she was. Biff's eyes were cold and staring, half concealed by the cynical droop of his eyelids. On the 5th finger of his calloused hand there was a woman's wedding ring. The door was open behind him, and in the mirror he could see Alice lying in the bed. "Listen," he said. "The trouble with you is that you don't have any real kindness. Not but one woman I've ever known had this real kindness I'm talking about." "Well, I've known you to do things no man in this world would be proud of. I've known you to, or maybe it's curiosity I mean. You don't ever see or notice anything important that goes on. You never watch and think and try to figure anything out. Maybe that's the biggest difference between you and me, after all." Alice was almost asleep again, and through the mirror he watched her with detachment. There was no distinctive point about her on which he could fasten his attention, and his gaze glided from her pale brown hair to the stumpy outline of her feet beneath the cover. The soft curves of her face led to the roundness of her hips and thighs. When he was away from her there was no one feature that stood out in his mind, and he remembered her as a complete, unbroken figure. "The enjoyment of a spectacle is something you have never known," he said. Her voice was tired. "That fellow downstairs is a spectacle, all right, and a circus too, but I'm through putting up with him." "Hell," Biff said, "the man don't mean anything to me. He's no relative or buddy of mine, but you don't know what it is to store up a whole lot of details, and then come upon something real." He turned on the hot water, and quickly began to shave. It was the morning of May 15th, yes, that Jake Blount had come in. He had noticed him immediately and watched. The man was short, with heavy shoulders like beams. He had a small, ragged moustache, and beneath this his lower lip looked as though it had been stung by a wasp. There were many things about the fellow that seemed contrary. His head was very large and well-shaped, but his neck was soft and slender as a boy's. The moustache looked false, as if it had been stuck on for a costume party, and would fall off if he talked too fast. It made him seem almost middle-aged, although his face with its high, smooth forehead and wide-open eyes was young. His hands were huge, stained and calloused, and he was dressed in a cheap white linen suit. There was something very funny about the man, yet at the same time another feeling would not let you laugh. He ordered a pint of liquor and drank it straight in half an hour. Then he sat at one of the booths and ate a big chicken dinner. Later he read a book and drank beer. That was the beginning, and although Biff had noticed Blount very carefully, he would never have guessed about the crazy things that happened later. Never had he seen a man change so many times in 12 days. Never had he seen a fellow drink so much, stay drunk so long. Biff pushed up the end of his nose with his thumb and shaved his upper lip. He was finished and his face seemed cooler. Alice was asleep when he went through the bedroom on the way downstairs. The suitcase was heavy. He carried it to the front of the restaurant, behind the cash register, where he usually stood each evening. Methodically, he glanced around the place. A few customers had left and the room was not so crowded, but the setup was the same. The deaf-mute still drank coffee by himself at one of the middle tables. The drunk had not stopped talking. He was not addressing anyone around him in particular, nor was anyone listening. When he had come into the place that evening, he wore those blue overalls instead of the filthy linen suit he had been wearing for the 12 days. His socks were gone, and his ankles were scratched and caked with mud. Alertly, Biff picked up fragments of his monologue. The fellow seemed to be talking some queer kind of politics again. Last night he had been talking about places he had been, about Texas and Oklahoma and the Carolinas. Once he had got on the subject of cat houses, and afterward his jokes got so raw he had to be hushed up with beer, but most of the time nobody was sure what he was saying. Talk, talk, talk. The words came out of his throat like a cataract, and the thing that was that the accent he used was always changing, the kinds of words he used. Sometimes he talked like a linthead and sometimes like a professor. He would use words a foot long and then slip up on his grammar. It was hard to tell what kind of folks he had or what part of the country he was from. He was always changing. Thoughtfully, Biff fondled the tip of his nose. There was no connection, yet connection usually went with brains. This man had a good mind, all right, but he went from one thing to another without any reason behind it at all. He was like a man thrown off his track by something. Biff leaned his weight on the counter and began to peruse the evening newspaper. The headlines told of a decision by the Board of Aldermen after 4 months' deliberation that the local budget could not afford traffic lights at certain dangerous intersections of a town. The left column reported on the war in the Orient. Biff read them both with equal attention. As his eyes followed the print, the rest of his senses were on the alert to the various commotions that went on around him. When he had finished the articles, he still stared down at the newspaper with his eyes half closed. He felt nervous. The fellow was a problem, and before morning he would have to make some sort of settlement with him. Also, he felt without knowing why that something of importance would happen tonight. The fellow could not keep on forever. Biff sensed that someone was standing in the entrance and he raised his eyes quickly. A gangling, tow-headed youngster, a girl of about 12, stood looking in the doorway. She was dressed in khaki shorts, a blue shirt, and tennis shoes, so that at first glance she was like a very young boy. Biff pushed aside the paper when he saw her and smiled when she came up to him. "Hello, Mick. Been to the Girl Scouts?" "No," she said. "I don't belong to them." From the corner of his eye he noticed that the drunk slammed his fist down on a table and turned away from the men to whom he had been talking. Biff's voice roughened as he spoke to the youngster before him. "Your folks know you're out after midnight?" "It's okay," she said. "There's a gang of kids playing out late on our block tonight." He had never seen her come into the place with anyone her own age. Several years ago she had always tagged behind her older brother. The Kellys were a good-sized family in numbers. Later she would come in pulling a couple of snotty babies in a wagon, but if she wasn't nursing or trying to keep up with the bigger ones, she was by herself. Now the kid stood there, seeming not to be able to make up her mind what she wanted. She kept pushing back her damp, whitish hair with the palm of her hand. "I'd like a pack of cigarettes, please. The cheapest kind." Biff started to speak, hesitated, and then reached his hand inside the counter. Mick brought out a handkerchief and began untying the knot in the corner where she kept her money. As she gave the knot a jerk, the change clattered to the floor and rolled towards Blunt, who stood muttering to himself. For a moment he stared in a daze at the coins, but before the kid could go after them, he squatted down with concentration and picked up the money. He walked heavily to the counter and stood jiggling with 2 pennies, the nickel, the dime in his palm. 17 cents for cigarettes now?" Biff waited, and Mick looked from one of them to the other. The drunk stacked the money into a little pile on the counter, still protecting it with his big, dirty hand. Slowly he picked up 1 penny and flipped it down. 5 mils for the crackers who grew the weed, and 5 for the dupes who rolled it, he said. "A cent for you, Biff." Then he tried to focus his eyes so that he could read the mottos on a nickel and dime. He kept fingering the 2 coins and moving them around in a circle. At last he pushed them away. And that's a humble homage to liberty, to democracy and tyranny, to freedom and piracy. Calmly, Biff picked up the money and rang it into the till. Mick looked as though she wanted to hang around a while. She took in the drunk with one long gaze, and then she turned her eyes to the middle of the room, where the mute sat at his table alone. After a moment, Blunt also glanced now and then in the same direction. The mute sat silently over his glass of beer, idly drawing on the table with the end of a burnt matchstick. Jake Blunt was the first to speak. "It's funny, but I've been seeing that fellow in my sleep for the past 3 or 4 nights. He won't leave me alone. If you ever noticed, he never seems to say anything." It was seldom that Biff ever discussed one customer with another. "No, he don't," he answered non-committally. "It's funny." Mick shifted her weight from one foot to the other and fitted the package of cigarettes into the pocket of her shorts. "It's not funny if you know anything about him," she said. "Mr. Singer lives with us. He rooms in our house." "Is that so?" Biff asked. "I declare, I didn't know that." Mick walked toward the door and answered him without looking around. "Sure, he's been with us 3 months now." Biff unrolled his shirt sleeves and then folded them up carefully again. He did not take his eyes away from Mick as she left the restaurant, and even after she had been gone several minutes, he still fumbled with his shirt sleeves and stared at the empty doorway. Then he locked his arms again across his chest and turned back to the drunk again. Blunt leaned heavily on the counter. His brown eyes were wet-looking and wide open with a dazed expression. He needed a bath so badly that he stank like a goat. There were dirt beads on his sweaty neck and an oil stain on his face. His lips were thick and red, and his brown hair was matted on his forehead. His overalls were too short in the body, and he kept pulling at the crotch of them. "Man, you ought to know better," Biff said finally. "You can't go around like this. Why, I'm surprised you haven't been picked up for vagrancy. You ought to sober up. You need washing, and your hair needs cutting. Mother of God, you're not fit to walk around amongst people." Blunt scowled and bit his lower lip. "Now, don't take offence and get your dander up. Do what I tell you. Go back in the kitchen. Tell the coloured boy to give you a big pan of hot water. Tell Willie to give you a towel and plenty soap and wash yourself good. Then eat some milk. Get some milk toast. Open up your suitcase. Put you on a clean shirt and a pair of breeches that fit you, and then tomorrow you can start doing whatever you're going to do and working wherever you mean to work and get straightened out." "You know what you can do," Blunt said drunkenly. "You can just—" "All right," Biff said very quietly. "No, I can't. Now you just behave yourself." Biff went to the end of the counter and returned with 2 glasses of draft beer. The drunk picked up his glass so clumsily that beer slopped down on his hands and messed the counter. Biff sipped his portion with careful relish. He regarded Blunt steadily with half-closed eyes. Blunt was not a freak, although when you first saw him he gave you that impression. It was like something was deformed about him, but when you looked at him closely, each part of him was normal, and as it ought to be. Therefore, if this difference was not in the body, it was probably in the mind. He was like a man who had served a term in prison, or had been to Harvard College, or had lived for a long time with foreigners in South America. He was like a person who had been somewhere that other people are not likely to go, or had done something that others are not apt to do. Biff cocked his head to the side and said, "Where are you from?" "Nowhere." "Well, now you have to be born somewhere. North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, someplace." Blunt's eyes were dreamy and unfocused. "Carolina," he said. "I can tell you've been around," Biff hinted delicately. But the drunk was not listening. He had turned from the counter and was walking out of the dark, empty street. After a moment, he had walked to the door with loose, uncertain steps. "Adios," he called back. Biff was alone again, and he gave the restaurant one of his quick, thorough surveys. It was past 1 in the morning, and there were only 4 or 5 customers in the room. The mute still sat by himself at the middle table. Biff stared at him idly and shook the few remaining drops of beer around in the bottom of his glass. Then he finished his drink in one slow swallow and went back to the newspaper spread out on the counter. This time he could not keep his mind on the words before him. He remembered Mick. He wondered if he should have sold her a pack of cigarettes, and if it were really harmful for kids to smoke. He thought of the way Mick narrowed her eyes and pushed back the bangs of her hair with the palm of her hand. He thought of her hoarse, boyish voice, and of her habit of hitching up her khaki shorts and swaggering like a cowboy in the picture show. A feeling of tenderness came in him. He was uneasy. Restlessly, Biff turned his attention to Singer. The mute sat with his hands in his pockets, and the half-finished glass of beer before him had become warm and stagnant. He would offer to treat Singer to a slug of whiskey before he left. What he had said to Alice was true. He did like freaks. He had a special friendly feeling for sick people and cripples. Whenever somebody with a hair lip or TB came into the place, he would set him up to beer. Or if the customer were a hunchback or a bad cripple, then it would be whiskey on the house. There was one fellow who had had his Peter and his left leg blown off in a boiler explosion, and whenever he came to town, there was a free pint waiting for him. And if Singer were a drinking kind of man, he could get liquor at half price any time he wanted it. Biff nodded to himself. Then neatly he folded his newspaper and put it under the counter along with several others. At the end of the week he would take them all back to the storeroom behind the kitchen, where he kept a complete file of the evening newspaper that dated back without a break for 21 years. At 2 o'clock, Blunt entered the restaurant again. He brought in with him a tall Negro man carrying a black bag. The drunk tried to bring him up to the counter for a drink, but the Negro left as soon as he realized why he had been led inside. Biff recognized him as a Negro doctor who had practiced in the town ever since he could remember. He was related in some way to young Willie back in the kitchen. Before he left, Biff saw him turn on Blunt with a look of quivering hatred. The drunk just stood there. "Don't you know you can't bring no in a place where white men drink?" someone asked him. Biff watched this happening from a distance. Blunt was very angry, and now it could be easily seen how drunk he was. "I'm part Negro myself," he called out as a challenge. Biff watched him alertly, and the place was quiet. With his thick nostrils and the rolling whites of his eyes, he looked as though he might be telling the truth. "I'm part Negro and Wop and Bohunk and Chink, all of those." There was laughter. "And I'm Dutch and Turkish and Japanese and American." He walked in zigzags around the table where the mute drank his coffee. His voice was loud and cracked. "I'm one who knows. I'm a stranger in a strange land." "Quiet down," Biff said to him. Blunt paid no attention to anyone in the place except the mute. They were both looking at each other. The mute's eyes were cold and gentle as a cat's, and all his body seemed to listen. The drunk man was in a frenzy. "You're the only one in this town who catches what I mean," Blunt said. "For 2 days now I've been talking to you in my mind because I know you understand the things I want to mean." Some people in a booth were laughing because without knowing it, the drunk had picked out a deaf mute to try to talk with. Biff watched the two men with their little darting glances and listened attentively. Blunt sat down to the table and leaned over close to Singer. "There are those who know and those who don't know, and for every 10,000 who don't know, there's only one who knows. That's the miracle of all time, the fact that these millions know so much, but don't know this. It's like in the 15th century when everybody believed the world was flat, and only Columbus and a few other fellows knew the truth. But it's different in that it took talent to figure out that the earth is round. While this truth is so obvious, it's a miracle of all history that people don't know. You savvy?" Biff rested his elbows on the counter and looked at Blunt with curiosity. "Know what?" he asked. "Don't listen to him," Blunt said. "Don't mind that flat-footed, blue-jawed, nosy bastard. For you see, when us people who know run into each other, that's an event. It almost never happens. Sometimes we meet each other and neither guesses that the other is one who knows. That's a bad thing. It's happened to me a lot of times. But you see, there are so few of us." "Masons?" Biff asked. "Shut up, you, else I'll snatch your arm off and beat you black with it," Blunt bawled. He hunched over close to the mute, and his voice dropped to a drunken whisper. "And how come? Why has this miracle of ignorance endured? Because of one thing, a conspiracy, a vast and insidious conspiracy, obscurantism." The men in the booth were still laughing at the drunk who was trying to hold a conversation with the mute. Only Biff was serious. He wanted to ascertain if the mute really understood what was said to him. The fellow nodded frequently, and his face seemed contemplative. He was only slow, that was all. Blunt began to crack a few jokes along with his talk about knowing. The mute never smiled until several seconds after the funny remark had been made. Then, when the talk was gloomy again, the smile still hung on his face a little too long. The fellow was downright uncanny. People felt themselves watching him even before they knew that there was anything different about him. His eyes made a person think that he heard things nobody else had ever heard, that he knew things no one had ever guessed before. He did not seem quite human. Jake Blunt leaned across the table, and the words came out as though a dam inside him had broken. Biff could not understand him any more. Blunt's tongue was so heavy with drink, and he talked at such a violent pace that the sounds were all shaken up together. Biff wondered where he would go when Alice turned him out of the place. And in the morning she would do it, too, like she said. Biff yawned wanly, patting his open mouth with his fingertips until his jaw had relaxed. It was almost 3 o'clock, the most stagnant hour in the day or night. The mute was patient. He had been listening to Blunt for almost an hour. Now he began to look at the clock occasionally. Blunt did not notice this and went on without a pause. At last he stopped to roll a cigarette, and then the mute nodded his head in the direction of the clock, smiled in that hidden way of his, and got up from the table. His hand stayed stuffed in his pockets as always. He went out quickly. Blunt was so drunk that he did not know what had happened. He had never even caught on to the fact that the mute made no answers. He began to look around the place with his mouth open and his eyes rolling and fuddled. A red vein stood out on his forehead, and he began to hit the table angrily with his fists. His bout could not last much longer now. "Come on over," Biff said kindly. "Your friend is gone." The fellow was still hunting for Singer. He had never seemed really drunk like that before. He had an ugly look. "I have something for you over here, and I want to speak with you a minute," Biff coaxed. Blunt pulled himself up from a table and walked with big, loose steps toward the street again. Biff leaned against the wall. In and out. In and out. After all, it was none of his business. The room was very empty and quiet. The minutes lingered. Warily, he let his head sag forward. All motion seemed slowly to be leaving the room. The counter, faces, the booths and tables, the radio in the corner, whirring fans on the ceiling, all seemed to become very faint and still. He must have dozed. A hand was shaking his elbow. His wits came back to him slowly, and he looked up to see what was wanted. Willie, the coloured boy in the kitchen, stood before him dressed in his cap and his long white apron. Willie stammered because he was excited about whatever he was trying to say. And so he were lamming his fist against this here brick wall. What's that? Right down one of those alleys 2 doors away. Biff straightened his slumped shoulders and arranged his tie. What? And they mean to bring him in here, and they're liable to pile in any minute? Willie, Biff said patiently, start at the beginning and let me get this straight. This here short white man with the moustache? Mr. Blunt, yes. Well, I didn't see how it commenced. I was standing in the back door when I heard this here commotion sound like a big fight in the alley, so I run to see, and this here white man had just gone hog wild. He would button his head against the side of this brick wall and hitting it with his fists. He was cussing and fighting like I never seen a white man fight before, with just this here wall. He's liable to have broken his own head the way he was carrying on them 2 white men who had heard the commotion come up and stand around and look. So what happened? Well, you know this here dumb gentleman, hands in pockets, this here Mr. Singer, and he come along and he just looking around to see what it were all about, and Mr. Blunt seen him and commenced to talk and holler, and then all of a sudden he fallen down on the ground. Maybe he done really busted his head open. A police came up and somebody done told him Mr. Blunt been staying here. Biff bowed his head and organised the story he had just heard into a neat pattern. He rubbed his nose and thought for a minute. They liable to pile in here any minute. Willie went to the door and looked down the street. Here they all come now. They're having to drag him. A dozen onlookers and a policeman all tried to crowd into the restaurant. Outside, a couple of whores stood looking in through the front window. It was always funny how many people could crowd in from nowhere when anything out of the ordinary happened. No use creating any more disturbance than necessary, Biff said. He looked at the policeman who supported the drunk. The rest of them might as well clear out. The policeman put the drunk in a chair and hustled the little crowd into the street again. Then he turned to Biff. Somebody said he was staying here with you. No, but he might as well be, Biff said. Want me to take him with me? Biff considered. He won't get into any more trouble tonight. Of course, I can't be responsible, but I think this will calm him down. Okay, I'll drop back in again before I knock off. Biff, Singer, and Jake Blunt were alone. For the first time since he had been brought in, Biff turned his attention to the drunk man. It seemed that Blunt had hurt his jaw very badly. He was slumped down on the table with his big hand over his mouth, swaying backward and forward. There was a gash in his head and the blood ran from his temple. His knuckles were skinned raw, and he was so filthy that he looked as if he had been pulled by the scruff of the neck from a sewer. All the juice had spurted out of him, and he was completely collapsed. The mute sat at the table across from him, taking it all in with his grey eyes. Then Biff saw that Blunt had not hurt his jaw, but he was holding his hand over his mouth because his lips were trembling. The tears began to roll down his grimy face. Now and then he glanced sideways at Biff and Singer, angry that they should see him cry. It was embarrassing. Biff shrugged his shoulders at the mute and raised his eyebrows with a "what to do" expression. Singer cocked his head on one side. Biff was in a quandary. Musingly, he wondered just how he should manage the situation. He was still trying to decide when the mute turned over the menu and began to write. "If you cannot think of any place for him to go, he can go home with me. First, some soup and coffee would be good for him." With relief, Biff nodded vigorously. On the table he placed 3 special plates of the last evening meal, 2 bowls of soup, coffee, and dessert. But Blunt would not eat. He would not take his hand away from his mouth, and it was as though his lips were some very secret part of himself which was being exposed. His breath came in ragged sobs, and his big shoulders jerked nervously. Singer pointed to one dish after the other, but Blunt just sat with his hand over his mouth and shook his head. Biff enunciated slowly so that the mute could see. "The jitters," he said, conversationally. The steam from the soup kept floating up into Blunt's face, and after a little while he reached shakily for his spoon. He drank the soup and ate part of his dessert. His thick, heavy lips still trembled, and he bowed his head far down over his plate. Biff noted this. He was thinking that in nearly every person there was some special physical part kept always guarded. With the mute, his hands. The kid Mick picked at the front of her blouse to keep the cloth from rubbing the new, tender nipples beginning to come out on her breast. With Alice it was her hair. She never used to let him sleep with her when he rubbed oil in his scalp. And with himself? Lingeringly, Biff turned the ring on his little finger. Anyway, he knew what it was not anymore. A sharp line cut into his forehead. His hand in his pocket moved nervously toward his genitals. He began whistling a song and got up from the table. Funny to spot it in other people, though. They helped Blunt to his feet. He teetered weakly. He was not crying anymore, but he seemed to be brooding on something, shameful and sullen. He walked in the direction he was led. Biff brought out the suitcase from behind the counter and explained to the mute about it. Singer looked as though he could not be surprised at anything. Biff went with them to the entrance. "Buck up and keep your nose clean," he said to Blunt. The black night sky was beginning to lighten and turn a deep blue with the new morning. There were but a few silvery stars. The street was empty, silent, almost cool. Singer carried the suitcase with his left hand, and with his free hand he supported Blunt. He nodded goodbye to Biff, and they started off together down the sidewalk. Biff stood watching them. After they had gone half a block away, only their black forms showed in the blue darkness. The mute straight and firm, and the broad-shouldered, stumbling Blunt holding on to him. When he could see them no longer, Biff waited for a moment and examined the sky. The vast depth of it fascinated and oppressed him. He rubbed his forehead and went back into the sharply lighted restaurant. He stood behind the cash register, and his face contracted and hardened as he tried to recall the things that had happened during the night. He had the feeling that he wanted to explain something to himself. He recalled the incidents in tedious detail and was still puzzled. The door opened and closed several times as a sudden spur of customers began to come in. The night was over. Willie stacked some of the chairs up on the tables and mopped at the floor. He was ready to go home and was singing. Willie was lazy. In the kitchen, he was always stopping to play for a while on the harmonica he carried around with him. Now he mopped the floor with sleepy strokes and hummed his lonesome Negro music steadily. The place was still not crowded. It was the hour when men who had been up all night meet those who are freshly wakened and ready to start a new day. The sleepy waitress was serving both beer and coffee, though with no noise or conversation, for each person seemed to be alone. The mutual distrust between the men who had just awakened and those who were ending a long night gave everyone a feeling of estrangement. The bank building across the street was very pale in the dawn. Then, gradually, its white brick walls grew more distinct. When at last the first shafts of the rising sun began to brighten the street, Biff gave the place one last survey and went upstairs. Noisily, he rattled the doorknob as he entered, so that Alice would be disturbed. "Mother of God," he said, "what a night." Alice awoke with caution. She lay on the rumpled bed like a sulky cat and stretched herself. The room was drab in the fresh, hot morning sun, and a pair of silk stockings hung limp and withered from the cord of the window shade. "Is that drunk fool still hanging around downstairs?" she demanded. Biff took off his shirt and examined his collar to see if it were clean enough to be worn again. "Go down and see for yourself. I told you nobody will hinder you from kicking him out. Sleepily, Alice reached down and picked up a Bible, the blank side of a menu, and a Sunday school book from the floor beside the bed. She rustled through the tissue pages of the Bible until she reached a certain passage and began reading, pronouncing the words aloud with painful concentration. It was Sunday, and she was preparing the weekly lesson for her class of boys in the junior department of her church. Now, as he walked by the Sea of Galilee, he saw Simon and Andrew his brother casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. And Jesus said unto them, Come ye after me, and I will make you to become fishers of men. And straightway they forsook their nets and followed him. Biff went into the bathroom to wash himself. The silky murmuring continued as Alice studied aloud. He listened. And in the morning, rising up a great while before the day, he went out, and departed into a solitary place, and there he prayed. And Simon and they that were with him followed after him, and when they had found him, they said unto him, All men seek for thee. She had finished. Biff let the words revolve again gently inside him. He tried to separate the actual words from the sound of Alice's voice as she had spoken them. He wanted to remember the passage as his mother used to read it when he was a boy. With nostalgia, he glanced down at the wedding ring on his fifth finger that had once been hers. He wondered again about how she would have felt about his giving up church and religion. The lesson for today is about the gathering of the disciples, Alice said to herself in preparation. And the text is, All men seek for thee. Abruptly, Biff roused himself from meditation and turned on the water spigot at full force. He stripped off his undervest and began to wash himself. Always he was scrupulously clean from the belt upwards. Every morning he soaped his chest and arms and neck and feet, and about twice during the season he got into the bathtub and cleaned all of his parts. Biff stood by the bed, waiting impatiently for Alice to get up. From the window he saw that the day would be windless and burning hot. Alice had finished reading the lesson. She still lay lazily across the bed, although she knew that he was waiting. A calm, sullen anger rose in him. He chuckled ironically. Then he said with bitterness, If you like, I can sit and read the paper a while, but I wish you would let me sleep now. Alice began dressing herself, and Biff made up the bed. Deftly, he reversed the sheets in all possible ways, putting the top one on the bottom and turning them over and upside down. When the bed was smoothly made, he waited until Alice had left the room before he slipped off his trousers and crawled inside. His feet jutted out from beneath the cover, and his wiry-haired chest was very dark against the pillow. He was glad he had not told Alice about what had happened to the drunk. He had wanted to talk to somebody about it, because maybe if he had told all the facts out loud, he could put his finger on the thing that puzzled him. The poor son of a bitch talking and not ever getting anybody to understand what he meant, not knowing himself, most likely, and the way he gravitated around the deaf mute and picked him out and tried to make him a free present of everything in him. Why? Because in some men it is in them to give up everything personal at some time, before it ferments and poisons, throw it to some human being or some human idea. They have to. In some men it is in them. The text is, All men seek for thee. Maybe that was why. Maybe. He was a Chinaman, the fellow had said. And a black and a wop and a Jew. And if he believed it hard enough, maybe it was so. Every person and everything he said was. Biff stretched both of his arms outward and crossed his naked feet. His face was older in the morning light, with the clothed, shrunken eyelids and the heavy, iron-like beard on his cheeks and jaw. Gradually, his mouth softened and relaxed. The hard, yellow rays of the sun came in through the window, so that the room was hot and bright. Biff turned warily and covered his eyes with his hands. And he was nobody but Bartholomew, old Biff with 2 fists and a quick tongue, Mr. Brannan, by himself.
Chapter 3. The sun woke Mick early, although she had stayed out mighty late the night before. It was too hot even to drink coffee for breakfast, so she had ice water with syrup in it and cold biscuits. She messed around the kitchen for a while, and then went out on the front porch to read the funnies. She had thought maybe Mr. Singer would be reading the paper on the porch like he did most Sunday mornings, but Mr. Singer was not there, and later on her dad said he came in very late the night before and had company in his room. She waited for Mr. Singer a long time. All the other boarders came down except him. Finally, she went back in the kitchen and took Ralph out of his high chair and put a clean dress on him and wiped off his face. Then, when Bubba got home from Sunday school, she was ready to take the kids out. She let Bubba ride in the wagon with Ralph because he was barefooted, and the hot sidewalk burned his feet. She pulled the wagon for about 8 blocks until they came to the big, new house that was being built. The ladder was still propped against the edge of the roof, and she screwed up nerve and began to climb. "You mind, Ralph," she called back to Bubba. "Mind the gnats don't sit on his eyelids." 5 minutes later, Mick stood up and held herself very straight. She spread out her arms like wings. This was the place where everybody wanted to stand, the very top, but not many kids could do it. Most of them were scared, for if you lost grip and rolled off the edge, it would kill you. All around were the roofs of other houses and the green tops of trees. On the other side of town were the church steeples and the smokestacks from the mills. The sky was bright blue and hot as fire. The sun made everything on the ground either dizzy, white, or black. She wanted to sing. All the songs she knew pushed up toward her throat, but there was no sound. One big boy who had got to the highest part of the roof last week let out a yell and then started hollering off the speech he had learned at high school. "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears." There was something about getting to the very top that gave you a wild feeling, made you want to yell or sing or raise up your arms and fly. She felt the soles of her tennis shoes slipping and eased herself down so that she straddled the peak of the roof. The house was almost finished. It would be one of the largest buildings in the neighbourhood. 2 stories, with very high ceilings and the steepest roof of any house she had ever seen, but soon the work would all be finished. The carpenters would leave and the kids would have to find another place to play. She was by herself. No one was around and it was quiet, and she could think for a while. She took out from the pocket of her shorts the package of cigarettes she had bought the night before. She breathed in the smoke slowly. The cigarette gave her a drunk feeling so that her head seemed heavy and loose on her shoulders, but she had to finish it. M.K. That was what she would have written on everything when she was 17 years old and very famous. She would ride back home in a red and white Packard automobile with her initials on the doors. She would have M.K. written in red on her handkerchiefs and underclothes. Maybe she would be a great inventor. She would invent tiny little radios the size of a green pea that people could carry around and stick in their ears. Also, flying machines people could fasten on their backs like knapsacks and go zipping all over the world. After that, she would be the first one to make a large tunnel through the world to China, and people could go down in big balloons. Those were the first things she would invent. They were already planned. When Mick had finished half the cigarette, she smashed it dead and flipped the butt again down the slant of the roof. Then she leaned forward so that her head rested on her arms and began to hum to herself. It was a funny thing, but nearly all the time there was some kind of piano piece or other music going on in the back of her mind. No matter what she was doing or thinking, it was nearly always there. Miss Brown, who boarded with them, had a radio in her room, and all last winter she would sit on the steps every Sunday afternoon and listen in on the programs. Those were probably classical pieces, but they were the ones she remembered best. There was one special fellow's music that made her heart shrink up every time she heard it. Sometimes this fellow's music was like little coloured pieces of crystal candy, other times it was the softest, saddest thing she had ever imagined. There was the sudden sound of crying. Mick sat up straight and listened. The wind ruffled the fringe of hair on her forehead and the bright sun made her face white and damp. The whimpering continued, and Mick moved slowly along the sharp-pointed roof, on her hands and knees. When she reached the end, she leaned forward and lay on her stomach so that her head jutted over the edge and she could see the ground below. The kids were where she had left them. Bubba was squatting over something on the ground, and beside him was a little black dwarf shadow. Ralph was still tied in the wagon. He was just old enough to sit up, and he held on to the sides of the wagon, with his cap crooked on his head, crying. "Bubba," Mick called down, "find out what Ralph wants and give it to him." Bubba stood up and looked hard into the baby's face. "He don't want nothing." "Well, give him a good shake then." Mick climbed back to the place where she had been sitting before. She wanted to think for a long time about 2 or 3 certain people, to sing to herself and to make plans. But that Ralph was still hollering and there wouldn't be any peace for her at all. Boldly, she began to climb down toward the ladder propped against the edge of the roof. The slant was very steep, and there were only a few blocks of wood nailed down, very far apart from each other, that the workmen used for footholds. She was dizzy, and her heart beat so loud it made her tremble. Commandingly, she talked out loud to herself. Hold on here with your hands tight and then slide down until your right toe gets a grip there, and then stay close and wiggle over to the left. Nerve, Mick, you've got to keep nerve. Coming down was the hardest part of any climbing. It took her a long time to reach the ladder and to feel safe again. When she stood on the ground at last, she seemed much shorter and smaller, and her legs felt for a minute like they would crumple up with her. She hitched her shorts and jerked the belt a notch tighter. Ralph was still crying, but she paid the sound no attention and went into the new, empty house. Last month they had put a sign out in front saying that no children were allowed in the lot. A gang of kids had been scuffling around inside the rooms one night, and a girl who couldn't see in the dark had run into a room that hadn't been floored and fallen through and broken her leg. She was still at the hospital in a plaster parish cast. Also, another time some tough boys weed all over one of the walls and wrote out some pretty bad words, but no matter how many keep out signs were put up, they couldn't run kids away until the house had been painted and finished and people had moved in. The room smelled of new wood, and when she walked the soles of her tennis shoes made a flopping sound that echoed through all the house. The air was hot and quiet. She stood still in the middle of the front room for a while, and then she suddenly thought of something. She fished in her pocket and brought out 2 stubs of chalk, one green and the other red. Mick drew the big block letters very slowly. At the top she wrote Edison, and under that she drew the names of Dick Tracy and Mussolini. Then in each corner with the largest letters of all, made with green and outlined in red, she wrote her initials, M.K. When that was done, she crossed over to the opposite wall and wrote a very bad word, pussy, and beneath that she put her initials too. She stood in the middle of the empty room and stared at what she had done. The chalk was still in her hand, and she did not feel really satisfied. She was trying to think of the name of this fellow who had written this music she had heard over the radio last winter. She'd asked a girl at school who owned a piano and took music lessons about him, and the girl asked her teacher. It seemed this fellow was just a kid who had lived in some country in Europe a good while ago. But even if he was just a young kid, he had made up all these beautiful pieces for the piano and for the violin, for a band or orchestra too. In her mind, she could remember about 6 different tunes from the pieces of his that she had heard. A few of them were kind of quick and tinkling, and another was like that smell in the springtime after a rain. But they all made her somehow sad and excited at the same time. She hummed one of the tunes, and after a while in the hot, empty house by herself, she felt the tears come in her eyes. Her throat got tight and rough, and she couldn't sing any more. Quickly, she wrote the fellow's name at the very top of the list. M-O-T-S-A-R-T, Mozart. Ralph was tied in the wagon just as she had left him. He sat up quiet and still, and his fat little hands held onto his sides. Ralph looked like a little Chinese baby with his square black bangs and his black eyes. The sun was in his face, and that was why he had been hollering. Bubba was nowhere around. When Ralph saw her coming, he began tuning up to cry again. She pulled the wagon into the shade by the side of a new house, and took from her shirt pocket a blue-coloured jelly bean. She stuck the candy in the baby's warm, soft mouth. "Put that in your pipe and smoke it," she said to him. In a way, it was a waste, because Ralph was still too little to get the real good flavour out of candy. A clean rock would be about the same to him, only the little fool would swallow it. He didn't understand any more about taste than he did about talking. When you said you were so sick and tired of dragging him around you had a good mind to throw him in the river, it was the same to him as if you had been loving him. Nothing much made any difference to him. That was why it was such an awful bore to haul him around. Mick cupped her hands, clamped them tight together, and blew through the crack between her thumbs. Her cheeks puffed out, and at first there was only the sound of air rushing through her fists. Then a high, shrill whistle sounded, and after a few seconds Bubba came out from around the corner of the house. She rumpled the sawdust out of Bubba's hair and straightened Ralph's cap. This cap was the finest thing Ralph had. It was made out of lace and all embroidered. The ribbon under his chin was blue on one side and white on the other, and over each ear there were big rosettes. His head had got too big for the cap and the embroidery scratched, but she always put it on him when she took him out. Ralph didn't have any real baby carriage like most folks' babies did, or any summer booties. He had to be dragged around in a tacky old wagon she had got for Christmas 3 years before. But the fine cap gave him face. There was nobody on the street, for it was late Sunday morning and very hot. The wagon screeched and rattled. Bubba was barefooted and the sidewalk was so hot it burned his feet. The green oak trees made cool-looking black shadows on the ground, but that was not shade enough. "Get up in the wagon," she told Bubba, "and let Ralph sit in your lap. I can walk all right." The long summertime always gave Bubba the colic. He didn't have on a shirt and his ribs were sharp and white. The sun made him pale instead of brown, and his little titties were like blue raisins on his chest. "I don't mind pulling you," Mick said. "Get on in." "Okay." Mick dragged the wagon slowly because she was not in any hurry to get home. She began talking to the kids, but it was really more like saying things to herself than words said to them. "This is a funny thing, the dreams I've been having lately. It's like I'm swimming, but instead of water, I'm pushing out my arms and swimming through great big crowds of people. The crowd is 100 times bigger than in Cress's store on Saturday afternoon. The biggest crowd in the world. And sometimes I'm yelling and swimming through people, knocking them all down wherever I go. Other times I'm on the ground and people are trampling all over me, and my insides are oozing out on the sidewalk. I guess it's more like a nightmare than a plain dream. On Sunday the house was always full of folks because the boarders had visitors. Newspapers rustled and there was cigar smoke and footsteps always on the stairs. Some things you just naturally want to keep private, not because they are bad, but because you want them secret. There are 2 or 3 things I wouldn't want even you to know about." Mick continued. Bubba got out when they came to the corner and helped her lift the wagon down the curb and get it up on the next sidewalk. She carried on talking. "But there's one thing I would give anything for, and that's a piano. If we had a piano, I'd practice every single night and learn every piece in the world. That's the thing I want more than anything else." They had come to their own home block now. Their house was only a few doors away. It was one of the biggest houses on the whole north side of town, 3 stories high. But then there were 14 people in the family. There weren't that many in the real blood Kelly family, but they ate there and slept there at $5 a head, and you might as well count them on in. Mr. Singer wasn't counted in. That was only because he only rented a room, and he kept it straightened up himself. The house was narrow and had not been painted for many years. It did not seem to be built strong enough for its 3 stories of height. It sagged on one side. Mick untied Ralph and lifted him in from the wagon. She darted quickly through the hall, and from the corner of her eye she saw that the living room was full of boarders. Her dad was in there too. Her mama would be in the kitchen. They were all hanging around waiting for dinner time. She went into the first of the 3 rooms that the family kept for themselves. She put Ralph down on the bed where her dad and mama slept, and gave him a string of beads to play with. From behind the closed door of the next room she could hear the sound of voices, and she decided to go inside. Hazel and Etta stopped talking when they saw her. Etta was sitting in the chair by the window, painting her toenails with the red polish. Her hair was done up in steel rollers, and there was a white dab of face cream on a little place under her chin where a pimple had come out. Hazel was flopped out lazy on the bed as usual. "What were you all jawing about?" "It's none of your nosy business," Etta said. "Just you hush up and leave us alone." "It's my room just as it is either one of yours. I have as good a right in here as you do." Mick strutted from one corner to the other until she had covered all the floor space. "But then, I don't care anything about picking any fight. All I want are my own rights." Mick brushed back her shaggy bands with the palm of her hand. She had done this so often that there was a little row of cowlicks above her forehead. She quivered her nose and made faces at herself in the mirror. Then she began walking around the room again. Hazel and Etta were okay as far as sisters went. But Etta was like she was full of worms. All she thought about was movie stars and getting in the movies. Once she had written to Jeanette MacDonald and had got a typewritten letter back, saying that if she ever came out to Hollywood she could come by and swim in her swimming pool. Ever since, that swimming pool had been preying on Etta's mind. All she thought about was going to Hollywood, where she could scrape up the bus fare, and getting a job as a secretary, and being buddies with Jeanette MacDonald, and getting in the movies herself. She primped all the day long. That was the bad part. Etta wasn't naturally pretty like Hazel. The main thing was she didn't have any chin. She would pull at her jaw and go through a lot of chin exercises she had read in a movie book. She was always looking at her side profile in the mirror and trying to keep her mouth set in a certain way, but it didn't do any good. Sometimes Etta would hold her face with her hands and cry in the night about it. Hazel was plain lazy. She was good-looking but thick. She was 18 years old, and next to Bill she was the oldest of all the kids in the family. Maybe that was the trouble. She got the first and biggest share of everything. The first whack at the new clothes and the biggest part of any special treat. Hazel never had to grab for anything, and she was soft. "Are you just going to tramp around the room all day? It makes me sick to see you in those silly boys' clothes. Somebody ought to clamp down on you, Mick Kelly, and make you behave," Etta said. "Shut up," said Mick. "I wear shorts because I don't want to wear your old hand-me-downs. I don't want to be like either of you, and I don't want to look like either of you, and I won't. That's why I wear shorts. I'd rather be a boy any day, and I wish I could move in with Bill." Mick scrambled under the bed and brought out a large hat box. As she carried it to the door, both of them called after her, "Good riddance." Bill had the nicest room of anybody in the family, like a den, and he had it all to himself except for Bubba. Bill had pictures cut out from magazines tacked on the walls, mostly faces of beautiful ladies, and in another corner were some pictures Mick had painted last year herself at the free art class. There was only a bed and a desk in the room. Bill was sitting hunched over the desk, reading Popular Mechanics. She went up behind him and put her hands around his shoulders. "Hey, you old son of a gun." He did not begin tussling with her like he used to do. "Hey," he said, and shook her shoulders a little. "Will it bother you if I stay in here a little while?" "Sure," he said. "I don't mind if you want to stay." Mick knelt on the floor and untied the string on the big hat box. Her hands hovered above the edge of a lid, but for some reason she could not make up her mind to open it. "I've been thinking about what I've done on this already," she said, "and it may work, and it may not." Bill went on reading. She still knelt over the box, but did not open it. Her eyes wandered over to Bill as he sat with his back to her. One of his big feet kept stepping on the other as he read. His shoes were scuffed. Once their dad had said that all Bill's dinners went to his feet, and all his breakfast to one ear and his supper to the other ear. That was a sort of mean thing to say, and Bill had been sour over it for a month, but it was funny. His ears flared out and were very red, and though he was just out of high school, he wore a size 13 shoe. He tried to hide his feet by scraping one foot behind the other when he stood up, but that only made it worse. Mick opened the box a few inches and then shut it again. She felt too excited to look into it now. She got up and walked around the room until she could calm down a little. After a few minutes, she stopped before the picture she had painted at the free government art class for school kids last winter. There was a picture of a storm on the ocean and a seagull being dashed through the air by the wind. It was called Seagull with Back Broken in Storm. The teacher had described the ocean during the first 2 or 3 lessons, and that was what nearly everyone had started with. Most of the kids were like her, though, and they had never really seen the ocean with their own eyes. That was the first picture she had done, and Bill had tacked it on his wall. All the rest of her pictures were full of people. She had done some more ocean storms at first. One with an airplane crashing down and people jumping out to save themselves, and another with a transatlantic liner going down and all the people trying to push and crowd into one little lifeboat. Mick went into the closet of Bill's room and brought out some other pictures she had done in the class, some pencil drawings, some watercolours, and one canvas with oils. They were all full of people. She had imagined a big fire on Broad Street and painted how she thought it would be. The flames were bright green and orange, and Mr. Brannan's restaurant and the First National Bank were about the only buildings left. People were lying dead in the streets, and others were running for their lives. One man was in his nightshirt, and a lady was trying to carry a bunch of bananas with her. Another picture was called Boiler Busts in Factory, and men were jumping out of windows and running while a knot of kids in overalls stood scrooged together, holding the buckets of dinner they had brought to their daddies. The oil painting was a picture of the whole town fighting on Broad Street. She never knew why she had painted this one, and she couldn't think of the right name for it. There wasn't any fire or storm or reason you could see in the picture why all the battle was happening, but there were more people and more moving around than in any other picture. This was the best one, and it was too bad that she couldn't think up the real name. In the back of her mind somewhere she knew what it was. Mick put the picture back on the closet shelf. None of them were any good much. The people didn't have any fingers, and some of the arms were longer than their legs. The class had been fun, though, but she had just drawn whatever came into her head without reason, and in her heart it didn't give her near the same feeling that music did. Nothing was really as good as music. Mick knelt down on the floor and quickly lifted the top of the big hat box. Inside was a cracked ukulele strung with 2 violin strings, a guitar string and a banjo string. The crack on the back of the ukulele had been neatly mended with a sticking plaster, and the round hole in the middle was covered by a piece of wood. The bridge of a violin held up the strings at the end, and there were some sound holes that had been carved on either side. Mick was making herself a violin. She held the violin in her lap. She had the feeling she had never really looked at it before. Some time ago she had made Bubba a little play mandolin out of a cigar box with rubber bands, and that put the idea into her head. Since that she had hunted all over everywhere for the different parts, and added a little to the job every day. It seemed to her she had done everything except use her head. "Bill, this don't look like any real violin I ever saw." He was still reading. "Yeah?" "No, it just don't look right. It just don't." She had planned to tune the fiddle that day by screwing the pegs, but since she had suddenly realised how all the work had turned out, she didn't want to look at it. Slowly she plucked one string after another. They all made the same little hollow-sounding ping. How, anyway, will I ever get a bow? Are you sure they have to be made out of just horse's hair? Yeah, said Bill impatiently. Nothing like thin wire or human hair strung on a limber stick would do. Bill rubbed his feet against each other and didn't answer. Anger made beads of sweat come out on her forehead. Her voice was hoarse. It's not even a bad violin. It's only a cross between a mandolin and a ukulele. And I hate them. I hate them. Bill turned around. It's all turned out wrong. It won't do. It's no good. Pipe down, Bill said. Are you just carrying on about that old broken ukulele you've been fooling with? I could have told you at first it was crazy to think you could make any violin. That's one thing you don't sit down and make. You got to buy them. I thought anybody would know a thing like that. But I figured it wouldn't hurt you if you found out for yourself. Sometimes she hated Bill more than anyone else in the world. He was different entirely from what he used to be. She started to slam the violin down on the floor and stomp on it, but instead she put it back roughly into the hat box. The tears were hot in her eyes as fire. She gave the box a kick and ran from the room without looking at Bill. As she was dodging through the hall to get to the backyard, she ran into her mamma. What's the matter with you? What have you been into now? Mick tried to jerk loose, but her mamma held on to her arm. Suddenly, sullenly, she wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand. Her mamma had been in the kitchen, and she wore her apron and house shoes. As usual, she looked as though she had a lot on her mind, and didn't have any time to ask her any more questions. Mr. Jackson has just brought his 2 sisters to dinner, and there won't be but just enough chairs, so today you're to eat in the kitchen with Bubba. That's hunky-dory with me, Mick said. Her mamma let her go and went to take off her apron. From the dining room there came the sound of a dinner bell and a sudden glad outbreak of talking. She could hear her dad saying how much he had lost by not keeping up his accident insurance until the time he broke his hip. That was one thing her dad could never get off his mind. Ways he could have made money and didn't. There was a clatter of dishes, and after a while the talking stopped. Mick leaned on the banisters of the stairs. The sudden crying had started her with the hiccups. It seemed to her, as she thought back over the last month, that she had never really believed in her mind that the violin would work. But in her heart she had kept making herself believe. And even now it was hard not to believe a little. She was tired out. Bill wasn't ever a help with anything now. She used to think Bill was the grandest person in the world. She used to follow after him every place he went, out fishing in the woods, to the clubhouses he built with other boys, to a slot machine in the back of Mr. Brannan's restaurant. Everywhere. Maybe he hadn't meant to let her down like this. But anyway, they could never be good buddies again. In the hall there was the smell of cigarettes and Sunday dinner. Mick took a deep breath and walked back toward the kitchen. The dinner began to smell good and she was hungry. She could hear Portia's voice as she talked to Bubba, and it was like she was half singing something or telling him a story. And that is the various reason why I'm a whole lot more fortunate than most coloured girls, Portia said as she opened the door. Why? Asked Mick. Portia and Bubba were sitting at the kitchen table eating their dinner. Portia's green print dress was cool looking against her dark brown skin. She had on green earrings and her hair was combed very tight and neat. You all the time pounce in on the very tail of what somebody say and then want to know all about it, Portia said. She got up and stood over the hot stove, putting dinner on Mick's plate. Bubba and me were just talking about my grandpapa's home out on the old Sardis Road. I was telling Bubba how he and my uncles owned the whole place themselves, 15.5 acres. They always plants 4 of them in cotton, some years swapping back to peas to keep the dirt rich, and 1 acre on a hill is just for peaches. They have a mule and a breed sow, and all the time from 20 to 25 laying hens and fries. They has a vegetable patch and 2 pecan trees and plenty figs and plums and berries. This here is the truth. Not many white farms has done with their land good as my grandpapa. Mick put her elbows on the table and leaned over her plate. Portia had always rather talk about the farm than anything else, except about her husband and brother. To hear her tell it, you would think that coloured farm was the very White House itself. The home started with just 1 little room, and through the years they done built on till there's space for my grandpapa, his 4 sons, their wives and children, and my brother Hamilton. In the parlour they have a real organ and a gramophone, and on the wall they have a large picture of my grandpapa taken in his lodge uniform. They can all the fruit and vegetables, and no matter how cold and rainy the winter turns out, they pretty near always have plenty to eat. How come you don't go live with them then? Mick asked. Portia stopped peeling her potatoes, and her long brown fingers tapped on the table in time to her words. This here the way it is. See, each person done built on his room for his family. They all done worked hard during all these years, and of course times is hard for everybody now. But see, I lived with my grandpapa when I were a little girl, but I haven't never done any work out there since. Any time though, if me and Willie and Highboy gets in bad trouble, we can always go back. Didn't your father build you on a room? Portia stopped chewing. Whose father? You mean my father? Sure, said Mick. You know good and well my father is a coloured doctor right here in town. Mick had heard Portia say that before, but she had thought it was a tale. How could a coloured man be a doctor? This here the way it is. Before the time my mama married my father, she had never known anything but real kindness. My grandpapa is Mr. Kind himself, but my father is different from him as day is from night. Mean? Asked Mick. No, he's not a mean man, Portia said slowly. It's just that something is the matter. My father not like other coloured men. This here is hard to explain. My father all the time studying by himself, and a long time ago he taken up all these notions about how a family ought to be. He bossed over every little thing in the house, and at night he tried to teach us children lessons. That don't sound so bad to me, said Mick. Listen here, you see most of the time he were very quiet, but then some nights he would break out in a kind of fit. He could get madder than any man I ever seen. Everybody who know my father say that he was sure enough a crazy man. He done wild, crazy things, and our mama quit him. I was 10 years old at the time. Our mama taken us children with her to grandpapa's farm, and us were raised out there. Our father all the time wanted us to come back, but even when our mother died, us children never did go home to live, and now my father stay all by himself. Mick went to the stove and filled her plate a second time. Portia's voice was going up and down like a song, and nothing could stop her now. I don't see my father much, maybe once a week, but I done a lot of thinking about him. I feel sorry for him and anybody I know. I expect he done read more books than any white man in this town. He done read more books and he done worried about more things. He's full of books and worrying. He lost God and turned his back to religion. All his troubles come down just to that. Portia was excited. Whenever she got to talking about God, or Willie, her brother, or Highboy, her husband, she got excited. Now, I'm not a big shouter. I belong to the Presbyterian Church, and we don't hold with all this rolling on the floor and talking in tongues. We don't get sanctified every week and wallow around together. In our church, we sing and let the preacher do the preaching. And tell you the truth, I don't think a little singing and a little preaching would hurt you, Mick. You ought to take your little brother to a Sunday school, and also, you're plenty big enough to sit in church. From the biggity way you've been acting lately, it seems to me you already got one toe in the pit. Nuts, Mick said. Now, Highboy, he were a holiness boy before us were ever married. He loved to get the spirit every Sunday and shout and sanctify himself, but after us were married, I got him to join with me, and although it's kind of hard to keep him quiet sometimes, I think he doing right well. I don't believe in God any more than I do in Santa Claus, Mick said. You wait a minute. That's why it sometimes seems to me you favour my father more than any person I ever know. Me? You say I favour him? I don't mean in the face or in any kind of looks. I was speaking about the shape and colour of your soul. Bubba sat looking from one to the other. His napkin was tied around his neck, and in his hand he still held his empty spoon. What all does God eat? He asked. Mick got up from the table and stood in the doorway, ready to leave. Sometimes it was fun to devil Portia. She started on the same tune and said the same thing over and over, like that was all she knew. Folks like you and my father who don't attend the church can't never have no peace at all. Now take me here. I believe and I have peace, and Bubba he has his peace too. My Highboy and my Willie likewise. It seems to me, just from looking at him, this here Mr. Singer has peace too. I done felt that the first time I seen him. Have it your own way, Mick said. You're crazier than any father of yours could ever be. But you ain't never loved God, or even any person, Portia said. You hard and tough as cowhide, but just the same I know you. This afternoon you're going to roam all over the place without never having been satisfied. You're going to traipse all around like you has to find something lost. You're going to work yourself up with excitement. Your heart going to beat hard enough to kill you because you don't love and don't have peace, and then someday you're going to bust loose and be ruined. Won't nothing help you then? What, Portia? Bubba asked. What kind of things does he eat? Mick laughed and stamped out of the room. She did roam about the house during the afternoon because she could not get settled. Some days were just like that. For one thing, her thought of the violin kept worrying her. She could never have made it like a real one, and after all those weeks of planning, the very thought of it made her sick. But how could she have been so sure the idea would work? So dumb. Maybe when people longed for a thing that bad, the longing made them trust in anything that might give it to them. Mick did not want to go back into the rooms where the family stayed. She did not want to have to talk to any of the boarders. No place was left but the street, and there the sun was too burning hot. She wandered aimlessly up and down the hall and kept pushing back her rumpled hair with the palm of her hand. "Hell," she said aloud, to herself. "Next to a real piano, I sure would rather have some place to myself than anything I know." That Portia had a certain kind of craziness, but she was okay. She never would do anything mean to Bubba or Ralph on the sly like some girls. But Portia had said that she never loved anybody. Mick stopped walking and stood very still, rubbing her fist on the top of her head. What would Portia think if she really knew? Just what would she think? She had always kept things to herself. That was one sure truth. Mick went slowly up the stairs. She passed the first landing and went on to the second. Some of the doors were open to make a draught, and there were many sounds in the house. Mick stopped on the last flight of stairs and sat down. If Miss Brown turned on her radio, she could hear the music. Maybe some good program would come on. She put her head on her knees and tied knots in the strings of her tennis shoes. What would Portia say if she knew always there had been one person after another, and every time it was like some part of her would bust in 100 pieces? But she'd always kept it to herself, and no person ever knew. Mick sat on the steps a long time. Miss Brown did not turn on her radio, and there was nothing but the noises that people made. She thought a long time and kept hitting her thighs with her fists. Her face felt like it was scattered in pieces, and she could not keep it straight. The feeling was a whole lot worse than being hungry for any dinner, yet it was like that. I want was all that she could think about, but just what this real want was she did not know. After about an hour, there was the sound of a doorknob being turned on the landing above. Mick looked up quickly, and it was Mr. Singer. He stood in the hall for a few minutes, and his face was sad and calm. Then he went across to the bathroom. His company did not come out with him. From where she was sitting, she could see part of the room, and the company was asleep on the bed with a sheet pulled over him. She waited for Mr. Singer to come out of the bathroom. Her cheeks were very hot, and she felt them with her hands. Maybe it was true that she came up on these top steps sometimes so she could see Mr. Singer while she was listening to Miss Brown's radio on the floor below. She wondered what kind of music he heard in his mind that his ears couldn't hear. Nobody knew. And what kind of things he could say if he could talk. Nobody knew that either. Mick waited, and after a while came out into the hall again. She hoped that he would look down and smile at her, and then when he got to his door, he did glance down and nod his head. Mick's grin was wide and trembling. He went into his room and shut the door. It might have been he meant to invite her in to see him. Mick wanted suddenly to go into his room. Sometime soon, when he didn't have company, she really would go in and see Mr. Singer. She really would do that. The hot afternoon passed slowly, and Mick still sat on the steps by herself. This fellow Mozart's music was in her mind again. It was funny, but Mr. Singer reminded her of this music. She wished there was some place she could go to hum it out loud. Some kind of music was too private to sing in a house crammed full of people. It was funny, too, how lonesome a person could be in a crowded house. Mick tried to think of some good private place where she could go and be by herself and study about this music. But though she thought about this a long time, she knew in the beginning that there was no good place. Chapter 4. Late in the afternoon, Jake Blunt awoke with the feeling that he had slept enough. The room in which he lay was small and neat, furnished with a bureau, a table, a bed, and a few chairs. On the bureau, an electric fan turned its face slowly from one wall to another, and as the breeze from it passed Jake's face, he thought of cool water. By the window, a man sat before the table and stared down at a chess game laid out before him. In the daylight, the room was not familiar to Jake, but he recognized the man's face instantly, and it was as though he had known him a very long time. Many memories were confused in Jake's mind. He lay motionless with his eyes open and his hand turned palm upwards. His hands were huge and very brown against the white sheet. When he held them up to his face, he saw that they were scratched and bruised, and the veins were swollen as though he had been grasping hard at something for a long time. His face looked tired and unkempt. His brown hair fell down over his forehead and his moustache was awry. Even his wing-shaped eyebrows were rough and tousled. As he lay there, his lips moved once or twice and his moustache jerked with a nervous quiver. After a while, he sat up and gave himself a thump on the side of his head with one of his big fists to straighten himself out. When he moved, the man playing chess looked up quickly and smiled at him. "God, I'm thirsty," Jake said. "I feel like the whole Russian army marched through my mouth in its stocking feet." The man looked at him, still smiling, and then suddenly he reached down on the other side of a table and brought up a frosted pitcher of ice water in a glass. Jake drank in great panting gulps, standing half naked in the middle of the room, his head thrown back and one of his hands closed in a tense fist. He finished 4 glasses before he took a deep breath and relaxed a little. Instantly, certain recollections came to him. He couldn't remember coming home with this man, but things that had happened later were clearer now. He had waked up, soaking in a tub of cold water, and afterward they drank coffee and talked. He had got a lot of things off his chest, and the man had listened. He had talked himself hoarse, but he could remember the expressions on the man's face better than anything that was said. They had gone to bed in the morning with the shade pulled down so no light could come in. At first, he would keep waking up with nightmares and have to turn the light on to get himself clear again. The light would wake this fellow also, but he hadn't complained at all. "How come you didn't kick me out last night?" The man only smiled again. Jake wondered why he was so quiet. He looked around for his clothes and saw that his suitcase was on the floor by the bed. He couldn't remember how he had got it back from the restaurant where he owed for the drinks. His books, a white suit, and some shirts were all there as he had packed them. Quickly, he began to dress himself. An electric coffee pot was perking on the table by the time he had his clothes on. The man reached into the pocket of the vest that hung over the back of the chair. He brought out a card and Jake took it questioningly. The man's name, John Singer, was engraved in the centre, and beneath this, written in ink with the same elaborate precision as the engraving, there was a brief message. "I am a deaf mute, but I read the lips and understand what is said to me. Please do not shout." The shock made Jake feel light and vacant. He and John Singer just looked at each other. "I wonder how long it would have taken me to find that out," he said. Singer looked very carefully at his lips when he spoke. He had noticed that before, but a dummy. They sat at the table and drank hot coffee out of blue cups. The room was cool and the half-drawn shades softened the hard glare from the windows. Singer brought from his closet a tin box that contained a loaf of bread, some oranges, and cheese. He did not eat much, but sat leaning back in his chair with one hand in his pocket. Jake ate hungrily. He would have to leave the place immediately and think things over. As long as he was stranded, he ought to scout around for some sort of job in a hurry. The quiet room was too peaceful and too comfortable to worry in. He would get out and walk by himself for a while. "Are there any other deaf-mute people here?" he asked. "You have many friends?" Singer was still smiling. He did not catch on to the words at first, and Jake had to repeat them. Singer raised his sharp, dark eyebrows and shook his head. "Find it lonesome?" The man shook his head in a way that might have meant either yes or no. They sat silently for a little while, and then Jake got up to leave. He thanked Singer several times for the night's lodging, moving his lips carefully so that he was sure to be understood. The mute only smiled again and shrugged his shoulders. When Jake asked if he could leave his suitcase under the bed for a few days, the mute nodded that he could. Then Singer took his hands from his pocket and wrote carefully on a pad of paper with a silver pencil. He shoved the pad over toward Jake. "I can put a mattress on the floor and you can stay here until you find a place. I'm out most of the day. It will not be any trouble." Jake felt his lips tremble with a sudden feeling of gratefulness, but he couldn't accept. "Thanks," he said. "I already got a place." As he was leaving, the mute handed him a pair of blue overalls, rolled into a tight bundle, and 75 cents. The overalls were filthy, and as Jake recognized them, they aroused in him a whirl of sudden memories from the past week. The money, Singer made him understand, had been in his pockets. "Adios," Jake said. "I'll be back sometime soon." He left the mute standing in the doorway with his hands still in his pockets and the half-smile on his face. When he had gone down several steps of the stairs, he turned and waved. The mute waved back to him and closed the door. Outside, the glare was sudden and sharp against his eyes. He stood on the sidewalk before the house, too dazzled at first by the sunlight to see very clearly. A young one was sitting on the banisters of the house. He had seen her somewhere before. He remembered the boy's shorts she was wearing and the way she squinted her eyes. He held up the dirty roll of overalls. "I want to throw these away. Know where I can find a garbage can?" The kid jumped down from the banisters. "It's in the backyard. I'll show you." He followed her through the narrow, dampish alley at the side of the house. When they came back to the backyard, Jake saw that 2 black men were sitting on the back steps. They were both dressed in white suits and white shoes. One of them was very tall, and his tie and socks were brilliant green. The other was a light mulatto of average height. He rubbed a tin harmonica across his knee. In contrast with his tall companion, his socks and tie were a hot red. The kid pointed to the garbage can by the back fence and then turned to the kitchen window. "Portia," she called. "Hi Boy and Willie are here waiting for you." A soft voice answered from the kitchen. "You needn't holler so loud. I know they are. I'm putting on my hat right now." Jake unrolled the overalls before throwing them away. They were stiff with mud. One leg was torn and a few drops of blood stained the front. He dropped them in the can. A coloured girl came out of the house and joined the white-suited boys on the steps. Jake saw that the young one in shorts was looking at him very closely. She changed her weight from one foot to the other and seemed excited. "Are you kin to Mr. Singer?" she asked. "Not a bit. Good friend? Good enough to spend the night with him. I just wondered, which direction is Main Street?" And she pointed to the right, 2 blocks down this way. Jake combed his mustache with his fingers and started off. He jingled the 75 cents in his hand and bit his lower lip until it was mottled and scarlet. The 3 coloured people were walking slowly ahead of him, talking amongst themselves. Because he felt lonely in the unfamiliar town, he kept close behind them and listened. The girl held both of them by the arm. She wore a green dress with a red hat and shoes. The boys walked very close to her. "What have we got planned for this evening?" she asked. "It depends entirely upon you, honey," the tall boy said. "Willie and me don't have no special plans." She looked from one to the other. "You've all got to decide." "Well," said the shorter boy in the red socks, "High boy and me thought maybe us 3 could go to church." The girl sang her answer in 3 different tones. "Okay, and after church I got a notion I ought to go and sit with father for a while. Just a short while." They turned at the first corner, and Jake stood watching them for a moment before walking on. The main street was quiet and hot, almost deserted. He had not realized until now that it was Sunday, and the thought of this depressed him. The awnings over the closed stores were raised, and the buildings had a bare look in the bright sun. He passed the New York Cafe. The door was open, but the place looked empty and dark. He had not found any socks to wear that morning, and the hot pavement burned through the thin soles of his shoes. The sun felt like a hot piece of iron pressing down on his head. The town seemed more lonesome than any place he had ever known. The stillness of the street gave him a strange feeling. When he had been drunk, the place had seemed violent and riotous. Now it was as though everything had come to a sudden, static halt. He went into a fruit and candy store to buy a paper. The help wanted column was very short. There were several calls for young men between 25 and 40 with automobiles to sell various products on commission. These he skipped over quickly. An advertisement for a truck driver held his attention for a few minutes. But the notice at the bottom interested him most. It read, "Wanted, experienced mechanic, Sonny Dixie Show. Apply, corner Weaver's Lane, 15th Street." Without knowing it, he had walked back to the door of the restaurant where he had spent his time during the past 2 weeks. This was the only place on the block beside the fruit store which was not closed. Jake suddenly decided to drop in and see Biff Brannan. The cafe was very dark after the brightness outside. Everything looked dingier and quieter than he had remembered it. Brannan stood behind the cash register as usual, his arms folded over his chest. His good-looking, plump wife sat filing her fingernails at the other end of the counter. Jake noticed that they glanced at each other as he came in. "Afternoon," said Brannan. Jake felt something in the air. Maybe the fellow was laughing because he remembered things that had happened when he was drunk. Jake stood wooden and resentful. "Package of Target, please." As Brannan reached beneath the counter for the tobacco, Jake decided that he was not laughing. In the daytime, the fellow's face was not as hard-looking as it was at night. He was pale as though he had not slept, and his eyes had the look of a wary buzzard's. "Speak up," Jake said. "How much do I owe you?" Brannan opened a drawer and put on the counter a public school tablet. Slowly he turned over the pages and Jake watched him. The tablet looked more like a private notebook than the place where he kept his regular accounts. There were long lines of figures, added, divided, and subtracted, and little drawings. He stopped at a certain page and Jake saw his last name written at the corner. On the page there were no figures, only small checks and crosses. At random across the page were drawn little round, seated cats with long curved lines for tails. Jake stared. The faces of the little cats were human and female. The faces of the little cats were like Mrs. Brannan. "I have checks here for the beers," Brannan said, "and crosses for dinners and straight lines for the whiskey. Let me see." Brannan rubbed his nose and his eyelids down. Then he shut the tablet. "Around $20. "It'll take me a long time," Jake said, "but maybe you'll get it. There's no big hurry." Jake leaned across the counter. "Say, what kind of a place is this town?" "Ordinary," Brannan said, "about like any other place the same size." "What population?" "Around 30,000. Jake opened the package of tobacco and rolled himself a cigarette. His hands were shaking. "Mostly mills?" "That's right. 4 big cotton mills, those are the main ones. A hosiery factory, some gins, and sawmills." "What kind of wages?" "I'd say around 10 or 11 a week on the average, but then of course they get laid off now and then." "What makes you ask all this? You mean to try and get a job in a mill?" Jake dug his fist into his eye and rubbed it sleepily. Don't know. I might, and I might not. He laid the newspaper on the counter and pointed out the advertisement he had just read. I think I'll go around and look into this. Brannon read and considered. Yeah, he said finally, I've seen that show. It's not much. Just a couple contraptions, such as a flying Ginny and swings. It corrals the coloured people and mill hands and kids. They move around to different vacant lots in town. Show me how to get there. Brannon went with him to the door and pointed out the direction. Did you go home with Singer this morning? Jake nodded. What do you think of him? Jake bit his lips. The mute's face was in his mind very clearly. It was like the face of a friend he had known for a long time. He had been thinking of the man ever since he had left his room. I didn't even know he was a dummy, he said finally. He began walking again down the hot, deserted street. He did not but walk as a stranger in a strange town. He seemed to be looking for someone. Soon he entered one of the mill districts bordering the river. The streets became narrow and unpaved, and they were not empty any longer. Groups of dingy, hungry-looking children called to each other and played games. The two-room shacks, each one like the other, were rotten and unpainted. The stink of food and sewage mingled with the dust in the air. The falls up the river made a faint rushing sound. People stood silently in doorways or lounged on steps. They looked at Jake with yellow, expressionless faces. He stared back at them with wide, brown eyes. He walked jerkily, and now and then he wiped his mouth with the hairy back of his hand. At the end of Weaver's Lane there was a vacant block. It had once been used as a junkyard for old automobiles. Rusted pieces of machinery and torn inner tubes still littered the ground. A trailer was parked in one corner of the lot, and nearby was a flying Ginny partly covered with canvas. Jake approached slowly. Two little children in overalls stood before the flying Ginny. Near them, seated on a box, a black man drowsed in the late sunshine. His knees collapsed against each other. In one hand he held a sack of melted chocolate. Jake watched him stick his fingers into the miry candy and then lick them slowly. Who's the manager of this outfit? He asked. The man thrust his two sweet fingers between his lips and rolled over them with his tongue. He's a red-headed man, he said when he had finished. That's all I know, Captain. Where's he now? He's over there behind that largest wagon. Jake slipped off his tie as he walked across the grass and stuffed it into his pocket. The sun was beginning to set in the west. Above the black line of housetops, the sky was warm crimson. The owner of the show stood smoking a cigarette by himself. His red hair sprang up like a sponge at the top of his head, and he stared at Jake with grey, flabby eyes. You're the manager? Uh-huh. Patterson's my name. I come about the job in this morning's paper. Yeah. I don't want no greenhorn. I need an experienced mechanic. I got plenty of experience, Jake said. What have you ever done? I've worked as a weaver and loom fixer. I've worked in garages and an automobile assembly shop. All sorts of different things. Patterson guided him towards the partly covered flying Ginny. The motionless wooden horses were fantastic. In the late afternoon sun, they pranced up statically, pierced by their dull gilt bars. The horse nearest Jake had a splintery wooden crack in its dingy rump, and the eyes walled blind and frantic. Shreds of paint peeled from the sockets. The motionless merry-go-round seemed to Jake like something in a liquor dream. I want an experienced mechanic to run this and keep the works in good shape, Patterson said. I can do that all right. It's a two-handed job, Patterson explained. You're in charge of the whole attraction. Besides looking after the machinery, you got to keep the crowd in order. You got to be sure that everybody gets on and has a ticket. You got to be sure that the tickets are okay and not some old dance hall ticket. Everybody wants to ride the horses, and you'd be surprised what these people will do to put power on you, to put over on you, when they don't have no money. You got to keep 3 eyes open all the time. Patterson led him to the machinery inside the circle of horses and pointed out the various parts. He adjusted a lever, and the thin jangle of mechanical music began. The wooden cavalcade around them seemed to cut them off from the rest of the world. When the horses stopped, Jake asked a few questions and operated the mechanism himself. The fellow I had quit on me, Patterson said when they had come out again into the lot. I always hate to break in a new man. When do I start? Tomorrow afternoon. We run 6 days and nights a week, beginning at 4 and shutting up at 12. You're to come about 3 and help get things going, and it takes about an hour after the show to fold up for the night. What about pay? $12. Jake nodded, and Patterson held out a dead white boneless hand with dirty fingernails. It was late when he left the vacant lot. The hard blue sky had blanched, and in the east there was a white moon. Dusk softened the outline of the houses along the street. Jake did not return immediately through Weaver's Lane, but wandered in the neighbourhoods nearby. Certain smells, certain voices heard from a distance, made him stop short now and then by the side of a dusty street. He walked erratically, jerking from one direction to another for no purpose. His head felt very light, as though it were made of thin glass. A chemical change was taking place in him. The beers and whiskey he had stored so continuously in his system set in a reaction. He was sideswiped by drunkenness. The streets, which had seemed so dead before, were quick with life. There was a ragged strip of grass bordering the street, and as Jake walked along the ground, seemed to rise nearer to his face. He sat down on the border of grass and leaned against a telephone pole. He settled himself comfortably, crossing his legs Turkish fashion and smoothing down the end of his mustache. Words came to him, and dreamily he spoke them aloud to himself. Resentment is the most precious flower of poverty. Yeah. It was good to talk. The sound of his voice gave him pleasure. The tone seemed to echo and hang on the air, so that each word sounded twice. He swallowed and moistened his mouth to speak again. He wanted suddenly to return to the mute's quiet room and tell him of the thoughts that were in his mind. It was a queer thing to want to talk with a deaf mute, but he was lonesome. The street before him dimmed with the coming evening. Occasionally men passed along a narrow street very close to him, talking in monotones to each other, a cloud of dust rising around their feet with each step. Or girls passed by together, or a mother with a child across her shoulder. Jake sat numbly for some time, and at last he got to his feet and walked on. Weaver's Lane was dark. Oil lamps made yellow, trembling patches of light in the doorways and windows. Some of the houses were entirely dark, and the families sat on their front steps with only the reflections from a neighbouring house to see by. A woman leaned out of a window and splashed a pail of dirty water into the street. A few drops of it splashed on Jake's face. High, angry voices could be heard from the backs of some of the houses. From others there was the peaceful sound of a chair slowly rocking. Jake stopped before a house, and where 3 men sat together on the front steps. A pale yellow light from inside the house shone on them. 2 of the men wore overalls, but no shirts, and were barefooted. One of these was tall and loose-jointed. The other was small, and he had a running sore on the corner of his mouth. The 3rd man was dressed in shirt and trousers. He held a straw hat on his knee. "Hey," Jake said. The 3 men stared at him with mill-sallow, deadpan faces. They murmured, but did not change their positions. Jake pulled the package of Target from his pocket and passed it around. He sat down on the bottom step and took off his shoes. The cool, damp ground felt good to his feet. "Working now?" "Yeah," said the man with the straw hat, "most of the time." Jake picked between his toes. "I got the gospel in me," he said. "I want to tell it to somebody." The men smiled. From across the narrow street there was the sound of a woman singing. The smoke from their cigarettes hung close around them in the still air. A little child passing along the street stopped and opened his fly to make water. "There's a tent around the corner, and it's Sunday," the small man said finally. "You can go in there and tell the gospel all you want." "It's not that kind. It's better. It's the truth." "What kind?" Jake sucked his mustache and did not answer. After a while he said, "You ever have any strikes here?" "Once," said the tall man. "They had one of these here strikes around 6 years ago." "What happened?" The man with the sore on his mouth shuffled his feet and dropped the stub of his cigarette to the ground. "Well, they just quit work because they wanted 20 cents an hour. There was about 300 did it. They just hung around the streets all day. So the mill sent out trucks, and in a week the whole town was swarming with folks come here to get a job." Jake turned so that he was facing them. The men sat 2 steps above him so that he had to raise his head to look into their eyes. "Don't it make you mad?" he asked. "How you mean, mad?" The vein in Jake's forehead was swollen and scarlet. "Christ almighty, man, I mean mad, M-A-D, mad." He scowled up into their puzzled, sallow faces. Behind them, through the open front door, he could see the inside of the house. In the front room, there were 3 beds and a washstand. In the back room, a barefooted woman sat sleeping in a chair. From one of the dark porches nearby, there was the sound of a guitar. "I was one of them come in on the trucks," the tall man said. "That makes no difference. What I'm trying to tell you is plain and simple. The bastards who own these mills are millionaires. When the doffers and carders and all the people behind the machines who spin and weave the cloth can't hardly make enough to keep their guts quiet. See? So when you walk around the streets and think about it, and see hungry, worn-out people and rickety-legged young ones, doesn't it make you mad? Don't it?" Jake's face was flushed and dark and his lips trembled. The 3 men looked at him warily. Then the man in the straw hat began to laugh. "Go on and snicker, sit there and bust your sides open," Jake said. The men laughed in the slow and easy way that 3 men laugh at one. Jake brushed the dirt from the soles of his feet and put on his shoes. His fists were closed tight, and his mouth was contorted with an angry sneer. "Laugh, that's all you're good for," he said. "I hope you sit there and snicker till you rot." As he walked stiffly down the street, the sound of the laughter and catcalls still followed him. The main street was brightly lit. Jake loitered on a corner, fondling the change in his pocket. His head throbbed, and although the night was hot, a chill passed through his body. He thought of the mute, and he wanted urgently to go back and sit with him a while. In the fruit and candy store, where he had brought the newspaper that afternoon, he selected a basket of fruit wrapped in cellophane. The Greek behind the counter said the price was 60 cents, so that when he had paid, he was left with only a nickel. As soon as he had come out of the store, the present seemed a funny one to take a healthy man. A few grapes hung down below the cellophane, and he picked them off hungrily. Singer was at home when he arrived. He sat by the window with the chess game laid out before him on the table. The room was just as Jake had left it, with the fan turned on and the pitcher of ice water beside the table. There was a Panama hat on the bed and a paper parcel, so it seemed that the mute had just come in. He jerked his head toward the chair across from him at the table and pushed the chessboard to one side. He leaned back with his hands in his pockets, and his face seemed to question Jake about what had happened since he had left. Jake put the fruit on the table. "For this afternoon," he said. "The motto has been, go out and find an octopus and put socks on it." The mute smiled, but Jake could not tell if he had caught what he had said. The mute looked at the fruit with surprise and then undid the cellophane wrappings. As he handled the fruit, there was something very peculiar in the fellow's face. Jake tried to understand this look and was stumped. Then Singer smiled brightly. "I got a job this afternoon," Jake said, with a sort of show. "I'm to run the Flying Jenny." The mute seemed not at all surprised. He went into the closet and brought out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. They drank in silence. Jake felt that he had never been in such a quiet room. The light above his head made a queer reflection of himself in the growing wine glass he held before him, glowing, the same caricature of himself he had noticed many times before on the curved surfaces of pitchers or tin mugs, with his face egg-shaped and dumpy and his moustache straggling up almost to his ears. Across from him the mute held his glass in both hands. The wine began to hum through Jake's veins, and he felt himself entering again the kaleidoscope of drunkenness. Excitement made his moustache tremble jerkily. He leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and fastened a wide, searching gaze on Singer. "I bet I'm the only man in this town that's been mad. I'm talking about really mean mad. For 10 solid long years. I damn near got a fight just a little while ago. Sometimes it seems to me like I might even be crazy. I just don't know." Singer pushed the wine toward his guest. Jake drank from the bottle and rubbed the top of his head. "You see, it's like I'm 2 people. One of me is an educated man. I've been in some of the biggest libraries in the country. I read all the time. I read books that tell the pure, honest truth. Over there in my suitcase I have books by Karl Marx and Thorstein Veblen and such writers as them. I read them over and over, and the more I study, the madder I get. I know every word printed on every page. To begin with, I like words. Dialectical materialism, Jesuitical prevarication." Jake rolled the syllables in his mouth with loving solemnity. "Teleological propensity." The mute wiped his forehead with a neatly folded handkerchief. "But what I'm getting at is this. When a person knows and can't make the others understand, what does he do?" Singer reached for a wineglass, filled it to the brim, and put it firmly into Jake's bruised hand. "Get drunk, huh?" Jake said with a jerk of his arm that spilled drops of wine on his white trousers. "But listen. Wherever you look, there's meanness and corruption. This room, this bottle of grape wine, these fruits in the basket, are all products of profit and loss. A fellow can't live without giving his passive acceptance to meanness. Somebody wears his tail to a frazzle for every mouthful we eat and every stitch we wear, and nobody seems to know. Everybody is blind, dumb, and blunt-headed, stupid and mean." Jake pressed his fists to his temples. His thoughts had careened in several directions, and he could not get control of them. He wanted to go berserk. He wanted to get out and fight violently with someone in a crowded street. Still looking at him with patient interest, the mute took out his silver pencil. He wrote very carefully on a slip of paper, "Are you Democrat or Republican?" and passed the paper across the table. Jake crumpled it in his hand. The room had begun to turn around him, and he could not even read. He kept his eyes on the mute's face to steady himself. Singer's eyes were the only things in the room that did not seem to move. They were varied in colour, flecked with amber, grey, and a soft brown. He stared at them so long that he almost hypnotized himself. He lost the urge to be riotous and felt calm again. The eyes seemed to understand all that he had meant to say and to hold some message for him. After a while, the room was steady again. "You get it," he said in a blurred voice. "You know what I mean." From afar there was the soft silver ring of church bells. The moonlight was white on the roof next door, and the sky was a gentle summer blue. It was agreed without words that Jake would stay with Singer a few days until he found a room. When the wine was finished, the mute put a mattress on the floor beside the bed. Without removing any of his clothes, Jake lay down and was instantly asleep. Chapter 5. Far from the main street, in one of the Negro sections of town, Dr. Benedict Mady Copeland sat in his dark kitchen alone. It was past 9 o'clock and the Sunday bells were silent now. Although the night was very hot, there was a small fire in the round-bellied wood stove. Dr. Copeland sat close to it, leaning forward in the straight-backed kitchen chair with his head cupped in his long, slender hands. The red glow from the chinks of the stove shone on his face. In this light his heavy lips looked almost purple against his black skin, and his grey hair, tight against his skull like a cap of lamb's wool, took on a bluish colour also. He sat motionless in this position for a long time. Even his eyes, which stared out from behind the silver rims of his spectacles, did not change their fixed, sombre gaze. Then he cleared his throat harshly and picked up a book from the floor beside his chair. All around him the room was very dark, and he had to hold the book close to the stove to make out the print. Tonight he read Spinoza. He did not wholly understand the intricate play of ideas and the complex phrases, but as he read he sensed a strong, true purpose behind the words, and he felt that he almost understood. Often at night the sharp jangle of a doorbell would rouse him from his silence, and in the front room he would find a patient with a broken bone or a razor wound. But this evening he was not disturbed, and after the solitary hours spent sitting in the dark kitchen, it happened that he began swaying slowly from side to side, and from his throat there came a sound like a kind of singing moan. He was making this sound when Portia came. Dr. Copeland knew of her arrival in advance. From the street outside he caught the sound of a harmonica playing a blues song, and he knew that the music was played by William, his son. Without turning on the light, he went through the hall and opened the front door. He did not step out on the porch, but stood in the dark behind the screen. The moonlight was bright, and the shadows of Portia and William and Highboy lay black and solid on the dusty street. The houses in the neighbourhood had a miserable look. Dr. Copeland's house was different from any other building nearby. It was built solidly of brick and stucco. Around the small front yard there was a picket fence. Portia said goodbye to her husband and brother at the gate and knocked on the screen door. "How come you sit here in the dark like this?" They went together through a dark hall back to the kitchen. "You have grand electric lights. It don't seem natural why you all the time sitting in the dark like this." Dr. Copeland twisted the bulb suspended over a table, and the room was suddenly very bright. "The dark suits me," he said. The room was clean and bare. On one side of the kitchen table there were books and an inkstand. On the other side a fork, spoon and plate. Dr. Copeland held himself bolt upright with his long legs crossed, and at first Portia sat stiffly too. The father and daughter had a strong resemblance to each other. Both of them had the same broad flat noses, the same mouths and foreheads, but Portia's skin was very light when compared to her father's. "It sure is roasting in here," she said. "Seems to me you would let this here fire die down except when you're cooking." "If you prefer, we can go up to my office," Dr. Copeland said. "I'll be all right, I guess. I don't mind." Dr. Copeland adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses and then folded his hands in his lap. "How have you been since you were last together? You and your husband and your brother?" Portia relaxed and slipped her feet out of her pumps. "Highboy and Willie and me gets along just fine." "William still boards with you?" "Sure he does," Portia said. "You see, we have our own way of living and our own plan. Highboy, he pays the rent. I buy all the food out of my money, and Willie, he tends to all our church dues, insurance, lodge dues, and Saturday night. Us three have our own plan, and each one of us does our part." Dr. Copeland sat with his head bowed, pulling at his long fingers until he had cracked all of his joints. The clean cuffs of his sleeves hung down past his wrists. Below them, his thin hands seemed lighter in colour than the rest of his body, and the palms were soft yellow. His hands had always an immaculate, shrunken look, as though they had been scrubbed with a brush and soaked for a long time in a pan of water. "Here, I almost forgot what I brought," Portia said. "Have you had your supper yet?" Dr. Copeland always spoke so carefully that each syllable seemed to be filtered through his sullen, heavy lips. "No, I have not eaten. Portia opened a paper sack she had placed on the kitchen table. I done brought a nice mess of collard greens, and I thought maybe we have supper together. I brought a piece of side meat too. These here greens need to be seasoned with that. You don't care if the collards is just cooked in meat, do you? It doesn't matter, he said. You still don't eat no meat? Portia said. No. For purely private reasons, I'm a vegetarian, but it does not matter if you wish to cook the collards with a piece of meat. Without putting on her shoes, Portia stood at the table and carefully began to pick over the greens. This here floor sure do feel good to my feet. You mind if I just walk around like this without putting back on them tight, hurting pumps? No, said Dr. Copeland. That will be all right. Then we'll have us these nice collards and some home cake and some coffee, and I'm going to cut me off a few slices of this here white meat and fry it for myself. Dr. Copeland followed Portia with his eyes. She moved slowly around the room in her stockinged feet, taking down the scrubbed pans from the wall, building up the fire, washing the grit from the collards. He opened his mouth to speak once, and then composed his lips again. So you and your husband and your brother have your own cooperative plan, he said finally. That's right. Dr. Copeland jerked at his fingers and tried to pop the joints again. Do you intend to plan for children? Portia did not look at her father. Angrily, she sloshed the water from the pan of collards. There are some things, she said, that seem for me to depend entirely upon God. They did not say anything else. Portia left the supper to cook on the stove and sat silently with her long hands dropping down limp between her knees. Dr. Copeland's head rested on his chest as though he slept, but he was not sleeping. Now and then a nervous tremor would pass over his face. Then he would breathe deeply and compose his face again. Smells of the supper began to fill the stifling room. In the quietness, the clock on top of the cupboard sounded very loud, and because of what they had just said to each other, the monotonous ticking was like the word children, children, said over and over. He was always meeting one of them, crawling naked on a floor or engaged in a game of marbles, or even on a dark street with his arms around a girl. Benedict Copeland, the boys were all called. But for the girls, there were such names as Benny May, or Mady Ben, or Benedine Medine. He had counted one day, and there were more than a dozen named for him. But all his life he had told and explained and exhorted. You cannot do this, he would say. There are all reasons why the 6th or 5th or 9th child cannot be, he would tell them. It is not more children we need, but more chances for the ones already on the earth. Eugenic parenthood for the black race was what he would exhort them to. He would tell them in simple words, always the same way, and with the years it became a sort of angry poem, which he had always known by heart. He studied and knew the development of any new theory, and from his own pocket he would distribute the devices to his patients himself. He was by far the first doctor in the town to even think of such, and he would give and explain and give and tell them, and then deliver maybe 20 times a week. Mady Ben and Benny May. That was only one point, only one. All of his life he knew that there was a reason for his working. He always knew that he was meant to teach his people. All day he would go with his bag from house to house, and on all things he would talk to them. After the long day, a heavy tiredness would come in him, but in the evening, when he opened the front gate, the tiredness would go away. There were Hamilton and Karl Marx and Portia and little William. There was Daisy, too. Portia took the lid from the pan on the stove and stirred the collards with a fork. "Father," she said after a while. Dr. Copeland cleared his throat and spat into a handkerchief. His voice was bitter and rough. "Yes?" "Let us quit this here quarrelling with each other." "We were not quarrelling," said Dr. Copeland. "It don't take words to make a quarrel," Portia said. "It looked to me like us is always arguing even when we're sitting perfectly quiet like this. It's just this here feeling I have. I tell you the truth, every time I come to see you it mighty near wears me out, so let us try not to quarrel in any way no more." "It is certainly not my wish to quarrel. I am sorry if you have that feeling, daughter." She poured out coffee and handed 1 cup unsweetened to her father. In her own portion she put several spoons of sugar. "I'm getting hungry and this will taste good to us. Drink your coffee while I tell you something which happened to us a while back. Now that it's all over it seems a little bit funny, but we got plenty of reason not to laugh too hard." "Go ahead," said Dr. Copeland. "Well, some time back a real fine-looking, dressed-up coloured man came into town here. He called himself Mr. B.F. Mason, and he said he comes from Washington, D.C. Every day he would walk up and down the street with a walking cane and a pretty coloured shirt on. Then, at night, he would go to the society cafe. He ate finer than any man in this town. Every night he would order himself a bottle of gin and 2 pork chops for his supper. He always had a smile for everybody, and was always bowing around to the girls and holding a door open for you to come in or go out. For about a week he made himself mighty pleasant wherever he were. People began to ask questions and wonder about this rich Mr. B.F. Mason. Then, pretty soon, after he acquainted himself, he began to settle down to business. Portia spread out her lips and blew into her saucer of coffee. I suppose you done read in the paper about this government pincher business for old folks? Dr. Copeland nodded. Pension, he said. Well, he were connected with that. He were from the government. He had come down from the president in Washington, D.C. to join everybody up for the government pensions. He went around from one door to the next, explaining how you pay $1 down to join, and after that 25 cents a week, and how when you were 45 years old, the government would pay you $50 every month of your life. All the people I knew were very excited about this. He gave everybody that joined a free picture of the president with his name signed under it. He told how at the end of 6 months there were going to be free uniforms for every member. The club was called the Grand League of Pensioners for Coloured People, and at the end of 2 months everybody was going to get an orange ribbon with a GLPCP on it to stand for the name. You know, like all these other letter things in the government. He came around from house to house with this little book, and everybody commenced to join. He wrote their names down and took the money. Every Saturday he would collect. In 3 weeks, this Mr. B.F. Mason had joined up so many people he couldn't get all the way around on Saturday. He had to pay somebody to take up collections in each 3-4 blocks. I collected it nearly every Saturday for near where we live, and got that quarter. Of course, Willie had joined at the beginning for him and Highboy and me. I have come across many pictures of the president in various houses near where you live, and I remember hearing the name Mason mentioned, said Dr. Copeland. He was a thief? He was, said Portia. Somebody began to find out about this Mr. B.F. Mason, and he was arrested. They found out he was just from plain old Atlanta, and he had never been to Washington, D.C. He'd never seen the president. All the money were hid or spent. Willie had just thrown away $7.50. Dr. Copeland was excited. That is what I mean by... In the hereafter, Portia said, that man sure is going to wake up with a hot pitchfork in his gut. But now that it's all over, it do seem a little bit funny, but of course we got plenty of reason not to laugh too hard. The Negro race of its own accord climbs up on the cross every Friday, said Dr. Copeland. Portia's hand shook and the coffee trickled from the saucer she was holding. She licked it from her arm. What do you mean? I mean that I am always looking. I mean that if I could just find 10 of us, 10 of my own people, with spine and brains and courage, who are willing to give all that they have. Portia put down the coffee. We were not talking about anything like that. Only 4, said Dr. Copeland, only the sum of Hamilton and Karl Marx and William and you. Only 4 with these real true qualities and backbone. Willie and Highboy and me have backbone, said Portia angrily. This here is a hard world, and it seemed to me we 3 struggle along pretty well. For a minute they were silent. Dr. Copeland laid his spectacles on the table and pressed his shrunken fingers to his eyeballs. You're all the time using that word Negro, said Portia, and that word has a way of hurting people's feelings. Polite peoples, no matter what shade they are, always say coloured. Dr. Copeland did not answer. Take Willie and me. Us aren't all the way coloured. Our mama was in us real light, and both of us has a good deal of white folks' blood in us. And Highboy, he's Indian, he got a good part of Indian in him. None of us is pure coloured, and the word you all the time using has a way of hurting people's feelings. I am not interested in subterfuges, said Dr. Copeland. I am interested only in real truths. Well, this here is a truth. Everybody is scared of you. It sure would take a whole lot of gin to get Hamilton or Buddy or Willie or my Highboy to come in this house and sit with you like I do. Willie say he remember when he were only a little boy, and he were afraid of his own father then. Dr. Copeland coughed harshly and cleared his throat. Everybody has feelings, no matter who they are. Nobody is going to walk in no house without certain their feelings will be hurt. You're the same way. I've seen your feelings injured too many times by white people not to know that. No, said Dr. Copeland, you have not seen my feelings injured. Of course I realised that Willie or my Highboy or me, that none of us is scholars, but Highboy and Willie is both good as gold. There just is a difference between them and you. Yes, said Dr. Copeland. Hamilton, or Buddy, or Willie, or me, none of us ever cares to talk like you. We talk like our own mother and her peoples and their peoples before them. You think out everything in your brain, while us rather talk from something in our hearts that has been there for a long time. That's one of the differences. Yes, said Dr. Copeland. A person can't pick up their children and just squeeze them to which way they want them to be, whether it hurts them or not, whether it's right or wrong. You done tried that hard as any man could try, and now I'm the only one of us that would come in this here house and sit with you like this. The light was very bright in Dr. Copeland's eyes, and her voice was loud and hard. He coughed and his whole face trembled. He tried to pick up the cup of cold coffee, but his hand would not hold it steadily. The tears came up to his eyes, and he reached for his glasses to try to hide them. Portia saw and went up to him quickly. She put her arms around his head and pressed her cheek to his forehead. "I done hurt my father's feelings," she said softly. His voice was hard. "No. It is foolish and primitive to keep repeating this about hurt feelings." The tears went slowly down his cheek, and the fire made them take on the colours of blue and green and red. "I be really and truly sorry," said Portia. Dr. Copeland wiped his face with his cotton handkerchief. "It is all right. Let us not ever quarrel no more. I can't stand this here fighting between us. It seems to me that something real bad come up in us every time we're being together. Let us never quarrel like this no more." "No," said Dr. Copeland. "Let us not quarrel." Portia sniffled and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. For a few minutes she stood with her arms around her father's head. Then, after a while, she wiped her face for a final time and went over to the pot of greens on the stove. "It mighty nigh time for these to be tender," she said cheerfully. "Now I think I'll start making up some of them good little hoe cakes to go along with them." Portia moved slowly around the kitchen in her stockinged feet, and her father followed her with his eyes. For a while again they were silent. With his eyes wet so that the edges of things were blurred, Portia was truly like her mother. Years ago Daisy had walked like that around the kitchen, silent and occupied. Daisy was not as black as he was. Her skin had been like the beautiful colour of dark honey. She was always very quiet and gentle, but beneath that soft gentleness there was something stubborn in her, and no matter how conscientiously he studied it all out, he could not understand the gentle stubbornness in his wife. He would exhort her, and he would tell her all that was in his heart, and still she was gentle, and still she would not listen to him, but would go on her own way. Then later there were Hamilton and Karl Marx and William and Portia, and this feeling of real true purpose for them was so strong that he knew exactly how each thing should be with them. Hamilton would be a great scientist, Karl Marx a teacher of the Negro race, William a lawyer to fight against injustice, and Portia a doctor for women and children. And when they were even babies, he would tell them of the yoke that they must thrust from their shoulders, the yoke of submission and slothfulness. And when they were a little older, he would impress upon them that there was no God, that their lives were holy, and that each one of them was here for this real true purpose. He would tell it to them over and over, and they would sit together far away from him, and look with their big, childlike eyes at their mother, and Daisy would sit without listening, gentle and stubborn. Because of the true purpose for Hamilton, Karl Marx, William, and Portia, he knew how every detail should be. In the autumn of each year, he took them all into town and bought for them good black shoes and black stockings. For Portia, he bought black woolen material for dresses and white linen for collars and cuffs. For the boys there was black wool for trousers and fine white linen for shirts. He did not want them to wear bright-coloured, flimsy clothes. But then when they went to school, those were the ones they wished to wear, and Daisy said that they were embarrassed and that he was a hard father. He knew how the house should be. There could be no fanciness, no gaudy calendars or lace pillows or knickknacks, but everything in the house must be plain and dark and indicative of work and the real true purpose. Then one night he found that Daisy had pierced holes in little Portia's ears for earrings, and another time a Cupid doll with feather skirts on was on the mantelpiece when he came home, and Daisy was gentle and hard and would not put it away. He knew, too, that Daisy was teaching the children the cult of meekness. She told them about hell and heaven. She convinced them of ghosts and of haunted places. Daisy went to church every Sunday and talked sorrowfully to the preacher of her own husband, and with her stubbornness she always took the children to church too, and they listened. The whole race was sick, and he was busy all the day and sometimes half the night. After the long day, a great weariness would come in him, but when he opened the front gate of his home, the weariness would go away. Yet, when he went into the house, William would be playing music on a comb wrapped in toilet paper, Hamilton and Karl Marx would be shooting craps for their lunch money, Portia would be laughing with her mother. He would start all over with them, but in a different way. He would bring out their lessons and talk with them. They would sit close together and look at their mother. He would talk and talk, but none of them wanted to understand. The feeling that would come on him was a black, terrible feeling. He would try to sit in his office and read and meditate until he could be calm and start again. He would pull down the shades of the room so that there would be only the bright light in the books and the feeling of meditation. But sometimes this calmness would not come. He was young, and the terrible feeling would not go away with study. Hamilton, Karl Marx, William and Portia would be afraid of him and look at their mother. It was sometimes when he realized this, the black feeling would conquer him and he knew not what he did. He could not stop those terrible things, and afterward he could never understand. "This here supper sure smells good to me," said Portia. "I expect us better eat now, 'cause Highboy and Willie liable to come trooping in any minute." Dr. Copeland settled his spectacles and pulled his chair up to the table. "Where have your husband and William been spending the evening?" "They've been throwing horseshoes. This here Raymond Jones has a horseshoe place in his backyard. This Raymond and his sister, Love Jones, they play every night. Love is such an ugly girl I don't mind about Highboy or Willie going round to their house any time they wish. But they said they would come back to me at 9:45, and I expect them now any minute." "Before I forget," said Dr. Copeland, "I suppose you hear frequently from Hamilton and Karl Marx." "I do from Hamilton. He's practically taken over all the work in our grandpapa's place. But Buddy, he's in Mobile. And you know he were never a big hand at writing letters. However, Buddy always has such a sweet way with people that I don't ever worry concerning him. He was the kind to always get along right well." They sat silently at the table before the supper. Portia kept looking up at the clock on the cupboard, because it was time for Highboy and Willie to come. Dr. Copeland bent his head over his plate. He held the fork in his hand as though it were heavy, and his fingers trembled. He only tasted the food, and with each mouthful he swallowed hard. There was a feeling of strain, and it seemed as though both of them wanted to keep up some conversation. Dr. Copeland did not know how to begin. Sometimes he thought that he had talked so much in the years before to his children, and they had understood so little, that now there was nothing at all to say. After a while he wiped his mouth with his handkerchief, and spoke in an uncertain voice. "You have hardly mentioned yourself. Tell me about your job and what you have been doing lately." "Of course I'm still with the Kellys," said Portia, "but I tell you, Father, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep on with them. The work is hard, and it always takes me a long time to get through. However, that don't bother me none. It's about the pay I worry about. I'm supposed to get $3 a week, but sometimes Miss Kelly lacks $1 or 50 cents of paying me the full amount. Of course, she always catches up on it as soon as she's able, but it has a way of leaving me in a pinch." "That is not right," said Dr. Copeland. "Why do you stand for it?" "It ain't her fault. She can't help it," said Portia. "Half the folks in that house don't pay the rent, and it's a big expense to keep everything up. I tell you the truth, the Kellys is just barely keeping one jump ahead of a sheriff. They're having a mighty hard time." "There ought to be some other job you can get." "I know, but the Kellys is really grand white people to work for. I'm really fond of them as I can be. The 3 little children is just like some of my own kinfolks. I feel like I done really raised Bubba and the baby, and although Mick and me is always getting into some kind of quarrel together, I have a real close fondness for her too." "But you must think of yourself," said Dr. Copeland. "Mick, now," said Portia, "she's a real case. Not a soul know how to manage that child. She's just as biggity and headstrong as she can be. Something going on in her all the time. I have a funny feeling about that child. It seemed to me that one of these days she's going to really surprise somebody. But whether that's going to be a good surprise or a bad surprise, I just don't know. Mick puzzles me sometimes. But still, I'm really fond of her." "You must look out for your own livelihood first. As I say, it ain't Miss Kelly's fault. It costs so much to run that big old house, and the rent just don't be paid. Ain't but one person in the house who pay a decent amount for his room and put it on the dot without fail. And that man only been living there a short while. He one of these here deaf and dumb folks. He's the first one of them I ever seen close up, but he's a mighty fine man." "Tall, thin, with grey and green eyes?" asked Dr. Copeland. "Always polite to everyone, very well dressed? Not like someone from this town? More like a northerner, or maybe a Jew?" "That's him," said Portia. Eagerness came into Dr. Copeland's face. He crumbled his hoe cake into the collar juice in his plate, and began to eat with a new appetite. "I have a deaf-mute patient," he said. "How comes you're acquainted with Mr. Singer?" asked Portia. Dr. Copeland coughed and covered his mouth with his handkerchief. I've just seen him several times. I better clean up now, said Portia. It's sure enough time for Willie and my highboy, but with this here real sink and grand running water, these little dishes won't take me 2 winks. The quiet insolence of the white race was one thing he had tried to keep out of his mind for years. When the resentment would come to him, he would cogitate and study. In the streets and around white people, he would keep a dignity on his face and always be silent. When he was younger, it was boy, but now it was uncle. Uncle, run down to that filling station on the corner and send me a mechanic. A white man in a car had called out those words to him not long ago. Boy, give me a hand with this. Uncle, do that. And he would not listen, but would walk on with the dignity in him, and be silent. A few nights ago, a drunken white man had come up to him and begun pulling him along a street. He had his bag with him, and he was sure someone was hurt. But the drunkard had pulled him into a white man's restaurant, and the white men at the counter had begun hollering out with their insolence. He knew that the drunkard was making fun of him. Even then he had kept a dignity in him. But with this tall, thin white man with the grey-green eyes, something had happened that had never happened to him with any white man since. Or before. It came about on a dark, rainy night several weeks ago. He had just come from a maternity case and was standing in the rain on a corner. He had tried to light a cigarette, and one by one the matches in his box fizzled out. He had been standing with the unlit cigarette in his mouth when the white man stepped up and held him for a lighted match. In the dark, with the flame between them, they could see each other's faces. The white man smiled at him and lighted for him his cigarette. He did not know what to say, for nothing like that had ever happened to him before. They had stood for a few minutes on the street corner together, and when the white man had handed him his card. He wanted to talk to the white man and ask him some questions, but he did not know for sure if he could really understand. Because of the insolence of all the white race, he was afraid to lose his dignity and friendliness. But the white man had lit his cigarette and smiled and seemed to want to be with him. Since then he had thought this over many times. I have a deaf-mute patient, said Dr. Copeland to Portia. The patient is a boy 5 years of age. Somehow I cannot get over the feeling that I am to blame for his handicap. I delivered him, and after 2 post-delivery visits, of course I forgot about him. He developed ear trouble, but the mother paid no attention to the discharges from his ears and did not bring him to me. When it was finally brought to my attention, it was too late. Of course, he hears nothing, and of course he therefore cannot speak. But I have watched him carefully, and it seems to me that if he were normal, he would be a very intelligent child. You always had a great interest in little children, said Portia. You care a heap more about them than about grown peoples, don't you? There is more hope in the young child, said Dr. Copeland. But this deaf boy, I have been meaning to make inquiries and find if there is some institution that would take him. Mr. Singer would tell you, Portia said. He's a truly kind white man, and he's not a bit biggity. I do not know, said Dr. Copeland. I have thought once or twice about writing him a note and seeing if he could give me information. Sure I would if I was you. You're a grand letter writer, and I would give it to Mr. Singer for you, said Portia. He come down in the kitchen 2-3 weeks ago with a few shirts he wanted me to rinse out for him. Them shirts were no more dirty even if St. John the Baptist himself had been wearing them. All I had to do was dip them in warm water and give the collars a small rub, and press them. But that night, when I'd taken them 5 clean shirts up to his room, you know how much he give me? No. He smiled like he always does, and handed over to me $1, a whole $1 just for them little shirts. He was a really kind and pleasant white man, and I wouldn't be afraid to ask him any question. I wouldn't even mind writing that nice white man a letter myself. You go right ahead and do it, father, if you want to. Perhaps I will, said Dr. Copeland. Portia sat up suddenly and began arranging her tight, oily hair. There was the faint sound of a harmonica, and then gradually the music grew louder. Here come Willie and Highboy, Portia said. I got to go out now and meet them. You take care of yourself now, and send me a word if you need me for anything. I enjoyed the supper with you and the talking very much. The music from the harmonica was very clear now, and they could tell that Willie was playing while he waited at the front gate. Wait a minute, said Dr. Copeland. I have only seen your husband with you about 2 times, and I believe we have never really met each other, and it has been 3 years since William had visited his father. Why not tell them to drop in for a little while? Portia stood in the doorway, fingering her hair and her earrings. Last time Willie come in here, you hurt his feelings. You see, you just don't understand just how... Very well, said Dr. Copeland. It was only a suggestion. Wait, said Portia. I'm going to call them. I'm going to invite them in right now. Dr. Copeland lit a cigarette and walked up and down the room. He could not straighten his glasses to just the right position, and his fingers kept trembling. From the front yard there was the sound of low voices. Then heavy footsteps were in the hall, and Portia, William, and Highboy entered the kitchen. Here we are, said Portia. "Highboy, I don't believe you and my father have ever truly been introduced to each other, but you know who each other are." Dr. Copeland shook hands with both of them. Willie hung back shyly against the wall, but Highboy stepped forward and bowed formally. "I've always heard so much about you," he said. "I am very pleased to make your acquaintance." Portia and Dr. Copeland brought in chairs from the hall when the four of them sat around the stove. They were silent and uneasy. Willie gazed nervously around the room, at the books on the kitchen table, the sink, the cot against the wall, and at his father. Highboy grinned and picked at his tie. Dr. Copeland seemed about to speak, then he wet his lips and was still silent. "Willie, you were going pretty good with your harp," said Portia, finally. "Looked to me like you and Highboy must have got into somebody's gin bottle." "No, ma'am," said Highboy very politely. "We haven't had anything since Saturday. We just been enjoying our horseshoe game." Dr. Copeland still did not speak, and they all kept glancing at him and waiting. The room was close, and its quietness made everyone nervous. "I do have the hardest time with them boys' clothes," Portia said. "I washes both of them white suits every Saturday, and I presses them twice a week. Look at 'em now. Course they won't wear 'em except when they get home from work. But after 2 days they seem to be potty black. I ironed them pants just last night, and now there's not a crease left." Still, Dr. Copeland was silent. He kept his eyes on his son's face, but when Willie noticed this, he bit his rough, blunt fingers and stared at his feet. Dr. Copeland felt his pulse hammering at his wrists and temples. He coughed and held his fist to his chest. He wanted to speak to his son, but he could think of nothing to say. The old bitterness came up in him, and he did not have time to cogitate and push it down. His pulse hammered in him, and he was confused. But they all looked at him, and the silence was so strong that he had to speak. His voice was high, and it did not sound as though it came from himself. "William, I wonder how much of all the things I have said to you when you were a child have stayed in your mind." "I don't know what you means," Willie said. The words came before Dr. Copeland knew what he would say. "I mean that to you and Hamilton and Karl Marx I gave all that was in me, and I put all of my trust and hope in you, and all I get is blank misunderstanding and idleness and indifference. Of all I have put in, nothing has remained. All has been taken away from me. All that I have tried to do—" "Hush," said Portia. "Father, you promised me that we would not quarrel. This here is crazy. We cannot afford to quarrel." Portia got up and started toward the front door. Willie and Highboy followed quickly. Dr. Copeland was the last to come. They stood in the dark before the front door. Dr. Copeland tried to speak, but his voice seemed lost somewhere deep inside him. Willie and Portia and Highboy stood in a group together. With one arm, Portia held to her husband and brother, and with the other she reached out to Dr. Copeland. "Let us all make up now before we go. I can't stand this here fighting between us. Let us not ever quarrel no more." In silence, Dr. Copeland shook hands again with each of them. "I am sorry," he said. "It's quite all right with me," said Highboy politely. "It's quite all right with me too," Willie mumbled. Portia held all of their hands together. "We just can't afford to quarrel," she said again. They said goodbye, and Dr. Copeland watched them from the dark front porch as they went together up the street. Their footsteps as they walked away had a lonesome sound, and he felt weak and tired. When they were a block away, William began playing his harmonica again. The music was sad and empty. He stayed on the front porch until he could neither see nor hear them any longer. Dr. Copeland turned off the lights in his house and sat in the dark before the stove, but peace would not come to him. He wanted to remove Hamilton and Karl Marx and William from his mind. Each word that Portia had said to him came back in a loud, hard way to his memory. He got up suddenly and turned on the light. He settled himself at the table with his books by Spinoza and Shakespeare and Karl Marx. When he read the Spinoza aloud to himself, the words had a rich, dark sound. He thought of the white man of whom they had spoken. It would be good if the white man could help him with Augustus Benedict Mady Lewis, the deaf patient. It would be good to write to the white man, even if he did not have this reason and these questions to ask. Dr. Copeland held his head in his hands, and from his throat there came the strange sound of a kind of singing moan. He remembered the white man's face when he smiled behind the yellow match flame on that rainy night, and peace was in him. Chapter 6. By midsummer, Singer had visitors more often than any other person in the house. From his room in the evening there was nearly always the sound of a voice. After dinner at the New York Cafe, he bathed and dressed himself in one of his cool wash suits, and as a rule did not go out again. The room was cool and pleasant. He He had an icebox in the closet where he kept bottles of cold beer and fruit drinks. He was never busy or in a hurry, and he always met his guests at the door with a welcome smile. Mick loved to go up to Mr. Singer's room. Even if he was a deaf and dumb mute, he understood every word she said to him. Talking with him was like a game, only there was a whole lot more to it than any game. It was like finding out new things about music. She would tell him some of her plans that she would not tell anybody else. He let her meddle with his cute little chessmen. Once, when she was excited and caught her shirt tail on the electric fan, he acted in such a kindly way that she was not embarrassed at all. Except for her dad, Mr. Singer was the nicest man she knew. When Dr. Copeland wrote a note to John Singer about Augustus Benedict Mady Lewis, there was a polite reply and an invitation for him to make a call when he found the opportunity. Dr. Copeland went to the back of the house and sat with Portia a while in the kitchen. Then he climbed the stairs to the white man's room. There was truly none of the quiet insolence about this man. They had lemonade together, and the mute wrote down the answer to the questions he wished to know. This man was different from any person of the white race whom Dr. Copeland had ever encountered. Afterward, he pondered about this white man a long time. Then later, inasmuch as he had been invited in a cordial manner to return, he made another visit. Jake Blunt came every week. When he walked up to Singer's room, the whole stairway shook. Usually, he carried a paper sack of beers. Often his voice would come out loud and angry from the room. But before he left, his voice gradually quieted. When he descended the stairs, he did not quite carry the sack of beers any longer, and he walked away thoughtfully without seeming to notice where he was going. Even Biff Brannan came to the mute's room one night, but as he could never stay away from the restaurant for long, he left in a half hour. Singer was always the same to everyone. He sat in a straight chair by the window with his hands stuffed tight into his pockets, and nodded or smiled to show his guests that he understood. If he did not like to have a visitor in the evening, Singer went to a late movie. He liked to sit back and watch the actors talking and walking about on the screen. He never looked at the title of a picture before going into a movie, and no matter what was showing, he watched each scene with equal interest. Then, one day in July, Singer suddenly went away without warning. He left the door of his room open, and on the table, in an envelope addressed to Mrs. Kelly, there were $4 for the past week's rent. His few simple possessions were gone, and the room was very clean and bare. When his visitors came and saw this empty room, they went away with hurt surprise. No one could imagine why he had left like this. Singer spent all of his summer vacation in the town where Antonopoulos was being kept in the asylum. For months he had planned this trip and imagined about each moment they would have together. 2 weeks beforehand, his hotel reservation had been made, and for a long time he had carried his railroad ticket in an envelope in his pocket. Antonopoulos was not changed at all. When Singer came into his room, he ambled placidly to meet his friend. He was even fatter than before, but the dreamy smile on his face was just the same. Singer had some packages in his arms, and the big Greek gave them his first attention. His presents were a scarlet dressing gown, soft bedroom slippers, and 2 monogrammed nightshirts. Antonopoulos looked beneath all the tissue papers in the boxes very carefully. When he saw that nothing good to eat had been concealed there, he dumped the gifts disdainfully on his bed and did not bother with them any more. The room was large and sunny. Several beds were spaced in a row together. 3 old men played a game of slapjack in a corner. They did not notice Singer or Antonopoulos, and the 2 friends sat alone on the other side of the room. It seemed to Singer that years had passed since they had been together. There was so much to say that his hands could not shape the signs with speed enough. His green eyes burned and sweat glittered on his forehead. The old feeling of gaiety and bliss was so quick in him again that he could not control himself. Antonopoulos kept his dark, oily eyes on his friend and did not move. His hands fumbled languidly with the crotch of his trousers. Singer told him, among other things, about the visitors who had been coming to see him. He told his friend that they helped take his mind away from his lonesomeness. He told Antonopoulos that they were strange people and always talking, but that he liked to have them come. He drew quick sketches of Jake Blunt and Mick and Dr. Copeland. Then, as soon as he saw that Antonopoulos was not interested, Singer crumpled the sketches and forgot about them. When the attendant came in to say that their time was up, Singer had not finished half the things he wanted to say, but he left the room very tired and happy. The patients could receive their friends only on Thursday and Sunday. On the days when he could not be with Antonopoulos, Singer walked up and down in his room at the hotel. His second visit to his friend was like the first, except that the old man in the room watched them listlessly and did not play slapjack. After much trouble, Singer obtained permission to take Antonopoulos out with him for a few hours. He planned each detail of a little excursion in advance. They drove out into the country in a taxi, and then at 4:30 they went to the dining room at the hotel. Antonopoulos greatly enjoyed this extra meal. He ordered half the dishes on the menu and ate very greedily. But when he had finished, he would not leave. He held to the table. Singer coaxed him, and the cab driver wanted to use force. Antonopoulos sat stolidly and made obscene gestures when they came too close to him. At last, Singer bought a bottle of whiskey from the hotel manager and lured him into the taxi again. When Singer threw the unopened bottle out the window, Antonopoulos wept with disappointment and offence. The end of their little excursion made Singer very sad. His next visit was the last one, for his 2 weeks' vacation was almost over. Antonopoulos had forgotten what had happened before. They sat in their same corner of the room. The minutes slipped by quickly. Singer's hands talked desperately, and his narrow face was very pale. At last it was time for him to go. He held his friend by the arm and looked into his face in the way that he used to do when they parted each day before work. Antonopoulos stared at him drowsily and did not move. Singer left the room with his hands stuffed hard into his pockets. Soon after Singer returned to his room at the boarding house, Mick and Jake Blunt and Dr. Copeland began to come again. Each one of them wanted to know where he had been and why he had not let them know about his plans. But Singer pretended that he did not understand their questions, and his smile was inscrutable. One by one, they would come to Singer's room to spend the evening with him. The mute was always thoughtful and composed. His many-tinted, gentle eyes were grave as a sorcerer's. Mick Kelly and Jake Blunt and Dr. Copeland would come in and talk in the silent room, for they felt that the mute would always understand whatever they wanted to say to him. And maybe even more than that. Part 2. The Heart is a Lonely Hunter by Carson McCullers. Chapter 1. This summer was different from any other time Mick could remember. Nothing much happened that she could describe to herself in thoughts or words, but there was a feeling of change. All the time she was excited. In the morning she couldn't wait to get out of bed and start going for the day, and at night she hated like hell to have to sleep again. Right after breakfast she took the kids out, and except for meals they were gone most of the day. A good deal of the time they just roamed around the street, with her pulling Ralph's wagon and Bubba following along behind. Always she was busy with thoughts and plans. Sometimes she would look up suddenly and they would be way off in some part of town she didn't even recognize. Once or twice they ran into Bill on the streets, and she was so busy thinking he had to grab her by the arm to make her see him. Early in the mornings it was a little cool and their shadows stretched out tall on the sidewalk in front of them. But in the middle of the day the sky was always blazing hot. The glare was so bright it hurt to keep your eyes open. A lot of times the plans about the things that were going to happen to her were mixed up with ice and snow. Sometimes it was like she was out in Switzerland, and all the mountains were covered with snow and she was skating on cold, greenish-coloured ice. Mr. Singer would be waiting with her, skating with her, and maybe Carol Lombard or Arturo Toscanini, who played on the radio. They would be skating together, and then Mr. Singer would fall through the ice and she would dive in without regard for peril and swim under the ice and save his life. That was one of the plans always going on in her mind. Usually, after they had walked a while, she would park Bubba and Ralph in some shady place. Bubba was a swell kid and she had trained him pretty good. If she told him not to go out hollering distance from Ralph, she would never find him shooting marbles with kids 2 or 3 blocks away. He played by himself near the wagon, and when she left them, she didn't have to worry much. She either went to the library and looked at the National Geographic, or else just roamed around and thought some more. If she had any money, she bought a dope or a Milky Way at Mr. Brannan's. He gave kids a reduction. He sold them nickel things for 3 cents. But all the time, no matter what she was doing, there was music. Sometimes she hummed to herself as she walked, other times she listened quietly to the songs inside her. There were all kinds of music in her thoughts. Some she heard over radios, some was in her mind already without her ever having heard it anywhere. In the night time, as soon as the kids were in bed, she was free. That was the most important time of all. A lot of things happened when she was by herself and it was dark. Right after supper, she ran out of the house again. She couldn't tell anybody about the things she did at night, and when her mama asked her questions, she would answer with any little tale that sounded reasonable. Most of the time, if anybody called her, she just ran away like she hadn't heard. That went for everybody except her dad. There was something about her dad's voice that she couldn't run away from. He was one of the biggest, tallest men in the whole town, but his voice was so quiet and kindly that people were surprised when he spoke. No matter how much of a hurry she was in, she always had to stop when her dad called. This summer, she realised something about her dad she had never known before. Up until then, she had never thought about him as being a real separate person. A lot of times he would call her. She would go in the front room where he worked and stand by him a couple minutes, but when she listened to him, her mind was never on the things he said to her. Then, one night, she suddenly realised about her dad. Nothing unusual happened that night, and she didn't know what it was that made her understand. Afterward, she felt older, and as though she knew him as good as she could know any person. It was a night in late August, and she was in a big rush. She had to be at this house by 9 o'clock. And no maybe, either. Her dad called, and she went into the front room. He was sitting slumped over his workbench. For some reason, it never did seem natural to see him there. Until the time of his accident last year, he had been a painter and carpenter. Before daylight every morning, he would leave the house in his overalls, to be gone all day. Then at night, sometimes he fiddled around with clocks as an extra work. A lot of times, he had tried to get a job in a jewellery store where he could sit by himself at a desk all day with a clean white shirt on and a tie. Now, when he couldn't carpenter anymore, he had put a sign at the front of the house reading, "Clocks and watches repaired cheap." But he didn't look like most jewellers. The ones downtown were quick, dark little Jews. Her dad was too tall for his workbench, and his big bones seemed joined together in a loose way. Her dad just stared at her. She could tell he didn't have any reason for calling. He only wanted real bad to talk to her. He tried to think of some way to begin. His brown eyes were too big for his long, thin face, and since he had lost every single hair, the pale, bald top of his head gave him a naked look. He still looked at her without speaking, and she was in a hurry. She had to be at that house by 9 sharp, and there was no time to waste. Her dad saw she was in a hurry, and he cleared his throat. "I got something for you," he said. "Nothing much, but maybe you can treat yourself with it." He didn't have to give her any nickel or dime just because he was lonesome and wanted to talk. Out of what he made, he only kept enough to have beer about twice a week. 2 bottles were on the floor by his chair now, one empty and one just opened. Whenever he drank beer, he liked to talk to somebody. Her dad fumbled with his belt, and she looked away. This summer, he had gotten like a kid about hiding those nickels and dimes he kept for himself. Sometimes he hid them in his shoes, other times in a little slit he had cut in his belt. She only halfway wanted to take the dime, but when he held it out to her, her hand was just naturally open and ready. "I got so much work to do, I don't know where to begin," he said. That was just the opposite of the truth, and he knew it as good as she did. He never had many watches to fix, and when he finished he would fool around the house doing any little job that was needed. Then, at night, he sat at his bench, cleaning old springs and wheels and trying to make the work last out till bedtime. Ever since he broke his hip and couldn't work steady, he had to be doing something every minute. "I've been thinking a lot tonight," her dad said. He poured out his beer and sprinkled a few grains of salt on the back of his hand. Then he licked up the salt and took a swallow out of the glass. She was in such a hurry that it was hard to stand still. Her dad noticed this. He tried to say something, but he had not called to tell her anything special. He only wanted to talk with her for a little while. He started to speak and swallowed. They just looked at each other. The quietness grew out longer and neither of them could say a word. That was when she realised about her dad. It wasn't like she was learning a new fact. She had understood it all along in every way except with her brain. Now she just suddenly knew that she knew what she knew about her dad. He was lonesome and he was an old man. Because none of the kids went to him for anything and because he didn't earn much money, he felt like he was cut off from the family. In his lonesomeness, he wanted to be close to one of his kids. They were all so busy but they didn't know it. He felt like he wasn't much real use to anybody. He understood this while they were looking at each other. It gave her a queer feeling. Her dad picked up a watch spring and cleaned it with a brush dipped in gasoline. "I know you're in a hurry," he said. "I just hollered to say hello." "No, I'm not in any rush," she said. "Honest." That night she sat down in a chair by his bench and they talked a while. He talked about accounts and expenses and how things would have been if he had just managed in a different way. He drank beer, and once the tears came to his eyes, he snuffled his nose against his shirt sleeve. She stayed with him a good while that night, even if she was in an awful hurry. Yet for some reason she couldn't tell him about the things in her mind, about the hot, dark nights. These nights were secret, and of the whole summer they were the most important time. In the dark she walked by herself, and it was like she was the only person in the town. Almost every street came to be as plain to her in the night time as her own home block. Some kids were afraid to walk through strange places in the dark, but she wasn't. Girls were scared a man could come out from somewhere and put his teapot in them like they were married. Most girls went nuts. If a person the size of Joe Louis or Mountain Man Dean would jump out at her and want to fight, she would run, but if it was somebody within 20 pounds her weight, she would give him a good sock and go right on. The nights were wonderful. She didn't have time to think about such things as being scared. Whenever she was in the dark, she thought about music. While she walked along the streets, she would sing to herself. She felt like the whole town listened without knowing it was Mick Kelly. She learned a lot about music during these free nights in the summertime. When she walked out in the rich part of town, every house had a radio. All the windows were open, she could hear the music, very marvellous. After a while, she knew which houses tuned in for the programs she wanted to hear. There was one special house that got all the good orchestras. At night she would go to this house and sneak into the dark yard to listen. There was beautiful shrubbery around the house. She would sit under a bush near the window. After it was all over, she would stand in the dark yard with her hands in her pockets and think for a long time. That was the realest part of all the summer, her listening to this music on the radio and studying about it. Tira la puerta, señor, Mick said. Bubba was sharp as a briar. Hágame usted el favor, señorita, he answered as a comeback. It was grand to take Spanish at vocational. There was something about speaking in a foreign language that made her feel like she'd been around a lot. Every afternoon since school had started, she had fun speaking the new Spanish words and sentences. At first, Bubba was stumped, and it was funny to watch his face while she talked the foreign language. Then he caught on in a hurry, and before long he could copy everything she said. He remembered the words he learned, too. Of course, he didn't know what all the sentences meant, but she didn't say them for the sense they made anyway. After a while, the kid learned so fast she gave out of Spanish and just gabbled along with made-up sounds. But it wasn't long before he caught her out at that. Nobody could put a thing over on old Bubba Kelly. I'm going to pretend like I'm walking into this house for the first time, Mick said. Then I can tell better if all the decoration looks good or not. She walked out the front porch and then came back and stood in the hall. All day, she and Bubba and Portia and her dad had been fixing the hall and the dining room for the party. The decoration was autumn leaves and vines in red crepe paper. On the mantelpiece in the dining room and sticking up behind the hat rack, there were bright late yellow leaves. They had trailed vines along the walls and on the table where the punch bowl would be. The red crepe paper hung down in long fringes from the mantel and also was looped around the backs of the chairs. There was plenty of decoration. It was okay. She rubbed her hand on her forehead and squinted her eyes. Bubba stood beside her and copied every move she made. I sure do want this party to turn out all right. I sure do. This would be the first party she had ever given. She had never even been to more than 4 or 5. Last summer she had gone to a prom party, but none of the boys asked her to prom or dance, so she just stood by the punch bowl until all the refreshments were gone and then went home. This party was not going to be a bit like that one. In a few hours now, the people she'd invited would start coming and the to-do would begin. It was hard to remember just how she got the idea of this party. The notion came to her soon after she started at vocational. High school was swell. Everything about it was different from grammar school. She wouldn't have liked it so much if she had had to take a stenographic course like Hazel and Etta had done, but she got special permission and took mechanical shop like a boy. Shop, algebra, Spanish, all grand. English, mighty hard. Her English teacher was Miss Minner. Everybody said Miss Minner had sold her brains to a famous doctor for $10,000, so that after she was dead he could cut them up and see why she was so smart. On written lessons she cracked such questions as, name 8 famous contemporaries of Dr. Johnson, and quote 10 lines from The Vicar of Wakefield. She called on people by the alphabet, kept her gradebook open during the lessons. Even if she was brainy, she was an old sourpuss. The Spanish teacher had travelled once in Europe. She said that in France the people carried home loaves of bread without having them wrapped up. They would stand talking on the streets and hit the bread on a lamppost. And there wasn't any water in France, only wine. In nearly all ways, vocational was wonderful. They walked back and forth in the hall between classes, and at lunch period, students hung around the gym. Here was the thing that soon began to bother her. In the halls, the people would walk up and down together, and everybody seemed to belong to some special bunch. Within a week or two, she knew people in the halls and in classes to speak to them, but that was all. She wasn't a member of any bunch. In grammar school, she would have just gone up to any member of the crowd that she wanted to belong with, and that would have been the end of the matter. Here, it was different. During the first week, she walked up and down the halls by herself and thought about this. She planned about being with some bunch almost as much as she thought of music. Those two things were in her head all the time. Finally, she got the idea of the party. She was strict with the invitations. No grammar school kids, nobody under 12 years old. She just asked people between 13 and 15. She knew everybody she invited good enough to speak to them in the halls. When she didn't know their names, she asked to find out. She called up those who had a telephone, and the rest she invited at school. On the telephone, she always said the same thing. She let Bubba stick in his ear to listen. "This is Mick Kelly," she said. If he didn't understand the name, she kept on till they got it. "I'm having a prom party at 8 o'clock Saturday night, and I'm inviting you now. I live at 103 4th Street, Apartment A." That Apartment A sounded swell on the telephone. Nearly everybody said they would be delighted. A couple of tough boys tried to be smarty and kept on asking her name over and over. One of them tried to act cute and said, "I don't know you." She squelched him in a hurry. "You go eat grass." Outside of that wise guy, there were 10 boys and 10 girls, and she knew that they were all coming. This was a real party, and it would be better than and different from any party she had ever gone to or heard about before. Mick looked over the hall and dining room one last time. By the hat rack, she stopped before the picture of old Dirty Face. This was a picture of her mama's grandfather. He was a major way back in the Civil War, and he'd been killed in a battle. Some kid once drew eyeglasses and a beard on his picture. When the pencil marks were erased, it left his face all dirty. That was why she called him Old Dirty Face. The picture was in the middle of a 3-part frame. On both sides were pictures of his sons. They looked about Bubba's age. They had on uniforms, and their faces were surprised. They had been killed in a battle also, a long time ago. "I'm going to take this down for the party. I think it looks common, don't you?" "I don't know," Bubba said. "Are we common, Mick?" "I'm not," she said. She put the picture underneath the hat rack. The decoration was okay. Mr. Singer would be pleased when he came home. The room seemed very empty and quiet. The table was set for supper, and then after supper it would be time for the party. She went into the kitchen to see about the refreshments. "You think everything will be all right?" she asked Portia. Portia was making biscuits. The refreshments were on top of the stove. There were peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and chocolate snaps and punch. The sandwiches were covered with a damp dishcloth. She peeped at them but didn't take one. "I done told you 40 times that everything gonna be all right," Portia said. "Just as soon as I come back from fixing supper at home, I'm gonna put on that white apron and serve the food real nice. Then I'm gonna push off from here by 9:30. This here is Saturday night. Highboy and Willie and me have our plans too." "Sure," Mick said. "I just wanted you to help out till things sort of get started, you know?" She gave in and took one of the sandwiches. Then she made Bubba stay with Portia and went into the middle room. The dress she would wear was laying out on the bed. Hazel and Etta had both been good about lending her their best clothes, considering that they weren't supposed to come to the party. There was Etta's long blue crepe de chine evening dress and some white pumps and a rhinestone tiara for her hair. These clothes were really gorgeous. It was hard to imagine how she would look in them. The late afternoon had come and the sun made long yellow slants through the window. If she took 2 hours overdressing for the party, it was time to begin now. When she thought about putting on the fine clothes, she couldn't just sit around and wait. Very slowly, she went into the bathroom and shook off her old shorts and shirt and turned on the water. She scrubbed the rough parts of her heels and her knees and especially her elbows. She made the bath take a long time. She ran naked into the middle room and began to dress. Silk teddies she put on and silk stockings. She even wore one of Etta's brassieres just for the heck of it. Then, very carefully, she put on the dress and stepped into the pumps. This was the first time she'd ever worn an evening dress. She stood for a long time before the mirror. She was so tall that the dress came up 2 or 3 inches above her ankles, and the shoes were so short they hurt her. She stood in front of the mirror a long time, and finally decided she either looked like a sap or else she looked very beautiful. One or the other. 6 different ways she tried out her hair. The cowlicks were a little trouble, so she wet her bangs and made 3 spit curls. Last of all, she soaked the rhinestones in her hair and put on plenty of lipstick and paint. When she finished, she lifted up her chin and half closed her eyes like a movie star. Slowly, she turned her face from one side to the other. It was beautiful, she looked. Just beautiful. She didn't feel like herself at all. She was somebody different from Mick Kelly entirely. 2 hours had to pass before the party would begin. She was ashamed for any of the family to see her dressed so far ahead of time. She went into the bathroom again and locked the door. She couldn't mess up her dress by sitting down, so she stood in the middle of the floor. The close walls around her seemed to press in all the excitement. She felt so different from the old Mick Kelly that she knew that this would be better than anything else in all her whole life, this party. Yippee! The punch! The cutest dress. Say, you solved that one about the triangle 46 by 20. Let me by, move out of my way. The front door slammed every second as the people swarmed into the house. Sharp voices and soft voices sounded together until there was just one roaring noise. Girls stood in bunches in their long, fine evening dresses, and the boys roamed around in clean duck pants or ROTC uniforms or new dark fall suits. There was so much commotion that Mick couldn't notice any separate face or person. She stood by the hat rack and stared around at the party as a whole. Everybody get a prom card and start signing up. At first, the room was too loud for anyone to hear or pay attention. The boys were so thick around the punch bowl that the table and the vines didn't show at all. Only her dad's face rose up above the boys' heads as he smiled and dished up the punch into the little paper cups. On the seat of the hat rack beside her were a jar of candy and 2 handkerchiefs. A couple of girls thought it was her birthday, and she thanked them and unwrapped the presents without telling them she wouldn't be 14 for 8 more months. Every person was as clean and fresh and dressed up as she was. They smelled good. The boys had their hair plastered down wet and slick. The girls with their different coloured long dresses stood together, and they were like a bright hunk of flowers. The start was marvellous. The beginning of this party was okay. I'm part Scotch-Irish and French, and I got German blood. She hollered around about the prom cards one more time before she went into the dining room. Soon they began to pile in from the hall. Every person took a prom card and they lined up in bunches against the walls of the room. This was the real start now. It came all of a sudden in a very queer way, this quietness. The boys stood together on one side of the room and the girls were across from them. For some reason every person quit making noise at once. The boys held their cards and looked at the girls and the room was very still. None of the boys started asking for proms like they were supposed to do. The awful quietness got worse and she had not been to enough parties to know what she should do. Then the boys started punching each other and talking. The girls giggled, but even if they didn't look at the boys, you could tell they only had their minds on whether or not they were going to be popular. The awful quietness was gone now, but there was something jittery about the room. After a while, a boy went up to a girl named Dolores Brown. As soon as he had signed her up, the other boys all began to rush Dolores at once. When her whole card was full, they started on another girl, named Mary. After that, everything suddenly stopped again. 1 or 2 extra girls got a couple of proms. And because she was giving the party, 3 boys came up to her. That was all. The people just hung around in the dining room and the hall. The boys mostly flocked around the punch bowl and tried to show off with each other. The girls bunched together and did a lot of laughing to pretend like they were having a good time. The boys thought about the girls and the girls thought about the boys, but all that came of it was a queer feeling in the room. It was then she began to notice Harry Minowitz. He lived in the house next door and she had known him all her life. Although he was 2 years older, she had grown faster than him, and in the summertime they used to wrestle and fight out on the plot of grass by the street. Harry was a Jewish boy, but he did not look so much like one. His hair was light brown and straight. Tonight he was dressed very neat, and when he came in the door he had hung a grown man's Panama hat with a feather in it on the hat rack. It wasn't his clothes that made her notice him. There was something changed about his face because he was without the horn-rimmed specs he usually wore. A red, droopy sty had come out on one of his eyes, and he had to cock his head sideways like a bird in order to see. His long, thin hands kept touching around his sty as though it hurt him. When he asked for punch, he stuck the paper cup right into her dad's face. She could tell he needed his glasses very badly. He was nervous and kept bumping into people. He didn't ask any girl to prom except her, and that was because it was her party. All the punch had been drunk. Her dad was afraid she would be embarrassed, so he and her mama had gone back to the kitchen to make lemonade. Some of the people were on the front porch and the sidewalk. She was glad to get out in the cool night air. After the hot, bright house, she could smell the new autumn in the darkness. Then she saw something she hadn't expected. Along the edge of the sidewalk near the dark street, there were a bunch of neighborhood kids. Pete and Sucker Wells and Baby and Spare Ribs, the whole gang that started at below Bubba's age and went on up to over 12. There were even kids she didn't know at all, who had somehow smelled a party and come to hang around. There were kids her age and older that she hadn't invited, either because they had done something mean to her or she had done something mean to them. They were all dirty and in plain shorts or draggle-tailed knickers or old everyday dresses. They were just hanging around in the dark to watch the party. She thought of two feelings when she saw those kids. One was sad, and the other was kind of a warning. "I got this prom with you," Harry Minowitz made out like he was reading on his card, but she could see nothing was written on it. Her dad had come out onto the porch and blown the whistle that meant the beginning of the first prom. "Yeah," she said, "let's get going." They started out to walk around the block. In the long dress, she still felt very ritzy. "Look yonder at Mick Kelly," one of the kids in the dark hollered. "Look at her." She just walked on like she hadn't heard, but it was that spare ribs, and someday soon she would catch him. She and Harry walked fast along the dark sidewalk. Then they came to the end of the street and they turned down another block. "How old are you now, Mick?" 13? "Going on 14. She knew what he was thinking. It used to worry her all the time. 5 feet 6 inches and 103 pounds, and only 13. Every kid at the party was a runt beside her except Harry, who was only a couple of inches shorter. No boy wanted to prom with a girl so much taller than him. But maybe cigarettes would help stunt the rest of her growth. "I grew 3 1/4 inches just in the last year." "Once I saw a lady at the fair who was 8.5 feet tall," Harry said, "but you probably won't grow that big." Harry stopped beside a dark crepe myrtle bush. Nobody was in sight. He took something out of his pocket and started fooling with whatever it was. She leaned over to see. It was his pair of specs, and he was wiping them with his handkerchief. "Pardon me," he said. Then he put on his glasses, and she could hear him breathe deep. "You ought to wear your specs all the time," she said. "Yeah. How come you go around without them?" "Oh, I don't know." The night was very quiet and dark. Harry held her elbow when they crossed the street. "There's a certain young lady back at the party that thinks it's sissy for a fellow to wear glasses. This certain person, oh, well, maybe I am a—" He didn't finish. Suddenly he tightened up and ran a few steps and sprang for a leaf about 4 feet above his head. She could just see that high leaf in the dark. He had a good spring to his jumping, and he got it the first time. Then he put the leaf in his mouth and shadowboxed for a few punches in the dark. She caught up with him. As usual, a song was in her mind. She was humming to herself. "What's that you're singing?" Harry said. "It's a piece by a fellow named Mozart." Harry felt pretty good. He was sidestepping with his feet like a fast boxer. "That sounds like a sort of German name," he said. "I reckon so." "Fascist?" he asked. "What?" "I say, is that Mozart a fascist or a Nazi?" Mick thought for a minute. "No, they're new, and this fellow's been dead some time." "It's a good thing," he began, punching in the dark again. He wanted her to ask why. "I say it's a good thing," he said again. "Why?" Mick asked. "Because I hate fascists. If I met one walking on the street, I'd kill him." She looked at Harry. The leaves against the streetlight made quick, freckly shadows on his face. He was excited. "How come?" she asked. "Gosh! Don't you ever read the paper?" he said. "You see, it's this way." They had come back around the block. A commotion was going on at her house. People were yelling and running on the sidewalk. A heavy sickness came in her belly. "There's not time to explain unless we prom around the block again. I don't mind telling you why I hate fascists. I'd like to tell you it." This was probably the first chance he had got to spill these ideas out to somebody, but she didn't have time to listen. She was busy looking at what she saw in the front of her house. "Okay, I'll see you later." The prom was over now, so she could look and put her mind on the mess she saw. What had happened when she was gone? While she left, the people were standing around in the fine clothes, and it was a real party. Now, after just 5 minutes, the place looked more like a crazy house. While she was gone, those kids had come out of the dark and right into the party itself. The nerve they had. There was old Pete Wells banging out the front door with a cup of punch in his hand. They bellowed and ran and mixed with the invited people, in their old loose-legged knickers and everyday clothes. Baby Wilson messed around on the front porch. Baby wasn't more than 4 years old. Anybody could see she ought to be home in bed by now, same as Bubba. She walked down the steps one at a time, holding the punch high up over her head. There was no reason for it to be there at all. Mr. Brannan was her uncle, and she could get free candy and drinks at his place any time she wanted to. As soon as she was on the sidewalk, Mick caught her by the arm. "You go right home, Baby Wilson. Go on now." Mick looked around to see what else she could do to straighten things out again like they ought to be. She went up to succor Wells. He stood further down the sidewalk, where it was dark, holding his paper cup and looking at everybody in a dreamy way. Sucker was 7 years old and he had on shorts. His chest and feet were naked. He wasn't causing any of the commotion, but she was mad as hell at what had happened. She grabbed Sucker by the shoulders and began to shake him. First he held his jaws tight, but after a minute his teeth began to rattle. "You go home, Sucker Wells. You quit hanging around where you're not invited." When she let him go, Sucker turned his tail and walked slowly down the street, but he didn't go all the way home. After he got to the corner, she saw him sit down on the curb and watch the party where he thought she couldn't see him. For a minute she felt good about shaking the spit out of Sucker. Then, right afterwards, she had a bad worry feeling in her, and she started to let him come back. The big kids were the ones who messed up everything. Real brats they were, and with the worst nerves she had ever seen. Drinking up the refreshments and ruining the real party into all this commotion. They slammed through the front door and hollered and bumped into each other. She went up to Pete Wells because he was the worst of all. He wore his football helmet and butted into people. Pete was every bit of 14, yet he was still stuck in the 7th grade. She went up to him, but he was too big to shake like Sucker. When she told him to go home, he shimmied and made a nosedive at her. "I've been in 6 different states. Florida, Alabama. Made out of silver cloth with a sash." People were still talking. The party was all messed up. Everybody was talking at once. The invited people from Vocational were mixed in with the neighborhood gang. The boys and the girls still stood in separate bunches, though. Nobody prommed. In the house, the lemonade was just about gone. There was just a little puddle of water with floating lemon peels at the bottom of the bowl. Her dad always acted too nice with kids. He had served out the punch to anybody who stuck a cup at him. Portia was serving the sandwiches when she went into the dining room. In 5 minutes, they were all gone. She only got one, a jelly kind with pink sops come through the bread. Portia stayed in the dining room to watch the party. "I'm having too good a time to leave," she said. "I've sent word to Highboy and Willie to go on with the Saturday night without me. Everybody's so excited here, I'm going to wait and see the end of this party." Excitement. That was the word. She could feel it all through the room and on the porch and the sidewalk. She felt excited too. It wasn't just her dress and the beautiful way her face looked when she passed by the hat rack mirror and saw the red paint on her cheeks and the rhinestone tiara in her hair. Maybe it was the decoration and all these vocational people and kids being jammed together. "Watch her run! Ouch! Cut it out! Act your age!" A bunch of girls were running down the street, holding up their dresses with their hair flying out behind them. Some boys had cut off the long, sharp spears of the Spanish bayonet bush, and they were chasing the girls with them. Freshmen in vocational, all dressed up for a real prom party and acting just like kids. It was half play-like and half not play-like at all. A boy came up to her with a sticker and she started running too. The idea of the party was over entirely now. This was just a regular playing out, but it was the wildest night she had ever seen. The kids had caused it. They were like a catching sickness. Their coming to the party made all the other people forget about high school and being almost grown. It was like just before you take a bath in the afternoon, when you might wallow around in the backyard and get plenty dirty just for the good feel of it before getting into the tub. Everybody was a wild kid playing out on Saturday night. She felt like the very wildest of all. She hollered and pushed and was the first to try any new stunt. She made so much noise and moved around so fast she couldn't notice what anybody else was doing. Her breath wouldn't come fast enough to let her do all the wild things she wanted to do. "The ditch down the street! The ditch! The ditch!" She started for it first. Down a block they had put in new pipes under the street and dug a swell-deep ditch. The flambeaux around the edge were bright and red in the dark. She couldn't wait to climb down. She ran until she reached the little wavy flames, then she jumped. With her tennis shoes she would have landed like a cat, but the high pumps made her slip and her stomach hit this pipe. Her breath was stopped. She lay quiet with her eyes closed. The party. For a long time she remembered how she thought it would be, how she imagined the new people at vocational. And about the bunch she wanted to be with every day. She would feel different in the halls now, knowing that they were not something special, but like any other kids. It was okay about the ruined party, but it was all over. It was the end. Mick climbed out of the ditch. Some kids were playing around, the little pots of flames. The fire made a red glow and there were long, quick shadows. One boy had gone home and put on a dough face bought in advance for Halloween. Nothing was changed about the party except her. She walked home slowly. When she passed kids she didn't speak or look at them. The decoration in the hall was torn down and the house seemed very empty because everyone had gone outside. In the bathroom, she took off the blue evening dress. The hem was torn, and she folded it so the raggedy piece wouldn't show. The rhinestone tiara was lost somewhere. Her old shorts and shirt were lying on the floor just where she had left them. She put them on. She was too big to wear shorts anymore after this. No more after this night. Not anymore. Mick stood out on the front porch. Her face was very white without the paint. She cupped her hands before her mouth and took a deep breath. "Everybody go home. The door is shut. The party is over." In the quiet secret night she was by herself again. It was not late. Yellow squares of light showed in the windows of the houses along the streets. She walked slow with her hands in her pockets and her head to one side. For a long time she walked without noticing the direction. Then the houses were far apart from each other, and there were yards with big trees in them and black shrubbery. She looked around and saw she was near this house where she had gone so many times in the summer. Her feet had just taken her here without her knowing. When she came to the house she waited to be sure no person could see. Then she went through the side yard. The radio was on as usual. For a second she stood by the window and watched the people inside. The bald-headed man and the grey-haired lady were playing cards at a table. Mick sat on the ground. This was a very fine and secret place. Close around her were thick cedars so that she was completely hidden by herself. The radio was no good tonight. Somebody sang popular songs that all ended in the same way. It was like she was empty. She reached in her pockets and felt around with her fingers. There were raisins and a buckeye and a string of beads, one cigarette with matches. She lit the cigarette and put her arms around her knees. It was like she was so empty there wasn't even a feeling or thought in her. One program came on after another. All of them were punk. She didn't especially care. She smoked and picked a little bunch of grass blades. After a while, a new announcer started talking. He mentioned Beethoven. She had read in the library about that musician. His name was pronounced with an A and spelled with a double E. He was a German, like Mozart. When he was living, he spoke in a foreign language and lived in a foreign place, like she wanted to do. The announcer said that they were going to play his third symphony. She only halfway listened because she wanted to walk some more, and she didn't care much what they played. Then the music started. Mick raised her head and her fist went up to her throat. How did it come? For a minute the opening balanced from one side to the other, like a walk or a march, like God strutting in the night. The outside of her was suddenly frozen, and only that first part of the music was hot inside her heart. She could not even hear what sounded after, but she sat there waiting and froze, with her fists tight. After a while the music came again, harder and loud. It didn't have anything to do with God. This was her, Mick Kelly, walking, in the daytime and by herself at night. In the hot sun and in the dark with all the plans and feelings. This music was her, the real, plain her. She could not listen good enough to hear it all. The music boiled inside her. Which? To hang on to certain wonderful parts and think them over so that later she would not forget? Or should she let go and listen to each part that came without thinking or trying to remember? Golly, the whole world was this music and she could not listen hard enough. Then, at last, the opening music came again, with all the different instruments bunched together for each note like a hard, tight fist that socked at her heart. And the first part was over. This music did not take a long time or a short time, did not have anything to do with time going by at all. She sat with her arms held tight around her legs, biting her salty knee very hard. It might have been 5 minutes she listened, or half the night. The second part was black-coloured, a slow march. Not sad, but like the whole world was dead and black and there was no use thinking about how it was before. One of those horn kind of instruments played a sad and silver tune. Then the music rose up angry and with excitement underneath. Finally the black march again. Maybe the last part of the symphony was the music she loved the best. Glad, and like the greatest people in the world, running and springing up in a hard, free way. Wonderful music like this was the worst hurt there could be. The whole world was this symphony. There was not enough of her to listen. It was over, and she sat very stiff with her arms around her knees. Another program came on the radio, and she put her fingers in her ears. The music left only this bad hurt in her, and a blankness. She could not remember any of the symphony, not even the last few notes. She tried to remember, but no sound at all came to her. Now that it was over, there was only her heart like a rabbit and this terrible hurt. The radio and the lights in the house were turned off. The night was very dark. Suddenly, Mick began hitting her thigh with her fists. She pounded the same muscle with all her strength until the tears came down her face. But she could not feel this hard enough. The rocks under the bush were sharp. She grabbed a handful of them and began scraping them up and down on the same spot until her hand was bloody. Then she fell back to the ground and lay looking up at the night. With the fiery hurt in her leg, she felt better. She was limp on the wet grass, and after a while her breath came slow and easy again. Why hadn't the explorers known by looking at the sky that the world was round? The sky was curved like the inside of a huge glass ball, very dark blue with the sprinkles of bright stars. The night was quiet. There was the smell of warm cedars. She was not trying to think of the music at all when it came back to her. The first part happened in her mind just as it had been played. She listened in a quiet, slow way and thought the notes out like a problem in geometry so she would remember. She could see the shape of the sounds very clear, and she would not forget them. Now she felt good. She whispered some words out loud. "Lord forgiveth me, for I knoweth not what I do." Why did she think of that? Everybody in the past few years knew there wasn't any real God. When she thought of what she used to imagine was God, she could only see Mr. Singer with a long white sheet around him. God was silent. Maybe that was why she was reminded. She said the Lord's again, just as she would speak them to Mr. Singer. "Lord forgiveth me, for I knoweth not what I do." This part of the music was beautiful and clear. She could sing it now whenever she wanted to. Maybe later on, when she had just waked up some morning, some more of the music would come back to her. If ever she heard the symphony again, there would be other parts to add to what she already knew in her mind. Maybe if she could hear it 4 more times, just 4 more times, she would know it all. Maybe. Once again, she listened to the opening part of the music. Then the notes grew slower and soft, and it was like she was sinking down slowly into the dark ground. Mick awoke with a jerk. The air had turned chilly, and as she was coming up out of a sleep, she dreamed old Etta Kelly was taking all the cover. "Give me some blanket," she tried to say. Then she opened her eyes. The sky was very black and all the stars were gone. The grass was wet. She got up in a hurry because her dad would be worried. Then she remembered the music. She couldn't tell whether the time was midnight or 3 in the morning, so she started beating it for home in a rush. The air had a smell in it like autumn. The music was loud and quick in her mind, and she ran faster and faster on the sidewalks leading to the home block. Chapter 2. By October the days were blue and cool. Biff Brannan changed his light seersucker trousers for dark blue serge ones. Behind the counter of the cafe he installed a machine that made hot chocolate. Mick was very partial to hot chocolate, and she came in 3 or 4 times a week to drink a cup. He served it to her for a nickel instead of a dime, and he wanted to give it to her for free. He watched her as she stood behind the counter, and he was troubled and sad. He wanted to reach out his hand and touch her sunburnt, tousled hair, but not as he had ever touched a woman. In him there was uneasiness. When he spoke to her, his voice had a rough, strange sound. There were many worries on his mind. For one thing, Alice was not well. She worked downstairs, as usual, from 7 in the morning until 10 at night, but she walked very slowly, and brown circles were beneath her eyes. It was in the business that she showed this illness most plainly. One Sunday, when she wrote out the day's menu on the typewriter, she marked the special dinner with chicken a la king at 20 cents instead of 50, did not discover the mistake until several customers had already ordered and were ready to pay. Another time she gave back 2 5s and 3 1s as exchange for $10. Biff would stand looking at her for a long time, rubbing his nose thoughtfully, with his eyes half closed. They did not speak of this together. At night he worked downstairs while she slept, and during the morning she managed the restaurant alone. When they worked together, he stayed behind the cash register and looked after the kitchen and the tables, as was their custom. They did not talk except on matters of business, but Biff would stand watching her with his face puzzled. Then, on the afternoon of the 8th of October, there was a sudden cry of pain from the room where they slept. Biff hurried upstairs. Within an hour they had taken Alice to a hospital, and the doctor had removed from her a tumour almost the size of a newborn child. And then within another hour Alice was dead. Biff sat by her bed at the hospital in stunned reflection. He had been present when she died. Her eyes had been drugged and misty from the ether, and then they hardened like glass. The nurse and the doctor withdrew from the room. He continued to look into her face. Except for the bluish pallor, there was little difference. He noted each detail about her as though he had not watched her every day for 21 years. Then, gradually, as he sat there, his thoughts turned to a picture that had long been stored inside him. The cold green ocean and a hot gold strip of sand. the little children playing on the edge of that silky line of foam, the sturdy brown baby girl, the thin little naked boys, the half-grown children running and calling out to each other with sweet, shrill voices. Children were here whom he knew, Mick and his niece, Baby, and there were also strange young faces no one had ever seen before. Biff bowed his head. After a while, he got up from his chair and stood in the middle of the room. He could hear his sister-in-law, Lucille, walking up and down the hall outside. Fat Bee crawled across the top of the dresser. Adroitly, Biff caught it in his hand, put it out the open window. He glanced at the dead face one more time. Then, with widowed sedateness, he opened the door that led out into the hospital corridor. Late the next morning, he sat sewing in the room upstairs. Why? Why was it that in cases of real love, the one who is left does not more often follow the beloved by suicide? Only because the living must bury the dead? Because of the measured rites that must be fulfilled after a death? Because it is as though the one who is left steps for a time upon a stage and each second swells to an unlimited amount of time and he is watched by many eyes? Because there is a function he must carry out? Or perhaps, when there is love, the widowed must stay for the resurrection of the beloved, so that the one who is gone is not really dead, but grows and is created for a second time in the soul of a living. Why? Biff bent close over his sewing and meditated on many things. He sewed skillfully, and the calluses on the tips of his fingers were so hard that he pushed the needle through the cloth without a thimble. Already the mourning bands had been sewn around the arms of 2 grey suits. Now he was on the last. The day was bright and hot, and the first dead leaves of the new autumn scraped on the sidewalks. He had gone out early. Each minute was very long. Before him there was infinite leisure. He had locked the door of the restaurant and hung on the outside a white wreath of lilies. To the funeral home he went first and looked carefully at the selection of caskets. He touched the materials of the linings and tested the strength of the frames. What is the name of the crepe on this one? Georgette? The undertaker answered his questions in an oily, unctuous voice. What is the percentage of cremations in your business? He asked. Out on the street again, Biff walked with measured formality. From the west there was a warm wind and the sun was very bright. His watch had stopped, so he turned down toward the street where Wilbur Kelly had recently put out his sign as a watchmaker. Kelly was sitting at his bench in a patched bathrobe. His shop was also a bedroom, and the baby Mick, pulled around with her in a wagon, sat quietly on a pallet on the floor. Each minute was so long that in it there was ample time for contemplation and inquiry. He asked Kelly to explain the exact use of jewels in a watch. He noted the distorted look of Kelly's right eye as it appeared through his watchmaker's loupe. They talked for a while about Chamberlain and Munich. Then, as the time was still early, he decided to go up to the mute's room. Singer was dressing for work. Last night there had come from him a letter of condolence. He was to be a pallbearer at the funeral. Biff sat on the bed and they smoked a cigarette together. Singer looked at him now and then with his green, observant eyes. He offered him a drink of coffee. Biff did not talk, and once the mute stopped to pat him on the shoulder and look for a second into his face. When Singer was dressed, they went out together. Biff bought the black ribbon at a store and saw the preacher of Alice's church. When all was arranged, he came back home. To put things in order, that was the thought in his mind. He bundled up Alice's clothes and personal possessions to give to Lucille. He thoroughly cleaned and straightened the bureau drawers. He even rearranged the shelves of the kitchen downstairs and removed the gaily coloured crepe streamers from the electric fans. Then, when this was done, he sat in the tub and bathed himself all over, and the morning was done. Biff bit the thread and smoothed the black band on the sleeve of his coat. By now Lucille would be waiting for him. He and she and Baby would ride in the funeral car together. He put away the work basket and fitted the coat with the mourning band very carefully on his shoulders. He glanced swiftly around the room to see that all was well before going out again. An hour later he was in Lucille's kitchenette. He sat with his legs crossed, a napkin over his thigh, drinking a cup of tea. Lucille and Alice had been different in all ways, so different that it was easy to realize they were sisters. Lucille was thin and dark. Today she had dressed completely in black. She was fixing Baby's hair. The little kid waited patiently on the kitchen table with her hands folded in her lap while her mother worked on her. The sunlight was quiet and mellow in the room. "Bartholomew," said Lucille. "What? Don't you ever start thinking backward?" "I don't," said Biff. You know, it's like I got to wear blinders all the time so I won't think sideways or in the past. All I can let myself think about is going to work every day and fixing meals and baby's future. That's the right attitude. I've been giving baby finger waves down at the shop, but they come out so quick I've been thinking about letting her have a permanent. I don't want to give it to her myself. I think maybe I'll take her up to Atlanta when I go to the cosmetologist convention. Let her get it done there. Mother of God, she's not but 4, Biff said. It's liable to scare her. Besides, permanents tend to coarsen the hair. Lucille dipped the comb in a glass of water and mashed the curls over baby's ears. No, they don't. And she wants one. Young as baby is, she already has as much ambition as I got, and that's saying plenty. Every time baby and I go to the movies to see these kids in all the good roles, she feels the same way I do. I swear she does, Bartholomew. I can't even get her to eat her supper afterward. For goodness sake, Biff said. She's getting along so fine with her dancing and expression lessons. Next year I want her to start the piano, because I think it'll be a help for her to play some. Her dancing teacher is going to give her a solo in the soiree. I feel like I've got to push baby all I can, because as soon as she gets started on the career, it'll be better for both of us. Mother of God, Biff said. You don't understand. A child with talent can't be treated like ordinary kids. That's one reason I want to get baby out of this common neighborhood. I can't let her start to talk vulgar like these brats around here, or run wild like they do. I know the kids on this block, Biff said. They're all right. Those Kelly kids across the street, the Crane boy, you know good and well that none of them are up to baby's level, Lucille said. Lucille set the last wave in baby's hair. She pinched the kid's little cheeks to put more colour in them. Then she lifted her down from the table. For the funeral, baby had on a little white dress with white shoes and white socks and even small white gloves. There was a certain way baby always held her head when people looked at her. It was turned that way now. They sat for a while in the small, hot kitchenette without saying anything. Then Lucille began to cry. It's not like we were ever very close as sisters. We had our differences. We didn't see much of each other. Maybe it was because I was so much younger. But there's something about your own blood kin, and whenever anything like this happens, Biff clucked soothingly. I know how you two were, she said. It wasn't all just roses with you and she, but maybe that sort of makes it worse for you now. Biff caught baby under the arms and swung her up to his shoulder. The kid was getting heavier. He held her carefully as he stepped into the living room. Baby felt warm and close on his shoulder, and her little silk shirt was white against the dark cloth of his coat. She grasped one of his ears very tight with her little hand. Uncle Biff, watch me do the split. Gently, he set baby on her feet again. She curved both arms above her head, and her feet slid slowly in opposite directions on the yellow waxed floor. In a moment she was seated with one leg stretched straight in front of her and one behind. She posed with her arms held at a fancy angle, looking sideways at the wall with a sad expression. She scrambled up again. Watch me do a handspring! Watch me do a... Honey, be a little quieter, Lucille said. She sat down beside Biff on the plush sofa. Don't she remind you a little of him? Something about her eyes and face? Hell no, said Biff. I can't see the slightest resemblance between baby and Leroy Wilson. Lucille looked too thin and worn out for her age. Maybe it was the black dress and because she had been crying. After all, we got to admit he's baby's father, she said. Can't you ever forget about that man? Biff asked. I don't know. I guess. I've always been a fool about 2 things, and that's Leroy and baby. Biff's new growth of beard was blue against the pale skin of his face, and his voice sounded tired. Don't you ever just think a thing through and find out what's happened and what ought to come from it? Don't you ever use logic? If these are the given facts, this ought to be the result. Not about him, I guess, Lucille said. Biff spoke in a wary manner, and his eyes were almost closed. You married this certain party when you were 17. Afterward, there was just one racket between you after another. You divorced him. 2 years later, you married him a second time. Now he's gone off again, and you don't know where he is. It seems like those facts would show you one thing. You two are not suited to each other. That's aside from the more personal side, the sort of man this certain party happens to be anyway. God knows I've been realizing all along he's a heel, Lucille said. I just hope he won't ever knock on that door again. Look, baby, Biff said quickly. He laced his fingers and held up his hands. This is the church and this is the steeple. Open the door and here are God's people. Lucille shook her head. You don't have to bother about baby. I tell her everything. She knows about the whole mess from A to Z. Then, if he comes back, you'll let him stay here and sponge on you just as long as he pleases, like it was before? Yeah, I guess I would. Every time the doorbell or the phone rings, every time anybody steps up on the porch, something in the back of my mind speaks about that man. Biff spread out the palms of his hands. There you are. The clock struck 2. The room was very close and hot. Baby turned another handspring and made a split again on the waxed floor. Then Biff took her up into his lap. Her little legs dangled against his shin. She unbuttoned his vest and burrowed her face into him. Listen, Lucille said. If I ask you a question, will you promise to answer me with truth? Sure. No matter what it is? Biff touched Baby's soft gold hair and laid his hand gently on the side of her head. Of course. It was about 7 years ago, soon after we were married the first time. He came in one night from your place with big knots over his head, told me you caught him by the neck and banged his head against the side of the wall. He made up some tale about why you did it, but I want to know the real reason. Biff turned the wedding ring on his finger. I just never did like Leroy, and we had a fight. In those days I was different from now. No, Lucille said. There was some definite thing you did that for. We've been knowing each other a pretty long time, and I understand by now that you got a real reason for every single thing you do. Your mind runs by reasons instead of just wants. Now, you promised you'd tell me what it was, and I want to know. It wouldn't mean anything now, he said. I tell you I've got to know, Lucille replied. All right, Biff said. He came in that night and started drinking. When he was drunk, he shot off his mouth about you. He said he would come home about once a month and beat hell out of you and you would take it. But then afterward you would step outside in the hall and laugh aloud a few times so that the neighbours in the other rooms would think you had both just been playing around and it had all been a joke. That's what happened, so just forget about it. Lucille sat up straight and there was a red spot on each of her cheeks. You see, Bartholomew, that's why I got to be like I have blinders on all the time so as not to think backwards or sideways. All I can let my mind stay on is going to work every day, fixing 3 meals here at home, and Baby's career. Yes, Biff said. I hope you'll do that too, and not start thinking backward. Biff leaned his head down on his chest and closed his eyes. During the whole long day he had not been able to think of Alice. When he tried to remember her face, there was a queer blankness in him. The only thing about her that was clear in his mind was her feet, stumpy, very soft and white, with puffy little toes. The bottoms were pink, and near the left heel there was a tiny brown mole. The night they were married, he had taken off her shoes and stockings and kissed her feet. And come to think of it, that was worth considering, because the Japanese believe that the choicest part of a woman... Biff stirred and glanced at his watch. In a little while they would leave for the church where the ceremony would be held. In his mind he went through the motions of the ceremony. The church riding dirge paced behind the hearse, with Lucille and Baby, the group of people standing with bowed heads in the October sunshine. Sun on the white tombstones, on the fading flowers, on the canvas tent covering a newly dug grave. Then home again. And what? No matter how much you quarrel, there's something about your own blood sister, Lucille said. Biff raised his head. Why don't you marry again? Some nice young man who's never had a wife before, who would take care of you and Baby. If you just forget about Leroy, you would make a good man a fine wife. Lucille was slow to answer. Then finally she said, You know how we always been. We nearly all the time understand each other pretty well without any kind of throbs either way. Well, that's the closest I ever want to be to any man again. I feel the same way, Biff said. Half an hour later there was a knock on the door. The car for the funeral was parked before the house. Biff and Lucille got up slowly. The 3 of them, with Baby in her white silk dress a little ahead, walked in solemn quietness outside. Biff kept the restaurant closed during the next day. Then, in the early evening, he removed the faded wreath of lilies from the front door and opened the place of business again. Old customers came in with sad faces and talked with him a few minutes by the cash register before giving their orders. The usual crowd was present. Singer, Blunt, various men who worked in stores, along the block and in the mills down on the river. After supper, Mick Kelly showed up with her little brother and put a nickel in the slot machine. When she lost the first coin, she banged on the machine with her fist and kept opening the receiver to be sure that nothing had come down. Then she put in another nickel and almost won the jackpot. Coins came clattering out and rolled along the floor. The kid and her little brother both kept looking around pretty sharp as they picked them up, so that no customer would put his foot on one before they could get to it. The mute was at the table in the middle of the room with his dinner before him. Across from him, Jake Blunt sat drinking beer, dressed in his Sunday clothes and talking. Everything was the same as it had always been before. After a while, the air became grey with cigarette smoke and the noise increased. Biff was alert, and no sound or movement escaped him. "I go around," Blunt said. He leaned earnestly across the table and kept his eyes on the mute's face. "I go all around and try to tell them, and they laugh. I can't make them understand anything. No matter what I say, I can't seem to make them see the truth." Singer nodded and wiped his mouth with his napkin. His dinner had got cold because he couldn't look down to eat, but he was so polite that he let Blunt go on talking. The words of the two children at the slot machine were high and clear against the coarser voices of the men. Mick was putting her nickels back into the slot. Often she looked around at the middle table, but the mute had his back turned to her and did not see. "Mr. Singer's got fried chicken for his supper, and he hasn't had one piece yet," the little boy said. Mick pulled down the lever of the machine very slowly. "Mind your own business. You're always going up to his room or some place where you know he'll be." "I told you to hush, Bubba Kelly." "You do," Bubba said. Mick shook him until his teeth rattled and turned him around toward the door. "You go on home to bed. I already told you I get a belly full of you and Ralph in the daytime. I don't want you hanging around me at night when I'm supposed to be free." Bubba held out his grimy little hand. "Well, give me a nickel then." When he had put the money in his shirt pocket, he left for home. Biff straightened his coat and smoothed back his hair. His tie was solid black, and on the sleeve of his grey coat there was the mourning band that he had sewn there. He wanted to go up to the slot machine and talk with Mick, but something would not let him. He sucked in his breath sharply and drank a glass of water. Dan's orchestra came in on the radio, but he did not want to listen. All the tunes in the last 10 years were so alike he couldn't tell one from the other. Since 1928 he had not enjoyed music. But when he was young he used to play the mandolin and knew the words and the melody of every current song. He laid his finger on the side of his nose and cocked his head to one side. Mick had grown so much in the past year that soon she would be taller than he was. She was dressed in the red sweater and blue pleated skirt she had worn every day since school started. Now the pleats had come out and the hem dragged loose around her sharp jutting knees. She was at the age when she looked as much like an overgrown boy as a girl. And on that subject, why was it that the smartest people mostly missed that point? By nature all peoples are of both sexes, so that marriage in the bed is not all by any means. The proof, real youth and old age. Often old men's voices grow high and ready, and reedy, and they take on a mincing walk, and old women sometimes grow fat and their voices get rough and deep, and they grow dark little moustaches. And he even proved it himself. The part of him sometimes almost wished he was a mother and that Mick and Baby were his kids. Abruptly, Biff turned from the cash register. The newspapers were in a mess. For 2 weeks he hadn't filed a single one. He lifted a stack of them from under the counter. With a practised eye, he glanced from the masthead to the bottom of the sheet. Tomorrow he would look over the stack of them in the back room and see about changing the system of files. Build shelves and use those solid boxes canned goods were shipped in for drawers. Chronologically, from October 27th, 1918 on up to the present date, with folders and top markings outlining historical events. 3 sets of outlines. 1, international, beginning with the armistice and leading through the Munich aftermath. The 2nd, national. The 3rd, all the local dope from the time Mayor Lester shot his wife at the country club up to the Hudson Mill fire. Everything for the past 20 years, docketed and outlined and complete. Biff beamed quietly behind his hand as he rubbed his jaw. And yet Alice had wanted him to haul out the papers so she could turn the room into a ladies' toilet. That was just what she had nagged him to do, but for once he had battered her down, for that one time. With peaceful absorption, Biff settled down to the details of the newspaper before him. He read steadily and with concentration, but from habit some secondary part of him was alert to everything around him. Jake Blunt was still talking, and often he would hit his fist on the table. The mute sipped beer. Mick walked restlessly around the radio and stared at the customers. Biff read every word in the first paper and made a few notes on the margins. Then, suddenly, he looked up with a surprised expression. His mouth had been open for a yawn, and he snapped it shut. The radio swung into an old song that dated back to the time when he and Alice were engaged. Just a Baby's Prayer at twilight. They had taken the streetcar one Sunday to Old Sardis Lake, and had rented a rowboat. At sunset he played on the mandolin while she sang. She had on a sailor hat, and when he put his arm around her waist, she, Alice, a dragnet for lost feelings. Biff folded the newspapers and put them back under the counter. He stood on one foot and then the other. Finally, he called across the room to Mick. "You're not listening, are you?" Mick turned off the radio. "No, nothing on tonight." All of that he would keep out of his mind and concentrate on something else. He leaned over the counter and watched one customer after another. Then, at last, his attention rested on the mute at the middle table. He saw Mick edge gradually up to him and at his invitation sit down. Singer pointed to something on the menu, and the waitress brought a Coca-Cola for her. Nobody but a freak like a deaf mute, cut off from other people, would ask a right young girl to sit down to the table where he was drinking with another man. Blunt and Mick both kept their eyes on Singer. They talked, and the mute's expression changed as he watched them. It was a funny thing. The reason was that in them or in him. He sat very still with his hands in his pockets, and because he did not speak, it made him seem superior. What did that fellow think and realize? What did he know? Twice during the evening, Biff started to go over the middle table, but each time he checked himself. After they were gone, he still wondered what it was about this mute, and in the early dawn, when he lay in bed, he turned over questions and solutions in his mind without satisfaction. The puzzle had taken root in him. It worried him in the back of his mind and left him uneasy. There was something wrong. Chapter 3. Many times Dr. Copeland talked to Mr. Singer. Truly, he was not like other white men. He was a wise man, and he understood the strong, true purpose in a way that other white men could not. He listened, and in his face there was something gentle and, Dr. Copeland thought, Jewish, the knowledge of one who belongs to a race that is oppressed. On one occasion he took Mr. Singer with him on his rounds. He led him through cold, narrow passages smelling of dirt and sickness and fried fatback. He showed him a successful skin graft made on the face of a woman patient who had been severely burned. He treated a syphilitic child and pointed out to Mr. Singer the scaling eruption on the palms of the hand, the dull, opaque surface of the eye, the sloping upper front incisors. They visited 2-room shacks that housed as many as 12 or 14 people. In a room where the fire burned low and orange on the hearth, they were helpless while an old man strangled with pneumonia. Mr. Singer walked behind him and watched and understood. He gave nickels to the children, and because of his quietness and decorum, he did not disturb the patients as would have another visitor. The days were chilly and treacherous. In the town there was an outbreak of influenza, so that Dr. Copeland was busy most of the hours of the day and night. He drove through the Negro sections of the town in the high Dodge automobile he had used for the past 9 years. He kept the isinglass curtains snapped to the windows to cut off the drafts, and tight around his neck he wore his grey wool shawl. During this time he did not see Portia or William or Highboy, but often he thought of them. Once, when he was away, Portia came to see him, left him a note, and borrowed half a sack of meal. There came a night when he was so exhausted that, although there were other calls to make, he drank hot milk and went to bed. He was cold and feverish, so that at first he could not rest. Then it seemed that he had only begun to sleep when a voice called to him. He got up wearily, and, still in his long flannel nightshirt, he opened the front door. It was Portia. "The Lord help us, Father," she said. Dr. Copeland stood shivering with his nightshirt drawn close around his waist. He held his hand to his throat and looked at her and waited. "It's about our Willie. He'd been a bad boy and done got himself in mighty bad trouble, and we got to do something." Dr. Copeland walked from the hall with rigid steps. He stopped in the bedroom for his bathrobe, shawl, and slippers and went back to the kitchen. Portia was waiting for him there. The kitchen was lifeless and cold. "All right. What has he done? What is it?" "Just wait a minute. Just let me find brain room so I can study it all out and tell it to you plain." He crushed some sheets of newspaper lying on the hearth and picked up a few sticks of kindling. "Let me make the fire," Portia said. "You just sit down at the table, and as soon as this here stove is hot, we're going to have a cup of coffee. Then maybe it all won't seem so bad." "There is not any coffee," Dr. Copeland said. "I used the last of it yesterday." When he said this, Portia began to cry. Savagely, she stuffed paper and wood into the stove and lit it with a trembling hand. "This here the way it is," she said. "Willie and Highboy were messing around tonight at a place where they got no business being. You know how I feels like I always got to keep my Willie and my Highboy close to me. Well, if I'd been there, none of this trouble would have come about. But I was at the ladies' meeting at the church, and them boys got restless. They went down to Madame Reber's palace of sweet pleasure. Father, that is sure one bad, wicked place. They got a man sells tickets on the bug, but they also got these strutting, bad blood, tail-shaking gals, and these here red satin curtains and—" "Daughter," said Dr. Copeland irritably. He pressed his hand to the side of his head. "I know the place. Get to the point." Love Jones were there, and she is one bad coloured gal. Willie, he drunk liquor and shimmied around with her until first thing you know, he were in a fight. He were in a fight with this boy named Junebug over love, and for a while they fights there with their hands, and then this Junebug got out his knife. Our Willie didn't have no knife, so he commenced to bellow and run around the parlour. Then finally, Highboy found Willie a razor, and he backed up and near about cut Junebug's head off. Dr. Copeland drew his shawl closer around him. Is he dead? That boy too mean to die. He's in the hospital, but he's going to be out and making trouble again before long. And William? The police came in, took him to the jail in the Black Maria. He's still locked up. Did he not get hurt? Oh, he got a busted eye and a little chunk cut out his behind, but it won't matter him none. What I can't understand is how come you would be messing around with that love. She's at least 10 shades darker than I. She's the ugliest girl I ever seen. She walk like she have an egg between her legs and don't want to break it. She ain't even clean. And here Willie done cut the book like this over her. Dr. Copeland leaned close to the stove and groaned. He coughed and his face stiffened. He held his paper handkerchief to his mouth and it became spotted with blood. The dark skin of his face took on a greenish pallor. Course, Highboy come tell me as soon as it all happened. Understand my Highboy didn't have nothing to do with these here bad gals. He was just keeping Willie company. He's so grieved about Willie he been sitting out on the street curb of the jail ever since. The fire-coloured tears rolled down Portia's face. You know how us three have always been. We have our own plan and nothing ever went wrong with it before. Even money haven't bothered us none. Highboy, he pays the rent, I buy the food. Willie, he takes care Saturday night. We've always been like three-piece twinses. At last it was morning. The mill whistles blew for the first shift. The sun came out and brightened the clean saucepans hanging on the wall above the stove. They sat for a long time. Portia pulled at the rings on her ears until her lobes were irritated and purplish red. Dr. Copeland still held his head in his hands. Seems to me, Portia said finally, if we can just get a lot of white people to write letters about Willie, it might help out some. I already been to see Mr. Brannan. He written it exactly how I told him to. He were at his cafe after it all happened like he is every night. So I just went in there and explained how it was. I'd taken the dirty letter home with me. I put it in the Bible so I won't lose it or dirty it. What did the letter say? Mr. Brannan, he wrote just like I asked him to. The letter tell about how Willie has been working for Mr. Brannan going on 3 years. It tells how Willie is one fine upstanding coloured boy and how he hasn't ever been in no trouble before now. It tells how he always had plenty of chances to take things in the cafe if he were like some other type of coloured boy and how, pshaw, said Dr. Copeland, all that is no good. Us just can't sit around and wait, with Willie locked up in the jail, my Willie, who is such a sweet boy, even if he did do wrong tonight. We can't just sit around and wait. We will have to, said Dr. Copeland. That is the only thing we can do. Well, I know I ain't. Portia got up from the chair. Her eyes roved distractedly around the room as though searching for something. Then, abruptly, she went toward the front door. Wait a minute, said Dr. Copeland. Where do you intend to go now? I got to work. I sure got to keep my job. I sure have to stay on with Mrs. Kelly and get my pay every week. I want to go to the jail, said Dr. Copeland. Maybe I can see William. I'm going to drop by the jail on my way to work. I got to send Highboy off to his work too, else he's liable to sit there grieving about Willie all the morning. Dr. Copeland dressed hurriedly and joined Portia in the hall. They went out into the cool, blue autumn morning. The men at the jail were rude to them, and they were able to find out very little. Dr. Copeland then went to consult a lawyer with whom he had had dealings before. The following days were long and full of worried thoughts. At the end of 3 weeks, the trial for William was held. He was convicted of assault with a deadly weapon. He was sentenced to 9 months of hard labour and sent immediately to a prison in the northern part of the state. Even now, the strong true purpose was always in him, but he had no time in which to think on it. He went from one house to another and the work was unending. Very early in the morning he drove off in the automobile, and then at 11 o'clock the patients came to the office. After the sharp autumn air outside there would be a hot, stale odour in the house that made him cough. The benches in the hall were always full of sick and patient negroes who waited for him, and sometimes even the front porch in his bedroom would be crowded. All the day and frequently half the night there was work. Because of the tiredness in him, he wanted sometimes to lie down on the floor and beat his fists and cry. If he could rest, he might get well. He had tuberculosis of the lungs, and he measured his temperature 4 times a day and had an X-ray once a month. But he could not rest, for there was another thing bigger than the tiredness. This was the strong, true purpose. He would think of this purpose until sometimes, after a long day and night of work, he would become blank so that he would forget for a minute just what the purpose was. Then it would come to him again, he would be restless and eager to take on a new task. But the words often stuck in his mouth, and his voice now was hoarse and not loud as it had been before. He pushed the words into the sick and patient faces of his people. Often he talked to Mr. Singer. With him he spoke of chemistry and the enigma of the universe, of the infinitesimal sperm and the cleavage of the ripened egg, of the complex millionfold division of the cells, of the mystery of living matter and the simplicity of death. Also he spoke with him of race. "My people were brought from the great plains and the dark green jungles," he said once to Mr. Singer. "On the long chain journeys to the coast they died by the thousands. Only the strong survived. Chained in the foul ships that brought them here they died again. Only the hardy ones, with will, could live. Beaten and chained and sold on the block, the least of these strong ones perished again. Finally, through the bitter years, the strongest of my people is still here. Their sons and daughters, their grandsons and great-grandsons." "I come to borrow and I come to ask a favour," Portia said. Dr. Copeland was alone in his kitchen when she walked through the hall and stood in the doorway to tell him this. 2 weeks had passed since William had been sent away. Portia had changed. Her hair was not oiled and combed as usual. Her eyes were bloodshot as though she had partaken of strong drink. Her cheeks were hollow, and with her sorrowful, honey-coloured face, she truly resembled her mother now. "You know them nice white plates and cups you have?" "You may have them and keep them," said Dr. Copeland. "No, I only want to borrow, and also I came here to ask a favour of you." "Anything you wish," said Dr. Copeland. Portia sat down across the table from her father. "First, I suppose I'd better explain. Yesterday, I got this here message from Grandpapa saying they are all coming in tomorrow and spend the night and part of Sunday with us. Course, they've been mighty worried about Willie, and Grandpapa feel like us all ought to get together again. He's right too. I sure do want to see our kinfolk again. I've been mighty homesick since Willie been gone." "You may have the plates and anything else you can find around here," Dr. Copeland said, "but hold up your shoulders, daughter. Your carriage is bad. It's going to be a real reunion. You know this is the first time Grandpapa's spent the night in town for 20 years. He haven't ever slept outside of his own home except 2 times in his whole life. And anyway, he's kind of nervous at night. All during the dark, you have to get up and drink water and be sure the children is covered up all right. I'm a little worried about if Grandpapa will be comfortable here." "Anything of mine you think you will need? Course, Lee Jackson bring them in," continued Portia. "And with Lee Jackson, it's going to take them all day to get here. I'm not expecting them till around supper time. Course, Grandpapa always so patient with Lee Jackson, he wouldn't make him hurry none." "My soul, is that old mule still alive? He must be fully 18 years old." "He's even older than that," Portia said. "Grandpapa's been working him now for 20 years. He done had that mule so long he always say it just like Lee Jackson is one of his blood kin. He understand and love Lee Jackson like he do his own grandchildren. I never seen a human who knows so good what an animal is thinking as Grandpapa. He has a close feeling for everything that walks and eats." 20 years is a long time to work a mule," the doctor said. "It sure is. Now Lee Jackson is right feeble, but Grandpapa sure do take good care of him. When they plows out in the hot sun, Lee Jackson has a great big straw hat on his head just like Grandpapa, with holes cut for his ears. That mule's straw hat is a real joke. Lee Jackson won't budge a step when he's going to plow without that hat on his head." Dr. Copeland took down the white china dishes from the shelf and began to wrap them in newspaper. "Have you enough pots and pans to cook all the food you will need?" "Plenty," Portia said. "I'm not going to any special trouble. Grandpapa, he's Mr. Thoughtful himself. He's always bringing in something to help out when the family come to dinner. I'm only going to have plenty meal and cabbage and 2 pounds of nice mullet." "Sounds good." Portia laced her nervous yellow fingers together. "There is one thing I haven't told you yet, a surprise. Buddy going to be here as well as Hamilton. Buddy just come back from Mobile. He's helping out on the farm now." "It has been 5 years since I last saw Karl Marx," the doctor said. "That's just what I came to ask you about," said Portia. "You remember when I walked in the door I told you I come to borrow and to ask a favour?" Dr. Copeland cracked the joints of his fingers. "Yes." "Well, I come to see if I can't get you to be there tomorrow at the reunion. All your children but Willie are going to be there. Seemed to me like you ought to join us. I sure will be glad if you come." Hamilton and Karl Marx and Portia and William. Dr. Copeland removed his spectacles and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. For a minute he saw the four of them very plainly, as they were a long time ago. Then he looked up and straightened his glasses on his nose. "Thank you," he said. "I will come." That night he sat alone by the stove in the dark room and remembered. He thought back to the time of his childhood. His mother had been born a slave, and after freedom she was a washerwoman. His father was a preacher who had once known John Brown. They had taught him, and out of the $2 or $3 a day they had earned, each week they saved. When he was 17 years old, they had sent him north with $80 hidden in his shoe. He had worked in a blacksmith's shop, and as a waiter, and as a bellboy in a hotel. All the while he studied and read and went to school. His father died, and his mother did not live long without him. After 10 years of struggle, he was a doctor, and he knew his mission, and he came south again. He married and made a home. He went endlessly from house to house, and spoke the mission and the truth. The hopeless suffering of his people made him mad, gave him a wild and evil feeling of destruction. At times he drank strong liquor and beat his head against the floor. In his heart there was a savage violence. Once he grasped the poker from the hearth and struck down his wife. She took Hamilton, Karl Marx, William, and Portia with her to her father's home. He wrestled in his spirit and fought down the evil blackness. But Daisy did not come back to him. 8 years later, when she died, his sons were not children anymore. They did not return to him. He was left an old man in an empty house. Promptly at 5 o'clock the next afternoon, he arrived at the house where Portia and Highboy lived. They resided in the part of town called Sugar Hill, and the house was a narrow cottage with a porch and 2 rooms. From inside there was a babble of mixed voices. Dr. Copeland approached stiffly and stood in the doorway, holding his shabby felt hat in his hand. The room was crowded, and at first he was not noticed. He sought the faces of Karl Marx and Hamilton. Beside them there was Grandpapa and the 2 children who sat together on the floor. He was still looking into the faces of his sons when Portia perceived him standing in the door. "Here, father," she said. The voices stopped. Grandpapa turned around in his chair. He was thin and bent and very wrinkled. He was wearing the same greenish-black suit that he had worn 30 years before at his daughter's wedding. Across his vest there was a tarnished brass watch chain. Karl Marx and Hamilton looked at each other, then down at the floor, and finally at their father. "Benedict Mady," said the old man. "Been a long time. A real long time." "Ain't it, though?" Portia said. "This here the first reunion all of us had in many a year. Highboy, you get a chair from the kitchen. Father, here's Buddy and Hamilton." Dr. Copeland shook hands with his sons. They were both tall and strong and awkward. Against their blue shirts and overalls, their skin had the same rich brown colour as Portia. They did not look him in the eye, and in their faces there was neither love nor hate. "Sure is a pity everybody couldn't come, Aunt Sarah and Jim and all the rest," said Highboy, "but this here is a real pleasure to us." "Wagon too full," said one of the children. "We had to walk a long piece, 'cause the wagon too full anyways." Grandpapa scratched his ear with a matchstick. "Somebody got to stay home." Nervously, Portia licked her dark, thin lips. "It was our Willie I was thinking about. He were always a big one for any kind of party or to-do. My mind just won't stay off our Willie." Through the room there was a quiet murmur of agreement. The old man leaned back in his chair and waggled his head up and down. "Portia, hon, supposin' you reads to us a little while. The word of God sure do mean a lot in a time of trouble." Portia took up the Bible from the table in the centre of the room. "What part you want to hear now, Grandpapa?" "It's all the book of the Holy Lord. Just any place your eye fall on will do." Portia read from the book of Luke. She read slowly, tracing the word with her long, limp finger. The room was still. Dr. Copeland sat on the edge of the group, cracking his knuckles, his eyes wandering from one point to another. The room was very small, the air close and stuffy. The 4 walls were cluttered with calendars and crudely painted advertisements from magazines. On the mantel there was a vase of red paper roses. The fire on the hearth burned slowly, and the wavering light from the oil lamp made shadows on the wall. Portia read with such slow rhythm that the words slept in Dr. Copeland's ears and he was drowsy. Karl Marx lay sprawled upon the floor beside the children. Hamilton and Highboy dozed. Only the old man seemed to study the meaning of the words. Portia finished the chapter and closed the book. "I done pondered over this thing a many a time," said Grandpapa. The people in the room came out of their drowsiness. "What?" asked Portia. "It this way. You recall them parts about Jesus raising the dead and curing the sick?" "Course we do, sir," said Highboy deferentially. "Many a day when I be ploughing or working," Grandpapa said slowly, "I done thought and reasoned about the time when Jesus is going to descend again to this earth. because I always wanted it so much it seemed to me like it will be while I am living. I've studied about it many a time. This here the way I done planned it. I reason I will get to stand before Jesus with all my children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren and kinfolks and friends, and I say to him, Jesus Christ, us is all sad coloured people. Then he will place his holy hand upon our heads, and straight away we will be white as cotton. That's the plan, reasoning that been in my heart a many a time. A hush fell in the room. Dr. Copeland jerked the cuffs of his sleeves and cleared his throat. His pulse beat too fast and his throat was tight. Sitting in the corner of the room, he felt isolated and angry and alone. "Have any of you ever had a sign from heaven?" asked Grandpapa. "I have, sir," said Highboy. "Once where I was sick with pneumonia, I seen God's face looking out the fireplace at me. It were a large white man's face with a white beard and blue eyes." "I seen a ghost," said one of the children, the girl. "Once I seen," began the little boy. Grandpapa held up his hand. "You children hush. You, Celia, and you, Whitman. It's now a time for you to listen, but not to be heard," he said. "Only one time has I had a real sign. This here the way it came about. It were in the summer of last year, and hot, trying to dig up the roots of that big old oak stump near the hog pen, and when I leaned down, a kind of catch, a misery, come suddenly in the small of my back. I straightened up, then all around went dark. I was holding my hand to my back and looking up at the sky when suddenly I seen this little angel, a little white girl angel, looked to me about the size of a field pea, with yellow hair and a white robe, just flying around near the sun. After that, I come in the house and prayed, studied the Bible for 3 days before I went out in the field again." Dr. Copeland felt the old evil anger in him. The words rose inchoately to his throat and he could not speak them. They would listen to the old man, yet to words of reason they would not attend. "These are my people," he tried to tell himself, but because he was done, this thought did not help him now. He sat tense and sullen. "It's a queer thing," said Grandpa suddenly. "Benedict Mady, you a fine doctor. How come I get them miseries sometime in the small of my back after I've been digging and planting for a good while? How come that misery bother me?" "How old are you now?" the doctor asked. "I'm somewhere between 70 and 80 years old." The old man loved medicine and treatment. Always, when he used to come in with his family to see Daisy, he would have himself examined, take home medicine and salves for the whole group of them. But when Daisy left him, the old man did not come any more. He had to content himself with purges and kidney pills advertised in the newspapers. Now the old man was looking at him with timid eagerness. "Drink plenty of water," said Dr. Copeland, "and rest as much as you can." Portia went into the kitchen to prepare the supper. Warm smells began to fill the room. There was quiet, idle talking, but Dr. Copeland did not listen or speak. Now and then he looked at Karl Marx or Hamilton. Karl Marx talked about Joe Louis. Hamilton spoke mostly of the hail that had ruined some of the crops. When they caught their father's eye, they grinned and shuffled their feet on the floor. He kept staring at them with angry misery. Dr. Copeland clamped his teeth down hard. He had thought so much about Hamilton and Karl Marx and William and Portia, about the real true purpose he had for them, that the sight of their faces made a black swollen feeling in him. If once he could tell it all to them, from the faraway beginning until this very night, the telling would ease the sharp ache in his heart, but they would not listen or understand. He hardened himself so that each muscle in his body was rigid and strained. He did not look or listen to anything around him. He sat in a corner like a man who is blind and dumb. Soon they went into the supper table, and the old man said grace, but Dr. Copeland did not eat. When Highboy brought out a pint bottle of gin, and they laughed and passed the bottle from mouth to mouth, he refused that also. He sat in rigid silence, and at last he picked up his hat and left the house without a farewell. If he could not speak the whole long truth, no other word would come to him. He lay tense and wakeful throughout the night. Then the next day was Sunday. He made 6 calls, and in the middle of the morning he went to Mr. Singer's room. The visit blunted the feeling of loneliness in him, so that when he said goodbye he was at peace with himself once more. However, before he was out of the house this peace had left him. An accident occurred. As he started down the stairs he saw a white man carrying a large paper sack, and he drew close to the banisters so they could pass each other. But the white man was running up the steps 2 at a time without looking, and they collided with such force that Dr. Copeland was left sick and breathless. "Christ, I didn't see you," he said. Dr. Copeland looked at him closely but made no answer. He had seen this white man once before. He remembered the stunted, brutal-looking body and the huge, awkward hands. Then, with sudden clinical interest, he observed the white man's face, for in his eyes he saw a strange, fixed and withdrawn look of madness. "Sorry," said the white man. Dr. Copeland put his hand on the banister and passed on. Chapter 4. "Who was that?" Jake Blunt asked. "Who was the tall, thin, coloured man that just come out of here?" The small room was very neat. The sun lighted a bowl of purple grapes on the table. Singer sat with his chair tilted back and his hands in his pockets, looking out the window. "I bumped into him on the steps and he gave me this look. Why, I never had anybody to look at me so dirty." Jake put the sack of ales down on the table. He realised with a shock that Singer did not know he was in the room. He walked over to the window and touched Singer on the shoulder. "I didn't mean to bump into him. He had no cause to act like that." Jake shivered. Although the sun was bright, there was a chill in the room. Singer held up his forefinger and went into the hall. When he returned, he brought with him a scuttle of coal and some kindling. Jake watched him kneel before the hearth. Neatly, he broke the sticks of kindling over his knee and arranged them on the foundation of paper. He put the coal on according to a system. At first, the fire would not draw. The flames quivered weakly and were smothered by a black roll of smoke. Singer covered the grate with a double sheet of newspaper. The draught gave the fire new life. In the room there was a roaring sound. The paper glowed and was sucked inward. A crackling orange sheet of flame filled the grate. The first morning ale had a fine mellow taste. Jake gulped his share down quickly and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "There was this lady I knew a long time ago," he said. "You sort of remind me of her. Miss Clara. She had a little farm in Texas. Made pralines to sell in the cities. She was a tall, big, fine-looking lady. Wore those long, baggy sweaters and clodhopper shoes and a man's hat. Her husband was dead when I knew her. But what I'm getting at is this. If it hadn't been for her, I might never have known. I might have gone on through life like the millions of others who don't know. I would have just been a preacher or a lint-head or a salesman. My whole life might have been wasted." Jake shook his head wonderingly. "To understand, you got to know what went before. See, I lived in Gastonia when I was young. I was a knock-kneed little runt, too small to put in the mill. I worked as a pin boy in a bowling joint and got meals for pay. Then I heard a smart, quick boy could make 30 cents a day stringing tobacco not very far from there. So I went and made that 30 cents a day. That was when I was 10 years old. I just left my folks. I didn't write. They were glad I was gone. You understand how those things are. Besides, nobody could read a letter but my sister." He waved his hand in the air as though brushing something from his face. "But I mean this. My first belief was Jesus. There was this fellow working in the same shed with me. He had a tabernacle and preached every night. I went and listened and I got this faith. My mind was on Jesus all day long. In my spare time I studied the Bible and prayed. Then one night I took a hammer and laid my hand on the table. I was angry and I drove a nail all the way through. My hand was nailed to the table and I looked at it and the fingers fluttered and turned blue." Jake held out his palm and pointed to the ragged, dead white scar in the centre. "I wanted to be an evangelist. I meant to travel around the country preaching and holding revivals. In the meantime I moved around from one place to another. When I was nearly 20 I got to Texas. I worked in a pecan grove near where Miss Clara lived. I got to know her, and at night sometimes I would go to her house. She talked to me. Understand, I didn't begin to know all at once. That's not the way it happens to any of us. It was so gradual. I began to read. I'd work just so I could put aside enough money to knock off for a while and study. It was like being born a second time. Just us who know can understand what it means. We have opened our eyes and have seen. We're like people from way off yonder somewhere." Singer agreed with him. The room was comfortable in a homey way. Singer brought out from the closet the tin box in which he kept crackers and fruit and cheese. He selected an orange and peeled it slowly. He pulled off shreds of pith until the fruit was transparent in the sun. He sectioned the orange and divided the plugs between them. Jake ate 2 sections at a time, and with a loud whoosh spat the seeds into the fire. Singer ate his share slowly and deposited its seeds neatly in the palm of one hand. They opened 2 more ales. "And how many of us are there in this country? Maybe 10,000. Maybe 20,000. Maybe a lot more. I've been to a lot of places, but I never met but a few of us. But say a man does know. He sees the world as it is, and he looks back thousands of years to see how it all came about. He watches the slow agglutination of capital and power, and he sees its pinnacle today. He sees America as a crazy house. He sees how men have to rob their brothers in order to live. He sees children starving and women working 60 hours a week to get to eat. He sees the whole damn army of unemployed and billions of dollars and thousands of miles of land wasted. He sees war coming. He sees how when people suffer just so much, they get mean and ugly and something dies in them. But the main thing he sees is that the whole system of the world is built on a lie. And though it's as plain as a shining sun, the don't-knows have lived with that lie so long they just can't see it. The red corded vein in Jake's forehead swelled angrily. He grasped the scuttle on the hearth and rattled an avalanche of coal on the fire. His foot had gone to sleep, and he stamped it so hard that the floor shook. "I've been all over this place. I walk around, I talk, I try to explain to them. But what good does it do? Lord God." He gazed into the fire, and a flush from the ale and heat deepened the colour of his face. The sleepy tingling in his foot spread up his leg. He drowsed and saw the colours of the fire, the tints of green and blue and burning yellow. "You're the only one," he said dreamily. The only one. He was a stranger no longer. By now he knew every street, every alley, every fence, and all the sprawling slums of the town. He still worked at the Sunny Dixie. During the fall, the show moved from one vacant lot to another, staying always within the fringes of the city limit, until at last it had encircled the town. The locations had changed, but the settings were alike. A strip of wasteland, bordered by rows of rotted shacks, somewhere near a mill, a cotton gin, or a bottling plant. The crowd was the same, for the most part factory workers and Negroes. The show was gaudy with coloured lights in the evening. The wooden horses of the Flying Jenny revolved in the circle to the mechanical music. The swings whirled. The rail around the penny-throwing game was always crowded. From the two booths were sold drinks and bloody brown hamburgers and cotton candy. He had been hired as machinist, but gradually the range of his duties widened. His coarse, bawling voice called out through the noise. Continually he was lounging from one place on the showgrounds to another. Sweat stood out on his forehead. Often his moustache was soaked with beer. On Saturday his job was to keep the people in order. His squat, hard body pushed through the crowd with savage energy. Only his eyes did not share the violence of the rest of him. Wide-gazing beneath his massive, scowling forehead, they had a withdrawn and distracted appearance. He reached home between 12 and 1 in the morning. The house where he lived was squared into 4 rooms, and the rent was $1.50 per person. There was a privy in the back and a hydrant on the stoop. In his room, the walls and floor had a wet, sour smell. Sooty, cheap lace curtains hung at the window. He kept his good suit in his bag and hung his overalls on a nail. The room had no heat and no electricity. However, a street light shone outside the window and made a pale greenish reflection inside. He never lit the oil lamp by his bed unless he wanted to read. The acrid smell of burning oil in the cold room nauseated him. If he stayed at home, he restlessly walked the floor. He sat on the edge of the ill-made bed and gnawed savagely at the broken, dirty ends of his fingernails. The sharp taste of grime lingered in his mouth. The loneliness in him was so keen that he was filled with terror. Usually he had a pint of bootleg White Lightning. He drank the raw liquor, and by daylight he was warm and relaxed. At 5 o'clock the whistles from the mills blew for the first shift. The whistles made lost, eerie echoes. He could never stay asleep until after they had sounded. Usually he did not stay at home. He went out into the narrow, empty streets. In the first dark hours of the morning the sky was black and the stars hard and bright. Sometimes the mills were running. From the yellow-lit buildings came the racket of the machines. He waited at the gates for the early shift. Young girls in sweaters and print dresses came out into the dark street. The men came out carrying their dinner pails. Some of them always went to a streetcar cafe for Coca-Cola or coffee before going home. Jake went with them. Inside the noisy mill, the men could plainly hear every word that was spoken, but for the first hour outside they were deaf. In the streetcar, Jake drank Coca-Cola with whiskey added. He talked. The winter dawn was white and smoky and cold. He looked with drunken urgency into the drawn yellow faces of the men. Often he was laughed at. When this happened, he held his stunted body very straight and spoke scornfully in words of many syllables. He stuck his little finger out from his glass and haughtily twisted his moustache. If he was still laughed at, he sometimes fought. He swung his big brown fist with crazed violence and sobbed aloud. After such mornings, he returned to the show with relief. It eased him to push through the crowds of people. The noise, the rank stinks, the shouldering contact of human flesh soothed his jangled nerves. Because of the blue laws in the town, the show closed for the Sabbath. On Sunday he got up early in the morning and took from the suitcase his serge suit. He went to the main street. First he dropped into the New York cafe and bought a sack of ales. Then he went to Singer's room. Although he knew many people in town by name or face, the mute was his only friend. They would idle in the quiet room and drink the ales. He would talk, and the words created themselves from a dark morning spent in the streets or in his room alone. The words were formed and spoken with relief. The fire in the room had died down now. Singer was playing a game of fools with himself at the table. Jake had been asleep. He awoke with a nervous quiver. He raised his head and turned to Singer. "Yeah," he said as though in answer to a sudden question. "Some of us are communists. But not all of us. Myself, I'm not a member of the Communist Party. Because in the first place I never knew but one of them. You can bum around for years and not meet communists. Around here there's no office where you can go up and say you want to join. If there is, I never heard of it. You don't just take off in New York and join. As I say, I never knew but one, and he was a seedy little teetotaler whose breath stunk. We had a fight. Not that I hold that against a communist. The main fact is I don't think so much of Stalin and Russia. I hate every damn country and government there is. But even so, maybe I ought to have joined up in the communists first place. I'm not certain one way or the other. What do you think?" Singer wrinkled his forehead and considered. He reached for his silver pencil and wrote on his pad of paper that he didn't know. "But there's this. You see, we can't just settle down after knowing, but we got to act. Some of us go nuts. There's too much to do when you don't know where to start. It makes you crazy. Even me, I've done things that when I look back at them, they don't seem rational. Once I started an organisation myself. I picked out 20 lint heads and talked to them until I thought I knew. Until I thought they knew. Our motto was one word, action. We meant to start riots, stir up all the big trouble we could. Our ultimate goal was freedom, but a real freedom, a great freedom made possible only by the sense of justice of the human soul. Our motto, action, signified the raising of capitalism. In the Constitution, drawn up by myself, certain statutes dealt with the swapping of our motto from action to freedom as soon as our work was through. Jake sharpened the end of a match and picked a troublesome cavity in a tooth. After a moment he continued. Then, when the Constitution was all written down, the first followers well organised. Then I went out on a hitchhiking tour to organise component units of the society. Within 3 months I came back. What do you reckon I found? What was the first heroic action? Had their righteous fury overcome planned action so that they had gone ahead without me? Was it destruction? Murder? Revolution? Jake leaned forward in his chair. After a pause he said somberly, "My friend, they had stolen the $57.30 from a treasury to buy uniform caps and free Saturday suppers. I caught them sitting around the conference table, rolling the bones, their caps on their heads, and a ham and a gallon of gin in easy reach." A timid smile from Singer followed Jake's outburst of laughter. After a while, the smile on Singer's face grew strained and faded. Jake still laughed. The vein in his forehead swelled, his face was dusky red. He laughed for too long. Singer looked up at the clock and indicated the time, 12:30. He took his watch, his silver pencil and pad, his cigarettes and matches from the mantel and distributed them among his pockets. It was dinner time. Jake still laughed. There was something maniacal in the sound of his laughter. He walked about the room, jingling the change in his pockets. His long, powerful arms swung tense and awkward. He began to name over parts of his coming meal. When he spoke of food, his face was fierce with gusto. With each word, he raised his upper lip like a ravenous animal. Roast beef with gravy, rice, cabbage and light bread, and a big hunk of apple pie. I'm famished. Oh, Johnny, I can hear the Yankees coming. And speaking of meals, my friend, did I ever tell you about Mr. Clark Patterson, the gentleman who owns the Sonny Dixie show? He's so fat he hasn't seen his privates for 20 years. All day he sits in his trailer playing solitaire and smoking reefer. He orders his meals from a short order joint nearby, and every day he breaks his fast with, Jake stepped back so that Singer could leave the room. He always hung back at doorways when he was with the mute. He always followed and expected Singer to lead. As they descended the stairs, he continued to talk with nervous volubility. He kept his brown, wide eyes on Singer's face. The afternoon was soft and mild. They stayed indoors. Jake had brought back with them a quart of whiskey. He sat brooding and silent on the foot of the bed, leaning now and then to fill his glass from the bottle on the floor. Singer was at his table by the window playing a game of chess. Jake had relaxed somewhat. He watched the game of his friend and felt the mild, quiet afternoon merge with the darkness of evening. The firelight made dark, silent waves on the walls of the room. But at night the tension came in him again. Singer had put away his chessmen and they sat facing each other. Nervousness made Jake's lips twitch raggedly, and he drank to soothe himself. A backwash of restlessness and desire overcame him. He drank down the whiskey and began to talk again to Singer. The words swelled within him and gushed from his mouth. He walked from the window to the bed and back again and again, and at last a deluge of swollen words took shape, and he delivered them to the mute with drunken emphasis. The things they have done to us, the truths they have turned into lies, the ideals they have fouled and made vile. Take Jesus, he was one of us, he knew. When he said that it is harder for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God, he damn well meant just what he said. But look what the church has done to Jesus during the last 2,000 years, what they have made of him, how they have turned every word he spoke for their own vile ends. Jesus would be framed and in jail if he was living today. Jesus would be one who really knows. Me and Jesus would sit across the table, and I would look at him and he would look at me, and we would both know what the other knew. Me and Jesus and Karl Marx could all sit at a table and look what happened to our freedom. The men who fought the American Revolution were no more like these DAR dames, and I'm a pot-bellied, perfumed Pekingese dog. They meant what they said about freedom. They fought a real revolution. They fought so that this could be a country where every man would be free and equal. Huh. That meant every man was equal in the sight of nature, with an equal chance. That didn't mean that 20% of the people were free to rob the other 80% of their means to live. That didn't mean for one rich man to sweat the piss out of 10,000 poor men so that he can get richer. That didn't mean that the tyrants were free to get this country in such a fix that millions of people are ready to do anything. Cheat, lie, whack off their right arm, just to work for 3 squares and a flop. They have made the word freedom a blasphemy. You hear me? They have made the word freedom stink like a skunk to all who know. The vein in Jake's forehead throbbed wildly. His mouth worked convulsively. Singer sat up, alarmed. Jake tried to speak again, and the words choked in his mouth. A shudder passed through his body. He sat down in the chair and pressed his trembling lips with his fingers. Then he said huskily, "It's this way, Singer. Being mad is no good. Nothing we can do is any good. That's the way it seems to me. All we can do is go around telling the truth, and as soon as enough of the don't-knows have learned the truth, then there won't be any use for fighting. The only thing for us to do is let them know, all that's needed. But how, huh?" The fire shadows lapped against the walls. The dark, shadowy waves rose higher in the room, took on motion. The room rose and fell, and all balance was gone. Alone, Jake felt himself sink downward, slowly, in wave-like motion, downward into a shadowed ocean. In helplessness and terror he strained his eyes, but he could see nothing except the dark and scarlet waves that roared hungrily over him. Then, at last, he made out the thing which he sought. The mute's face was faint and very far away. Jake closed his eyes. The next morning he awoke very late. Singer had been gone for hours. There was bread, cheese, an orange, and a pot of coffee on the table. When he had finished his breakfast, it was time for work. He walked somberly, his head bent, across the town toward his room. When he reached the neighborhood where he lived, he passed through a certain narrow street that was flanked on one side by a smoke-blackened brick warehouse. On the wall of this building there was something that vaguely distracted him. He started to walk on, and then his attention was suddenly held. On the wall a message was written in bright red chalk, the letters drawn thickly and curiously formed. "Ye shall eat the flesh of the mighty, and drink the blood of the princes of the earth." He read the message twice and looked anxiously up and down the street. No one was in sight. After a few minutes of puzzled deliberation, he took from his pocket a thick red pencil and wrote carefully beneath the inscription, "Whoever wrote the above, meet me here tomorrow at noon, Wednesday, November 29th, or the next day." At 12 o'clock the next day he waited before the wall. Now and then he walked impatiently to the corner to look up and down the streets. No one came. After an hour he had to leave for the show. The next day he waited also. Then on Friday there was a long, slow winter rain. The wall was sodden and the messages streaked so that no word could be read. The rain continued, grey and bitter and cold. Chapter 5. "Mick," Bubba said, "I come to believe we're all gonna drown." It was true that it was like it would never quit raining. Mrs. Wells rode them back and forth to school in her car, and every afternoon they had to stay on the front porch or in the house. She and Bubba played Parcheesi and Old Maid and shot marbles on the living room rug. It was nearing along toward Christmas time, and Bubba began to talk about the little Lord Jesus and the red bicycle he wanted Santa Claus to bring him. The rain was silver on the window panes, and the sky was wet and cold and grey. The river rose so high that some of the factory people had to move out of their houses. Then, when it looked like the rain would keep on and on forever, it suddenly stopped. They woke up one morning and the bright sun was shining. By afternoon, the weather was almost warm as summer. Mick came home late from school, and Bubba and Ralph and Spare Ribs were on the front sidewalk. The kids looked hot and sticky, and their winter clothes had a sour smell. Bubba had his slingshot and a pocket full of rocks. Ralph sat up in his wagon, his hat crooked on his head, and he was fretful. Spare Ribs had his new rifle with him. The sky was a wonderful blue. "We waited for you a long time, Mick," Bubba said. "Where you been?" She jumped up the front steps 3 at a time and threw her sweater toward the hat rack. "Practicing on the piano in the gym," she said. Every afternoon she stayed after school for an hour to play. The gym was crowded and noisy because the girls' team had basketball games. Twice today she was hit on the head with a ball, but getting a chance to sit at a piano was worth any amount of knocks and trouble. She would arrange bunches of notes together until the sound came that she wanted. It was easier than she had thought. After the first 2 or 3 hours, she figured out some sets of chords in the bass that would fit in with the main tune her right hand was playing. She could pick out almost any piece now. She made up new music too. That was better than just copying tunes. When her hands hunted out these beautiful new sounds, it was the best feeling she had ever known. She wanted to learn how to read music already written down. Dolores Brown had taken music lessons for 5 years. She paid Dolores the 50 cents she got for lunch money each week to give her lessons. This made her very hungry all through the day. Dolores played a good many fast, runny pieces, but Dolores did not know how to answer all the questions she wanted to know. Dolores only taught her about the different scales, the major and minor chords, the values of the notes, and such beginning rules as those. Mick slammed the door of the kitchen stove. "This all we got to eat?" "Honey, it is the best I can do for you," Portia said. "Just corn pones and margarine." As she ate, she drank a glass of water to help wash down the swallows. "Quit acting so greedy. Nobody gonna snatch it out your hand," Portia said. The kids still hung around in front of the house. Bubba had put his slingshot in his pocket, and now he played with the rifle. Spare Ribs was 10 years old, and his father had died a month before, and this had been his father's gun. All the smaller kids loved to handle that rifle. Every few minutes, Bubba would hold the gun up to his shoulder. He took aim, and made a loud pow sound. "Don't monkey with the trigger," said Spare Ribs. "I got the gun loaded." Mick finished the cornbread and looked around for something to do. Harry Minowitz was sitting on his front porch banisters with the newspaper. She was glad to see him. For a joke, she threw up her arm and hollered to him, "Heil!" But Harry didn't take it as a joke. He went into his front hall and shut the door. It was easy to hurt his feelings. She was sorry, because lately she and Harry had been right good friends. They'd always played in the same gang when they were kids, but in the last 3 years he had been at vocational when she was still in grammar school. Also, he worked at part-time jobs. He grew up very suddenly and quit hanging around the back and front yards with the kids. Sometimes she could see him reading the paper in his bedroom or undressing late at night. In mathematics and history he was the smartest boy at vocational. Often, now that she was in high school too, they would meet each other on the way home and talk together. They were in the same shop class, and once the teacher made them partners to assemble a motor. He read books and kept up with the newspapers, every day. World politics were all the time on his mind. He talked slow, and sweat stood out on his forehead when he was very serious about something. And now she had made him mad with her. "I wonder, has Harry still got his gold piece?" Spare Ribs said. "What gold piece?" "When a Jew is born, they put a gold piece in the bank for him. That's what Jews do." "Shucks, you got it mixed up," she said. "It's Catholics you're thinking about. Catholics buy a pistol for a baby as soon as it's born. Someday the Catholics mean to start a war and kill everyone else." "Nuns give me a funny feeling," Spare Ribs said. "Scares me when I see one on the street." She sat down on the steps and laid her head on her knees. She went into the inside room. With her, it was like there were 2 places, the inside room and the outside room. School and the family and the things that happened every day were in the outside room. Mr. Singer was in both rooms. Foreign countries and plans and music were in the inside room. The songs she thought about were there, and the symphony. When she was by herself in this inside room, the music she had heard that night after the party would come back to her. This symphony grew slow like a big flower in her mind. During the day sometimes, or when she had just waked up in the morning, a new part of the symphony would suddenly come to her. Then she would have to go into the inside room and listen to it many times and try to join it into the parts of the symphony she remembered. The inside room was a very private place. She could be in the middle of a house full of people and still feel like she was locked up by herself. Spare Ribs stuck his dirty hand up to her eyes because she had been staring off at space. She slapped him. "What is a nun?" Bubba asked. "A Catholic lady," Spare Ribs said. "Catholic lady with a big black dress that comes up over her head." She was tired of hanging around with the kids. She would go down to the library and look at pictures in the National Geographic, photographs of all the foreign places in the world. Paris, France, big ice glaciers, and the wild jungles in Africa. You could see that Ralph don't get out in the street, she said. Bubba rested the big rifle on his shoulder. Bring me a story back with you. It was like that kid had been born knowing how to read. He was only in the 2nd grade, but he loved to read stories by himself, and he never asked anybody else to read to him. What kind do you want this time? Pick out some stories with something good to eat in them. I liked that one a whole lot about them German kids going out in the forest and coming to this house made of all different kinds of candy and the witch. I like a story with something to eat in it. I'll look for one, said Mick. But I'm getting kind of tired of candy, Bubba said. See if you can't bring me a story with something like a barbecue sandwich in it. But if you can't find none of them, I'd like a cowboy story. She was ready to leave when suddenly she stopped and stared. The kids stared too. They all stood still and looked at Baby Wilson coming down the steps of her house across the street. Ain't Baby cute, said Bubba softly. Maybe it was a sudden, hot, sunny day after all those rainy weeks. Maybe it was because their dark winter clothes were ugly to see on them in an afternoon like this one. Anyway, Baby looked like a fairy or something in the picture show. She had on her last year's soiree costume, a little pink gauze skirt that stuck out short and stiff, a pink body waist, pink dancing shoes, even a little pink pocketbook. With her yellow hair, she was all pink and white and gold, and so small and clean that it almost hurt to watch her. She prissed across the street in a cute way, but would not turn her face toward them. Come over here, said Bubba. Let me look at your little pink pocketbook. Baby passed them along the edge of the street with her head held to one side. She had made up her mind not to speak to them. There was a strip of grass between the sidewalk and the street, and when Baby reached it, she stood still for a second, then turned a handspring. Don't pay no mind to her, said Spareribs. She always tries to show off. She's going down to Mr. Brannan's cafe to get candy. He's her uncle, and she gets it free. Bubba rested the end of the rifle on the ground. The big one was too heavy for him. As he watched Baby walk off down the street, he kept pulling the straggly bangs out of his hair. That sure is a cute little pink pocketbook, he says. Her mama always talks about how talented she is, says Spareribs. She thinks she's going to get Baby in the movies. It was too late to go look at the National Geographic. Supper was almost ready. Ralph tuned up to cry, and she took him off the wagon and put him on the ground. Now it was December, and to a kid Bubba's age, that was a long time from summer. All last summer, Baby had come out in that pink soiree costume and danced in the middle of a street. At first the kids would flock around and watch her, but soon they got tired of it. Bubba was the only one who would watch her as she came out to dance. He would sit on the curb and yell to her when he saw a car coming. He had watched Baby do her soiree dance 100 times, but summer had been gone for 3 months, and now it seemed new to him again. I sure do wish I had a costume, Bubba said. What kind you want? A real cool costume, a real pretty one, made of all different colours, like a butterfly. That's what I want for Christmas. That and a bicycle. Sissy, said Spareribs. Bubba hauled the big rifle up to his shoulder again and took aim at a house across the street. I'd dance around in my costume if I had one. I'd wear it every day to school. Mick sat on the front steps and kept her eyes on Ralph. Bubba wasn't a sissy, like Spareribs said. He just loved pretty things. She'd better not let old Spareribs get away with that. A person's got to fight for every single thing they get, she said slowly. And I've noticed a lot of times that the farther down a kid comes in the family, the better the kid really is. Youngest kids are always the toughest. I'm pretty hard, because I have a lot of them on top of me. Bubba, he looks sick and he likes pretty things, but he's got guts underneath that. If all this is true, Ralph sure ought to be a real strong one when he's old enough to get around. Even though he's just 17 months old, I can read something hard and tough in that Ralph's face already. Ralph looked around because he knew he was being talked about. Spareribs sat down on the ground and grabbed Ralph's hat off his head and shook it in his face to tease him. All right, Mick said. You know what I'll do to you if you start him to cry. You just better watch out. Everything was quiet. The sun was behind the roofs of the houses and the sky in the west was purple and pink. On the next block there was the sound of kids skating. Bubba leaned up against a tree and he seemed to be dreaming about something. The smell of supper came out of the house and it would be time to eat soon. Look it, Bubba said suddenly. Here comes Baby again. She sure is pretty in the pink costume. Baby walked toward them slowly. She had been given a prize box of popcorn candy and was reaching in the box for the prize. She walked in that same pretty, dainty way. You could tell that she knew they were all looking at her. Please, Baby. Bubba said when she started to pass them. "Let me see your little pink pocketbook and touch your pink costume." Baby started humming a song to herself and did not listen. She passed by without letting Bubba play with her. She only ducked her head and grinned at him a little. Bubba still had the big rifle up to his shoulder. He made a loud pow sound and pretended like he had shot. Then he called to Baby again, in a soft, sad voice like he was calling a little kitty. "Please, baby. Come here, baby." He was too quick for Mick to stop him. She had just seen his hand on the trigger when there was a terrible ping of the gun. Baby crumpled down to the sidewalk. It was like she was nailed to the steps and couldn't move or scream. Spare Ribs had his arm up over his head. Bubba was the only one that didn't realize. "Get up, baby," he hollered. "I ain't mad with you." It all happened in a second. The three of them reached Baby at the same time. She lay crumpled down on the dirty sidewalk. Her skirt was over her head, showing her pink panties and her little white legs. Her hands were open. In one there was the prize from the candy, in the other the pocketbook. There was blood all over her hair ribbon and the top of her yellow curls. She was shot in the head and her face was turned toward the ground. So much happened in a second. Bubba screamed and dropped the gun and ran. She stood with her hands up to her face and screamed too. Then there were many people. Her dad was the first to get there. He carried Baby into the house. "She's dead," said Spare Ribs. "She's shot through the eyes. I seen her face." Mick walked up and down the sidewalk and her tongue stuck in her mouth when she tried to ask was Baby killed. Miss Wilson came running down the block from the beauty parlour where she worked. She went into the house and came back out again. She walked up and down in the street crying and pulling a ring on and off her sister, off her finger. Then the ambulance came and the doctor went in to Baby. Mick followed him. Baby was lying on the bed in the front room. The house was quiet as a church. Baby looked like a pretty little doll on the bed. Except for the blood, she did not seem hurt. The doctor bent over and looked at her head. After he finished, they took Baby out on a stretcher. Mrs. Wilson and her dad got into the ambulance with her. The house was still quiet. Everyone had forgotten about Bubba. He was nowhere around. An hour passed. Her mama and Hazel and Etta and all the boarders waited in the front room. Mr. Singer stood in the doorway. After a long time, her dad came home. He said Baby wouldn't die, but that her skull was fractured. He asked for Bubba. Nobody knew where he was. It was dark outside. They called Bubba in the backyard and in the street. They sent Spare Ribs and some other boys out to hunt for him. It looked like Bubba had gone clear of the neighbourhood. Harry went around to a porch where they thought he might be. Her dad walked up and down the front porch. "I never have whipped any of my kids yet," he kept saying. "I never believed in it. But I'm sure going to lay it on to that kid as soon as I get my hands on him." Mick sat on the banisters and watched down the dark street. "I can manage Bubba," she said. "Once he comes back, I can take care of him all right." "You go out and hunt for him. You can find him better than anybody else," her dad said. As soon as her dad said that, she suddenly knew where Bubba was. In the backyard there was a big oak, and in the summer they had built a treehouse. They had hauled a big box up into this oak. Bubba used to love to sit up there in the treehouse by himself. Mick left the family and the boarders on the front porch and walked back through the alley to the dark yard. She stood for a minute by the trunk of a tree. "Bubba," she said quietly. "It's Mick." He didn't answer, but she knew he was there. It was like she could smell him. She swung up on the lowest branch and climbed slowly. She was really mad with that kid and would have to teach him a lesson. When she reached the treehouse, she spoke to him again. Still there wasn't any answer. She climbed into the big box and felt around the edges. At last she touched him. He was scrouched up in a corner and his legs were trembling. He had been holding his breath, and when she touched him, the sobs and the breath came out all at once. I didn't mean Baby to fall. She was just so little and cute. It seemed to me like I just had to take a pop at her." Mick sat down on the floor of the treehouse. "Baby's dead," she said. "They got a lot of people hunting for you." Bubba quit crying. He was very upset. "You know what Dad's doing in the house?" It was like she could hear Bubba listening. "You know Warden Laws? You heard him over the radio. You know Sing Sing. Well, our Dad's writing a letter to Warden Laws for him to be a little bit kind to you when they catch you and send you to Sing Sing." The words were so awful sounding in the dark that a shiver came over her. She could feel Bubba trembling. "They got little electric chairs there, just your size. When they turn on the juice, you just fry up like a piece of burnt bacon. Then you go to hell." Bubba was squeezed up in the corner and there was not a sound from him. She climbed over the edge of the box to get down. "You better stay up here, 'cause they got policemen guarding the yard. Maybe in a few days I can bring you something to eat." Mick leaned against the trunk of the oak tree. That would teach Bubba all right. She'd always managed him, and she knew more about that kid than anybody else. Once, about a year or two ago, he was always wanting to stop off behind bushes and pee and play with himself a while. She had caught on to that pretty quickly. She gave him a good slap every time it happened, and in 3 days he was cured. Afterwards, he never even peed normal like other kids. He held his hands behind him. She always had to nurse that Bubba. She could always manage him. In a little while, she would go back up to the treehouse and bring him in. After this, he would never want to pick up a gun again in all his life. There was still this dead feeling in the house. The boarders all sat on the front porch without talking or rocking in the chairs. Her dad and her mother were in the front room. Her dad drank beer out of a bottle and walked up and down the floor. Baby was going to get well all right, so this worry was not about her. Nobody seemed to be anxious about Bubba. It was something else. "That Bubba," said Etta. "I'm shamed to go out of the house after this," Hazel said. Etta and Hazel went into the middle room and closed the door. Bill was in his room at the back. She didn't want to talk with them. She stood around in the front hall and thought it over by herself. Her dad's footsteps stopped. "It was deliberate," he said. "It's not like the kid was just fooling with the gun and it went off by accident. Everybody who saw it said he took deliberate aim." "I wonder when we'll hear from Mrs. Wilson," her mama said. "We'll hear plenty, all right." "I reckon we will." Now that the sun was down and the night was cold again like November, the people came in from the front porch and sat in the living room, but nobody lit a fire. Mick's sweater was hanging on the hat rack, so she put it on and stood with her shoulders bent over to keep warm. She thought about Bubba sitting out in the cold, dark treehouse. He had really believed every word she said. But he sure deserved to worry some. He had nearly killed Baby. "Mick, can't you think of some place that Bubba might be?" her dad asked. "He's in the neighborhood, I reckon." Her dad walked up and down with the empty beer bottle in his hand. He walked like a blind man and there was sweat on his face. "The poor kid's scared to come home. If we could find him, I'd feel better. I've never laid a hand on Bubba. He oughtn't to be scared of me." He would wait until an hour and a half was gone. By that time, he would be plenty sorry for what he did. She could always manage that Bubba and make him learn. After a while, there was a big excitement in the house. Her dad telephoned again to the hospital to see how Baby was, and in a few minutes Mrs. Wilson called back. She said she wanted to have a talk with them and would come to the house. Her dad still walked up and down the front room like a blind man. He drank 3 more bottles of beer. "The way it all happened, she can sue my britches off. All she could get would be the house outside of the mortgage. But the way it happened, we don't have any comeback at all." Suddenly Mick thought about something. Maybe they would really try Bubba in court and put him in a children's jail. Maybe Mrs. Wilson would send him to reform school. Maybe they would really do something terrible to Bubba. She wanted to go out to the treehouse right away and sit with him and tell him not to worry. Bubba was always so thin and little and smart, she would kill anybody that tried to send that kid out of the family. She wanted to kiss him and bite him because she loved him so much. But she couldn't miss anything. Mrs. Wilson would be there in a few minutes, and she had to know what was going on. Then she would run out and tell Bubba that all the things she said were lies, and he would really have learned the lesson he had coming to him. 10-cent taxi cab drove up onto the sidewalk. Everybody waited on the front porch, very quiet and scared. Mrs. Wilson got out of the taxi with Mr. Brannan. She could hear her dad grinding his teeth together in a nervous way as they came up the steps. They went into the front room, and she followed along after them and stood in the doorway. Etta and Hazel and Bill and the boarders kept out of it. "I've come to talk over all this with you," Mrs. Wilson said. The front room looked tacky and dirty, and she saw Mr. Brannan notice everything. The mashed celluloid doll and the beads and junk Ralph played with were scattered on the floor. There was beer on her dad's workbench. The pillows around the bed where her dad and Mama slept were bright grey. Mrs. Wilson kept pulling the wedding ring on and off her finger. By the side of her, Mr. Brannan was very calm. He sat with his legs crossed. His jaws were blue-black, and he looked like a gangster in the movies. He had always had this grudge against her. He always spoke to her in this rough voice, different from the way he talked to other people. Was it because he knew about the time she and Bubba swiped a pack of chewing gum off his counter? She hated him. "It all boils down to this," said Mrs. Wilson. "Your kid shot my baby in the head on purpose." Mick stepped in the middle of the room. "No, he didn't," she said. "I was right there. Bubba had been aiming that gun at me and Ralph and everything around there. He just happened to aim it at baby and his finger slipped. I was right there." Mr. Brannan rubbed his nose and looked at her in a sad way. She sure did hate him. "I know how you all feel, so I want to come to the point right now." Mick's mama rattled a bunch of keys and her dad sat very still with his big hands hanging over his knees. "Bubba didn't have it in his mind beforehand," Mick said. "He just—" Mrs. Wilson jabbed the ring on and off her finger. "Wait a minute. I know how everything is. I could bring it to court and sue you for every cent you own." Her dad didn't have any expression on his face. "I tell you one thing," he said. "We don't have much to sue for. All we got is—" "Just listen to me," said Mrs. Wilson. "I haven't come here with any lawyer to sue you. Bartholomew, Mr. Brannan, and I talked it over when we came, and we just about agree on the main points. In the first place, I want to do the fair, honest thing. And in the second place, I don't want baby's name mixed up in no common lawsuit at her age." There was not a sound, and everybody in the room sat stiff in their chairs. Only Mr. Brannan halfway smiled at Mick, but she squinted her eyes back at him in a tough way. Mrs. Wilson was very nervous, and her hand shook when she lit a cigarette. "I don't want to sue you, or anything like that. All I want is for you to be fair. I'm not asking for you to pay for all the suffering and crying baby went through until they gave her something to sleep. There's not any pay that could make up for that. I'm not asking for you to pay the damage this will do to her career and the plans we had made. She's going to have to wear a bandage for several months. She won't get to dance in the soiree. Maybe there'll even be a little bald place on her head." Mrs. Wilson and her dad looked at each other like they were hypnotized. Then Mrs. Wilson reached her hand to her pocketbook, took out a slip of paper. "The things you got to pay are just the actual price of what it will cost us in money. There's baby's private room in the hospital and a private nurse until she can come home. There's the operating room and the doctor's bill, and for once I intend the doctor to be paid right away. Also, they shaved all baby's hair off, and you got to pay me for the permanent wave I took her to Atlanta to get, so when her hair grows back natural, she can have another one. Then there's the price of her costume and all the little extra bills like that. I'll write all the items down just as soon as I know what they'll be. I'm trying to be just as fair and honest as I can, and you'll have to pay me the total when I bring it to you." Her mama smoothed the dress over her knees and took a quick, short breath. "Seems to me like the children's ward would be a lot better than a private room. When Mick had pneumonia—" "I said a private room," Mrs. Wilson said. Mr. Brannan held out his white, stumpy hands and balanced them like they were on scales. "Maybe in a day or two, baby can move into a double room with some other kid." Mrs. Wilson spoke hard-boiled. "You heard what I said. Long as your kid shot my baby, she certainly ought to have every advantage until she gets well." "You're in your rights," her dad said. "God knows we don't have anything now, but maybe I can scrape it up. I realize you're not trying to take advantage of us, and I appreciate it. We'll do what we can." She wanted to stay and hear everything that they said, but Bubba was on her mind. When she thought of him sitting up in the dark, cold treehouse thinking about Sing Sing, she felt uneasy. She went out of the room and down the hall toward the back door. The wind was blowing and the yard was very dark except for the yellow square that came from a light in the kitchen. When she looked back, she saw Portia sitting at the table with her long, thin hands up to her face, very still. The yard was lonesome, and the wind made quick, scary shadows and a mourning kind of sound in the darkness. She stood under the oak tree. Then, just as she started to reach for her first limb, a terrible notion came over her. It came to her all of a sudden that Bubba was gone. She called him and he did not answer. She climbed quick and quiet as a cat. "Say, Bubba!" Without feeling in the box, she knew he wasn't there. To make sure, she got into the box and felt in all the corners. The kid was gone. He must have started down the minute she left. He was running away for sure now. With a smart kid like Bubba, it was no telling where they'd catch him. She scrambled down the tree and ran to the front porch. Mrs. Wilson was leaving. They had all come out to the front steps with her. "Dad," she said, "we got to do something about Bubba. He's run away. I'm sure he left our block. We all got to get out and hunt him." Nobody knew where to go or how to begin. Her dad walked up and down the street, looking in all the alleys. Mr. Brannan telephoned for a 10-cent taxi for Mrs. Wilson, then stayed to help with the hunt. Mr. Singer sat on the banister of the porch, and he was the only person who kept calm. They all waited for Mick to plan out the best places to look for Bubba, but the town was so big and the little kid was so smart that she couldn't think what to do. Maybe he had gone over to Portia's house over in Sugar Hill. She went back into the kitchen where Portia was sitting at a table with her hands up to her face. "I got this sudden notion he went down to your house. Help us hunt him." "How come I didn't think of that?" she said. "I bet a nickel my scared little Bubba been staying in my home all the time." Mr. Brannan had borrowed an automobile. He and Mr. Singer and Mick's dad got into the car with her and Portia. Nobody knew what Bubba was feeling except her. Nobody knew he had really run away like he was escaping to save his life. Portia's house was dark except for the checkered moonlight on the floor. As soon as they stepped inside, they could tell there was somebody in the 2 rooms. Portia lighted the front lamp. The rooms had a coloured smell, and they were crowded with cut-out pictures on the walls and with lace table covers and lace pillows on the bed. Bubba was not there. "He been here," Portia suddenly said. "I can tell somebody been in here." Mr. Singer found a pencil and piece of paper on the kitchen table. He read it quickly, and then they all looked at it. The writing was round and scraggly, and the smart little kid hadn't misspelled but one word. The note said, "Dear Portia, I gone to Florida. Tell everybody. Yours truly, Bubba Kelly." They stood around surprised and stumped. Her dad looked out the doorway and picked his nose with his thumb in a worried way. They were all ready to pile in the car and ride toward the highway leading south. "Wait a minute," Mick said. "Even if Bubba is 7 years old, he's got brains enough not to tell us where he's going if he wants to run away. That about Florida is just a trick." "A trick?" her dad said. "Yeah. There are only 2 places Bubba knows very much about. One is Florida and the other is Atlanta. Me and Bubba and Ralph have been on the Atlanta road many a time. He knows how to start there and that's where he's headed. He always talks about what he's going to do when he gets a chance to go to Atlanta." They went out to the automobile again. She was ready to climb into the back seat when Portia pinched her on the elbow. "You know what Bubba done?" she said in a quiet voice. "Don't you tell nobody else, but my Bubba done also taken my gold earrings off my dresser. I never thought my Bubba would have done such a thing to me." Mr. Brannan started the automobile. They rode slow, looking up and down the streets for Bubba, headed toward the Atlanta road. It was true that in Bubba there was a tough, mean streak. He was acting different today than he had ever acted before. Up until now, he was always a quiet little kid who never really done anything mean. When anybody's feelings were hurt, it always made him ashamed and nervous. Then how come he could do all the things he had done today? They drove very slow out the Atlanta road. They passed the last line of houses and came to the dark fields and woods. All along they had stopped to ask if anyone had seen Bubba. "Has a little barefoot kid in corduroy knickers been by this way?" But even after they had gone about 10 miles, nobody had seen or noticed him. The wind came in cold and strong from the open windows, and it was late at night. They rode a little farther and then went back toward town. Her dad and Mr. Brannan wanted to look up all the children in the 2nd grade, but she made them turn around and go back on the Atlanta road again. All the while she remembered the words she had said to Bubba, about baby being dead and Sing Sing and Warden Laws, about the small electric chairs that were just his size, and hell. In the dark, the words had sounded terrible. They rode very slow for about half a mile out of town, and then suddenly she saw Bubba. The lights of the car showed him up in front of them very plain. He was walking along the edge of the road, and he had his thumb out, trying to get a ride. Portia's butcher knife was stuck in his belt, and on the wide, dark road he looked so small that it was like he was 5 instead of 7. They stopped the automobile, and he ran to get in. He couldn't see who they were, and his face had the squint-eyed look it always had when he took aim with a marble. Her dad held him by the collar. He hit with his fists and kicked. Then he had the butcher knife in his hand. Their dad yanked it away from him just in time. He fought like a little tiger in a trap, but finally they got him into the car. Their dad held him in his lap on the way home, and Bubba sat very stiff, not leaning against anything. They had to drag him into the house, and all the neighbours and the boarders were out to see the commotion. They dragged him into the front room, and when he was there he backed off into a corner, holding his fists very tight and with his squinted eyes looking from one person to the other, like he was ready to fight the whole crowd. He hadn't said one word since they came into the house until he began to scream, "Mick done it! I didn't do it! Mick done it!" There were never any kind of yells like the ones Bubba made. The veins in his neck stood out and his little fists were hard as little rocks. "You can't get me! Nobody can get me!" he kept yelling. Mick shook him by the shoulder. She told him the things that she said were stories. He finally knew what she was saying, but he wouldn't hush. It looked like nothing could stop that screaming. "I hate everybody! I hate everybody!" They all just stood around. Mr. Brannan rubbed his nose and looked down at the floor. Then finally he went out very quietly. Mr. Singer was the only one who seemed to know what it was all about. Maybe this was because he didn't hear that awful noise. His face was still calm, and whenever Bubba looked at him, he seemed to get quieter. Mr. Singer was different from any other man, and at times like this it would be better if other people would let him manage. He had more sense and he knew things that ordinary people couldn't know. He just looked at Bubba, and after a while the kid quieted down enough so that their dad could get him to bed. In the bed he lay on his face and cried. He cried with long, big sobs that made him tremble all over. He cried for an hour and nobody in the 3 rooms could sleep. Bill moved to the living room sofa, and Mick got into bed with Bubba. He wouldn't let her touch him or snug up to him. Then, after another hour of crying and hiccuping, he went to sleep. She was awake a long time. In the dark, she put her arms around him and held him very close. She touched him all over and kissed him everywhere. He was so soft and little, and there was this salty boy smell about him. The love she felt was so hard that she had to squeeze him to her until her arms were tired. In her mind, she thought about Bubba and music together. It was like she could never do anything good enough for him. She would never hit him or even tease him again. She slept all night with her arms around his head. Then, in the morning, when she woke up, he was gone. But after that night, there was not much of a chance for her to tease him anymore, her or anybody else. After he shot Baby, the kid was not ever like little Bubba again. He always kept his mouth shut and he didn't fool around with nobody. Most of the time he just sat in the backyard or in the coal house by himself. It got closer and closer toward Christmas time. She really wanted a piano, but naturally she didn't say anything about that. She told everybody she wanted a Mickey Mouse watch. When they asked Bubba what he wanted from Santa Claus, he said he didn't want anything. He hid his marbles and jackknife and wouldn't let anybody touch his storybooks. After that night, nobody called him Bubba anymore. The big kids in the neighborhood started calling him Baby Killer Kelly. But he didn't speak much to any person and nothing seemed to bother him. The family called him by his real name, George. At first, Mick couldn't stop calling him Bubba, and she didn't want to stop, but it was funny how after about a week she just naturally called him George like the others did. But he was a different kid, George, going around by himself, always, like a person much older, and with nobody, not even her, knowing what was really in his mind. She slept beside him on Christmas Eve night. He lay in the dark without talking. "Quit acting so peculiar," she said to him. "Let's talk about the wise men and the way the children in Holland put out their wooden shoes instead of hanging up their stockings." George wouldn't answer. He went to sleep. She got up at 4 o'clock in the morning and waked everybody in the family. Their dad built a fire in the front room and then let them go into the Christmas tree and see what they got. George had an Indian suit and Ralph a rubber doll. The rest of the family just got clothes. She looked all through her stocking for the Mickey Mouse watch, but it wasn't there. Her presents were a pair of brown Oxford shoes and a box of cherry candy. While it was still dark, she and George went out on the sidewalk and shot firecrackers and ate up the whole 2-layer box of cherry candy. By the time it was daylight, they were sick to their stomachs and tired out. She lay down on the sofa. She shut her eyes and went into the inside room. Chapter 6. At 8 o'clock, Dr. Copeland sat at his desk, studying a sheaf of papers by the thick morning light from the window. Beside him, the tree, a thick-fringed cedar, rose up dark and green to the ceiling. Since the first year he began to practice, he had given an annual party on Christmas Day, and now all was in readiness. Rows of benches and chairs lined the walls of the front rooms. Throughout the house there was a sweet-spiced odour of newly baked cake and steaming coffee. In the office with him, Portia sat on a bench across the wall, her hands cupped beneath her chin, her body bent almost double. "Father, you've been scrouched over that desk since 5 o'clock. You got no business to be up," she said. "You ought to have stayed in bed until time for the to-do." Dr. Copeland moistened his thick lips with his tongue. So much was on his mind that he had no attention to give to Portia. Her presence fretted him. At last he turned to her irritably. "Why do you sit there moping?" "I just got worries," she said. "For one thing, I'm worried about our Willie." "William?" "You see, he been writing me regular every Sunday. The letter will get here on Monday or Tuesday, but last week he didn't write. Course, I'm not really anxious. Willie, he's always so good-natured and sweet. I know he's going to be all right. He's been transferred from the prison to the chain gang. They're going to work up somewhere north of Atlanta. 2 weeks ago he wrote this here letter to say they're going to attend a church service today, and he asked me to send him his suit of clothes and his red tie." "Is that all William said?" "He also wrote that this Mr. B.F. Mason is at the prison too. that he's run into Buster Johnson. He's a boy Willie used to know. And also, he asked me to please send him his harp, because he can't be happy without he got his harp to play on. I sent everything. Also, a checker set and a white iced cake. But I sure hope I hear from him in the next few days. Dr. Copeland's eyes glowed with fever, and he could not rest his hands. Daughter, we shall have to discuss this later. It is getting late, and I must finish here. You go back to the kitchen and see that all is ready. Portia stood up and tried to make her face bright and happy. What she decided about that $5 prize? As yet, I have been unable to decide just what is the wisest course, he said carefully. A certain friend of his, a black pharmacist, gave an award of $5 every year to the high school student who wrote the best essay on a given subject. The pharmacist always made Dr. Copeland sole judge of the papers, and the winner was announced at the Christmas party. The subject of the composition this year was, My Ambition, How Can I Better the Position of the Negro Race in Society? There was only one essay worthy of real consideration, yet this paper was so childish and ill-advised that it would hardly be prudent to confer upon it the award. Dr. Copeland put on his glasses and reread the essay with deep concentration. This is my ambition. First, I wish to attend Tuskegee College, the essay read, but I do not wish to be a man like Booker Washington or Dr. Carver. Then, when I deem that my education is complete, I wish to start off by being a fine lawyer like the ones who defended the Scottsboro boys. I would only take cases for colored people against white people. Every day our people are made in every way and by every means to feel that they are inferior. This is not so. We are a rising race, and we cannot sweat beneath the white man's burdens for long. We cannot always sow while others reap. I want to be like Moses, who led the children of Israel from the land of the oppressors. I want to get up a secret organization of colored leaders and scholars. All the colored people will organize under the direction of these picked leaders and prepare for revolt. Other nations in the world who are interested in the plight of our race and who would like to see the United States divided would come to our aid. All colored people would organize and there will be a revolution, and at the close colored people will take all the territory east of the Mississippi and south of the Potomac. I shall set up a mighty country under the control of the organization of colored leaders and scholars. No white person will be allowed a passport, and if they do get into the country, they will have no legal rights. I hate the whole white race and will work always so that the colored race can achieve revenge for all their sufferings. That is my ambition. Dr. Copeland felt the fever warm in his veins. The ticking of the clock on his desk was loud and the sound jarred his nerves. How could he give the award to a boy with such wild notions as this? What should he decide? The other essays were without any firm content at all. The young people would not think. They wrote only about their ambitions and omitted the last part of a title altogether. Only one point was of some significance. 9 out of a lot of 25 began with the sentence, I do not want to be a servant. After that, they wished to fly airplanes, or be prize fighters, or preachers, or dancers. One girl's sole ambition was to be kind to the poor. The writer of the essay that troubled him was Lancy Davis. He had known the identity of the author before he turned the last sheet over, and saw his signature. Already he had had some trouble with Lancy. His older sister had gone out to work as a servant when she was 11 years old, and she had been raped by her employer, a white man past middle age. Then, a year or so later, he had received an emergency call to attend Lancy. Dr. Copeland went to the filing case in his bedroom where he kept notes on all his patients. He took out the card marked Mrs. Dan Davis and family and glanced through the notations until he reached Lancy's name. The date was 4 years ago. The entries on him were written with more care than the others and in ink. 13 years old, past puberty, unsuccessful attempt self-emasculation, oversexed and hypothyroid, wept boisterously during 2 visits, though a little pain, voluble, very glad to talk though paranoiac, environment fair with one exception. See Lucy Davis, mother washerwoman, intelligent and well worth watching and all possible help. Keep contact. Fee $1, ? It is a difficult decision to make this year, he said to Portia, but I suppose I will have to confer the award on Lancy Davis. If you don't decide, then come tell me about some of these here presents, she said. The gifts to be distributed at the party were in the kitchen. There were paper sacks of groceries and clothing, all marked with a red Christmas card. Anyone who cared to come was invited to the party, but those who meant to attend had stopped by the house and written, or had asked a friend to write, their names in a guest book kept on the table in the hall for that purpose. The sacks were piled on the floor. There were about 40 of them, each one depending in size on the need of the receiver. Some gifts were only small packages of nuts or raisins, others were boxes almost too heavy for a man to lift. The kitchen was crowded with good things. Dr. Copeland stood in the doorway, and his nostrils quivered with pride. "I think you've done well this year. Folks certainly have been kindly." "Pshaw," he said, "this is not 100th part of what is needed." "Now there you go, Father. I know good and well as you just as pleased as you can be." "But you don't want to show it. You got to find something to grumble about. Here we have about 4 pecks of peas, 20 sacks of meal, 15 pounds of meat, mullet, 6 dozen eggs, plenty grits, jars of tomatoes and peaches, apples and 2 dozen oranges. Also, garments, 2 mattresses and 4 blankets. I call this something." "A drop in the bucket," the doctor said. Portia pointed to a large box in the corner. "These here. What do you intend to do with them?" The box contained nothing but junk. A headless doll, some dirty lace, a rabbit skin. Dr. Copeland scrutinized each article. "Do not throw them away. There is use for everything. These are the gifts from our guests who have nothing better to contribute. I will find some purpose for them later. Then suppose you look over these here boxes and sacks so I can commence to tie them up. There ain't going to be room here in the kitchen. Time they all pile in for the refreshments. I'm just going to put these here presents out on the back steps and in the yard." The morning sun had risen. The day would be bright and cold. In the kitchen there were rich, sweet odours. A dishpan of coffee was on the stove and ice cakes filled a shelf in the cupboard. "And none of this comes from white people, all from coloured." "No," said Dr. Copeland. "That is not wholly true. Mr. Singer contributed a cheque for $12 to be used for coal, and I have invited him to be present today." "Holy Jesus," Portia said. $12! "I felt that it was proper to ask him," the doctor said. "He is not like other people of the Caucasian race." "You're right," Portia said, "but I keep thinking about my Willie. I sure do wish he could enjoy this here party today. And I sure do wish I could get a letter from him. It just prays in my mind. But here, we gotta quit this here talking and get ready. It's mighty near time for the party to come." Time enough remained. Dr. Copeland washed and clothed himself carefully. For a while he tried to rehearse what he would say when the people had all come, but expectation and restlessness would not let him concentrate. Then, at 10 o'clock, the first guests arrived, and within half an hour they were all assembled. "Joyful Christmas gift to you," said John Roberts, the postman. He moved happily about the crowded room, one shoulder held higher than the other, mopping his face with a white silk handkerchief. "Many happy returns of the day." The front of the house was thronged. Guests were blocked at the door, and they formed groups on the front porch and in the yard. There was no pushing or rudeness. The turmoil was orderly. Friends called out to each other and strangers were introduced and clasped hands. Children and young people clotted together and moved back toward the kitchen. "Christmas gift." Dr. Copeland stood in the centre of the front room by the tree. He was dizzy. He shook hands and answered salutations with confusion. Personal gifts, some tied elaborately with ribbons and others wrapped in newspaper, were thrust into his hands. He could find no place to put them. The air thickened and voices grew louder. Faces whirled about him so that he could recognize no one. His composure returned to him gradually. He found space to lay aside the presents in his arms. The dizziness lessened. The room cleared. He settled his spectacles and began to look around him. "Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!" There was Marshall Nichols, the pharmacist, in a long-tailed coat, conversing with his son-in-law who worked on a garbage truck. The preacher from the Most Holy Ascension Church had come, and 2 deacons from other churches. Highboy, wearing a loud checked suit, moved sociably through the crowd. Husky young dandies bowed to young women in long, bright-coloured dresses. There were mothers with children and deliberate old men who spat into gaudy handkerchiefs. The room was warm and noisy. Mr. Singer stood in the doorway. Many people stared at him. Dr. Copeland could not remember if he had welcomed him or not. The mute stood by himself. His face resembled somewhat a picture of Spinoza. Copeland thought again, a Jewish face. It was good to see him. The doors and the windows were open. Draughts blew through the room so that the fire roared. The noises quieted. The seats were all filled and the young people sat in rows on the floor. The hall, the porch, even the yard were crowded with silent guests. The time had come for him to speak. What was he to say? Panic tightened his throat. The room waited. At a sign from John Roberts, all sounds were hushed. "My people," began Dr. Copeland blankly. There was a pause. Then suddenly the words came to him. "This is the 19th year that we have gathered together in this room to celebrate Christmas Day. When our people first heard of the birth of Jesus Christ, it was a dark time. Our people were sold as slaves in this town on the courthouse square. Since then, we have heard and told the story of his life more times than we could number. So today, our story will be a different one. 120 years ago, another man was born in the country that is known as Germany, a country far across the Atlantic Ocean. This man understood, as did Jesus, but his thoughts were not concerned with heaven or the future of the dead. His mission was for the living, for the great masses of human beings who work and suffer and work until they die, for people who take in washing and work as cooks, who pick cotton and work at the hot dye vats of factories. His mission was for us, and the name of this man is Karl Marx. Karl Marx was a wise man. He studied and worked and understood the world around him. He said that the world was divided into two classes, the poor and the rich. For every rich man there were 1,000 poor people who worked for this rich man to make him richer. He did not divide the world into Negroes or white people or Chinese. To Karl Marx it seemed that being one of the millions of poor people, or one of the few rich, was more important to a man than the colour of his skin. The life mission of Karl Marx was to make all human beings equal and to divide the great wealth of the world so that there would be no poor or rich, and each person would have his share. This is one of the commandments Karl Marx left to us. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. A wrinkled yellow palm waved timidly from the hall. "Was he the Mark in the Bible?" Dr. Copeland explained. He spelled the names and cited dates. "Are there any more questions? I wish each one of you to feel free to start or enter into my discussion." "I presume Mr. Marx was a Christian churchman?" asked the preacher. "Well, he believed in the holiness of the human spirit." "Was he a white man?" "Yes, but he did not think of himself as a white man. He said, 'I consider nothing human as alien to myself.' He thought of himself as a brother to all people." Dr. Copeland paused a moment longer. The faces around him were waiting. "What is the value of any piece of property, of any merchandise we buy in a store? The value depends only on one thing, and that is the work it took to make or raise this article. Why does a brick house cost more than a cabbage? Because the work of many men goes into the making of one brick house. There are the people who made the bricks and mortar, and the people who cut down the trees to make the planks used for the floor. There are the men who made the building of the brick house possible. There are the men who carried the materials to the ground where the house was to be built. There are the men who made the wheelbarrows and trucks that carried the materials to this place. Then finally there are the workmen who built the house. A brick house involves the labour of many, many people, while any of us can raise a cabbage in his backyard. A brick house costs more than a cabbage because it takes more work to make. So when a man buys this brick house, he is paying for the labour that went to make it. But who gets the money, the profit? Not the many men who did the work, but the bosses who control them. And if you study this further, you will find that these bosses have bosses above them, and those bosses have bosses higher up, so that the real people who control all this work, which makes any article worth money, are very few. Is this clear so far?" "We understand," they said. But did they? He started all over and retold what he had said. This time there were questions. "But don't clay for these bricks cost money? Don't it take money to rent land and raise crops on?" "That is a good point," said Dr. Copeland. "Land, clay, timber, those things are called natural resources. Man does not make these natural resources. Man only develops them, only uses them for work. Therefore, should any one man or group of persons own these things? How can a man own ground and space and sunlight and rain for crops? How can a man say, 'This is mine,' about those things, and refuse to let others share them? Therefore, Marx says that these natural resources should belong to everyone, not divided into little pieces, but used by all the people according to their ability to work. It is like this. Say a man died and left his mule to his 4 sons. The sons would not wish to cut up the mule into 4 parts and each take his share. They would own and work the mule together. That is the way Marx says all of the natural resources should be owned. Not by one group of rich people, but by all the workers of the world as a whole. We in this room have no private properties. Perhaps 1 or 2 of us may own the homes we live in, or have $1 or 2 set aside, but we own nothing that does not contribute directly toward keeping us alive. All we own is our bodies, and we sell our bodies every day we live. We sell them when we go out in the morning to our jobs and when we labour all the day. We are forced to sell at any price, at any time, for any purpose. We are forced to sell our bodies so that we can eat and live, and the price which is given us for this is only enough so that we will have the strength to labour longer for the profits of others. Today we are not put up on the platform and sold at the courthouse square, but we are forced to sell our strength, our time, our souls during almost every hour that we live. We have been freed from one kind of slavery, only to be delivered into another. Is this freedom? Are we yet free men? A deep voice called out from the front yard. That's the real truth. That's how things is. We are not alone in this slavery. There are millions of others throughout the world, of all colours and races and creeds. This we must remember. There are many of our people who hate the poor of the white race, and they hate us. The people in this town living by the river who work in the mills. People who are almost as much in need as we are ourselves. This hatred is a great evil. No good can ever come from it. We must remember the words of Karl Marx and see the truth according to his teachings. The injustice of need must bring us all together and not separate us. We must remember that we all make the things on this earth of value because of our labour. These main truths from Karl Marx we must keep in our hearts always and not forget. But my people, we in this room, we have another mission that is for ourselves alone. Within us there is a strong, true purpose, and if we fail in this purpose we will be forever lost. Let us see then what is the nature of this special mission. Dr. Copeland loosened the collar of his shirt, for in his throat there was a choked feeling. The grievous love he felt within was too much. He looked around him at the hushed guests. They waited. The groups of people in the yard and on the porch stood with the same quiet attention as did those in the room. A deaf old man leaned forward with his hand to his ear. A woman hushed a fretful baby with a pacifier. Mr. Singer stood attentively in the doorway. Most of the young people sat on the floor. Among them was Lancy Davis. The boy's lips were nervous and pale. He clasped his knees very tightly with his arms, and his young face was sullen. All the eyes in the room watched, and in them there was hunger for truth. Today we are to confer the $5 award upon the high school student who wrote the best essay on the topic, My Ambition, How I Can Better the Position of the Negro Race in Society. This year the award goes to Lancy Davis. Dr. Copeland took an envelope from his pocket. There is no need for me to tell you that the value of this award is not wholly in the sum of money it represents, but the sacred trust and faith that goes with it. Lancy rose awkwardly to his feet. His sullen lips trembled. He bowed and accepted the award. Do you wish me to read the essay I have written? No, said Dr. Copeland, but I wish you to come and talk with me sometime this week. Yes, sir. The room was quiet again. I do not wish to be a servant. That is a desire I have read over and over in these essays. Servants? Only one in 1,000 of us is allowed to be a servant. We do not work. We do not serve. The laughter in the room was uneasy. 1 out of 5 of us labours to build roads, or to take care of the sanitation of a city, or works in a sawmill or on a farm. Another 1 out of the 5 is unable to get any work at all. But the other 3 out of 5, the greatest number of our people, many of us cook for those who are incompetent to prepare the food that they themselves eat. Many work a lifetime tending flower gardens for the pleasure of 1 or 2 people. Many of us polish slicked waxed floors of fine houses, or we drive automobiles for rich people who are too lazy to drive themselves. We spend our lives doing thousands of jobs that are of no real use to anybody. We labour, and all of our labour is wasted. Is that service? No, that is slavery. We labour, but our labour is wasted. We are not allowed to serve. You students here this morning represent the fortunate few of our race. Most of our people are not allowed to go to school at all. For each one of you there are dozens of young people who can hardly write their names. We are denied the dignity of study and wisdom. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. All of us here know what it is to suffer for real need. That is a great injustice, but there is one injustice bitterer even than that, to be denied the right to work according to one's ability, to labour a lifetime uselessly, to be denied the chance to serve. It is far better for the profits of our purse to be taken from us than to be robbed of the riches of our minds and souls. Some of you young people here this morning may feel the need to be teachers or nurses or leaders of your race, but most of you will be denied. You will have to sell yourselves for a useless purpose, in order to keep alive. You will be thrust back and defeated. The young chemist picks cotton. The young writer is unable to learn to read. The teacher is held in useless slavery at some ironing board. We have no representatives in government. We have no vote. In all of this great country we are the most oppressed of all people. We cannot lift up our voice. Our tongues rot in our mouths from lack of use. Our hearts grow empty and lose strength for our purpose. People of the Negro race, we bring with us all the riches of the human mind and soul. We offer the most precious of all gifts, and our offerings are held in scorn and contempt. Our gifts are trampled in the mud and made useless. We are put to labour more useless than the work of beasts. Negroes, we must arise and be whole again. We must be free. In the room there was a murmur. Hysteria mounted. Dr. Copeland choked and clenched his fists. He felt as though he had swelled up to the size of a giant. The love in him made his chest a dynamo, and he wanted to shout so that his voice could be heard throughout the town. He wanted to fall upon the floor and call out in a giant voice. The room was full of moans and shouts. Save us! Mighty Lord, lead us from the wilderness of death. Hallelujah! Save us, Lord! He struggled for the control in him. He struggled, and at last the discipline returned. He pushed down the shout in him and sought for the strong, true voice. Attention! He called. We will save ourselves, but not by prayers of mourning, not by indolence or strong drink, not by the pleasures of the body or by ignorance, not by submission and humbleness, but by pride, by dignity, by becoming hard and strong. We must build strength for our real true purpose. He stopped abruptly and held himself very straight. Each year at this time we illustrate in our small way the first commandment from Karl Marx. Every one of you at this gathering has brought in advance some gift. Many of you have denied yourself comfort, that the needs of others may be lessened. Each of you has given according to his best ability, without thought to the value of the gift you will receive in return. It is natural for us to share with each other. We have long realized that it is more blessed to give than to receive. The words of Karl Marx have always been known in our hearts. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Dr. Copeland was silent a long time, as though his words were complete. Then he spoke again. Our mission is to walk with strength and dignity through the days of our humiliation. Our pride must be strong, for we know the value of the human mind and soul. We must teach our children. We must sacrifice so that they may earn the dignity of study and wisdom. For the time will come. The time will come when the riches in us will not be held in scorn and contempt. The time will come when we will be allowed to serve. When we will labour, and our labour will not be wasted. And our mission is to await this time with strength and faith. It was finished. Hands clapped, feet were stamped upon the floor and on the hard winter ground outside. The odour of strong coffee floated from the kitchen. John Roberts took charge of the presents, calling out the names written on the cards. Portia ladled the coffee from the dishpan on the stove, while Marshall Nichols passed the dishes of cake. Dr. Copeland moved about among the guests, a little crowd always surrounding him. Someone nagged at his elbow. Is he the one your buddy is named for? He answered yes. Lancy Davis followed him with questions. He answered yes to everything. The joy made him feel like a drunken man. To teach and exhort and explain to his people, and have them understand, that was the best of all, to speak with truth and be attended. We certainly have had one fine time at this party, they said. He stood in the vestibule saying goodbye. Over and over he shook hands. He leaned heavily against the wall, and only his eyes moved, for he was tired. I certainly do appreciate. Mr. Singer was the last to leave. He was a truly good man. He was a white man of intellect and true knowledge. In him there was none of the mean insolence. When all had departed, he was the last to remain. He waited and seemed to expect some final word. Dr. Copeland held his hand to his throat because his larynx was sore. Teachers, he said huskily, that is our greatest need. Leaders, someone to unite and guide us. After the festivity, the rooms had a bare, ruined look. The house was cold. Portia was washing the cups in the kitchen. The silver snow on the Christmas tree had been tracked over the floors, and 2 of the ornaments were broken. He was tired, but the joy and the fever would not let him rest. Beginning with the bedroom, he set to work to put the house in order. On top of the filing case there was a loose card, the note on Lancy Davis. The words that he would say to him began to form in his mind, and he was restless because he could not speak them now. The boy's sullen face was full of heart, and he could not thrust it from his thoughts. He opened the top drawer of the file to replace the card. A, B, C. He thumbed through the letters nervously. Then his eye was fixed on his own name. Copeland, Benedict Mady. In the folder were several lung x-rays and a short case history. He held an x-ray up to the light. On the upper left lung there was a bright place like a calcified star. Lower down there was a large clouded spot that duplicated itself in the right lung further up. Dr. Copeland quickly replaced the x-rays in the folder. Only the brief notes he had written on himself were still in his hand. The words stretched out large and scrawling so that he could hardly read them. 1920. Calcification of lymph glands, very pronounced thickening of heli, Lesions arrested. Duties resumed. 1937. Lesion reopened. X-ray shows. He could not read the notes. At first he could not make out the words, and then, when he read them clearly, they made no reason. At the finish there were 3 words. Prognosis. Don't know. The old black violent feeling came in him again. He leaned down and wrenched open a drawer at the bottom of the case. A jumbled pile of letters. Notes from the Association for the Advancement of Coloured People. A yellow letter from Daisy. A note from Hamilton asking for $1.50. What was he looking for? His hands rummaged in the drawer, and when at last he arose stiffly. Time wasted. The past hour gone. Portia peeled potatoes at the kitchen table. She was slumped over and her face was dolorous. "Hold up your shoulders," he said angrily, "and cease moping. You mope and drool around until I cannot bear to look on you." "I was just thinking about Willie," she said. "Course, the letter is only 3 days due, but he got no business to worry me like this. He not that kind of boy, and I got this queer feeling." "Have patience, daughter." "I reckon I have to. There are a few calls I must make, but I'll be back shortly." "Okay." "All will be well," he said. Most of his joy was gone in the bright, cool noonday sun. The diseases of his patients lay scattered in his mind: an abscessed kidney, spinal meningitis, Pott's disease. He lifted the crank of the automobile from the back seat. Usually he hailed some passing Negro from the street to crank the car for him. His people were always glad to help and serve. But today he fitted the crank and turned it vigorously himself. He wiped the perspiration from his face with the sleeve of his overcoat, hurried to get behind the wheel and on his way. How much that he had said today was understood, how much would be of any value? He recalled the words he had used, and they seemed to fade and lose their strength. The words left unsaid were heavier on his heart. They rolled up to his lips and fretted them. The faces of his suffering people moved in a swelling mass before his eyes. As he steered the automobile slowly down the street, his heart turned with this angry, restless love. Chapter 7. The town had not known a winter as cold as this one for years. Frost formed on the window panes and whitened the roofs of the houses. The winter afternoon glowed with a hazy lemon light, and shadows were a delicate blue. A thin coat of ice crushed the puddles in the streets, and it was said on the day after Christmas that only 10 miles to the north there was a light fall of snow. A change came over Singer. Often he went out for the long walks that had occupied him during the months when Antanopoulos was first gone. These walks extended for miles in every direction and covered the whole of the town. He rambled through the dense neighbourhoods along the river that were more squalid than ever since the mills had been slack this winter. In many eyes there was a look of sombre loneliness. Now that people were forced to be idle, a new restlessness could be felt. There was a fervid outbreak of new beliefs. A young man who had worked at the dye vats in a mill claimed suddenly that a great holy power had come in him. He said it was his duty to deliver a new set of commandments from the Lord. The young man set up a tabernacle. Hundreds of people came each night to roll on the ground and shake each other, for they believed that they were in the presence of something more than human. There was a murder, too. A woman who could not make enough to eat believed that a foreman had cheated on her work tokens, and she stabbed him in the throat. A black family moved into the end house on one of the most dismal streets. This caused so much indignation that the house was burned and the black man beaten by his neighbours. But these were incidents. Nothing had really changed. The strike that was talked about never came off because they could not get together. All was the same as before. Even on the coldest night, the sunny Dixie show was open. The people dreamed and fought and slept as much as ever, and by habit they shortened their thoughts so that they would not wander out into the darkness beyond tomorrow. Singer walked through the scattered, odorous parts of town where the Negroes crowded together. There was more gaiety and violence here. Often the fine, sharp smell of gin lingered in the alleys. Warm, sleepy firelight coloured the windows. Meetings were held in the churches almost every night. Comfortable little houses set off in plots of brown grass. Singer walked in these parts also. Here the children were huskier, more friendly to strangers. He roamed through the neighbourhoods of the rich. There were houses, very grand and old, with white columns and intricate fences of wrought iron. He walked past the big brick houses where automobiles honked in driveways and where the plumes of smoke rolled lavishly from chimneys, and out to the very edges of the roads that led from the town to general stores, where farmers came on Saturday nights and sat around the stove. He wandered often about the 4 main business blocks that were brightly lit, and then through the black deserted alleys behind. There was no part of the town that Singer did not know. He watched the yellow squares of light reflect from 1,000 windows. The winter nights were very beautiful. The sky was a cold azure, and the stars were very bright. Often, it happened now that he would be spoken to and stopped during these walks. All kinds of people became acquainted with him. If the person who spoke to him was a stranger, Singer presented his card so that his silence would be understood. He came to be known through all the town. He walked with his shoulders very straight and kept his hands always stuffed down into his pockets. His grey eyes seemed to take in everything around him, and in his face there was still a look of peace that is seen most often in those who are very wise or very sorrowful. He was always glad to stop with anyone who wished his company, for after all he was only walking and going nowhere. Now it came about that the various rumours started in the town concerning the mute. In the years before, with Antanapoulos, they had walked back and forth to work, but except for this, they were always alone together in their rooms. No one had bothered about them then, and if they were observed, it was the big Greek on whom attention was focused. The Singer of those years was forgotten. So the rumours about the mute were rich and varied. The Jews said that he was a Jew. The merchants along the main street claimed he had received a large legacy and was a very rich man. It was whispered in one browbeaten textile union that the mute was an organiser for the CIO. A lone Turk who had roamed into the town years ago and who languished with his family behind the little store where they sold linens claimed passionately to his wife that the mute was Turkish. He said that when he spoke his language, the mute understood. And as he claimed this, his voice grew warm and he forgot to squabble with his children, and he was full of plans and activity. One old man from the country said that the mute had come from somewhere near his home, and that the mute's father had the finest tobacco crop in all the county. All these things were said about him. Antanapoulos! Within Singer there was always the memory of his friend. At nights when he closed his eyes, the Greek's face was there in the darkness, round and oily, with a wise and gentle smile. In his dreams they were always together. It was more than a year now since his friend had gone away. This year seemed neither long nor short. Rather, it was removed from the ordinary sense of time, as when one is drunk or half asleep. Behind each hour there was always his friend. And this buried life with Antanapoulos changed and developed, as did the happenings around him. During the first few months he had thought of the most terrible weeks before Antanapoulos was taken away. Of the trouble that followed his illness, of the summons for arrest, and the misery in trying to control the whims of his friend. He thought of times in the past when he and Antanapoulos had been unhappy. There was one recollection, far in the past, that came back to him several times. They had no friends. Sometimes they would meet other mutes. There were 3 of them with whom they had become acquainted during the 10 years, but something always happened. One moved to another state the week after they met him. Another was married and had 6 children and did not talk with his hands. But it was their relation with the third of these acquaintances that Singer remembered when his friend was gone. The mute's name was Carl. He was a sallow young man who worked in one of the mills. His eyes were pale yellow, and his teeth so brittle and transparent that they seemed pale yellow also. In his blue overalls that hung limp over his skinny little body, he was like a blue and yellow rag doll. They invited him to dinner and arranged to meet him beforehand at the store where Antanapoulos worked. The Greek was still busy when they arrived. He was finishing a batch of caramel room at the back of the store. The fudge lay golden and glossy over the long marble-topped table. The air was warm and rich with sweet smells. Antanapoulos seemed pleased to have Carl watch him eat candy and cut it into squares. He offered their new friend a corner of the fudge on the edge of his greased knife, and showed him the trick that he always performed for anyone when he wished to be liked. He pointed to a vat of syrup boiling on the stove and fanned his face and squinted his eyes to show how hot it was. Then he wet his hand in a pot of cold water, plunged it into the boiling syrup, and swiftly put it back into the water again. His eyes bulged and he rolled out his tongue as though he were in great agony. He even wrung his hand and hopped on one foot so that the building shook. Then he smiled suddenly and held out his hand to show that it was a joke and hit Carl on the shoulder. It was a pale winter evening, and their breath clouded in the cold air as they walked with their arms interlocked down the street. Singer was in the middle, and he left them on the sidewalk twice while he went into the stores to shop. Carl and Antonopoulos carried the sacks of groceries, and Singer held to their arms tightly and smiled all the way home. Their rooms were cozy, and he moved happily about, making conversation with Carl. After the meal, the two of them talked, while Antonopoulos watched with a slow smile. Often, the big Greek would lumber to the closet and pour out drinks of gin. Carl sat by the window, only drinking when Antonopoulos pushed the glass into his face, and then taking solemn little sips. Singer could not ever remember his friend so cordial to a stranger before, and he thought ahead with pleasure to the time when Carl would visit them often. Midnight had passed when the thing happened that ruined the festive party. Antonopoulos returned from one of his trips to the closet, and his face had a glowering look. He sat on his bed and began to stare repeatedly at their new friend with expressions of offence and great disgust. Singer tried to make eager conversation to hide this strange behaviour, but the Greek was persistent. Carl huddled in a chair, nursing his bony knees, fascinated and bewildered by the grimaces of the big Greek. His face was flushed and he swallowed timidly. Singer could ignore the situation no longer, so at last he asked Antonopoulos if his stomach pained him, or if he perhaps felt bad and wished to go to sleep. Antonopoulos shook his head. He pointed to Carl and began to make all the gestures of obscenity which he knew. The disgust on his face was terrible to see. Carl was small with fear. At last, the big Greek ground his teeth and rose from his chair. Hurriedly, Carl picked up his cap and left the room. Singer followed him down the stairs. He did not know how to explain his friend to the traveller. The stranger stood hunched in the doorway downstairs, limp, with his peaked cap pulled down over his face. At last, they shook hands and Carl went away. Antonopoulos let him know that while they were not noticing, their guest had gone into the closet and drunk up all the gin. No amount of persuasion could convince Antonopoulos that it was he himself who had finished the bottle. The big Greek sat up in bed and his round face was dismal and reproachful. Large tears trickled slowly down to the neck of his undershirt and he could not be comforted. At last he went to sleep, but Singer was awake in the dark a long time. They never saw Carl again. Then, years later, there was the time Antonopoulos took the rent money from the vase on the mantelpiece and spent it all on the slot machines. And the summer afternoon, Antonopoulos went downstairs naked to get the paper. He suffered so from the summer heat. They bought an electric refrigerator on the installment plan, and Antonopoulos would suck the cubes of ice constantly, and even let a few of them melt in the bed with him as he slept. And the time Antonopoulos got drunk and threw a bowl of macaroni in his face. Those ugly memories wove through his thoughts during the first months like bad threads through a carpet, and then they were gone. All the times that they had been unhappy were forgotten, for as the year went on, his thoughts of his friend spiraled deeper until he dwelt only with the Antonopoulos whom he alone could know. This was the friend to whom he told all that was in his heart. This was the Antonopoulos who nobody knew was wise but him. As the year passed, his friend seemed to grow larger in his mind, and his face looked out in a very grave and subtle way from the darkness at night. The memories of his friend changed in his mind so that he remembered nothing that was wrong or foolish, only the wise and good. He saw Antonopoulos sitting in a large chair before him. He sat tranquil and unmoving. His round face was inscrutable. His mouth was wise and smiling, and his eyes were profound. He watched the things that were said to him, and in its wisdom he understood. This was the Antonopoulos who now was always in his thoughts. This was the friend to whom he wanted to tell things that had come about. For something had happened in this year. He had been left in an alien land, alone. He had opened his eyes, and around him there was much he could not understand. He was bewildered. He watched the words shape on their lips. We Negroes want a chance to be free at last, and freedom is only the right to contribute. We want to serve and to share, to labour and in turn consume that which is due to us. But you are the only white man I have ever encountered who realises this terrible need of my people. You see, Mr. Singer, I got this music in me all the time. I got to be a real musician. Maybe I don't know anything now, but I will when I'm 20. See, Mr. Singer? And then I mean to travel in a foreign country where there's snow. Let's finish up the bottle. I want a small one, for we were thinking of freedom. That's the word like a worm in my brain. Yes, no, how much, how little. The word is a signal for piracy and theft and cunning. We'll be free, and the smartest will then be able to enslave the others. But there is another meaning to the word. Of all words, this one is the most dangerous. We who know must be wary. The word makes us feel good. In fact, the word is a great ideal, but it's with this ideal that the spiders spin their ugliest webs for us. The last one rubbed his nose. He did not come often, and he did not say much. He asked questions. The 4 people had been coming to his rooms now for more than 7 months. They never came together, always alone, and invariably he met them at the door with a cordial smile. The want for Antanapoulos was always with him, just as it had been the first months after his friend had gone, and it was better to be with any other person than to be too long alone. It was like the time years ago when he had made a pledge to Antanapoulos, and even written it on a paper and tacked it above the wall on the wall above his bed, a pledge that he would give up cigarettes, beer, and meat for 1 month. The first days had been very bad. He could not rest or be still. He visited Antanapoulos so much at the fruit store that Charles Parker was unpleasant to him. When he had finished all the engraving on hand, he would dawdle around the front of the store with the watchmaker and the salesgirl, or wander out to some soda fountain to drink a Coca-Cola. In those days, being near any stranger was better than thinking alone about the cigarettes and beer and meat that he wanted. At first he had not understood the 4 people at all. They talked, and as the months went on they talked more and more. He became so used to their lips that he understood each word they said, and then, after a while, he knew what each one of them would say before he began, because the meaning was always the same. His hands were a torment to him. They would not rest. They twitched in his sleep, and sometimes he awoke to find them shaping the words in his dreams before his face. He did not like to look at his hands or to think about them. They were slender and brown and very strong. In the years before, he had always tended to them with care. In the winter he used oil to prevent chapping, and he kept the cuticles pushed down and his nails always filed to the shape of his fingertips. He had loved to wash and tend his hands, but now he only scrubbed them roughly with a brush 2 times a day and stuffed them back into his pockets. When he walked up and down the floor of his room, he would crack the joints of his fingers and jerk at them until they ached. Or he would strike the palm of one hand with the fist of the other. And then, sometimes, when he was alone and his thoughts were with his friend, his hands would begin to shape the words before he knew it. Then, when he realized he was like a man caught talking to himself, it was almost as though he had done some moral wrong. The shame and the sorrow mixed together, and he doubled his hands and put them behind him, but they would not let him rest. Singer stood in the street before the house where he and Antanapoulos had lived. The late afternoon was smoky and grey. In the west there were streaks of cold yellow and rose. A ragged winter sparrow flew in patterns against the smoky sky, and at last came to light on a gable of the house. The street was deserted. His eyes were fixed on a window on the right side of the second story. This was their front room, and behind was the big kitchen where Antanapoulos had cooked all of their meals. Through a lighted window he watched a woman move back and forth across the room. She was large and vague against the light, and she wore an apron. A man sat with the evening newspaper in his hand. A child with a slice of bread came to the window and pressed his nose against the pane. Singer saw the room just as he had left it, with the large bed for Antanapoulos, and the iron cot for himself, the big, overstuffed sofa and the camp chair, the broken sugar bowl used for an ashtray, the damp spot in the ceiling where the roof leaked, a laundry box in the corner. On late afternoons like this there would be no light in the kitchen except the glow from the oil burners of the big stove. Antanapoulos always turned the wick so that only a ragged fringe of gold and blue could be seen inside each burner. The room was warm and full of the good smells from the supper. Antanapoulos tasted the dishes with a wooden spoon, and they drank glasses of red wine. On the linoleum rug before the stove, the flames from the burners made luminous reflections. 5 little golden lanterns. As the milky twilight grew darker, these little lanterns were more intense, so that when at last the night had come, they burned with vivid purity. Supper was always ready by that time, and they would turn on the light and draw their chairs to a table. Singer looked down at the dark front door. He thought of them going out together in the morning and coming home at night. There was the broken place in the pavement where Antanapoulos had stumbled once and hurt his elbow. There was the mailbox where their bill from the light company came each month. He could feel the warm touch of his friend's arm against his fingers. The street was dark now. He looked up at the window once more, and he saw the strange woman and the man and the child in a group together. The emptiness spread in him. All was gone. Antanopoulos was away. He was not here to remember. The thoughts of his friend were somewhere else. Singer shut his eyes and tried to think of the asylum and the room that Antanopoulos was in tonight. He remembered the narrow white beds and the old men playing slapjack in the corner. He held his eyes shut tight, but that room would not become clear in his mind. The emptiness was very deep inside him, and after a while he glanced up at the window once more and started down the dark sidewalk where they had walked together so many times. It was Saturday night. The main street was thick with people. Shivering Negroes in overalls loitered before the windows of a 10-cent store. Families stood in line before the ticket box of the movie, and young boys and girls stared at the posters on display outside. The traffic from the automobiles was so dangerous that he had to wait a long time before crossing the street. He passed the fruit store. The fruits were beautiful inside the windows. Bananas, oranges, alligator pears, bright little kumquats, and even a few pineapples. But Charles Parker waited on a customer inside. The face of Charles Parker was very ugly to him. Several times when Charles Parker was away, he had entered the store and stood around a long while. He had even gone to the kitchen in the back where Antanopoulos made the candies, but he never went into the store while Charles Parker was inside. They had both taken care to avoid each other since that day when Antanopoulos left on the bus. When they met in the street, they always turned away without nodding. Once, when he had wanted to send his friend a jar of his favourite Tupelo honey, he had ordered it from Charles Parker by mail, so as not to be obliged to meet him. Singer stood before the window and watched the cousin's friend wait on a group of customers. Business was always good on Saturday night, and Antanopoulos sometimes had to work as late as 10 o'clock. The big automatic popcorn popper was near a door. A clerk shoved in a measure of kernels, and the corn whirled inside the case like giant flakes of snow. The smell from the store was warm and familiar. Peanut hulls were trampled on the floor. Singer passed on down the street. He had to weave his way carefully in the crowd to keep from being jostled. The streets were strung with red and green electric lights because of the holidays. People stood in laughing groups with their arms about each other. Young fathers nursed cold and crying babies on their shoulders. A Salvation Army girl in her red and blue bonnet tinkled a bell in the corner, and when she looked at Singer, he felt obliged to drop a coin into the pot beside her. There were beggars of all races who held out caps or crusty hands. The neon advertisements cast an orange glow on the faces of the crowd. He reached the corner where he and Antanopoulos had once seen a mad dog on an August afternoon. Then he passed the room above the Army and Navy store where Antanopoulos had had his picture taken every payday. He carried many of the photographs in his pocket now. He turned west toward the river. Once they had taken a picnic lunch and crossed the bridge and eaten in a field on the other side. Singer walked along the main street for about an hour. In all the crowd he seemed the only one alone. At last he took out his watch and turned toward the house where he lived. Perhaps one of the people would come this evening to his room. He hoped so. He mailed Antanopoulos a large box of presents for Christmas. Also, he presented gifts to each of 4 of the people and to Miss Kelly. For all of them, he together had bought a radio and put it on the table by the window. Dr. Copeland did not notice the radio. Biff Brannon noticed it immediately and raised his eyebrows. Jake Blunt kept it turned on all the time he was there, at the same station, and as he talked he seemed to be shouting above the music, for the veins stood out on his forehead. Mick Kelly did not understand when she saw the radio. Her face was very red, and she asked him over and over if it was really his, and whether she could listen. She worked with the dial for several minutes before she got it to the place that suited her. She sat leaning forward in her chair with her hands on her knees, her mouth open and a pulse beating very fast in her temple. She seemed to listen all over to whatever it was she heard. She sat there the whole afternoon, and when she grinned at him once, her eyes were wet and she rubbed them with her fists. She asked him if she could come in and listen sometimes when he was at work, and he nodded yes. So for the next few days, whenever he opened the door, he found her by the radio. Her hand raked through her short rumpled hair, and there was a look in her face as he had never seen before. One night soon after Christmas, all 4 of the people chanced to visit him at the same time. This had never happened before. Singer moved about the room with smiles and refreshments, and did his best in the way of politeness to make his guests comfortable, but something was wrong. Dr. Copeland would not sit down. He stood in the doorway, hat in hand, and only bowed coldly to the others. They looked at him as though they wondered why he was there. Jake Blunt opened the beers he had brought with him and the foam spilled down on his shirt front. Mick Kelly listened to the music from the radio. Biff Brannan sat on the bed, his knees crossed, his eyes scanning the group before him and then becoming narrow and fixed. Singer was bewildered. Always, each of them had so much to say, yet now that they were together, they were silent. When they came in, he had expected an outburst of some kind. In a vague way, he had expected this to be the end of something, but in the room there was only a feeling of strain. His hands worked nervously as though they were pulling things unseen from the air and binding them together. Jake Blunt stood beside Dr. Copeland. "I know your face. We run into each other once before, on the steps outside." Dr. Copeland moved his tongue precisely, as though he clipped out the words with scissors. "I was not aware that we were acquainted," he said. Then his stiff body seemed to shrink. He stepped back until he was just outside the threshold of the room. Biff Brannan smoked his cigarette composedly. The smoke lay in thin blue layers across the room. He turned to Mick, and when he looked at her, a blush reddened his face. He half closed his eyes, and in a moment his face was bloodless once more. "And how are you getting on with your business now?" "What business?" Mick asked suspiciously. "Just the business of living," he said. "School, and so forth." "Okay, I reckon." Each one of them looked at Singer as though in expectation. He was puzzled. He offered refreshments and smiled. Jake rubbed his lips with the palm of his hand. He left off trying to make conversation with Dr. Copeland and sat down on the bed beside Biff. "You know who it is that used to write those bloody warnings in red chalk on the fences and walls around the mills?" "No," Biff said. "What bloody warnings?" "Mostly from the Old Testament. I've been wondering about that for a long time." Each person addressed his words mainly to the mute. Their thoughts seemed to converge in him as the spokes of wheel lead to the centre hub. "The cold has been very unusual," Biff said finally. "The other day I was looking through some old records, and I found that in the year 1919 the thermometer got down to 10 degrees Fahrenheit. It was only 16 degrees this morning, and that's the coldest since the big freeze that year." "There were icicles hanging off the roof of the coal house this morning," Mick said. "We didn't take in enough money last week to meet the payroll," Jake said. They discussed the weather some more. Each one seemed to be waiting for the others to go. Then, on an impulse, they all rose to leave at the same time. Dr. Copeland went first, and the others followed him immediately. When they were gone, Singer stood alone in the room, and as he did not understand the situation, he wanted to forget it. He decided to write to Antanopoulos that night. The fact that Antanopoulos could not read did not prevent Singer from writing to him. He had always known that his friend was unable to make out the meaning of words on paper, but as the months went by he began to imagine that perhaps he had been mistaken, that perhaps Antanopoulos only kept his knowledge of letters a secret from everyone. Also, it was possible there might be a deaf mute at the asylum who could read his letters and then explain them to his friend. He thought of several justifications for his letters, for he always felt a great need to write to his friend when he was bewildered or sad. Once written, however, these letters were never mailed. He cut out the comic strips from the morning and evening papers and sent them to his friend each Sunday, and every month he mailed a postal money order. But the long letters he wrote to Antanopoulos accumulated in his pockets until he would destroy them. When the 4 people had gone, Singer slipped on his warm grey overcoat and his grey felt hat and left his room. He always wrote his letters at the store. Also, he had promised to deliver a certain piece of work the next morning, and he wanted to finish it now so that there would be no question of delay. The night was sharp and frosty. The moon was full and rimmed with a golden light. The rooftops were black against the starlit sky. As he walked, he thought of ways to begin his letter, but he had already reached the store before the first sentence was clear in his mind. He let himself into the dark store with his key and switched on the front lights. He worked at the very end of the store. A cloth curtain separated his place from the rest of the shop, so that it was like a small private room. Beside his workbench and chair there was a heavy safe in the corner, a lavatory with a greenish mirror, and shelves full of boxes and worn-out clocks. Singer rolled up the top of his bench and removed from its felt case the silver platter that he had promised to have ready. Although the store was cold, he took off his coat and turned up the blue-striped cuffs of his shirt so that they would not get in his way. For a long time he worked at the monogram in the centre of the platter. With delicate, concentrated strokes, he guided the scriber on the silver. As he worked, his eyes had a curiously penetrating look of hunger. He was thinking of the letters to his friend Antonopoulos. Midnight had passed before the work was finished. When he put the platter away, his forehead was damp with excitement. He cleared his bench and began to write. He loved to shape words with a pen on paper, and he formed the letters with as much care as if the paper had been a plate of silver. My only friend. I see from our magazine that the Society meets this year at a convention in Macon. They will have speakers and four-course banquet. I imagine it. Remember, we always planned to attend one of the conventions, but we never did. I wish now that we had. I wish we were going to this one, and I have imagined how it could be. But of course I could never go without you. They will come from many states, and they will all be full of words and long dreams from the heart. There is also to be a special service at one of the churches, and some kind of a contest with a gold medal for the prize. I write that I imagine all of this. I both do and do not. My hands have been still so long, that it is difficult to remember how it is. And when I imagine the convention, I think of all the guests being like you, my friend. I stood before our home the other day. Other people live in it now. Do you remember the big oak tree in front? The branches were cut back so as not to interfere with the telephone wires, and the tree died. The limbs are rotten and there is a hollow place in the trunk. Also, the cat here at the store, the one you used to stroke, ate something poisonous and died. It was very sad. Singer held the pen poised above the paper. He sat for a long while, erect and tense, without continuing the letter. Then he stood up and lit himself a cigarette. The room was cold and the air had a sour, stale odour. The mixed smells of kerosene and silver polish and tobacco. He put on his overcoat and muffler and began writing again with slow determination. You remember the 4 people I told you about when I was there? I drew their pictures for you. The black man, the young girl, the one with the moustache, and the man who owns the New York cafe. There are some things I should like to tell you about them, but how to put them in words I am not sure. They are all very busy people. In fact, they are so busy that it will be hard for you to picture them. I do not mean that they work at their jobs all day and night, but that they have much business in their minds always that does not let them rest. They come up to my room and talk to me until I do not understand how a person can open and shut his or her mouth so much without being wary. However, the New York cafe owner is different. He is not just like the others. He has a very black beard, so that he has to shave twice daily, and he owns one of these electric razors. He watches. The others all have something they hate, and they all have something they love more than eating or sleeping or wine or friendly company. That is why they are always so busy. The one with the moustache, I think, is crazy. Sometimes he speaks his words very clear like the teacher long ago at the school. Other times he speaks such a language that I cannot follow. Sometimes he is dressed in a plain suit, and the next time he'll be black with dirt and smelling bad and in the overalls he wears to work. He will shake his fist and say ugly drunken words that I would not wish you to know about. He thinks he and I have a secret together, but I do not know what it is. And let me write you something hard to believe. He can drink 3 pints of Happy Days whiskey and still talk and walk on his feet and not wish for bed. You will not believe this, but it is true. I rent my room from the girl's mother for $16 a month. The girl used to dress in short trousers like a boy, but now she wears a blue skirt and blouse. She is not yet a young lady. I like her to come and see me. She comes all the time now that I have a radio for them. She likes music. I wish I knew what it is she hears. She knows I am deaf, but she thinks I know about music. The black man is sick with consumption, but there is not a good hospital for him to go to here because he is black. He is a doctor and he works more than anyone I have ever seen. He does not talk like a black man at all. Other Negroes I find it hard to understand because their tongues do not move enough for the words. This black man frightens me sometimes. His eyes are hot and bright. He asked me to a party and I went. He has many books. However, he does not own any mystery books. He does not drink or eat meat or attend the movies. "Yah, freedom and pirates, yah, capital and Democrats," says the ugly one with the moustache. Then he contradicts himself and says, "Freedom is the greatest of all ideals." I just got to get a chance to write this music in me and be a musician. I got to have a chance, says the girl. "We are not allowed to serve," says the black doctor. "That is the godlike need of my people." "Aha," says the owner of a New York cafe. He is a thoughtful one. That is the way they talk when they come to my room. Those words in their heart do not let them rest, so they are always very busy. Then you would think when they are together that they would be like those of the society who meet at the convention in Macon this week. But that is not so. They all come to my room at the same time today. They sat like they were from different cities. They were even rude, and you know how I have always said that to be rude and not attend to the feelings of others is wrong. So it was like that. I do not understand, so I write it to you because I think that you will understand. I have queer feelings, but I have written of this matter enough, and I know you are wary of it. I am also. It has been 5 months and 21 days now. All of that time I have been alone without you. The only thing I can imagine is when I will be with you again. If I cannot come to you soon, I do not know what. Singer put his head down on the bench and rested. The smell and the feel of the slick wood against his cheek reminded him of his school days. His eyes closed and he felt sick. There was only the face of Antonopoulos in his mind. And his longing for his friend was so sharp that he held his breath. After some time, Singer sat up and reached for his pen. The gift I ordered for you did not come in time for the Christmas box. I expect it shortly. I believe you will like it and be amused. I think of us always and remember everything. I long for the food you used to make. At the New York cafe it is much worse than it used to be. I found a cooked fly in my soup not long ago. It was mixed with the vegetables and the noodles like lettuce. But that is nothing. The way I need you is a loneliness I cannot bear. Soon I will come again. My vacation is not due for 6 months more, but I think I can arrange it before then. I think I will have to. I am not meant to be alone and without you who understand. Always, John Singer. It was 2 o'clock in the morning before he was home again. The big crowded house was in darkness, but he felt his way carefully up 3 flights of stairs and did not stumble. He took from his pockets the cards he carried about with him, his watch and his fountain pen. Then he folded his clothes neatly over the back of his chair. His grey flannel pyjamas were warm and soft. Almost as soon as he pulled the blankets to his chin, he was asleep. Out of the blackness, a sleep dream formed. There were dull yellow lanterns lighting up a dark flight of stone steps. Antonopoulos kneeled at the top of the steps. He was naked and he fumbled with something that he held above his head, and gazed at it as though in prayer. He himself knelt halfway down the steps. He was naked and cold, and he could not take his eyes from Antonopoulos and the thing he held above him. Behind him, on the ground, he felt the one with the moustache and the girl and the black man and the last one. They knelt naked and he felt their eyes on him. Behind them there were uncounted crowds of kneeling people in the darkness. His own hands were huge windmills, and he stared fascinated at the unknown thing that Antonopoulos held. The yellow lantern swayed to and fro in the darkness, and all else was motionless. Then, suddenly, there was a ferment. In the upheaval, the steps collapsed, and he felt himself falling downward. He awoke with a jerk. The early light whitened the window. He felt afraid. Such a long time had passed that something might have happened to his friend. Because Antonopoulos did not write to him, he would not know. Perhaps his friend had fallen and hurt himself. He felt such an urge to be with him once more that he would arrange it at any cost, and immediately. In the post office that morning he found a notice in his box that a package had come for him. It was the gift he had ordered for Christmas that did not arrive in time. The gift was a very fine one. He had bought it on the instalment plan to be paid over a period of 2 years. The gift was a moving picture machine for private use, with a half dozen of the Mickey Mouse and Popeye comedies that Antonopoulos enjoyed. Singer was the last to reach the store that morning. He handed the jeweller, for whom he had worked in a formal written request for leave on Friday and Saturday. And although there were 4 weddings on hand that week, the jeweller nodded that he could go. He had not let anyone know of the trip beforehand, but on leaving he tacked a note to his door saying that he would be absent for several days because of business. He travelled at night, and the train reached the place of his destination just as the red winter dawn was breaking. In the afternoon, a little before time for the visiting hour, he went out to the asylum. His arms were loaded with the parts of the moving picture machine and the basket of fruit he carried his friend. He went immediately to the ward where he had visited Antonopoulos before. The corridor, the door, the rows of beds were just as he remembered them. He stood at the threshold and looked eagerly for his friend. But he saw at once that though all the chairs were occupied, Antonopoulos was not there. Singer put down his packages and wrote at the bottom of one of his cards, "Where is Spyros Antonopoulos?" A nurse came into the room and he handed her the card. She did not understand. She shook her head and raised her shoulders. He went out into the corridor and handed the card to everyone he met. Nobody knew. There was such a panic in him that he began motioning with his hands. At last he met an intern in a white coat. He plucked at the intern's elbow and gave him the card. The intern read it carefully and then guided him through several halls. They came to a small room where a young woman sat at a desk before some papers. She read the card and then looked through some files in a drawer. Tears of nervousness and fear swam in Singer's eyes. The young woman began deliberately to write on a pad of paper, and he could not restrain himself from twisting around to see immediately what was being written about his friend. Mr. Antonopoulos has been transferred to the infirmary. He is ill with nephritis. I will have someone show you the way. On the way through the corridors, he stopped to pick up the packages he had left at the door of the ward. The basket of fruit had been stolen, but the other boxes were intact. He followed the intern out of the building and across a plot of grass to the infirmary. Antonopoulos! When they reached the proper ward, he saw him at the first glance. His bed was placed in the middle of the room, and he was sitting propped with pillows. He wore a scarlet dressing gown and green silk pyjamas and a turquoise ring. His skin was a pale yellow colour, his eyes very dreamy and dark. His black hair was touched at the temples with silver. He was knitting. His fat fingers worked with the long ivory needles very slowly. At first he did not see his friend. Then, when Singer stood before him, he smiled serenely, without surprise, and held out his jewelled hand. A feeling of shyness and restraint, such as he had never known before, came over Singer. He sat down by the bed and folded his hands on the edge of the counterpane. His eyes did not leave the face of his friend, and he was deathly pale. The splendour of his friend's raiment startled him. On various occasions he had sent him each article of the outfit, but he had not imagined how they would look when all combined. Antonopoulos was more enormous than he had remembered. The great pulpy folds of his abdomen showed beneath his silk pyjamas. His head was immense against the white pillow. The placid composure of his face was so profound that he seemed hardly to be aware that Singer was with him. Singer raised his hands timidly and began to speak. His strong, skilled fingers shaped the signs with loving precision. He spoke of the cold and of the long months alone. He mentioned old memories, the cat that had died, the store, the place where he lived. At each pause, Antonopoulos nodded graciously. He spoke of the 4 people and their long visits to his room. The eyes of his friend were moist and dark, and in them he saw the little rectangled pictures of himself that he had watched 1,000 times. The warm blood flowed back to his face and his hands quickened. He spoke at length of the black man and the one with the jerking moustache and the girl. The designs of his hands shaped faster and faster. Antonopoulos nodded with slow gravity. Eagerly, Singer leaned closer, and he breathed with long, deep breaths, and his eyes were there in bright tears. Then suddenly Antonopoulos made a slow circle in the air with his plump forefinger. His finger circled towards Singer, and at last he poked his friend in the stomach. The big Greek's smile grew very broad, and he stuck out his fat pink tongue. Singer laughed, and his hand shaped the words with wild speed. His shoulders shook with laughter, and his head hung backwards. Why he laughed he did not know. Antonopoulos rolled his eyes. Singer continued to laugh riotously, until his breath was gone and his fingers trembled. He grasped the arm of his friend, and he tried to steady himself. His laughs came low and painfully, like hiccups. Antonopoulos was the first to compose himself. His fat little feet had untucked the cover at the bottom of the bed. His smile faded, and he kicked contemptuously at the blanket. Singer hastened to put things right, but Antonopoulos frowned and held up his finger regally to a nurse who was passing through the ward. When she had straightened the bed to his liking, the big Greek inclined his head so deliberately that the gesture seemed one of benediction rather than a simple nod of thanks. Then he turned gravely to his friend again. As Singer talked, he did not realize how the time had passed. Only when a nurse brought Antonopoulos' supper on a tray did he realize that it was late. The lights in the ward were turned on, and outside the windows it was almost dark. The other patients had trays of supper before them also. They had put down their work. Some of them wove baskets, others did leather work or knitted, and they were eating listlessly. Beside Antonopoulos, they all seemed very sick and colourless. Most of them needed a haircut, and they wore seedy grey nightshirts slit down the back. They stared at the 2 mutes with wonder. Antonopoulos lifted the cover from his dish and inspected the food carefully. There was fish and some vegetables. He picked up the fish and held it to the light in the palm of his hand for a thorough examination. Then he ate with relish. During supper he began to point out the various people in the room. He pointed to one man in the corner and made faces of disgust. The man snarled at him. He pointed to a young boy and smiled and nodded and waved his plump hand. Singer was too happy to feel embarrassment. He picked up the packages from the floor and laid them on the bed to distract his friend. Antanopoulos took off the wrappings, but the machine did not interest him at all. He turned back to his supper. Singer handed the nurse a note explaining about the movie. She called an intern, and then they brought in a doctor. After 3 of them consulted, they looked curiously at Singer. The news reached the patients, and they propped up on their elbows excitedly. Only Antanopoulos was not disturbed. Singer had practiced with the movie beforehand. He set up the screen so that it could be watched by all the patients. Then he worked with the projector in the film. The nurse took out the supper trays and the lights in the ward were all turned off. A Mickey Mouse comedy flashed on the screen. Singer watched his friend. At first Antanopoulos was startled. He heaved himself up for a better view and would have risen from the bed if the nurse had not restrained him. Then he watched with a beaming smile. Singer could see the other patients calling out to each other and laughing. Nurses and orderlies came in from the hall and the whole ward was in commotion. When the Mickey Mouse was finished, Singer put on a Popeye film. Then, at the conclusion of this film, he felt that the entertainment had lasted long enough for the first time. He switched on the light and the ward settled down again. As the intern put the machine under his friend's bed, he saw Antanopoulos slyly cut his eyes across the ward, to be certain that each person realized that the machine was his. Singer began to talk with his hands again. He knew that he would soon be asked to leave, but the thoughts he had stored in his mind were too big to be said in a short time. He talked with frantic haste. In the ward there was an old man whose head shook with palsy, and who picked feebly at his eyebrows. He envied the old man because he lived with Antanopoulos day after day. Singer would have exchanged places with him joyfully. His friend fumbled for something in his bosom. It was the little brass cross that he had always worn. The dirty string had been replaced by a red ribbon. Singer thought of a dream, and he told that also to his friend. In his haste the signs sometimes became blurred, and he had to shake his hands and begin all over. Antanopoulos watched him with his dark, drowsy eyes. Sitting motionless in his bright, rich garments, he seemed like some wise king from a legend. The intern in charge of the ward allowed Singer to stay for an hour past the visiting time. Then, at last, he held out his thin, hairy wrist and showed him his watch. The patients were settled for sleep. Singer's hand faltered. He grasped his friend by the arm and looked intently into his eyes as he used to do each morning when they parted for work. Finally, Singer backed himself out of the room. At the doorway, his hands signed a broken farewell and then clenched into fists. During the moonlit January nights, Singer continued to walk about the streets of the town each evening when he was not engaged. The rumours about him grew bolder. An old black woman told hundreds of people that he knew the ways of spirits come back from the dead. A certain piece worker claimed that he had worked with the mute at another mill somewhere else in the state, and the tales he told were unique. The rich thought that he was rich. The poor considered him a poor man like themselves, and as there was no way to disprove those rumours, they grew marvellous and very real. Each man described the mute as he wished him to be. Chapter 8. Why? The question flowed through Biff always, unnoticed, like the blood in his veins. He thought of people and of objects and of ideas, and the question was in him. Midnight, the dark morning, noon, Hitler and the rumours of war, the price of loin of pork and the tax on beer. Especially he meditated on the puzzle of the mute. Why, for instance, did Singer go away on the train and, when he was asked where he had been, pretend that he did not understand the question? Why did everyone persist in thinking the mute was exactly as they wanted him to be, when mostly it was probably likely it was all just a very queer mistake? Singer sat at the middle table 3 times a day. He ate what was put before him, except cabbage and oysters. In the battling tumult of voices, he alone was silent. He liked best little green soft butter beans, and he stacked them in a neat pile on the prongs of his fork, and sopped their gravy with his biscuits. Biff thought also of death. A curious incident occurred. One day, while rummaging through the bathroom closet, he found a bottle of Agua Florida that he had overlooked when taking Lucille the rest of Alice's cosmetics. Meditatively, he held the bottle of perfume in his hands. It was 4 months now since her death, and each month seemed as long and as full of leisure as a year. He seldom thought of her. Biff uncorked the bottle. He stood shirtless before the mirror and dabbed some of the perfume on his dark, hairy armpits. The scent made him stiffen. He exchanged a deadly, secret glance with himself in the mirror and stood motionless. He was stunned by the memories brought to him with the perfume, not because of their clarity, because they gathered together the whole long span of years and were complete. Biff rubbed his nose and looked sideways at himself. The boundary of death. He felt in him each minute that he had lived with her, and now their life together was whole as only the past can be whole. Abruptly, Biff turned away. The bedroom was done over, his entirely now. Before it had been tacky and flossy and drab. There were always stockings and pink rayon knickers with holes in them hung on a string across the room to dry. The iron bed had been flaked and rusty, decked with soiled lace boudoir pillows. A bony mouser from downstairs would arch its back and rub mournfully against the slop jar. All of this he had changed. He traded the iron bed for a studio couch. There was a thick red rug on the floor, and he had bought a beautiful cloth of Chinese blue to hang on the side of the wall where the cracks were worst. He had unsealed the fireplace and kept it laid with pine logs. Over the mantel was a small photograph of baby, and a coloured picture of a little boy in velvet holding a ball in his hands. A glass case in the corner held the curios he had collected. Specimens of butterflies, a rare arrowhead, a curious rock, shaped like a human profile. Blue silk cushions were on the studio couch, and he had borrowed Lucille's sewing machine to make deep red curtains for the windows. He loved the room. It was both luxurious and sedate. On the table there was a little Japanese pagoda with glass pendants that tinkled with strange musical tones in a draught. In this room nothing reminded him of her, but often he would uncork the bottle of Agua Florida and touch the stopper to the lobes of his ears or to his wrists. The smell mingled with his slow ruminations. The sense of the past grew in him. Memories built themselves with almost architectural order. In a box where he stored souvenirs, he came across old pictures taken before their marriage. Alice sitting in a field of daisies, Alice with him in a canoe in the river. Also among the souvenirs there was a large bone hairpin that had belonged to his mother. As a little boy he had loved to watch her comb and knot her long black hair. He had thought that hairpins were curved as they were to copy the shape of a lady, and he would sometimes play with them like dolls. At that time he had a cigar box full of scraps. He loved the feel and colours of beautiful cloth, and he would sit with his scraps for hours under the kitchen table. When he was 6, his mother took the scraps away from him. She was a tall, strong woman with a sense of duty like a man. She had loved him best. Even now he sometimes dreamed of her, and her worn gold wedding ring stayed on his finger always. Along with the Agua Florida, he found in the closet a bottle of lemon rinse Alice had always used for her hair. One day he tried it on himself. The lemon made his dark, white-streaked hair seem fluffy and thick. He liked it. He discarded the oil he had used to guard against baldness, and rinsed with the lemon preparation regularly. Certain whims that he had ridiculed in Alice were now his own. Why? Every morning Louis, the coloured boy downstairs, brought him a cup of coffee to drink in bed. Often he sat propped on the pillows for an hour before he got up and dressed. He smoked a cigar and watched the patterns the sunlight made on the wall. Deep in meditation he ran his forefinger between his long, crooked toes, he remembered. Then from noon until 5 in the morning he worked downstairs, and all day Sunday. The business was losing money. There were many slack hours. Still, at meal times the place was usually full, and he saw hundreds of acquaintances every day as he stood guard behind the cash register. "What do you stand and think about all the time?" Jake Blunt asked him. "You look like a Jew in Germany." "I am an 1/8 part Jew," Biff said. "My mother's grandfather was a Jew from Amsterdam, but all the rest of my folks that I know about was Scotch-Irish." It was Sunday morning. Customers lolled at the tables, and there was a smell of tobacco and the rustle of newspaper. Some men in a corner booth shot dice, but the game was a quiet one. "Where's Singer?" Biff asked. "Won't you be going up to his place this morning?" Blunt's face turned dark and sullen. He jerked his head forward. Had they quarrelled? But how could a dummy quarrel? No, for this had happened before. Blunt hung around sometimes and acted as though he were having an argument with himself. But pretty soon he would go, he always did, and the two of them would come in together, Blunt talking. "You live a fine life, just standing behind a cash register, just standing with your hand open." Biff did not take offence. He leaned his weight on his elbows and narrowed his eyes. "Let's me and you have a serious talk. What is it you want anyway?" Blunt smacked his hands down on the counter. They were warm and meaty and rough. "Beer. And one of them little packages of cheese crackers with peanut butter on the inside." "That's not what I meant," Biff said, "but we'll come around to it later." The man was a puzzle. He was always changing. He still drank like a crazy fish, but liquor did not drag him down as it did some men. The rims of his eyes were often red, and he had a nervous trick of looking back startled over his shoulder. His head was heavy and huge on his thin neck. He was the sort of fellow that kids laughed at and dogs wanted to bite, yet when he was laughed at, it cut him to the quick. He got rough and loud like a sort of clown, and he was always suspecting that somebody was laughing. Biff shook his head thoughtfully. "Come," he said, "what makes you stick with that show? You can find something better than that. I could even give you a part-time job here." "Christ almighty, I wouldn't park myself behind that cash box if you were to give me the whole damn place, lock, stock and barrel." There he was. It was irritating. He could never have friends or even get along with people. "Talk sense," Biff said. "Be serious." A customer had come up with his check and he made change. The place was still quiet. Blunt was restless. Biff felt him drawing away. He wanted to hold him. He reached for 2 A1 cigars on the shelf behind the counter and offered Blunt a smoke. Warily, his mind dismissed one question after another. Then finally, he asked, "If you could choose a time in history you could have lived, what era would you choose?" Blunt licked his moustache with his broad, wet tongue. "If you had to choose between being a stiff and never asking another question, which would you take?" "Sure enough," Biff insisted. "Think it over." He cocked his head to one side and peered down over his long nose. This was a matter he liked to hear others talk about. Ancient Greece was his. Walking in sandals on the edge of the blue Aegean, the loose robes girdled at the waist, children, the marble baths and the contemplations in the temples. Maybe with the Incas in Peru, Blunt said. Biff's eyes scanned over him, stripping him naked. He saw Blunt burned a rich red-brown by the sun, his face smooth and hairless, with a bracelet of gold and precious stones on his forearm. When he closed his eyes, the man was a good Inca, but when he looked at him again, the picture fell away. It was the nervous moustache that did not belong to his face, the way he jerked his shoulder, the Adam's apple on his thin neck, the bagginess of his trousers, and it was more than that. "Or maybe around 1775, he said. "That was a good time to be living," Biff agreed. Blunt shuffled his feet self-consciously. His face was rough and unhappy. He was ready to leave. Biff was alert to detain him. "Tell me, why did you ever come to this town anyway?" He knew immediately that the question had not been a politic one, and he was disappointed with himself. Yet it was queer how the man could land up in a place like this. Blunt replied, "It's God's truth. I don't know." They stood quietly for a moment, both leaning on the counter. The game of dice in the corner was finished. The first dinner order, a Long Island duck special, had been served to the fellow who managed the A&P store. The radio was turned halfway between a church sermon and a swing band. Blunt leaned over suddenly and smelled in Biff's face. "Perfume?" he asked. "Shaving lotion," Biff said composedly. He could not keep Blunt longer. The fellow was ready to go. He could come in with Singer later. It was always like this. He wanted to draw Blunt out completely so that he could understand certain questions concerning him, but Blunt would never really talk, only to the mute. It was a most peculiar thing. "Thanks for the cigar," Blunt said. "See you later." "So long." Biff watched Blunt walk to the door with his rolling, sailor-like gait. Then he took up the duties before him. He looked over the display in the window. The day's menu had been pasted on the glass, and a special dinner with all the trimmings was laid out to attract customers. It looked bad, right nasty. The gravy from a duck had run into the cranberry sauce, and a fly was stuck in the dessert. "Hey, Louis," he called, "take this stuff out of the window, and bring me that red pottery bowl and some fruit." He arranged the fruits with an eye for colour and design. At last the decoration pleased him. He visited the kitchen and had a talk with the cook. He lifted the lids of the pots and sniffed the food inside, but without heart for the matter. Alice always had done this part. He disliked it. His nose sharpened when he saw the greasy sink with its scum of food bits at the bottom. He wrote down the menus and the orders for the next day. He was glad to leave the kitchen and take his stand by the cash register again. Lucille and Baby came for Sunday dinner. The little kid was not so good now. The bandage was still on her head, and the doctor said it could not come off until next month. The binding of gauze in place of the yellow curls made her head look naked. "Say hello to Uncle Biff, hon," Lucille prompted. Baby bridled fretfully. "Hello to Uncle Biff, hon," she sassed. She put up a struggle when Lucille tried to take off her Sunday coat. "Now you just behave yourself," Lucille kept saying. "You gotta take it off or you'll catch pneumonia when we go out again. Now you just behave yourself." Biff took the situation in charge. He soothed Baby with a ball of candy gum and eased the coat from her shoulders. Her dress had lost its set in the struggle with Lucille. He straightened it so that the yoke was in line across her chest. He retied her sash and crushed the bow to just the right shape with his fingers. Then he patted Baby on her little behind. "We got some strawberry ice cream today," he said. "Bartholomew, you'd make a mighty good mother," Lucille said. "Thanks," Biff said. "That's a compliment." "We just been to Sunday school and church, Baby. Say the verse from the Bible you learned for your Uncle Biff." The kid hung back and pouted. "Jesus wept," she said finally. The scorn that she put into the two words made it sound like a terrible thing. "Want to see Louis?" Biff asked. "He's back in the kitchen." "I want to see Willie. I want to hear Willie play the harp." "Now, Baby, you're just trying yourself," Lucille said impatiently. "You know good and well that Willie's not here. Willie was sent off to the penitentiary." "But Louis," Biff said, "he can play the harp too. Go tell him to get the ice cream ready and play you a tune." Baby went toward the kitchen, dragging one heel on the floor. Lucille laid her hat on the counter. There were tears in her eyes. "You know, I always said this," she says. "If a child is kept clean and well cared for and pretty, then that child will usually be sweet and smart. But if a child is dirty and ugly, then you can't expect anything much. What I'm trying to get at is that Baby is so shamed over losing her hair and that bandage on her head, but it just seems like it makes her cut the book all the time. She won't practice her elocution. She won't do a thing. She feels so bad I just can't manage her. If you'd quit picking with her so much, she'd be all right," Biff said. And at last he settled them in a booth by the window. Lucille had a special, and there was a breast of chicken cut up fine, cream of wheat, carrots for Baby. She played with her food and spilled milk on her little frock. He sat with them until the rush started. Then he had to be on his feet to keep things going smoothly. People eating. The wide-open mouths with the food pushed in. What was it? The line he had read not long ago. Life was only a matter of intake and alimentation and reproduction. The place was crowded. There was a swing band on the radio. Then the two he was waiting for came in. Singer entered the door first, very straight and swank in his tailored Sunday suit. Blunt followed along just behind his elbow. There was something about the way they walked that struck him. They sat at their table, and Blunt talked and ate with gusto while Singer watched politely. When the meal was finished, they stopped by the cash register for a few minutes. Then, as they went out, he noticed again that there was something about their walking together that made him pause and question himself. What could it be? The suddenness with which the memory opened up deep down in his mind was a shock. The big deaf-mute moron who Singer used to walk with sometimes on the way to work. The sloppy Greek who made candy for Charles Parker. The Greek always walked ahead and Singer followed. He had never noticed them much because they never came into the place. But why had he not remembered this? Of all times, he had wondered about the mute to neglect such an angle, see everything in the landscape except the 3 waltzing elephants. But did it matter after all? Biff narrowed his eyes. How Singer had been before was not important. The thing that mattered was the way Blunt and Mick made of him a sort of homemade god. Owing to the fact he was a mute, they were able to give him all the qualities they wanted him to have. Yes, but how could such a strange thing come about, and why? A one-armed man came in and Biff treated him to a whiskey on the house, but he did not feel like talking to anyone. Sunday dinner was a family meal, and men who drank beer by themselves on weeknights brought their wives and little kids with them on Sunday. The high chair they kept in the back was often needed. It was 2:30, and though many tables were occupied, the meal was almost over. Biff had been on his feet for the past 4 hours and was tired. He used to stand for 14 or 16 hours and not notice any effect at all, but now he had aged, considerably. There was no doubt about it. Or maybe matured was the word. Not aged, certainly not, yet. The waves of sound in the room swelled and subsided against his ears. Matured. His eyes smarted, and it was though some fever in him had made everything too bright and sharp. He called to one of the waitresses. "Take over for me, will you? Please. I'm going out." The street was empty because of Sunday. The sun shone bright and clear, without warmth. Biff held the collar of his coat close to his neck. Alone in the street, he felt out of pocket. The wind blew cold from the river. He should turn back and stay in the restaurant where he belonged. He had no business going to the place where he was headed. For the past 4 Sundays he had done this. He had walked in the neighbourhood where he might see Mick, and there was something about it that was not quite right. Yes, wrong. He walked slowly down the sidewalk opposite the house where she lived. Last Sunday she had been reading the funny papers on the front steps, but this time he glanced swiftly toward the house he saw that she was not there. Biff tilted the brim of his felt hat down over his eyes. Perhaps she would come into the place later. Often, on Sunday after supper, she came for a hot cocoa and stopped for a while at the table where Singer was sitting. On Sunday, she wore a different outfit from the blue skirt and sweater she wore on other days. Her Sunday dress was wine-coloured silk with a dingy lace collar. Once she had had on stockings, with runs in them. Always he wanted to set her up to something, to give to her. Not only a sundae or some sweet to eat, but something real. That was all he had wanted for himself, to give to her. Biff's mouth hardened. He had done nothing wrong, but in him he felt a strange guilt. Why? The dark guilt in all men, unreckoned and without a name. On the way home, Biff found a penny lying half concealed by rubbish in the gutter. Thriftily he picked it up, cleaned the coin with his handkerchief, dropped it into the black pocket purse he carried. It was 4 o'clock when he reached the restaurant. Business was stagnant. There was not a single customer in the place. Business picked up around 5. The boy he had recently hired to work part-time showed up early. The boy's name was Harry Minowitz. He lived in the same neighbourhood with Mick and Baby. 11 applicants had answered the ad in the paper, but Harry seemed to be best bet. He was well developed for his age, and neat. Biff had noticed the boy's teeth while talking to him during the interview. Teeth were always a good indication. His were large and very clean and white. Harry wore glasses, but that would not matter in the work. His mother made $10 a week sewing for a tailor down the street, and Harry was an only child. "Well," Biff said, "you've been with me a week, Harry. Think you're going to like it?" "Sure, sir. Sure, I like it." Biff turned the ring on his finger. "Let's see. What time do you get off from school?" 3 o'clock, sir." "Well, that gives you a couple of hours for study and recreation. Then here from 6 to 10. Does that leave you enough time for plenty of sleep?" "Plenty," Harry said. "I don't need near that much." "You need about 9.5 hours at your age, son. Pure, wholesome sleep." He felt suddenly embarrassed. Maybe Harry would think it was none of his business, which it wasn't anyway. He started to turn aside and then thought of something. "You go to vocational?" Harry nodded and rubbed his glasses on his shirt sleeve. "Let's see, I know a lot of girls and boys there. Alva Richards, I know his father, and Maggie Henry, and a kid named Mick Kelly." He felt as though his ears had caught fire. He knew himself to be a fool. He wanted to turn and walk away, and yet he only stood there, smiling and mashing his nose with his thumb. "You know her?" he asked faintly. "Sure, I live right next door to her," Harry said. "But in school I'm a senior while she's a freshman." Biff stored this meagre information neatly in his mind to be thought over later when he was alone. "Business will be quiet here for a while," he said hurriedly. "I'll leave it with you. By now you know how to handle things. Just watch any customers drinking beer and remember how many they've drunk, so you won't have to ask them, and depend on what they say. Take your time making change and keep track of what goes on." Biff shut himself in his room downstairs. This was the place where he kept his files. The room had only one small window that looked out on the side alley, and the air was musty and cold. Huge stacks of newspapers rose up to the ceiling. A homemade filing case covered one wall. Near the door there was an old-fashioned rocking chair and a small table laid with a pair of shears, a dictionary, and a mandolin. Because of the piles of newspaper, it was impossible to take more than 2 steps in any direction. Biff rocked himself in the chair and languidly plucked the strings of the mandolin. His eyes closed, and he began to sing in a doleful voice. "I went to the animal fair. The birds and beasts were there. The old baboon, by the light of the moon, was combing his auburn hair." He finished with a chord from the strings, and the last sound shivered to silence in the cold air. To adopt a couple of little children, a boy and a girl, about 3 or 4 years old, so they would always feel like he was their own father. Their dad. Our father. The little girl like Mick, or Baby at that age. Round cheeks and grey eyes and flaxen hair. And the clothes he would make for her. Pink crepe de chine frocks with dainty smocking at the yoke and sleeves. Silk socks and white buckskin shoes. A little red velvet coat and cap and muff for winter. The boy was dark and black-haired. The little boy walked behind him and copied the things he did. In the summer, the three of them would go to a cottage on the Gulf, and he would dress the children in their sunsuits and guide them carefully into the green shallow waves. Then they would bloom as he grew old. Our father. And they would come to him with questions and he would answer them. Why not? Biff took up his mandolin again. Tum-tee-tim-tee-tee-tee-tee, the wedding of the painted doll. Mandolin mocked the refrain. He sang through all the verses and wagged his foot to the time. Then he played K-K-K-Katie and the Love's Old Sweet Song. These pieces were like the Agua Florida in the way they made him remember. Everything. Through the first year when he was happy, and when she seemed happy even too, and when the bed came down with them twice in 3 months, and he didn't know that all that time her brain was busy with how she could save a nickel or squeeze out an extra dime. And then him with Rio and the girls at her place, Jip and Madeline and Lou, and then later when suddenly he lost it, when he could lie with a woman no longer, Mother of God, so that at first it seemed everything was gone. Lucille always understood the whole setup. She knew the kind of woman Alice was. Maybe she knew about him too. Lucille would urge them to get a divorce. She did all a person could do to try to straighten out their messes. Biff winced suddenly. He jerked his hands from the strings of the mandolin so that a phrase of music was chopped off. He sat tense in his chair. Then suddenly he laughed quietly to himself. What had made him come across this? Ah, Lord, it was the day of his 29th birthday. Lucille had asked him to drop by her apartment when he finished with an appointment at the dentist's. He expected from this some little remembrance, a plate of cherry tarts or a good shirt. She met him at the door and blindfolded his eyes before he entered. Then she said she would be back in a second. In the silent room he listened to her footsteps, and when she had reached the kitchen he broke wind. He stood in the room with his eyes blindfolded and pooted. Then, all at once, he knew with horror he was not alone. There was a titter, and soon great rolling whoops of laughter deafened him. At that minute Lucille came back and undid his eyes. She held a caramel cake on a platter. The room was full of people. Leroy, and that bunch, and Alice, of course. He wanted to crawl up the wall. He stood there, with his bare face hanging out, burning hot all over. They kidded him, and the next day was almost as bad as the death of his mother. The way he took it. Later that night he drank a quart of whiskey. And for weeks after, Mother of God. Biff chuckled coldly. He plucked a few chords from his mandolin and started a rollicking cowboy song. His voice was a mellow tenor, and he closed his eyes as he sang. The room was almost dark. The damp chill penetrated to his bones, so that his legs ached with rheumatism. At last he put away his mandolin and rocked slowly in the darkness. Death. Sometimes he could almost feel it in the room with him. He rocked to and fro in the chair. What did he understand? Nothing. Where was he headed? Nowhere. What did he want? To know. What? A meaning. Why? A riddle. Broken pictures lay like a scattered jigsaw puzzle in his head. Alice soaping in the bathtub. Mussolini's mug. Mick pulling the baby in a wagon. A roast turkey on display. Blunt's mouth. The face of Singer. He felt himself waiting. The room was completely dark. From the kitchen he could hear Louise singing. Biff stood up and touched the arm of the chair to still its rocking. When he opened the door, the hall outside was very warm and bright. He remembered that perhaps Mick would come. He straightened his clothes and smoothed back his hair. A warmth and liveliness returned to him. The restaurant was in a hubbub. Beer rounds and Sunday supper had begun. He smiled genially to young Harry and settled himself behind the cash register. He took in the room with a glance like a lasso. The place was crowded and humming with noise. The bowl of fruit in the window was a genteel, artistic display. He watched the door and continued to examine the room with a practised eye. He was alert and intently waiting. Singer came finally and wrote with a silver pencil that he wanted only soup and whiskey, as he had a cold. But Mick did not come. Chapter 9. She never even had a nickel to herself anymore. They were that poor. Money was the main thing. All the time it was money, money, money. They had to pay through the nose for Baby Wilson's private room and private nurse. But even that was just one bill. By the time one thing was paid for, something else would always crop up. They owed around $200 that had to be paid right away. They lost the house. Their dad got $100 out of a deal and let the bank take over the mortgage. When he borrowed another $50 and Mr. Singer went on the note with him. Afterward, they had to worry about rent every month instead of taxes. They were mighty near as poor as factory folks, only nobody could look down on them.
Bill had a job in a bottling plant, made $10 a week. Hazel worked as a helper in a beauty parlor for $8. Etta sold tickets at a movie for $5. Each of them paid half of what they earned for their keep. Then the house had 6 boarders at $5 a head, and Mr. Singer, who paid his rent very prompt. With what their dad picked up, it all came out to about $200 a month, and out of that they had to feed the 6 boarders pretty good, and feed the family, and pay rent for the whole house, and keep up the payments on the furniture. George and her didn't get any lunch money now. She had to stop the music lessons. Portia saved the leftovers from a dinner for her and George to eat after school. All the time they had their meals in the kitchen, whether Bill and Hazel and Etta sat with the boarders or ate in the kitchen, depending on how much food there was. In the kitchen they had grits and grease and side meat and coffee for breakfast. For supper they had the same thing, along with whatever could be spared from the dining room. The big kids griped whenever they had to eat in the kitchen. Sometimes she and George were downright hungry for 2 or 3 days. But this was in the outside room. It had nothing to do with music and foreign countries and the plans she made. The winter was cold. Frost was on the window panes. At night the fire in the living room crackled, very warm. All the family sat by the fire with the boarders, so she had the middle bedroom to herself. She wore 2 sweaters and a pair of Bill's outgrown corduroy pants. Excitement kept her warm. She would bring out a private box from under the bed and sit on the floor to work. In the big box there were the pictures she had painted at the government-free art class. She had taken them out of Bill's room. Also in the box she kept 3 mystery books her dad had given her. A compact box of watch parts, a rhinestone necklace, a hammer, and some notebooks. One notebook was marked on the top with red crayon, "Private, keep out, private," and tied with a string. She had worked on music in this notebook all the winter. She quit studying school lessons at night so she could have more time to spend on music. Mostly she had just written out little tunes. Songs without any words and without even any bass notes to them. They were very short. But if the tunes were only half a page long, she gave them names and drew her initials underneath them. Nothing in this book was a real piece or a composition. They were just songs in her mind she wanted to remember. She named them how they reminded her. Africa, and A Big Fight, and The Snowstorm. She couldn't write the music just like it sounded in her mind. She had to thin it down to only a few notes, otherwise she got too mixed up to go further. There was so much she didn't know about how to write music. But after she learned how to write these simple tunes fairly quick, she could begin to put down the whole music in her mind. In January, she began a certain very wonderful piece called "This Thing I Want, I Know Not What." It was a beautiful and marvellous song, very slow and soft. At first, she had started to write a poem along with it, but she couldn't think of ideas to fit the music. Also, it was hard to get a word for the third line to rhyme with "what." This new song made her feel sad and excited and happy all at once. Music beautiful as this was hard to work on. Any song was hard to write. Something she could hum in 2 minutes meant a whole week's work before it was down in the notebook, after she had figured up the scale and the time and every note. She had to concentrate hard and sing it many times. Her voice was always hoarse. Her dad said this was because she had bawled so much when she was a baby. Her dad would have to get up and walk with her every night when she was Ralph's age. The only thing would hush her, she always said, was for him to beat the coal scuttle with a poker and sing Dixie. She lay on her stomach on the cold floor and thought. Later on, when she was 20, she would be a great world-famous composer. She would have a whole symphony orchestra and conduct all of her music herself. She would stand up on the platform in front of the big crowds of people. To conduct the orchestra, she would wear either a real man's evening suit or else a red dress spangled with rhinestones. The curtains of the stage would be red velvet, and MK would be printed on them in gold. Mr. Singer would be there, and afterward they would go out and eat fried chicken. He would admire her and count her as his very best friend. George would bring up big wreaths of flowers to the stage. It would be in New York City or else in a foreign country. Famous people would point at her. Carole Lombard and Arturo Toscanini and Admiral Byrd. She could play the Beethoven Symphony any time she wanted to. It was a queer thing about this music she had heard last autumn. The symphony stayed inside her always and grew little by little. The reason was this. The whole symphony was in her mind. It had to be. She had heard every note, and somewhere in the back of her mind, the whole of the music was still there, just as it had been played. But she could do nothing to bring it all out again, except wait and be ready for the times when suddenly a new part came to her. Wait for it to grow like leaves grow slowly on the branches of the spring oak tree. In the inside room, along with music, there was Mr. Singer. Every afternoon, as soon as she finished playing on the piano in the gym, she walked down the main street past the store where he worked. From the front window she couldn't see Mr. Singer. He worked in the back, behind a curtain, but she looked at the store where he stayed every day and saw the people he knew. Then, every night, she waited on the front porch for him to come home. Sometimes she followed him upstairs. She sat on the bed and watched him put away his hat and undo the button on his collar and brush his hair. For some reason, it was like they had a secret together, or like they waited to tell each other things that had never been said before. He was the only person in the inside room. A long time ago, there had been others. She thought back and remembered how it was before he came. She remembered a girl way back in the 6th grade named Celeste. This girl had straight blonde hair and a turned-up nose and freckles. She wore a red wool jumper with a white blouse. She walked pigeon-toed. Every day she brought an orange for little recess and a blue tin box of lunch for big recess. Other kids would gobble the food they had brought at little recess and then were hungry later, but not Celeste. She pulled off the crust of her sandwiches and ate only the soft middle part. Always she had a stuffed hard-boiled egg and she would hold it in her hand, mashing the yellow with her thumb so that the print of her finger was left there. Celeste never talked to her and she never talked to Celeste. Well, that was what she wanted more than anything else. At night she would lie awake and think about Celeste. She would plan that they were best friends and think about the time when Celeste would come home with her to eat supper and spend the night. But that never happened. The way she felt about Celeste would never let her go up and make friends with her like she would any other person. After a year, Celeste moved to another part of town and went to another school. Then there was a boy called Buck. He was big and had pimples on his face. When she stood by him in line to march in at 8:30, he smelled bad, like his britches needed airing. Buck did a nosedive at the principal once and was suspended. When he laughed, he lifted his upper lip and shook all over. She thought about him like she had thought about Celeste. Then there was the lady who sold lottery tickets for a turkey raffle, and Miss Anglin, who taught the 7th grade, and Carole Lombard in the movies. All of them. But with Mr. Singer there was a difference. The way she felt about him came on her slowly. She could not think back and realise just how it happened. The other people had been ordinary, but Mr. Singer was not. The first day he rang the doorbell to ask about a room, and she had looked a long time into his face. She had opened the door and read over the card he handed to her. Then she called her mamma and went back in the kitchen to tell Portia and Bubba about him. She followed him and her mamma up the stairs and watched him poke the mattress on the bed and roll up the shades to see if they worked. The day he moved, she sat on the front porch banisters and watched him get out of a 10-cent taxi with his suitcase and his chessboard. Then later, she listened to him thump around in his room and imagined about him. The rest came in a gradual way, so that now there was this secret feeling between them. She talked to him more than she'd ever talked to a human being before. And if he could have talked, he would have told her of many things. It was like he was some kind of a great teacher, only because he was a mute he did not teach. In the bed at night, she planned about how she was an orphan and lived with Mr. Singer. Just the two of them in a foreign house where in the winter it would snow. Maybe in a little Swiss town with the high glaciers and mountains all around, where rocks were on top of all the houses and the roofs were steep and pointed. Or in France, where the people carried home bread from the store without it being wrapped. Or in the foreign country of Norway, by the grey winter ocean. In the morning, the first thing she would think of him. Along with music. When she put on her dress, she wondered where she would see him that day. She used some of Etta's perfume or a drop of vanilla, so that if she met him in the hall, she would smell good. She went to school late, so she could see him come down the stairs on his way to work. In the afternoon and night, she never left the house if he was there. Each new thing she learned about him was important. He kept a toothbrush and toothpaste in a glass on his table. So instead of leaving her toothbrush on the bathroom shelf, she kept it in the glass also. He didn't like cabbage. Harry, who worked for Mr. Brannan, mentioned that to her. Now she couldn't eat cabbage either. When she learned new facts about him, or when she said something to him and he wrote a few words with a silver pencil, she had to be off by herself for a long time to think it over. When she was with him, the main thought in her mind was to store up everything so that later she could live it over and remember. But in the inside room with music and Mr. Singer was not all. Many things happened in the outside room. She fell down the stairs and broke off one of her front teeth. Miss Minna gave her 2 bad cards in English. She lost a quarter in a vacant lot, and although she and George hunted for 3 days, they never found it. This happened. One afternoon, she was studying for an English test out on the back steps. Harry began to chop wood over on his side of the fence, and she hollered to him. He came and diagrammed a few sentences for her. His eyes were quick behind his horn-rimmed glasses. After he explained the English to her, he stood up and jerked his hands in and out of the pockets of his lumberjack. Harry was always full of energy, nervous. He had to be talking or doing something every minute. "You see, there's just two things nowadays," he said. He liked to surprise people, and sometimes she didn't know how to answer him. "It's the truth," he continued. "There's just two things ahead nowadays." "What?" she asked. "Militant democracy or fascism." "Don't you like Republicans?" she said. "Shucks," Harry said. "That's not what I mean." He explained all about the fascists one afternoon. He told how the Nazis made little Jewish children get down on their hands and knees and eat grass from the ground. He told about how he planned to assassinate Hitler. He had it all worked out thoroughly. He told about how there wasn't any justice or freedom in fascism. He said the newspapers wrote deliberate lies and the people didn't know what was going on in the world. The Nazis were terrible, everybody knew that. She plotted with him to kill Hitler. It would be better to have 4 or 5 people in the conspiracy so that if one missed, the others could bump him off just the same. And even if they died, they would all be heroes. To be a hero was almost like being a great musician. "Either one or the other," he was saying. "And although I don't believe in war, I'm ready to fight for what I know is right." "Me too," she said. "I'd like to fight the fascists. I could dress up like a boy and nobody could ever tell. Cut my hair off and all." It was a bright winter afternoon. The sky was blue-green and the branches of the oak trees in the backyard were black and bare against this colour. The sun was warm. The day made her feel full of energy. Music was in her mind. Just to be doing something, she picked up a 10-penny nail and drove it into the steps with a few good wallops. Their dad heard the sound of the hammer and came out in his bathrobe to stand around a while. Under the tree there were 2 carpenter's horses. Little Ralph was busy putting a rock on top of one and then carrying it over to the other one, back and forth. He walked with his hands out to balance himself. He was bow-legged, and his diapers dragged down to his knees. George was shooting marbles. Because he needed a haircut, his face looked thin. Some of his permanent teeth had already come, but they were small and blue, like he'd been eating blackberries. He drew a line for Tor and lay on his stomach to take aim for the first hole. When their dad went back to his watchwork, he carried Ralph with him. After a while, George went off into the alley by himself. Since he shot Baby, he wouldn't buddy with a single person. "I gotta go," Harry said. "I gotta be at work before 6. "Do you like it at the cafe?" Mick asked. "Do you get good things to eat free?" "Sure," he said. "All kinds of folks come in the place. I like it better than any job I ever had. It pays more." "I hate Mr. Brannan," Mick said. It was true that even though he had never said anything mean to her, he always spoke in a rough, funny way. He must have known all along about the pack of chewing gum she and George swiped that time. And then why did he ask her how her business was coming along, like he did up in Mr. Singer's room? Maybe he thought they took things regular, and they didn't. They certainly did not. Only wanted a little watercolour set from the 10-cent store, and a nickel pencil sharpener. "I can't stand Mr. Brannan." "He's all right," Harry said. "Sometimes he seems a right queer kind of person, but he's not crabby when you get to know him." "One thing I've thought about," Mick said, "is that a boy has a better advantage like that than a girl. I mean, a boy can usually get some part-time job that don't take him out of school and leaves him time for other things. But there aren't jobs like that for girls. When a girl wants a job, she has to quit school and work full-time. I'd sure like to earn a couple of bucks a week like you do, but there's just not any way." Harry sat on the steps and untied his shoestrings. He pulled at them until one broke. "A man comes to the cafe named Mr. Blunt," he said. "Mr. Jake Blunt. I like to listen to him. I learn a lot from the things he says when he drinks beer. He's given me some new ideas." "I know him good," Mick said. "He comes here every Sunday." Harry unlaced his shoe and pulled the broken string to even length so he could tie it in a bow again. "Listen," he rubbed his glasses on his lumberjack in a nervous way. "You needn't mention to him what I said. I mean, I doubt if he would remember me. He don't talk to me. He just talks to Mr. Singer. He might think it was funny if you know what I mean." "Okay." She read between the words that he had a crush on Mr. Blunt, and she knew how he felt. "I wouldn't mention it." Dark came on. The moon, white like milk, showed in the blue sky and the air was cold. She could hear Ralph and George and Portia in the kitchen. The fire in the stove made the kitchen window a warm orange. There was the smell of smoke and supper. "You know, this is something I never have told anybody," he said. "I hate to realize this about myself." "What?" "You remember when you first began to read the newspapers and think about the things you read?" "Sure." "Well, I used to be a fascist. I used to think I was. It was this way. You know all the pictures of the people our age in Europe, marching and singing songs and keeping step together? I used to think that was wonderful. All of them pledged to each other and with one leader. All of them with the same ideals and marching in step together. I didn't worry much about what was happening to the Jewish minorities because I didn't want to think about it. You see, because at the time I didn't want to think like I was Jewish. You see, I didn't know. I just looked at the pictures and read what was said underneath, and I didn't understand. I never knew what an awful thing it was. I thought I was a fascist. Of course, later on, I found out different. His voice was bitter about himself and kept changing from a man's voice to a young boy's. Well, you didn't realise then, she said. He stopped her. It was a terrible transgression, a moral wrong. That was the way he was. Everything was very right or very wrong, no middle way. It was wrong for anyone under 20 to touch beer or wine or smoke a cigarette. It was a terrible sin for a person to cheat on a test, but not a sin to copy homework. It was a moral wrong for girls to wear lipstick or sunback dresses. Terrible sin to buy anything with a German or Japanese label, no matter if it only cost a nickel. She remembered Harry back to the time when they were kids. Once his eyes got crossed and stayed crossed for a year. He would sit out on his front steps with his hands between his knees and watch everything, very quiet and cross-eyed. He skipped 2 grades in grammar school, and when he was 11, he was ready for vocational. But at vocational, when they read about the Jew and Ivanhoe, and the other kids would look around at Harry, he would come home and cry. So his mother took him out of school. He stayed out for a whole year. He grew taller and very fat. Every time she climbed the fence, she would see him making himself something to eat in the kitchen. They both played around on the block, and sometimes they would wrestle. When she was a kid, she liked to fight with boys. Not real fights, but just in a way. In play. She used a combination jiu-jitsu and boxing. Sometimes he got her down, sometimes she got him. Harry was never very rough with anybody. When little kids ever broke any toy, they would come to him, and he always took the time to fix it. He could fix anything. The ladies on the block got him to fix their electric lights or sewing machines when something went wrong. Then, when he was 13, he started back at vocational and began to study hard. He threw papers and worked on Saturdays and read. For a long time she didn't see much of him, until after that party she gave. He was very changed. Like this, Harry said, it used to be I had some big ambition for myself all the time. A great engineer, or a doctor, or lawyer. But now I don't have it that way. All I can think about is what happens in the world now. About fascism and the terrible things in Europe. And on the other hand, democracy. I mean, I can't think and work on what I mean to be in life, because I think too much about this other thing. I dream about killing Hitler every night. And I wake up in the dark very thirsty and scared of something. I don't know what. She looked at Harry's face, and a deep, serious feeling made her sad. His hair hung over his forehead. His upper lip was thin and tight, but the lower one was thick and trembled. Harry didn't look old enough to be 15. With the darkness, a cold wind came. The wind sang up in the oak trees on the block and banged the blinds against the side of the house. Down the street, Mrs. Wells was calling succour home. The dark late afternoon made the sadness heavy inside her. I want a piano, I want to take music lessons, she said to herself. She looked at Harry, and he was lacing his thin fingers together in different shapes. There was a warm boy smell about him. What was it made her act like she suddenly did? Maybe it was remembering the times when they were younger. Maybe it was because of the sadness. It was making her feel queer. But anyway, all of a sudden she gave Harry a push that nearly knocked him off the steps. S.O.B. to your grandmother, she hollered at him. Then she ran. That was what kids used to say in the neighbourhood when they picked a fight. Harry stood up and looked surprised. He settled his glasses on his nose and watched her for a second. Then he ran back to the alley. The cold air made her strong as Samson, and when she laughed there was a short, quick echo. She butted Harry with her shoulder, and he got a hold on her. They wrestled hard and laughed. She was the tallest, but his hands were strong. He didn't fight good enough, and she got him on the ground. Then suddenly he stopped moving. She stopped too. His breathing was warm on her neck, and he was very still. She felt his ribs against her knees, and his hard breathing as she sat on him. They got up together. They didn't laugh any more. The alley was very quiet. As they walked across the dark backyard, for some reason she felt funny. There was nothing to feel queer about, but suddenly it had just happened. She gave him a little push, and he pushed her back. Then she laughed again, and felt all right. So long, Harry said. He was too old to climb the fence, so he ran through the side alley to the front of his house. "Gosh, it's hot," she said. "I could smother in here." Portia was warming her supper on the stove. Ralph banged his spoon on his high-chair tray. George's dirty little hand pushed up his grit with a piece of bread, and his eyes were squinted in a faraway look. She helped herself to white meat and gravy and grits and a few raisins and mixed them up together on her plate. She ate 3 bites of them. She ate until all the grits were gone, but she still wasn't full. She had thought about Mr. Singer all the day, and as soon as supper was over, she went upstairs. But when she reached the 3rd floor, she saw that his door was open and his room dark. This gave her an empty feeling. Downstairs, she couldn't sit still and study for the English test. It was like she was so strong she couldn't sit on a chair in a room the same as other people. It was like she could knock down all the walls of a house, then march through the streets, big as a giant. Finally, she got out her private box from under the bed. She lay on her stomach and looked over the notebook. There were about 20 songs now, but she didn't feel satisfied with them. If she could write a symphony for a whole orchestra, how did you write that? Sometimes several instruments played one note, so the staff would have to be very large. She drew 5 lines across a big sheet of test paper, the lines about an inch apart. When a note was for violin or cello or flute, she would write the name of the instrument to show. Then, when they all played the same note together, she would draw a circle around them. At the top of the page, she wrote, "Symphony," in large letters. Under that she wrote, "Mick Kelly." Then she couldn't go any further. If only she could have music lessons. If only she could have a real piano. A long time passed before she could get started. The tunes were in her mind, but she couldn't figure out how to write them. It looked like this was the hardest play in the world, but she kept on figuring until Etta and Hazel came into the room and got into bed and said she had to turn the light off because it was 11 o'clock. Chapter 10. For 6 weeks, Portia had waited to hear from William. Every evening she would come to the house and ask Dr. Copeland the same question. "You seen anybody who gotten a letter from Willie yet?" And every night he was obliged to tell her that he had heard nothing. At last she asked the question no more. She would come into the hall and look at him without a word. She drank. Her blouse was often half unbuttoned and her shoestrings loose. February came. The weather turned milder, then hot. The sun glared down with hard brilliance. Birds sang in the bare trees, and children played out of doors barefoot and naked to the waist. The nights were torrid as in midsummer. Then, after a few days, winter was upon the town again. The mild skies darkened. A chill rain fell and the air turned dank and bitterly cold. In the town, the Negroes suffered badly. Supplies of fuel had been exhausted and there was a struggle everywhere for warmth. An epidemic of pneumonia raged through the wet, narrow streets, and for a week Dr. Copeland slept at odd hours, fully clothed. Still no word came from William. Portia had written 4 times and Dr. Copeland twice. During most of the day and night he had no time to think. But occasionally he found a chance to rest for a moment at home. He would drink a pot of coffee by the kitchen stove and a deep uneasiness would come in him. 5 of his patients had died. One of these was Augustus Benedict Mady Lewis, the little deaf mute. He had been asked to speak at the burial service, but it was his rule not to attend funerals, he was unable to accept the invitation. The 5 patients had not been lost because of any negligence on his part. The blame was in the long years of want which lay behind. The diets of cornbread and sow-belly and syrup, the crowding of 4 and 5 persons to a single room, the death of poverty. He brooded on this and drank coffee to stay awake. Often he held his hand to his chin, for recently a slight tremor in the nerves of his neck made his head nod unsteadily when he was tired. Then, during the 4th week of February, Portia came to the house. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and he was sitting by the fire in the kitchen, warming a pan of milk for breakfast. She was badly intoxicated. He smelled the keen, sweetish odour of gin, and his nostrils widened with disgust. He did not look at her, but busied himself with his breakfast. He crumbled some bread in a bowl and poured over it hot milk. He prepared coffee and laid the table. Then, when he was seated before his breakfast, he looked at Portia sternly. "Have you had your morning meal?" he asked. "I'm not going to eat breakfast," she said. "You will need it, if you intend to get to work today." "I'm not going to work," she said. A dread came in him. He did not wish to question her further. He kept his eyes on his bowl of milk and drank from a spoon that was unsteady in his hand. When he had finished, he looked up at the wall above her head. "Are you tongue-tied?" "I'm going to tell you. You're going to hear about it. Just as soon as I'm able to say it, I'm going to tell you." Portia sat motionless in the chair, her eyes moving slowly from one corner of the wall to the other.
Her arms hung down limp and her legs were twisted loosely about each other. When he turned from her, he had for a moment a perilous sense of ease and freedom, which was more acute because he knew soon it was to be shattered. He mended the fire and warmed his hands. Then he rolled a cigarette. The kitchen was in a state of spotless order and cleanliness. The saucepans on the wall glowed with the light of the stove. Behind each one there was a round black shadow. "It's about Willie," she said. "I know." He rolled the cigarette gingerly between his palms. His eyes glanced recklessly about him. He was greedy for the last sweet pleasures. "Once I mentioned to you this here Buster Johnson were at the prison with Willie. Us knowed him before he was sent home yesterday. So, Buster been crippled for life." His head quavered. He pressed his hand to his chin to steady himself, but the obstinate trembling was difficult to control. "Last night these here friends come round my house and say that Buster were home and had something to tell me about Willie. I ran all the way, and this here is what he said." "Yes?" "Well, there were 3 of them. Willie and Buster and this other boy, they were friends. Then this trouble came up." Portia halted. She wet her finger with her tongue and then moistened her dry lips with her finger. "It was something to do with the way this here white guard picked on them all the time. They were out on road work one day, and Buster soused back, and then the other boy, he tried to run off in the woods. They'd taken all 3 of them. They'd taken all 3 of them to the camp and put them in an ice-cold room." The doctor said yes again, but his head quavered and the word sounded like a rattle in his throat. "It was about 6 weeks ago," Portia said. "You remember that cold spell then? They put Willie and them boys in this room like ice." Portia spoke in a low voice, and she neither paused between words nor did the grief in her face soften. It was like a low song. She spoke and he could not understand. The sounds were distinct in his ear, but they had no shape or meaning. It was as though his head were the prow of a boat, and the sounds were water that broke on him and then flowed past. He felt he had to look behind to find the words already said. "And their feet swelled up, and they lay there and struggled on the floor and hollered out, and nobody come. They hollered there for 3 days and 3 nights, and nobody come." "I am deaf," said Dr. Copeland. "I cannot understand." "They put our Willie and them boys in this here ice-cold room. There was a rope hanging down from the ceiling. They'd taken their shoes off and tied their bare feet to the rope. Willie and them boys lay there with their backs on the floor and their feet in the air. And as their feet swelled up and they struggled on the floor and hollered out, it was ice cold in the room and their feet froze. Their feet swelled up and they hollowed for 3 days and 3 nights, and nobody come." Dr. Copeland pressed his head with his hands, but still the steady trembling would not stop. "I cannot hear what you say," he said. "Then at last they come to get them," Portia continued. "They quickly taken Willie and them boys to a sick ward, and their legs were all swelled and froze. Gangrene. They sawed off both our Willie's feet. Buster Johnson lost 1 foot and the other boy got well. But our Willie, he's crippled for life now. Both his feet sawed off." The words were finished, and Portia leaned over and struck her head upon the table. She did not cry or moan, but she struck her head again and again on the hard scrubbed top of the table. The bowl and spoon rattled, and he removed them to the sink. The words were scattered in his mind, and he did not try to assemble them. He scalded the bowl and spoon and washed out the dish towel. He picked up something from the floor and put it somewhere. "Crippled?" he asked. "William?" Portia knocked her head on the table, and the blows had a rhythm like the slow beat of a drum, and his heart took up this rhythm also. Quietly the words came alive, and fitted to the meaning, and he understood. "When will they send him home?" Portia leaned her drooping head on her arm. "Buster don't know that. Soon afterward they separate all 3 of them in different places. They sent Buster to another camp. Since Willie only have a few more months, he thinks he's liable to be home soon now." They drank coffee and sat for a long time, looking into each other's eyes. His cup rattled against his teeth. She poured her coffee into a saucer and some of it dripped down on her lap. "William," Dr. Copeland said. As he pronounced the name, his teeth bit deeply into his tongue, and he moved his jaw with pain. They sat for a long while. Portia held his hand. The bleak morning light made the windows grey. Outside it was still raining. "If it means to get to work, I better go on now," Portia said. He followed her through the hall and stopped at the hat rack to put on his coat and shawl. The open door let in a gust of wet, cold air. Highboy sat out on the street curb with a wet newspaper over his head for protection. Along the sidewalk there was a fence.
Portia leaned against this as she walked. Dr. Copeland followed a few paces after her, and his hands also touched the board of the fence to steady himself. Highboy trailed behind them. He waited for the black, terrible anger as though for some beast out of the night, but it did not come to him. His bowels seemed weighted with lead, and he walked slowly and lingered against fences and the cold, wet walls of the buildings by the way. Descent into the depths until at last there was no further chasm below. He touched the solid bottom of despair, and there took ease. In this he knew a certain strong and holy gladness. The persecuted laugh, and the black slave sings to his outraged soul beneath the whip. A song was in him now, although it was not music but only the feeling of a song, and the sodden heaviness of peace weighted down his limbs so that it was only with the strong, true purpose that he moved. Why did he go onward? Why did he not rest here upon this bosom of utmost humiliation, and for a while take his content? But he went onward. "Uncle," said Mick, "you think some hot coffee would make you feel better?" Dr. Copeland looked into her face, but gave no sign that he had heard. They had crossed the town and come at last to the alley behind the Kelly's house. Portia had entered first, and then he followed. Highboy remained on the steps outside. Mick and her two little brothers were already in the kitchen. Portia told of William. Dr. Copeland did not listen to the words, but her voice had a rhythm, a start, a middle, and an end. Then, when she was finished, she began all over. Others came into the room to hear. Dr. Copeland sat on a stool in the corner. His coat and shawl steamed over the back of a chair by the stove. He held his hat on his knees, and his long, dark hands moved nervously around the worn brim. The yellow insides of his hands were so moist that occasionally he wiped them with a handkerchief. His head trembled, and all of his muscles were stiff with the effort to make it be still. Mr. Singer came into the room. Dr. Copeland raised up his face to him. "Have you heard of this?" he asked. Mr. Singer nodded. In his eyes there was no horror or pity or hate. Of all those who knew, his eyes alone did not express these reactions, for he alone understood this thing. Mick whispered to Portia, "What's your father's name?" He named Benedict Mady Copeland. Mick leaned over close to Dr. Copeland and shouted in his face as though he were deaf. "Benedict, don't you think some hot coffee would make you feel a little better?" Dr. Copeland started. "Quit that hollering," Portia said. "You can hear well as you can." "Oh," said Mick. She emptied the grounds from the pot and put the coffee on the stove to boil again. The mute still lingered in the doorway. Dr. Copeland still looked into his face. "You heard?" "What'll they do to those prison guards?" Mick asked. "Honey, I just don't know," Portia said. "I just don't know. I'd do something. I'd sure do something about it. Nothing that we could do could make no difference. Best thing us can do is keep our mouths shut. They ought to be treated just like they did Willie and them. Worse. I wish I could round up some people and kill those men myself. But that ain't no Christian way to talk," Portia said. "Us can just rest back and know they're going to be chopped up with pitchforks and fried everlasting by Satan. Anyway, Willie can still play his harp. With both feet sawed off, that's about all he can do," Portia said. The house was full of noise and unrest. In the dining room above the kitchen, someone was moving furniture about. The dining room was crowded with boarders. Mrs. Kelly hurried back and forth from the breakfast table to the kitchen. Mr. Kelly wandered about in a baggy pair of trousers and a bathrobe. The young Kelly children ate greedily in the kitchen. Doors banged and voices could be heard in all parts of the house. Mick handed Dr. Copeland a cup of coffee mixed with watery milk. The milk gave a drink a grey-blue sheen. Some of the coffee had sloshed over into the saucer, so first he dried the saucer. "I wish I could kill them," Mick said. The house quieted. The room went out and the baby. Mrs. Kelly wrapped a towel around her head and took a broom with her upstairs. The mute still stood in the doorway. Dr. Copeland gazed up into his face. "You know of this?" he asked again. The words did not sound. They choked in his throat, but his eyes asked the question all the same. Then the mute was gone. Dr. Copeland and Portia were alone. He sat for some time on the stool in the corner. At last he rose to go. "You sit back down, Father. We're going to stay together this morning. I got to fry some fish and have some egg bread and potatoes for the dinner. You stay on here, and then I means to serve you a good hot meal. You know I have calls. Let us just this day. Please, Father, I feels like I'm going to really bust loose. Besides, I don't want you messing around in the streets by yourself." He hesitated and felt the collar of his overcoat. It was damp. "Daughter, I am sorry. You know I have visits." Portia held his shawl over the stove until the wool was hot. She buttoned his coat and turned up the collar about his neck. He cleared his throat and spat into one of the squares of paper that he carried with him in his pocket. Then he burned the paper in the stove. On the way out, he stopped and spoke to Highboy on the steps. He suggested that Highboy stay with Portia if he could arrange to get leave from work. The air was piercing and cold. From the low, dark skies, the drizzling rain fell steadily. The rain had seeped into the garbage cans, and in the alley there was the rank odour of wet refuse. As he walked, he balanced himself with the help of a fence and kept his dark eyes on the ground. He made all of the strictly necessary visits. Then he attended to office patients from noon until 2 o'clock. Afterward, he sat at a desk with his fists clenched tight, but it was useless to try to cogitate on this thing. He wished never again to see a human face, yet at the same time he could not sit alone in the empty room. He put on his overcoat and went out again into the wet, cold street. In his pocket were several prescriptions to be left at the pharmacy, but he did not wish to speak with Marshal Nichols. He went into the store and laid the prescriptions upon the counter. The pharmacist turned from the powders he was measuring and held out both his hands. His thick lips worked soundlessly for a moment before he gained his poise. "Doctor," he said formally, "you must be aware that I and all of our colleagues and the members of my lodge and church, we have your sorrow uppermost in our minds and wish to extend to you our deepest sympathy." Dr. Copeland turned shortly and left without a word. That was too little. Something more was needed. The strong, true purpose, the will to justice. He walked stiffly, his arms held close to his sides, toward the main street. He cogitated without success. He could think of no white person of power in all the town who was both brave and just. He thought of every lawyer, every judge, every public official with whose name he was familiar, but the thought of each one of these white men was bitter in his heart. At last he decided on the judge of the Superior Court. When he reached the courthouse he did not hesitate but entered quickly, determined to see the judge that afternoon. The wide front hall was empty except for a few idlers who lounged in the doorways leading to the offices on either side. He did not know where he could find the judge's office, so he wandered uncertainly through the building, looking at the placards on the doors. At last he came to a narrow passage. Halfway through this corridor 3 white men stood talking together and blocked the way. He drew close to the wall to pass, but one of them turned to stop him. "What you want?" he said. "Will you please tell me where the judge's office is located?" the doctor asked. The white man jerked his thumb toward the end of the passage. Dr. Copeland recognized him as a deputy sheriff. They had seen each other dozens of times, but the deputy did not remember him. All white people looked similar to Negroes, but Negroes took care to differentiate between them. On the other hand, all Negroes looked similar to white men, but white men did not usually bother to fix the face of a Negro in their minds. So the white man said, "What you want, Reverend?" The familiar joking title nettled him. "I am not a minister," he said. "I am a physician, a medical doctor. My name is Benedict Mady Copeland, and I wish to see the judge immediately on urgent business." The deputy was like other white men in that a clearly enunciated speech maddened him. "Is that so?" he mocked. He winked at his friends. "Then I am the deputy sheriff, and my name is Mr. Wilson, and I tell you the judge is busy. Come back some other day." "It is imperative that I see the judge," Dr. Copeland said. "I will wait." There was a bench at the entrance of the passage, and he sat down. The 3 white men continued to talk, but he knew that the sheriff watched them. He was determined not to leave. More than half an hour passed. Several white men went freely back and forth through the corridor. He knew that the deputy was watching him, and he sat rigid, his hands pressed between his knees. His sense of prudence told him to go away and return later in the afternoon, when the sheriff was not there. All of his life he had been circumspect in his dealings with such people, but now something in him would not let him withdraw. "Come here, you," the deputy said finally. His head trembled, and when he arose he was not steady on his feet. "Yes? What you say you wanted to see the judge about?" "I did not say," said Dr. Copeland. "I merely said that my business with him was urgent." "You can't stand up straight. You've been drinking liquor, haven't you? I can smell it on your breath." "That is a lie," said Dr. Copeland slowly. "I have not." The sheriff struck him on the face. He fell against the wall. 2 white men grasped him by the arms and dragged him down the steps to the main floor. He did not resist. "That's the trouble with this country," the sheriff said. "These damn bigoty Negroes like him." He spoke no word and let them do with him as they would. He waited for the terrible anger and felt it arise within him. Rage made him weak, so that he stumbled. They put him into the wagon with 2 men as guards. They took him to the station and then to the jail. It was only when they entered the jail that the strength of his rage came to him. He broke loose suddenly from their grasp. In a corner he was surrounded. They struck him on the head and shoulders with their clubs. A glorious strength was in him, and he heard himself laughing aloud as he fought. He sobbed and laughed at the same time. He kicked wildly with his feet. He fought with his fists and even struck at them with his head. Then he was clutched fast so that he could not move. They dragged him foot by foot through the hall of the jail. The door to a cell was opened. Someone behind kicked him in the groin, and he fell to his knees on the floor.
In the cramped cubicle there were 5 other prisoners. 3 Negroes and 2 white men. One of the white men was very old and drunk. He sat on the floor and scratched himself. The other white man was a boy not more than 15 years of age. The 3 Negroes were young. As Dr. Copeland lay on the bunk looking up into their faces, he recognized one of them. "How come you're here?" the young man asked. "Ain't you Dr. Copeland?" He said, "Yes." "My name's Derry White. You taken out my sister's tonsils last year." The icy cell was permeated with a rotten odour. A pail brimming with urine was in a corner. Cockroaches crawled upon the walls. He closed his eyes, and immediately he must have slept, for when he looked up again, the small barred window was black and a bright light burned in the hall. 4 empty tin plates were on the floor. His dinner of cabbage and cornbread was beside him. He sat on the bunk and sneezed violently several times. When he breathed, the phlegm rattled in his chest. After a while, the young white boy began to sneeze also. Dr. Copeland gave out squares of paper and had to use sheets from a notebook in his pocket. The white boy leaned over the pail in the corner or simply let the water run from his nose onto the front of his shirt. His eyes were dilated, his clear cheeks flushed. He huddled on the edge of a bunk and groaned. Soon they were led out to the lavatory, and on their return they prepared for sleep. There were 6 men to occupy 4 bunks. The old man lay snoring on the floor. Derry and another boy squeezed into a bunk together. The hours were long. The light in the hall burned his eyes, and the odour in the cell made every breath a discomfort. He could not keep warm. His teeth chattered, and he shook with a hard chill. He sat up with the dirty blanket wrapped around him and swayed to and fro. Twice he reached over to cover the white boy, who muttered and threw out his arms in sleep. He swayed, his head in his hands, and from his throat there came a singing moan. He could not think of William, nor could he even cogitate upon the strong, true purpose and draw strength from that. He could only feel the misery in him. Then the tide of his fever turned. A warmth spread through him. He lay back, and it seemed he sank down into a place warm and red and full of comfort. The next morning the sun came out. The strange southern winter was at its end. Dr. Copeland was released. A little group waited outside the jail for him. Mr. Singer was there. Portia and Highboy and Marshal Nichols were present also. Their faces were confused, and he could not see them clearly. The sun was very bright. "Father, don't you know it ain't no way to help our Willie, messing around at white folks' courthouse? Best thing we can do is keep our mouths shut and wait." Her loud voice echoed wearily in his ears. They climbed into a 10-cent taxicab, and when he was home, he pressed his face into the fresh white pillow. Mick could not sleep all night. Etta was sick, so she had to sleep in the living room. The sofa was too narrow and short. She had nightmares about Willie. Nearly a month had gone by since Portia had told about what they had done to him, but still she couldn't forget it. Twice in the night she had these bad dreams and woke up on the floor. A bump came out on her forehead. Then at 6 o'clock she heard Bill go to the kitchen and fix his breakfast. It was daylight, but the shades were down so that the room was half dark. She felt queer waking up in the living room. She didn't like it. The sheet was twisted around her, half on the sofa and half on the floor. The pillow was in the middle of the room. She got up and opened the door to the hall. Nobody was on the stairs. She ran in her nightgown to the back room. "Move over, George." The kid lay in the very centre of the bed. The night had been warm, and he was naked as a jaybird. His fists were shut tight, and even in sleep his eyes were squinted like he was thinking about something very hard to figure out. His mouth was open and there was a little wet spot on the pillow. She pushed him. "Wait," he said in his sleep. "Move over on your side." "Wait," he said. "Let me just finish this here dream, this here—" She hauled him over where he belonged and lay down close to him. When she opened her eyes again, it was late, because the sun shone in through the back window. George was gone. From the yard she heard kids' voices and the sound of water running. Etta and Hazel were talking in the middle room. As she dressed, a sudden notion came to her. She listened at the door, but it was hard to hear what they said. She jerked the door open quick to surprise them. They were reading a movie magazine. Etta was still in bed. She had her hand halfway over the picture of an actor. "From here up, don't you think he favours that boy who used to date with—" "How you feel this morning, Etta?" Mick asked. She looked down under the bed, and her private box was still in the exact place where she had left it. "A lot you care," Etta said. "You needn't try to pick a fight," Mick said. Etta's face was peaked. There was a terrible pain in her stomach and her ovary was diseased. It had something to do with being unwell. The doctor said they would have to cut out her ovary right away, but their dad said they would have to wait. There wasn't any money. "How you expect me to act anyway?" Mick said. "I ask you a polite question and you start to nag at me. I feel I ought to be sorry for you, 'cause you're sick, but you won't let me be decent. Therefore I naturally get mad." She pushed back the bangs of her hair and looked close into the mirror. "Boy, see this bump I got. I bet my head's broke. Twice I fell out last night and it seemed to me like I hit that table by the sofa. I can't sleep in the living room. That sofa cramps me so much I can't stay in it." "Hush that talking so loud," Hazel said. Mick knelt down on the floor and pulled out the big box. She looked carefully at the string that was tied around it. "Say, have either of you fooled with this?" "Shoot," Etta said. "What would we want to mess with your junk for?" "You just better not," Mick said. "I'll kill anybody that tried to mess with my private things." "Listen to that," Hazel said. "Mick Kelly, I think you're the most selfish person I've ever known. You don't care a thing in the world about anybody but—" "Oh, poot." She slammed the door. She hated both of them. That was a terrible thing to think, but it was true. Her dad was in the kitchen with Portia. He had on his bathrobe and was drinking a cup of coffee. The whites of his eyes were red and his cup rattled against his saucer. He walked round and round the kitchen table. "What time is it? Has Mr. Singer gone yet?" "He been gone, hon," Portia said. "Near about 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Golly, I never have slept that late before." "What you keep in that big hat box you tote around with you?" she asked. Mick reached into the stove and brought out half a dozen biscuits. "Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies. A bad end comes to a person who pries." "If there's a little extra milk, I think I'll just have it poured over some crumbled bread," her dad said. "Graveyard soup. Maybe that will help settle my stomach." Mick split open the biscuits and put slices of fried white meat inside them. She sat down on the back steps to eat her breakfast. The morning was warm and bright. Spare Ribs and Sucker were playing with George in the backyard. Sucker wore his sunsuit and the other two kids had taken off all their clothes except their shorts. They were scooting each other with a hose. The stream of water sparkled bright in the sun. The wind blew out sprays of it like mists, and in this mist there were the colours of the rainbow. A line of clothes flapped in the wind. White sheets, Ralph's blue dress, a red blouse and nightgowns, wet and fresh and blowing out in different shapes. The day was almost like summertime. Fuzzy little yellow jackets buzzed around the honeysuckle on the alley fence. "Watch me hold it up over my head," George hollered. "Watch how the water runs down." She was too full of energy to sit still. George had filled a meal sack with dirt and hung it to a limb of the tree for a punching bag. She began to hit this. Puck! Pock! She hit it in time to a song that had been in her mind when she woke up. George had mixed a sharp rock in the dirt and it bruised her knuckles. "Ow! You skeeted the water right in my ear. It's busted my eardrum. I can't even hear." "Give me here. Let me shoot some." Sprays of the water blew into her face, and once the kids turned the hose on her legs. She was afraid her box would get wet, so she carried it with her through the alley to the front porch. Harry was sitting on his steps reading the newspaper. She opened her box and got out a notebook, but it was hard to settle her mind on the songs she wanted to write down. Harry was looking over in her direction, and she could not think. She and Harry had talked about so many things lately. Nearly every day they had walked home from school together. They talked about God. Sometimes she would wake up in the night and shiver over what they had said. Harry was a pantheist. That was a religion, same as a Baptist or Catholic or Jew. Harry believed that after you were dead and buried, you changed to plants and fire and dirt and clouds and water. It took thousands of years, and then finally you were part of all the world. He said he thought that was better than being one single angel. Anyhow, better than nothing. Harry threw the newspaper into his hall and then came over. "It's like hot summer," he said, "and only March." "Yeah, I wish we could go swimming," Mick said. "Well, we would if there was any place." There's not any place, except that country club pool. I sure would like to do something, Harry said. To get out and go somewhere. Me too, she said. Wait, I know one place, out in the country about 15 miles. Deep, wide creek in the woods. The Girl Scouts have a camp there in the summertime. Mrs. Wells took me and George and Pete and Sucker swimming there one time last year. If you want to, I can get bicycles and we can go tomorrow, he said. I have a holiday one Sunday a month. Well, we'll ride out and take a picnic dinner then, Mick said. Okay, I'll borrow the bikes. It was time for him to go to work. She watched him walk down the street. He swung his arms. Halfway down the block there was a bay tree with low branches. Harry took a running jump, caught a limb, chinned himself. A happy feeling came in her, because it was true they were real good friends. Also, he was handsome. Tomorrow she would borrow Hazel's blue necklace and wear the silk dress, and for dinner they would take jelly sandwiches and nehi. Maybe Harry would bring something queer, because they ate orthodox. She watched him until he turned the corner. It was true that he had grown to be a very good-looking fellow. Harry in the country was different from Harry sitting on the back steps reading the newspapers and thinking about Hitler. They left early in the morning. The wheels he borrowed were the kind for boys, with a bar between the legs. They strapped the lunches and bathing suits to the fenders and were gone before 9 o'clock. The morning was hot and sunny. Within an hour they were far out of town on a red clay road. The fields were bright green and the sharp smell of pine trees was in the air. Harry talked in a very excited way. The warm wind blew into their faces. Her mouth was very dry and she was hungry. See that house up on the hill there? Let us stop and get some water. No, he said, we'd better wait. Well water gives you typhoid. I already had typhoid, she said. I had pneumonia and a broken leg and an infected foot. I remember. Yeah, Mick said. Me and Bill stayed in the front room and we had typhoid fever. Pete Wells would run past on the sidewalk holding his nose and looking up at the window. Bill was very embarrassed. All my hair came out, so I was bald. Well, I bet we're at least 10 miles from town. We've been riding an hour and a half. Fast riding, too. I sure am thirsty, Mick said, and hungry. What you got in that sack for lunch? Cold liver pudding and chicken salad sandwiches and pie, he said. That's a good picnic dinner. She was ashamed of what she had brought. I got 2 hard-boiled eggs, already stuffed, with separate little packages of salt and pepper, and sandwiches, blackberry jelly with butter, everything wrapped up in oil paper, and paper napkins. I didn't intend for you to bring anything, Harry said. My mother fixed lunch for both of us. I asked you out here and all. We'll come to a store soon and get cold drinks. They rode half an hour long before they finally came to the filling station store. Harry propped up the bicycles and she went in ahead of him. After the bright glare, the store seemed dark. The shelves were stacked with slabs of white meat, cans of oil, and sacks of meal. Flies buzzed over a big, sticky jar of loose candy on the counter. What kind of drinks you got? Harry asked. The storeman started to name them over. Meg opened the icebox and looked inside. Her hands felt good in the cold water. I want a chocolate nehi. You got any of them? Ditto, Harry said. Make it 2. No, wait a minute. Here's some ice-cold beer. I want a bottle of beer if you can treat as high as that. Harry ordered one for himself also. He thought it was a sin for anybody under 20 to drink beer, but maybe he just suddenly wanted to be a sport. After the first swallow, he made a bitter face. They sat on the steps in front of the store. Mick's legs were so tired that the muscles in them jumped. She wiped the neck of the bottle with her hand and took a long, cold pull. Across the road there was a big empty field of grass, and beyond that a fringe of pine woods. The trees were every colour of green, from a bright yellow green to a dark colour that was almost black. The sky was hot and blue. I like beer, she said. I used to sop bread down in the drops my dad left. I like to lick salt out of my hand while I drink. This is the second bottle to myself I've ever had. The first swallow was sour, he said, but the rest tastes good. The storeman said it was 12 miles from town. They had 4 more miles to go. Harry paid him and they were out in the hot sun again. Harry was talking loud and he kept laughing without any reason. Gosh, the beer along with this hot sun makes me dizzy, but I sure do feel good, he said. I can't wait to get in swimming. There was sand in the road and they had to throw all their weight on the pedals to keep from bogging. Harry's shirt was stuck to his back with sweat. He still kept talking. The road changed to red clay and the sand was behind them. There was a slow coloured song in her mind, one Portia's brother used to play on his harp. She pedalled and climbed to it. Then, finally, they reached the place she had been looking for. This is it. See that sign that says private? We gotta climb the barbed wire fence and take that path there, see? The woods were very quiet. Slick pine needles covered the ground. Within a few minutes they had reached the creek. The water was brown and swift, cool. There was no sound except from the water and a breeze singing high up in the pine trees. It was like the quiet, deep woods made them timid, and they walked softly along the bank beside the creek. "Don't it look pretty?" she said. Harry laughed. "What makes you whisper? Listen here." He clapped his hand over his mouth and gave a long Indian whoop that echoed back at them. "Come on, let's jump in the water and cool off." "Aren't you hungry?" "Okay, so we'll eat first," he said. "We'll eat half for lunch now and half later on when we come out." She unwrapped the jelly sandwiches. When they were finished, Harry balled the papers neatly and stuffed them into a hollow tree stump. Then he took his shorts and went down the path. She shucked off her clothes beside a bush and struggled into Hazel's bathing suit. The suit was too small and cut her between the legs. She heard a splash in the water, and when she reached the bank, Harry was already swimming. "Don't dive yet until I find out if there are any stumps or shallow places," he said. She just looked at his head bobbing in the water. She had never intended to dive, anyway. She couldn't even swim. She had been in swimming only a few times in her life. And then she always wore water wings or stayed out of parts that were all over her head. But it would be sissy to tell Harry that. She was embarrassed. All of a sudden, she told a tale. I don't dive anymore. I used to dive, high dive, all the time, but once I busted my head open, so I can't dive anymore." She thought a minute. "It was a double jackknife dive I was doing, and when I came up there was blood all in the water, but I didn't think anything about it. I just began to do swimming tricks. These people were hollering at me. Then I found out where all the blood in the water was coming from, and I never have swum good since." Harry scrambled up the bank. "Gosh, I never heard about that." She meant to add on to the tale, but to make it sound more reasonable, but instead she just looked at Harry. His skin was light brown, and the water made it shining. There were hairs on his chest and legs. In the tight trunks he seemed very naked. Without his glasses his face was wider and more handsome. His eyes were wet and blue. He was looking at her, and it was like suddenly they got embarrassed. "The water's about 10 feet deep, except over on the other bank, and there it's shallow." "Let's get going," she said. "I bet that cold water feels good." She wasn't scared. She felt the same as if she'd got caught at the top of a very high tree and there was nothing to do but just climb down the best way she could. A dead calm feeling. She edged off the bank and was in the ice-cold water. She held to her root until it broke. In her hands, and then she began to swim. Once she choked and went under, but she kept going and didn't lose any face. She swam and reached the other side of the bank where she could touch bottom. Then she felt good. She smacked the water with her fists and called out crazy words to make echoes. "Watch here!" Harry shimmied up a tall, thin little tree. The trunk was limber, and when he reached the top it swayed down with him. He dropped into the water. "Me too," she said. "Watch me do it." "That's a sapling." She was as good a climber as anybody on the block. She copied exactly what he had done and hit the water with a hard smack. She could swim, too. Now she could swim okay. They played follow the leader and ran up and down the bank and jumped in the cold brown water. They hollered and jumped and climbed. They played around for maybe 2 hours. Then they were standing on the bank and they both looked at each other and there didn't seem to be anything new to do. Suddenly she said, "Have you ever swam naked?" The woods was very quiet and for a minute he did not answer. He was cold. His nipples had turned hard and purple. His lips were purple and his teeth chattered. I don't think so." This excitement was in her, and she said something she didn't mean to say. "I would if you would. I dare you to." Harry slicked back the dark wet bangs of his hair. "Okay." They both took off their bathing suits. Harry had his back to her. He stumbled and his ears were red. Then they turned toward each other. Maybe it was a half hour they stood there. Maybe not more than a minute. Harry pulled a leaf from a tree and tore it to pieces. "We better get dressed." All through the picnic dinner, neither of them spoke. They spread the dinner on the ground. Harry divided everything in half. There was the hot, sleepy feeling of a summer afternoon. In the deep woods, they could hear no sound except the slow flowing of the water and the songbirds. Harry held his stuffed egg and mashed the yellow with his thumb. What did that make her remember? She heard herself breathe. Then he looked up over her shoulder. "Listen here, I think you're so pretty, Mick. I never did think that so before.
I don't mean I thought you were very ugly, I just mean that. She threw a pine cone in the water. Maybe we better start back if we want to be home before dark. No, he said. Let's lie down, just for a minute. He brought handfuls of pine needles and leaves and grey moss. She sucked her knee and watched him. Her fists were tight and it was like she was tense all over. They lay on the soft bed and looked up at the dark green pine clumps against the sky. Now we can sleep and be fresh for the trip home, he said. A bird sang a sad, clear song she had never heard before. One high note like an oboe, and then it sank down 5 tones and called again. The song was sad as a question without words. I love that bird, Harry said. I think it's a vireo. I wish we were at the ocean, she said, on the beach and watching the ships far out in the water. You went to the beach one summer. Exactly what is it like? His voice was rough and low. Well, there are the waves, sometimes blue and sometimes green, and in the bright sun they look glassy, and on the sand you can pick up these little shells, like the kind we brought back in a cigar box, and over the water are these white gulls. We were at the Gulf of Mexico. Those cool bay breezes blew all the time, and there it's never baking hot like it is here. Always... Snow, Mick said, stopping him. That's what I want to see. Cold white drifts of snow like in pictures. Blizzards. White cold snow that keeps falling soft and falls on and on and on all through the winter. Snow like in Alaska. They both turned at the same time. They were close again to each other. She felt him trembling and her fists were tight enough to crack. Oh God, he kept saying over and over. It was like her head was broke off from her body and thrown away, and her eyes looked up straight into the blinding sun while she counted something in her mind. And then this was the way. This was how it was. She pushed the wheels slowly along the road. Harry's head hung down and his shoulders were bent. Their shadows were long and black on the dusty road, for it was late afternoon. Listen here, he said. Yeah? Well, we got to understand this. We got to. Do you... Annie... I don't know, Mick said. I reckon not. Listen here, we got to do something. Let's sit down. They dropped the bicycles and sat by a ditch beside the road. They sat far apart from each other. The late sun burned down on their heads and there were brown, crumbly ant beds all around them. We got to understand this, Harry said. He cried. He sat very still and the tears rolled down his white face. She could not think about the thing that made him cry. An ant stung her on the ankle and she picked it up in her fingers and looked at it very close. It's this way, he said. I never had even kissed a girl before. Me neither, she said. I never kissed any boy, out of the family. That's all I used to think about, he said, was to kiss this certain girl. I used to plan about it during school and dream about it at night. Then once she gave me a date, and I could tell she meant for me to kiss her, and I just looked at her in the dark and I couldn't. That was all I had thought about, to kiss her. But when the time came, I couldn't. She dug a hole in the ground with her finger and buried the dead ant. It was all my fault. Adultery is a terrible sin any way you look at it, and you were 2 years younger than me and just a kid. No, I wasn't. I wasn't any kid, but now I wish I was, though. Listen here, if you think we ought to, we can get married, secretly or any other way. Mick shook her head. I didn't like that. I never will marry with any boy. I never will marry either, I know that, he said, and I'm not just saying so, it is true. His face scared her. His nose quivered and his bottom lip was mottled and bloody where he had bitten it. His eyes were bright and wet and scowling. His face was whiter than any face she could remember. She turned her head from him. Things would be better if only he would quit talking. Her eyes looked slowly around her, at the streaked red and white clay from the ditch, at a broken whiskey bottle, at a pine tree across from them with a sign advertising for a man for county sheriff. She wanted to sit quietly for a long time and not think and not say a word. I'm leaving town. I'm a good mechanic, and I can get a job some other place. If I stayed home, Mother could read this in my eyes. Tell me, she said, can you look at me and see the difference? Harry watched her face a long time and nodded that he could. Then he said, there's just one more thing. In a month or two I'll send you my address and you write and tell me for sure whether you're all right. How you mean? She asked slowly. He explained to her. All you need to write is okay and then I'll know. They were walking home again, pushing the wheels. Their shadows stretched out giant-sized on the road. Harry was bent over like an old beggar and kept wiping his nose on his sleeve. For a minute there was a bright golden glow over everything before the sun sank down behind the trees and the shadows were gone on the road before them. She felt very old, and it was like something was heavy inside her. She was a grown person now, whether she wanted to be or not. They had walked the 16 miles and were in the dark alley at home. She could see the yellow light from their kitchen. Harry's house was dark. His mother had not come home. She worked for a tailor in a shop on a side street, sometimes even on Sunday. When you looked through the window, you could see her bending over the machine in the back, or pushing a long needle through the heavy pieces of goods. She never looked up while you watched her, and at night she cooked those orthodox dishes for Harry and her. "Listen here," he said. She waited in the dark, but he did not finish. They shook hands with each other, and Harry walked up the dark alley between the houses. When he reached the sidewalk, he turned and looked back over his shoulder. A light shone on his face, and it was white and hard. Then he was gone.
"This here is a riddle," George said. "I'm listening," said Portia. Two Indians was walking on a trail. The one in front was the son of the one behind, but the one behind was not his father. What kin was they? Let's see. His stepfather? George grinned at Portia with his little square blue teeth. His uncle, then, she guessed. You can't guess. It was his mother. The trick is that you don't think about an Indian being a lady. She stood outside the room and watched them. The doorway framed the kitchen like a picture. Inside it was homey and clean. Only the light by the sink was turned on, and there were shadows in the room. Bill and Hazel played blackjack at the table with matches for money. Hazel felt the braids of her hair with her plump pink fingers, while Bill sucked in his cheeks and dealt the cards in a very serious way. At the sink, Portia was drying her dishes with a clean check towel. She looked thin, and her skin was golden yellow, her greased black hair slicked neat. Ralph sat quietly on the floor, and George was tying a little harness on him, made out of old Christmas tinsel. This here's another riddle, Portia. If the hand of a clock points to 2:30... She went into the room. It was like she'd expected them to move back when they saw her and stand around in a circle and look. But they just glanced at her. She sat down at the table and waited. Here you come, traipsing in after everybody done finished supper. Seemed to me I never will get off from work. Nobody noticed her. She ate a big plateful of cabbage and salmon and finished off with junket. It was her mamma she was thinking about. The door opened and her mamma came in and told Portia that Miss Brown had said she found a bed bug in her room. To get out the gasoline. Quit frowning like that, Mick, she said. You're coming to the age where you ought to try and fix up and look the best you can. Now hold on, don't barge out like that when I speak with you. I mean you to give Ralph a good sponge bath before he goes to bed. Clean his nose and ears good. Ralph's soft hair was sticky with oatmeal. She wiped it with a dish rag and rinsed his face and hands at the sink. Bill and Hazel finished their game. Bill's long fingernails scraped on the table as he took up the matches. George carried Ralph off to bed. She and Portia were alone in the kitchen. Listen. Look at me. Do you notice anything different? Sure I notice, hon. Portia put on her red hat and changed her shoes. Well, just you take a little grease and rub it on your face. Your nose already done peeled very bad. They say grease is the best thing for bad sunburn. She stood by herself in the dark backyard, breaking off pieces of bark from the oak tree with her fingernails. It was almost worse this way. Maybe she'd feel better if they could look at her and tell, if they knew. Her dad called her from the back steps. Mick! Oh, Mick! Yes, sir? The telephone. George crowded up close and tried to listen in, but she pushed him away. Mrs. Minowitz talked very loud and excited. My Harry should be home by now, she said. You know where he is? No, Mom, she said. Well, he said you two would ride out on bicycles. Where should he be now? You know where he is? No, Mom, Mick said again. Chapter 12. Now that the days were hot again, the sunny Dixie show was always crowded. The March wind quieted. Trees were thick with their foliage of ochreous green. The sky was a cloudless blue, and the rays of the sun grew stronger. The air was sultry. Jake Blunt hated the weather. He thought dizzily of the long, burning summer months ahead. He did not feel well. Recently, a headache had begun to trouble him constantly. He had gained weight so that his stomach developed a little pouch. He had to leave the top button of his trousers undone. He knew that this was alcoholic fat, but he kept on drinking. Liquor helped the ache in his head. He had only to take one small glass to make it better. Nowadays, one glass was to him same as a quart. It was not the liquor of the moment that gave him the kick, but the reaction of the first swallow to all the alcohol which had saturated his blood during these last months. A spoonful of beer would help the throbbing in his head, but a quart of whiskey could not make him drunk. He cut out liquor entirely. For several days he drank only water and orange crush. The pain was like a crawling worm in his head. He worked wearily during the long afternoons and evenings. He could not sleep, and it was agony to try to read. The damp, sour stink in his room infuriated him. He lay restless in the bed, and when at last he fell asleep, daylight had come. A dream haunted him. It had first come to him 4 months ago. He would awake with terror, but the strange point was that never could he remember the contents of his dream. Only the feeling remained when his eyes were opened. Each time his fears at awakening were so identical that he did not doubt but what these dreams were the same. He was used to dreams, the grotesque nightmares of drink, but led him down into a madman's region of disorder. But always the morning light scattered the effects of these wild dreams, and he forgot them. This blank, stealthy dream was of a different nature. He awoke and could remember nothing, but there was a sense of menace that lingered in him long after. Then he awoke one morning with the old fear, but with faint remembrance of a darkness behind him. He had been walking among a crowd of people, and in his arms he carried something. That was all he could be sure about. Had he stolen? Had he been trying to save some possession? Was he being hunted by all these people around him? He did not think so. The more he studied this simple dream, the less he could understand. Then, for some time afterward, the dream did not return. He met the writer of signs whose chalked messages he had seen the past November. From the first day of their meeting, the old man clung to him like an evil genius. His name was Sims, and he preached on the sidewalks. The winter cold had kept him indoors, but in the spring he was out on the streets all day. His white hair was soft and ragged on his neck, and he carried around with him a woman's big silk pocketbook full of chalk and Jesus ads, and his eyes were bright and crazy. Sims tried to convert him. "Child of adversity, I smell the sinful stink of beer on thy breath, and you smoke cigarettes." If the Lord had wanted us to smoke cigarettes, he would have said so in his book. "The mark of Satan is on thy brow. I see it. Repent. Let me show you a light." Jake rolled up his eyes amid a slow pious sign in the air. Then he opened his oil-stained hand. "I reveal this only to you," he said, in a low stage voice. Sims looked down at the scar on his palm. Jake leaned close and whispered, "And there's the other sign, the sign you know, for I was born with them." Sims backed against a fence. With a womanish gesture, he lifted a lock of silver hair from his forehead and smoothed it back on his head. Nervously, his tongue licked the corners of his mouth. Jake laughed. "Blasphemer!" Sims screamed. "God will get you, you and all your crew. God remembers the scoffers. He watches after me. God watches everybody, but he watches me the most, like he did Moses. God tells me things in the night. God will get you." He took Sims down to a corner store for Coca-Colas and peanut butter crackers. Sims began to work on him again. When he left for the show, Sims ran along behind him. "Come to this corner tonight at 7 o'clock. Jesus has a message just for you." The first days of April were windy and warm. White clouds trailed across the blue sky. In the wind there was a smell of the river and also the fresher smell of fields beyond town. The show was crowded every day from 4 in the afternoon until midnight. The crowd was a tough one. With the new spring, he felt an undertone of trouble. One night, he was working on the machinery of the swings when suddenly he was roused from thought by the sounds of angry voices. Quickly, he pushed through the crowd until he saw a white girl fighting with a coloured girl by the ticket booth of the Flying Jenny. He wrenched them apart, but they still struggled to get at each other, and the crowd took sides, and there was a bedlam of noise. The white girl was a hunchback. She held something tight in her hand. "I seen you," the coloured girl yelled. "I'm gonna beat that hunch off your back, too." "Hush your mouth," she said. "Low down factory tag," the coloured girl said. "I done paid my money, and I get a ride. White man, you make her give me back my ticket." "Black slut," the white girl said. Jake looked from one to the other. The crowd pressed close. There were mumbled opinions on every side. "I seen Lurie drop her ticket, and I watched this here white lady pick it up. That's the truth," a coloured boy said. "No Negro gonna put hands on no white girl while..." "You quit that pushing me. I'm ready to hit you back, even if your skin do be white." Roughly, Jake pushed into the thick of the crowd. "All right," he yelled. "Move on. Break it up. Every damn one of you." There was something about the size of his fists that made the people drift away. Jake turned back to the two girls. "This here the way it is," said the coloured girl. "I bet I one of the few peoples here who done saved over 50 cents till Friday night. I done earned double this week. I paid a good nickel for that ticket she's holding, and now I mean to ride. Jake settled the trouble quickly. He let the hunchback keep the disputed ticket and issued another one to the coloured girl. For the rest of that evening there were no more quarrels, but Jake moved alertly through the crowd. He was troubled and uneasy. In addition to himself, there were 5 other employees at the show. 2 men to operate the swings and take tickets, and 3 girls to manage the booths. This did not count Patterson. The show owner spent most of his time playing cards himself in his trailer. His eyes were dull, with the pupils shrunken, and the skin of his neck hung in yellow, pulpy folds. During the past few months, Jake had had 2 raises in pay. At midnight, it was his job to report to Patterson and hand over the takings of the evening. Sometimes Patterson did not notice him until he had been in the trailer for several minutes. He would be staring at the cards, sunk in a stupor. The air of the trailer was heavy with the stinks of food and reefers. Patterson held his hand over his stomach as though protecting it from something. He always checked over the accounts very thoroughly. Jake and the 2 operators had a squabble. These men were both former doffers at one of the mills. At first he tried to talk to them and help them to see the truth. Once he invited them to a pool room for a drink, but they were so dumb he couldn't help them. Soon after this he overheard the conversation between them that caused the trouble. It was an early Sunday morning, almost 2 o'clock, and he had been checking the accounts with Patterson. When he stepped out of the trailer, the ground seemed empty. The moon was bright. He was thinking of Singer and the free day ahead. Then, as he passed by the swings, he heard someone speak his name. The 2 operators had finished work and were smoking together. Jake listened. "If there's anything I hate worse than a Negro, it's a red." "He tickles me," the other man said. "I don't pay him no mind, the way he struts around. I never seen such a sawed-off runt. How tall is he, you reckon?" "He's around 5 foot, but he thinks he got to tell everybody so much. He ought to be in jail, that's where, the red Bolshevik." "He just tickles me. I can't look at him without laughing." "Well, he needn't act so biggity with me." Jake watched them follow the path toward Weaver's Lane. His first thought was to rush out and confront them, but a certain shrinking held him back. For several days he fumed in silence. Then, one night after work, he followed the 2 men for several blocks, and as they turned a corner, he cut in front of them. "I heard you," he said breathlessly. "It so happened I heard every word you said last Saturday night. Sure I'm a red. At least I reckon I am, but what are you?" They stood beneath a streetlight. The 2 men stepped back from him. The neighborhood was deserted. "You pasty-faced, shrunk-gutted, rickety-ridden little rats. I could reach out and choke your stringy necks, one to each hand. Run or no, I could lay you on this sidewalk where they'd have to scrape you up with shovels." The 2 men looked at each other, cowed, and tried to walk on. But Jake would not let them pass. He kept step with them, walking backwards, a furious sneer on his face. "All I gotta say is this. In the future I suggest you come to me whenever you feel the need to make remarks about my height, weight, accent, demeanour, or ideology. And that last is not what I take a leak with either, in case you don't know. We will discuss it together." Afterward, Jake treated the 2 men with angry contempt. Behind his back they jeered at him. One afternoon he found that the engine of the swings had been deliberately damaged and he had to work 3 hours overtime to fix it. Always he felt someone was laughing at him. Each time he heard the girls talking together, he drew himself up straight and laughed carelessly aloud to himself, as though thinking of some private joke. The warm southwest winds from the Gulf of Mexico were heavy with the smells of spring. The days grew longer and the sun was bright. The lazy warmth depressed him. He began to drink again. As soon as work was done, he went home and lay down on his bed. Sometimes he stayed there, fully clothed and inert, for 12 or 13 hours. The restlessness that had caused him to sob and bite his nails only a few months before seemed to have gone. And yet beneath his inertia, Jake felt the old tension. Of all the places he had been, this was the loneliest town of all. Or it would be without Singer. Only he and Singer understood the truth. He knew and could not get the don't-knows to see. It was like trying to fight darkness or heat or a stink in the air. He stared morosely out his window. A stunted, smoke-blackened tree at the corner had put out new leaves of a bilious green. The sky was always a deep, hard blue. The mosquitoes from a fetid stream that ran through this part of the town buzzed in the room. He caught the itch. He mixed some sulphur in hog fat and greased his body every morning. He clawed himself raw, and it seemed that the itching would never be soothed. One night he broke loose. He had been sitting alone for many hours. He had mixed gin and whiskey and was very drunk. It was almost morning. He leaned out of the window and looked at the dark, silent street. He thought of all the people around him, sleeping, that don't knows. Suddenly he bawled out in a loud voice, "This is the truth, you bastards don't know anything, you don't know, you don't know." The street awoke angrily. Lamps were lighted and sleepy curses were called to him. The men who lived in the house rattled furiously on its door. The girls from a cat house across the street stuck their heads out the windows. "You dumb bastards! You dumb. Shut up. The fellows in the hall were pushing against the door. "You drunk bull, you'll be a sight dumber when we get through with you." "How many out there?" Jake roared. He banged an empty bottle on the windowsill. "Come on, everybody, come on. Come one, come all, I'll settle you 3 at a time." "That's right, honey," a whore called. The door was giving way. Jake jumped from the window and ran through a side alley. Hee-haw, hee-haw, he yelled drunkenly. He was barefooted and shirtless. An hour later, he stumbled into Singer's room. He sprawled on the floor and laughed himself to sleep. On an April morning, he found the body of a man who had been murdered. A young Negro. Jake found him in a ditch about 30 yards from the showgrounds. His throat had been slashed so that the head was rolled back at a crazy angle. The sun shone hot on him, on his glass, open eyes, and flies hovered over the dried blood that covered his chest. The dead man held a red and yellow cane with a tassel like the one sold at the hamburger booth at the show. Jake stared gloomily down at the body for some time. Then he called the police. No clues were found. 2 days later, the family of a dead man claimed his body at the morgue. At the Sunny Dixie, there were frequent fights and quarrels. Sometimes 2 friends would come to the show arm in arm, laughing and drinking. Before they left, they would be struggling together in a panting rage. Jake was always alert. Beneath the gaudy gaiety of the show, the bright lights and the lazy laughter, he felt something sullen and dangerous. Through these disjointed weeks, Sims nagged his footsteps constantly. The old man liked to come with a soapbox and a Bible and take a stand in the middle of the crowd to preach. He talked of the second coming of Christ. He said that the day of judgment would be October 2nd, 1951. He would point out certain drunks and scream at them in his raw, worn voice. Excitement made his mouth fill with water so that his words had a wet, gurgling sound. Once he had slipped in and set up his stand, no arguments could make him budge. He made Jake a present of a Gideon Bible, told him to pray on his knees for 1 hour each night, and to hurl away every glass or cigarette that was offered him. They quarrelled over walls and fences. Jake had begun to carry chalk in his pockets also. He wrote brief sentences. He tried to word them so that a passerby would stop and ponder over the meaning, so that a man would wonder, so that a man would think. Also, he wrote short pamphlets and distributed them in the streets. If it had not been for Singer, Jake knew that he would have left the town. Only on Sunday, when he was with his friend, did he feel at peace. Sometimes they would go for a walk together or play chess, but more often they spent the day quietly in Singer's room. If he wished to talk, Singer was always attentive. If he sat morosely through the day, the mute understood his feelings and was not surprised. It seemed to him that only Singer could help him now. Then, one Sunday, when he climbed the stairs, he saw that Singer's door was open. The room was empty. He sat alone for more than 2 hours. At last he heard Singer's footsteps on the stairs. "I was wondering about you," Jake said. "Where you been?" Singer smiled. He brushed off his hat with a handkerchief and put it away. Then, deliberately, he took a silver pencil from his pocket and leaned over the mantelpiece to write a note. "What you mean?" Jake asked when he read what the mute had written. "Whose legs are cut off?" Singer took back the note and wrote a few additional sentences. "Huh," Jake said. "That don't surprise me." He brooded over the piece of paper and then crumbled it in his hand. The listlessness of the past month was gone, and he was tense and uneasy. "Huh," he said again. Singer put on a pot of coffee and got out his chessboard. Jake tore the note to pieces and rolled the fragments between his sweating palms. "But something can be done about this," he said after a while. "You know it?" Singer nodded uncertainly. "I want to see the boy and hear the whole story. When can you take me around there?" Singer deliberated. Then he wrote on a pad of paper, "Tonight." Jake held his hand to his mouth and began to walk restlessly around the room. "We can do something." Chapter 13. Jake and Singer waited on the front porch. When they pushed the doorbell, there was no sound of a ring in the darkened house. Jake knocked impatiently and pressed his nose against the screen door. Beside him, Singer stood wooden and smiling, with 2 spots of colour on his cheeks, for they had drunk a bottle of gin together. The evening was quiet and dark. Jake watched a yellow light shaft softly through the hall, and Portia opened the door for them. "I certainly trust you not been waiting long. So many folks been coming that we thought it wise to unattach the bell. You gentlemen just let me take your hats. Father been mighty sick." Jake tiptoed heavily behind Singer down the bare, narrow hall. At the threshold of the kitchen he stopped short. The room was crowded and hot. A fire burned in the small wood stove, and the windows were closed tight. Smoke mingled with a certain smell. The glow from the stove was the only light in the room, and the dark voices he had heard back in the hall were silent. "These here 2 white gentlemen come to inquire about father," Portia said. "I think maybe he'd be able to see you, but I'd better go on in first and prepare him." Jake fingered his thick lower lip. On the end of his nose there was a latticed impression from the front screen door. "That's not it," he said. "I come to talk with your brother." The Negroes in the room were standing. Singer motioned to them to be seated again. 2 grizzled old men sat down on a bench by the stove. A loose-limbed mulatto lounged against the window. On a camp cot in the corner was a boy without legs whose trousers were folded and pinned beneath his stumpy thighs. "Evening," Jake said awkwardly. "Your name Copeland?" The boy put his hands over the stumps of his legs and shrank back close to the wall. "My name Willie." "Honey, don't you worry none," Portia said. "This here's Mr. Singer that you heard father speak about. This other white gentleman is Mr. Blunt, and he's a very close friend of Mr. Singer. They just kindly come to inquire about us and our trouble." She turned to Jake and motioned to the 3 other people in the room. "This other boy leaning on the window is my brother too, named Buddy. These here over by the stove is 2 dear friends of my father, named Mr. Marshall Nichols and Mr. John Roberts. I think it's a good idea to understand who all is in a room with you." "Thanks," Jake said, and he turned to Willie again. "I just want you to tell me about it so I can get it straight in my mind." "This the way it is," Willie said. "I feel like my feet is still hurting. I got this here terrible misery down on my toes. Yet the hurt in my feet is down where my feet should be if they were on my legs, and not where my feet are now. It's a hard thing to understand. My feet hurt me so bad all the time I don't know where they are. They never given them back to me. They're somewhere more than something like 100 miles from here." "I mean how it all happened," Jake said. Uneasily, Willie looked up at his sister. "I don't remember very good." "Course you remember, honey. You done already told us over and over." "Well," the boy's voice was timid and sullen. "We were all out on the road, and this here Buster say something to the guard. The white man taking a stick to him. Then this other boy, he tries to run off, and I follow him. It all come about so quick, I don't remember good just how it were. Then they taken us back to the camp, and—" "I know the rest," Jake said, "but give me the names and dresses of the other 2 boys, and tell me the names of the guards." "Listen here, white man. Seemed to me like you meaning to get me into trouble." "Trouble?" Jake said rudely. "What in the name of Christ do you think you're in now?" "Let's us quiet down," Portia said nervously. This here the way it is, Mr. Blunt. They done let Willie off at the camp before his time was served, but they also impressed it on him not to. I believe you understand what we mean. Naturally, Willie, he's scared. Naturally, we mean to be careful, 'cause that's the best thing we can do. We already got enough trouble as is." "What happened to the guards?" "The white men were fired, that's what they told me." "And where are your friends now?" "What friends?" "Why, the other 2 boys." "They're not my friends," Willie said. "We all had a big falling out." "How you mean?" Portia pulled her earrings so that the lobes of her ears stretched out like rubber. "This is what Willie means. You see, during them 3 days when they hurt so bad, they commenced to quarrel. Willie don't ever want to see any of them again. That one thing father and Willie done argued about already. This here Buster got a wooden leg," said the boy by the window. "I seen him on the street today. This here Buster don't have no folks, and it was father's idea to have him move on in with us. Father want to round up all the boys together. How you reckons we can feed them, I sure don't know." "That ain't a good idea, and besides, we were never good friends anyway," Willie said, and he felt the stumps of his legs with his dark, strong hands. "I just wish I knowed where my feet are. That's the main thing worries me. The doctor never given them back to me. I sure do wish I knew where they were." Jake looked around him with dazed, gin-clouded eyes. Everything seemed unclear and strange. The heat in the kitchen dizzied him so that voices echoed in his ears. The smoke choked him. The light hanging from the ceiling was turned on, but, as the bulb was wrapped in newspaper to dim its strength, Most of the light came from between the chinks of the hot stove. There was a red glow on all the dark faces around him. He felt uneasy and alone. Singer had left the room to visit Portia's father. Jake wanted him to come back so that they could leave. He walked awkwardly across the floor and sat down on the bench between Marshall Nichols and John Roberts. "Where is Portia's father?" he asked. "Dr. Copeland is in the front room, sir," said Roberts. "Is he a doctor?" "Yes, sir. He is a medical doctor." There was a scuffle on the steps outside and the back door opened. A warm, fresh breeze lighted in the heavy air, and first a tall boy dressed in a linen suit and gilded shoes entered the room with a sack in his arms. Behind him came a young boy of about 17. "Hey, Highboy. Hey there, Lancy," Willie said. "What you all brought me?" Highboy bowed elaborately to Jake and placed on the table 2 fruit jars of wine. Lancy put beside them a plate covered with a fresh white napkin. "This here wine is a present from the society," Highboy said, and Lancy's mother sent some peach puffs. "How is the doctor, Miss Portia?" Lancy asked. "Honey, he been mighty sick these days. What worries me is he's so strong. It's a bad sign when a person sick as he suddenly come to be so strong." Portia turned to Jake. "Don't you think it's a bad sign, Mr. Blunt?" Jake stared at her dazedly. "I don't know." Lancy glanced sullenly at Jake and pulled down the cuffs of his outgrown shirt. "Give the doctor my family's regards." "I certainly do appreciate this," Portia said. "Father was speaking of you just the other day. He has a book he wants to give you. Wait just 1 minute while I get it and rinse out this plate to return to your mother. This was certainly a kindly thing for her to do." Marshall Nichols leaned toward Jake and seemed about to speak to him. The old man wore a pair of pinstripe trousers and a morning coat with a flower in the buttonhole. He cleared his throat and said, "Pardon me, sir, but unavoidably we overheard a part of your conversation with William regarding the trouble he is now in. Inevitably, we have considered what is the best course to take." "You one of his relatives, or the preacher in the church?" "No, I'm a pharmacist. John Roberts, on your left, is employed in the postal department of the government." "A postman," repeated John Roberts. "With your permission," Marshall Nichols took a yellow silk handkerchief from his pocket and gingerly blew his nose. "Naturally, we have discussed this matter extensively. And without doubt, as members of the colored race here in the free country of America, we are anxious to do our part toward extending amicable relationships." "We wish always to do the right thing," said John Roberts. "And it behooves us to strive with care and not endanger this amicable relationship already established. Then, by gradual means, a better condition will come about." Jake turned from one to the other. "I don't seem to follow you." The heat was suffocating him. He wanted to get out. A film seemed to have settled over his eyeballs so that all the faces around him were blurred. Across the room, Willie was playing his harp. Buddy and Highboy were listening. The music was dark and sad. When the song was finished, Willie polished his harp on the front of his shirt. "I'm so hungry and thirsty the slobber in my mouth done wet out the tune. I certainly will be glad to taste some of that boogie woogie. To have something good to drink is the only thing made me forget this misery. If I just knew where my feet's on now and could drink a glass of gin every night, I wouldn't mind so much." "Don't fret, hon. You're going to have something," Portia said. "Mr. Blunt, would you care to take a peach puff and a glass of wine?" "Thanks," Jake said. "That will be good." Quickly, Portia laid a cloth on the table and set down one plate and a fork. She poured a large tumbler full of the wine. "You just make yourself comfortable here, and if you don't mind, I'm going to serve the others." The fruit jars were passed from mouth to mouth. Before Highboy passed a jar to Willie, he borrowed Portia's lipstick and drew a red line to set the boundary of the drink. There were gurgling noises and laughter. Jake finished his puff and carried his glass back with him to his place between the 2 old men. The homemade wine was rich and strong as brandy. Willie started a low, dolorous tune on his harp. Portia snapped her fingers and shuffled around the room. Jake turned to Marshall Nichols. "You say Portia's father is a doctor?" "Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. A skilled doctor." "What's the matter with him?" The 2 Negroes glanced warily at each other. "He were in an accident," said John Roberts. "What kind of an accident?" "A bad one. A deplorable one." Marshall Nichols folded and unfolded his silk handkerchief. "As we were remarking a while ago, it is important not to impair these amicable relations, but to promote them in all ways earnestly possible. We members of the colored race must strive in all ways to uplift our citizens. The doctor in yonder has strived in every way, but sometimes it has seemed to me like he has not recognized fully enough certain elements of the different races in the situation." Impatiently, Jake gulped down the last swallows of his wine. Christ's sake, man, speak out plain, 'cause I can't understand the thing you say." Marshall Nichols and John Roberts exchanged a hurt look. Across the room, Willie still sat playing music. His lips crawled over the square holes of the harmonica like fat, puckered caterpillars. His shoulders were broad and strong. The stumps of his thighs jerked in time to the music. Highboy danced while Buddy and Portia clapped out the rhythm. Jake stood up, and once on his feet he realized that he was drunk. He staggered and then glanced vindictively around him, but no one seemed to have noticed. "Where's Singer?" he asked Portia, thickly. The music stopped. "Why, Mr. Blunt, I thought you knowed he was gone. While you were sitting at the table with your peach puff, he come to the doorway and held out his watch to show it were time for him to go. You looked straight at him and shaking your head. I thought you knew that." "Maybe I was thinking about something else." He turned to Willie and said angrily to him, "I never did even get to tell you what I come for. I didn't come to ask you to do anything. All I wanted was this. You and the other boys were to testify what happened, and I was to explain why. Why is the only important thing, not what. I would have pushed you all around in a wagon, and you would have told your story, and afterward I would have explained why. Maybe it might have meant something. Maybe it—" He felt they were laughing at him. Confusion caused him to forget what he had meant to say. The room was full of dark, strange faces, and the air was too thick to breathe. He saw a door and staggered across to it. He was in a dark closet, smelling of medicine. Then his hand was turning into the doorknob. He stood on the threshold of a small white room furnished only with an iron bed, a cabinet, and 2 chairs. On the bed lay the terrible Negro he had met on the stairs at Singer's house. His face was very black against the white, stiff pillows. The dark eyes were hot with hatred, but the heavy, bluish lips were composed. His face was motionless as a black mask except for the slow, wide flutters of his nostrils with each breath. "Get out," the Negro said. "Wait," Jake said helplessly. "Why do you say that?" "This is my house." Jake could not draw his eyes away from his terrible face. "But why? You are a white man and a stranger." Jake did not leave. He walked with cumbersome caution to one of the straight white chairs and seated himself. The Negro moved his hands on the counterpane. His black eyes glittered with fever. Jake watched him. They waited. In the room there was a feeling tense as conspiracy, or as a deadly quiet before an explosion. It was long past midnight. The warm, dark air of the spring morning swelled the blue layers of smoke in the room. On the floor were crumpled balls of paper and a half-empty bottle of gin. Scattered ashes were grey on the counterpane. Dr. Copeland pressed his head tensely into the pillow. He had removed his dressing gown, and the sleeves of his white cotton nightshirt were rolled to the elbow. Jake leaned forward in his chair. His tie was loosened, and the collar of his shirt had wilted with sweat. Through the hours there had grown between them a long, exhausting dialogue, and now a pause had come. "So the time is ready for—" Jake began, but Dr. Copeland interrupted him. "Now it is perhaps necessary that we—" he murmured. They halted. Each looked into the eyes of the other and waited. "I beg your pardon," Dr. Copeland said. "Sorry," said Jake. "Go on." "No, you continue." "Well," Jake said, "I won't say what I started to say. Instead we'll have one last word about the South, the strangled South, the wasted South, the slavish South, and the Negro people," the doctor said. To steady himself, Jake swallowed a long, burning draught from the bottle on the floor beside him. Then, deliberately, he walked to the cabinet and picked up a small, cheap globe of the world that served as a paperweight. Slowly, he turned the sphere in his hands. "All I can say is this. The world is full of meanness and evil. 3/4 of this globe is in a state of war or oppression. The liars and fiends are united, and the men who know are isolated and without defense. But if you were to ask me to point out the most uncivilized area on the face of this globe, I would point here." "Watch sharp," said Dr. Copeland. "You're out in the ocean." Jake turned the globe again and pressed his blunt, grimy thumb on a carefully selected spot. "Here. These 13 states. I know what I'm talking about. I read books and I go around. I've been in every damn one of these 13 states. I've worked in every one. And the reason I think like I do is this. We live in the richest country in the world. There's plenty and to spare for no man, woman or child to be in want. And in addition to this, our country was founded on what should have been a great true principle, the freedom, equality and rights of each individual. And what has come of that start? There are corporations worth billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of people who don't get to eat. And here in these 13 states, the exploitation of human beings is so that it's a thing you got to take in with your own eyes. In my life, I've seen things that would make a man go crazy. At least 1/3 of all Southerners live and die no better off than the lowest peasant in any European fascist state. The average wage of a worker on a tenant farm is only $73 per year. Mind you, that's the average. The wages of sharecroppers run from $35 to $90 per person. $35 a year means just about 10 cents for a full day's work. Everywhere there's pellagra and hookworm and anemia. Just plain pure starvation. But, Jake rubbed his lips with the knuckles of his dirty fist. Sweat stood out on his forehead. But, he repeated, those are only the evils you can see and touch. The other things are worse. I'm talking about the way that the truth has been hidden from the people. The things they have been told so they can't see the truth. The poisonous lies, so they aren't allowed to know. And the Negro, said Dr. Copeland. To understand what is happening to us, you have to... Jake interrupted him savagely. Who owns the South? Corporations in the North own 3/4 of all the South. They say the old cow grazes all over. In the South, the West, the North, and the East. But she's milked in just one place. Her old teats swing over just one spot when she's full. She grazes everywhere and is milked in New York. Take our cotton mills, our pulp mills, our harness factories, our mattress factories. The North owns them. And what happens? Jake's mustache quivered angrily. Here's an example. Locale, a mill village according to the great paternal system of American industry. Absentee ownership. In the village is one huge brick mill and maybe 400 or 500 shanties. The houses aren't fit for human beings to live in. Moreover, the houses were built to be nothing but slums in the first place. These shanties are nothing but 2 or maybe 3 rooms and a privy, built with far less forethought than barns to house cattle, built with far less attention to needs than sties for pigs. Under this system, pigs are valuable and men are not. You cannot make pork chops and sausage out of skinny little mill kids. You can't sell but half the people these days. But a pig... Hold on, said Dr. Copeland. You are getting off on a tangent. And besides, you are giving no attention to the very separate question of the Negro. I cannot get a word in edgeways. We have been all over this before, but it is impossible to see the full situation without including us. Back to the mill village, Jake said. A young linthead begins working at the fine wage of $8 or $10 a week at such times as he can get himself employed. He marries. After the first child, the woman must work in the mill also. Their combined wages come to stay $18 a week when they both got work. They pay 1/4 of this for the shack the mill provides them. They buy food and clothes at a company-owned or dominated store. The store overcharges on every item. With 3 or 4 young ones, they are held down the same as if they had on chains. That is the whole principle of serfdom. Yet here in America, we call ourselves free. And the funny thing is that this has been drilled into the heads of sharecroppers and lintheads and all the rest so hard that they really believe it. But it's taken a hell of a lot of lies to keep them from knowing. There is only one way out, said Dr. Copeland. 2 ways, Jake said, and only 2 ways. Once there was a time when this country was expanding, and every man thought he had a chance. But that period is gone and gone for good. Less than 100 corporations have swallowed all but a few leavings. These industries have already sucked the blood and softened the bones of the people. The old days of expansion are gone. The whole system of capitalistic democracy is rotten and corrupt. There remain only 2 roads ahead. 1. Fascism. 2. Reform of the most revolutionary and permanent kind. And the Negro. Do not forget the Negro. So far as I and my people are concerned, the South is fascist now and always has been. Yeah. The Nazis robbed the Jews of their legal, economic and cultural life. Here, the Negro has always been deprived of these. And if wholesale and dramatic robbery of money and goods has not taken place here as in Germany, it is simply because the Negro has never been allowed to accrue wealth in the first place. That's the system, Jake said. The Jew and the Negro, said Dr. Copeland bitterly. The history of my people will be commensurate with the interminable history of the Jew, only bloodier and more violent. Like a certain species of seagull, if you capture one of the birds and tie a red string of twine around his leg, the rest of the flock will peck him to death. Dr. Copeland took off his spectacles and rebound a wire around a broken hinge. Then he polished the lenses on his nightshirt. His hand shook with agitation. Mr. Singer is a Jew. No, Jake said, you're wrong there. But I am positive that he is. The name Singer, I recognized his face and his race the first time I saw him, from his eyes. Besides, he told me so. Well, he couldn't have, Jake insisted. He's pure Anglo-Saxon if I ever saw it. Irish and Anglo-Saxon. But, no, I'm certain, absolutely. Very well, said Dr. Copeland. We will not quarrel. Outside the dark air had cooled, so there was a chill in the room. It was almost dawn. The early morning sky was a deep, silky blue, and the moon had turned from silver to white. All was still. The only sound was the clear, lonely song of a spring bird in the darkness outside. Though a faint breeze blew in from the window, the air in the room was sour and close. There was a feeling both of tenseness and exhaustion. Dr. Copeland leaned forward from the pillow. His eyes were bloodshot and his hands clutched the counterpane. The neck of his nightshirt had slipped down over his bony shoulder. Jake's heels were balanced on the rungs of his chair, and his giant hands folded between his knees in a waiting and childlike attitude. Deep black circles were beneath his eyes. His hair was unkempt. They looked at each other and waited. As the silence grew longer, the tensions between them became more strained. At last, Dr. Copeland cleared his throat and said, "I am certain you did not come here for nothing. I am sure we have not discussed these subjects all through the night to no purpose. We have talked now of everything except the most vital subject of all, the way out, what must be done." They still watched each other and waited. In the face of each there was expectation. Dr. Copeland sat bolt upright against the pillows. Jake rested his chin in his hand and leaned forward. The pause continued, and then, hesitantly, they began to speak at the same time. "Excuse me," Jake said. "Go ahead." "No, you started first." "Go on." "Sure," said Dr. Copeland. "Continue." Jake stared at him with clouded, mystical eyes. "It's this way. This is how I see it. The only solution is for the people to know. Once they know the truth, they can be oppressed no longer. Once just half of them know, the whole fight is won. Yes, once they understand the workings of this society. But how do you propose to tell them?" "Listen," Jake said. "Think about chain letters. If one person sends a letter to 10 people, then each of the 10 people send letters to 10 more. You get it?" He faltered. "Not that I write letters, but the idea is the same. I just go around telling. If in one town I can show the truth to just 10 of the don't-knows, then I feel like some good has been done." Dr. Copeland looked at Jake in surprise. Then he snorted. "Do not be childish. You cannot just go about talking. Chain letters indeed. Knows and don't knows." Jake's lips trembled and his brow lowered with quick anger. "Okay, what have you got to offer?" "I will say first that I used to feel somewhat as you do," the doctor said, on this question, "but I have learned what a mistake that attitude is. For half a century I thought it wise to be patient." "I didn't say be patient." "Well, in the face of brutality I was prudent. Before injustice I held my peace. I sacrificed the things in hand for the good of the hypothetical whole. I believed in the tongue instead of the fist. As an armor against oppression, I taught patience and faith in the human soul. I know now how wrong I was. I have been a traitor to myself and to my people. All that is rot. Now is the time to act, and to act quickly. Fight cunning with cunning and might with might." "But how?" Jake asked. "How? Why, by getting out there and doing things, by calling crowds of people together and getting them to demonstrate." "Huh, that last phrase gives you away," Jake said, "getting them to demonstrate. What good will it do if you get them to demonstrate against a thing if they don't know? You're trying to stuff the hog by way of his ass." "Such vulgar expressions annoy me," Dr. Copeland said prudishly. "For Christ's sake, I don't care if they annoy you or not." Dr. Copeland held up his hand. "Let us not get so overheated," he said. "Let us attempt to see eye to eye with each other." "Suits me. I don't want to fight with you." They were silent. Dr. Copeland moved his eyes from one corner of the ceiling to the other. Several times he wet his lips to speak, and each time the word remained half-formed and silent in his mouth. Then at last he said, "My advice to you is this. Do not attempt to stand alone." But nothing," said Dr. Copeland didactically. "The most fatal thing a man can do is try to stand alone." "I see what you're getting at." Dr. Copeland pulled the neck of his nightshirt up over his bony shoulder and held it gathered tight to his throat. "You believe in the struggle of my people for their human rights?" The doctor's agitation and his mild and husky question made Jake's eyes brim suddenly with tears. A quick, swollen rush of love caused him to grasp the black, bony hand on the counterpane and hold it fast. "Sure," he said. "And the extremity of our need?" "Yes." "The lack of justice? The bitter inequality?" Dr. Copeland coughed and spat into one of the squares of paper which he kept beneath his pillow. "I have a program," he said. "It is a very simple, concentrated plan. I mean to focus on only one objective. In August of this year I plan to lead more than 1,000 Negroes in this county on a march to Washington. All of us together in one solid body. If you will look in the cabinet yonder, you will see a stack of letters which I have written this week and will deliver personally." Dr. Copeland slid his nervous hands up and down the sides of the narrow bed. "You remember what I said to you a short while ago? You will recall that my only advice to you was, do not attempt to stand alone. I get it, Jake said, but once you enter this, it must be all. First and foremost, your work now and forever. You must give of your whole self without stint, without hope of personal return, without rest or hope of rest. For the rights of a Negro in the South, Jake asked. In the South, and here in this very county, and it must be either all or nothing, either yes or no. Dr. Copeland leaned back on the pillow. Only his eyes seemed alive. They burned in his face like red coals. The fever made his cheekbones a ghastly purple. Jake scowled and pressed his knuckles to his soft, wide, trembling mouth. Colour rushed to his face. Outside, the first pale light of morning had come. The electric bulb suspended from the ceiling burned with ugly sharpness in the dawn. Jake rose to his feet and stood stiffly at the foot of the bed. He said flatly, "No, that's not the right angle at all. I'm dead sure it's not. In the first place, you'd never get out of town. They'd break it up by saying it's a menace to public health, or some such trumped-up reason. They'd arrest you and nothing would come of it. But even if, by some miracle, you got to Washington, it wouldn't do any good. Why, the whole notion is crazy." The sharp rattle of phlegm sounded in Dr. Copeland's throat. His voice was harsh. "As you are so quick to sneer and condemn, what do you have to offer instead?" "I didn't sneer," Jake said. "I only remarked that your plan is crazy. I come here tonight with an idea much better than that. I wanted your son, Willie, and the two other boys to let me push them around in a wagon. They were to tell what happened to them, and afterward I was to tell why. In other words, I was to give a talk on the dialectics of capitalism and show up all of its lies. I would explain so that everyone would understand why those boys' legs were cut off, and make everyone who saw them know." "Pshaw, double pshaw," said Dr. Copeland furiously. "I do not believe you have good sense. If I were a man who felt it worth my while to laugh, I would surely laugh at that. Never have I had the opportunity to hear of such nonsense first-hand." They stared at each other in bitter disappointment and anger. There was the rattle of a wagon in the street outside. Jake swallowed and bit his lips. "Huh," he said finally. "You're the only one who's crazy. You got everything backward. The only way to solve the Negro problem under capitalism is to geld every one of the 15 million black men in these states." "So that is the kind of idea you harbour beneath your ranting about justice," he said. "I didn't say it should be done. I only said you couldn't see the forest for the trees." Jake spoke with slow and painful care. "The work has to start at the bottom, the old traditions smashed and the new ones created, to forge a whole new pattern for the world, to make man a social creature for the first time, living in an orderly and controlled society where he is not forced to be unjust in order to survive, a social tradition in which—" Dr. Copeland clapped ironically. "Very good," he said, "but the cotton must be picked before the cloth is made. You and your crackpot do-nothing theories can—" "Hush," Jake said. "Who cares whether you and your 1,000 Negroes straggle up to that stinking cesspool of a place called Washington? What difference does it make? What do a few people matter? A few thousand people, black, white, good or bad, when the whole of our society is built on a foundation of black lies?" "Everything," Dr. Copeland panted. "Everything, everything." "Nothing," Jake said. "The soul of the meanest and most evil of us on this earth is worth more in the sight of justice than—" "Oh, the hell with it," Jake said. "Balls! Blasphemer!" screamed Dr. Copeland. "Foul blasphemer!" Jake shook the iron bars of the bed. The vein in his forehead swelled to the point of bursting, and his face was dark with rage. "Short-sighted bigot!" "White!" Dr. Copeland's voice failed him. He struggled and no sound would come. At last he was able to bring forth a choked whisper. "Fiend!" The bright yellow morning was at the window. Dr. Copeland's head fell back on the pillow. His neck twisted at a broken angle, a fleck of bloody foam on his lips. Jake looked at him once before. Sobbing with violence, he rushed headlong from the room. 14. Now she could not stay in the inside room. She had to be around somebody all the time, doing something every minute. And if she was by herself, she counted or figured with numbers. She counted all the roses on the living room wallpaper. She figured out the cubic area of the whole house. She counted every blade of grass in the backyard and every leaf on a certain bush, because if she did not have her mind on numbers, this terrible afraidness came in her. She would be walking home from school on these May afternoons, and suddenly she would have to think of something quick. A good thing, very good. Maybe she would think about a phrase of hurrying jazz music, or that a bowl of Jell-O would be in the refrigerator when she got home, or plan to smoke a cigarette behind the coal house. Maybe she would try to think a long way ahead to the time when she would go north and see snow, or even travel somewhere in a foreign land. But these thoughts about good things wouldn't last. The jello was gone in 5 minutes, and the cigarette smoked. Then what was there after that? The numbers mixed themselves up in her brain, and the snow and the foreign land were a long, long time away. Then what was there? Just Mr. Singer. She wanted to follow him everywhere. In the morning she would watch him go down to the front steps to work, and then follow along a half block behind him. Every afternoon, as soon as school was over, she hung around the corner near the store where he worked. At 4 o'clock he went out to drink a Coca-Cola. She watched him cross the street and go into the drugstore and finally come out again. She followed him home from work, and sometimes even when he took walks. She always followed a long way behind him, and he did not know. She would go up and see him in his room. First she scrubbed her face and hands and put some vanilla on the front of her dress. She only went to visit him twice a week now, because she didn't want him to get tired of her. Most always he would be sitting over the queer, pretty chess game when she opened the door, and then she was with him. "Mr. Singer, have you ever lived in a place where it snowed in the winter time?" He tilted his chair back against the wall and nodded. "In some different country than this one? In a foreign place?" He nodded yes again and wrote on his pad with a silver pencil. Once he had travelled to Ontario, Canada, across the river from Detroit. Canada was so far in the north that the white snow drifted up to the roofs of the houses. That was where the Quints were, and the St. Lawrence River. The people ran up and down the street, speaking French to each other. And far up in the north there were deep forests and white ice igloos, the Arctic region with the beautiful northern lights. "When you were in Canada, did you go out and get any fresh snow and eat it with cream and sugar? Once I read where it was mighty good to eat that way." He turned his head to one side because he didn't understand. She couldn't ask the question again because suddenly it sounded silly. She only looked at him and waited. A big black shadow of his head was on the wall behind him. The electric fan cooled the thick hot air. All was quiet. It was like they had waited to tell each other things that had never been told before. What she had to say was terrible and afraid, but what he would tell her was so true that it would make everything all right. Maybe it was a thing that could not be spoken with words or writing. Maybe he would have to let her understand this in a different way. That was the feeling she had with him. "I just asking you about Canada, but it didn't amount to anything, Mr. Singer." Downstairs in the home rooms there was plenty of trouble. Etta was still so sick she couldn't sleep crowded three in a bed. The shades were drawn and the dark room smelled bad with a sick smell. Etta's job was gone. That meant $8 less a week beside the doctor's bill. Then one day when Ralph was walking around in the kitchen, he burned himself on the hot stove. The bandages made his hands itch, and somebody had to watch him all the time, else he would bust the blisters. On George's birthday they had bought him a little red bike with a bell and a basket on the handlebars. Everybody had chipped in to give it to him. But when Etta had lost her job they couldn't pay, and after 2 installments were past due, the store sent out a man to take the wheel away. George just watched the man roll the bike off the porch, and then he passed George, kicked the back fender. When he passed, George kicked the back fender, then went into the coal house and shut the door. It was money, money, money all the time. They owed to the grocery, and they owed the last payment on some furniture. Now, since they'd lost the house, they owed money there too. The 6 rooms in the house were always taken, but nobody ever paid the rent on time. For a while, their dad went out to work every day to hunt another job. He couldn't do carpentry work anymore, because it made him jittery to be more than 10 feet off the ground. He applied for many jobs, but nobody would hire him. Then, at last, he got this notion. "It's advertising, Mick," he said. "I've come to the conclusion that that's all in the world the matter with my watch repairing business right now. I gotta sell myself. I gotta get out and let people know I can fix watches and fix them good and cheap. You just mark my words. I'm gonna build up this business so I'll be able to make a good living for this family for the rest of my life, just by advertising." He brought home a dozen sheets of tin and some red paint. For the next week he was very busy. It seemed to him like this was a hell of a good idea. The signs were all over the floor of the front room. He got down on his hands and knees and took great care over the printing of each letter. As he worked, he whistled and wagged his head. He hadn't been so cheerful and glad in months. Every now and then, he would have to dress in his good suit and go around the corner for a glass of beer to calm himself. On the signs at first he had, "Wilbur Kelly. Watch repairing. Very cheap and expert. Mick, I want them to hit you right bang in the eye, to stand out wherever you see them." She helped him and he gave her 3 nickels. The signs were okay at first. Then he worked on them so much that they were ruined. He wanted to add more and more things, in the corners and at the top and bottom. Before he had finished, the signs were plastered all over with "very cheap" and "come at once" and "you give me any watch and I make it run." "You tried to write so much on the signs that nobody will read anything," she told him. He brought home some more tin and left the designing up to her. She painted them very plain, with great big block letters and a picture of a clock. Soon he had a whole stack of them. A fellow he knew rode him out in the country where he could nail them up to trees and fence posts. At both ends of the block he put up a sign with a black hand pointing toward the house, and over the front door there was another sign. The day after this advertising was finished, he waited in the front room dressed in a clean shirt and a tie. Nothing happened. The jeweller who gave him overflow work to do at half price sent in a couple of clocks. That was all. He took it hard. He didn't go out to look for other jobs anymore, but every minute he had to be busy around the house. He took down the doors and oiled the hinges, whether they needed it or not. He mixed the margarine for Portia and scrubbed the floors upstairs. He worked out a contraption where the water from the icebox could be drained through the kitchen window. He carved some beautiful alphabet blocks for Ralph and invented a little needle threader. Over the few watches that he had to work on, he took great pains. Mick still followed Mr. Singer, but she didn't want to. It was like there was something wrong about her following him, without his knowing. 2 or 3 days she played hooky from school. She walked behind him when he went to work and hung around on the corner near his store all day. When he ate his dinner at Mr. Brannan's, she went into the cafe and spent a nickel for a sack of peanuts. Then at night she followed him on these dark, long walks. She stayed on the opposite side of the street from him and about a block behind. When he stopped, she stopped also, and when he walked fast, she ran to keep up with him. So long as she could see him and be near him, she was right happy. But sometimes this queer feeling would come to her, and she knew that what she was doing was wrong. So she tried hard to keep busy at home. She and her dad were alike in the way that they now always had to be fooling with something. She kept up with all that went on in the house and the neighbourhood. Spare Rib's big sister won $50 at a movie bank night. Baby Wilson had the bandage off her head now, but her hair was cut short like a boy's. She couldn't dance in the soiree this year, and when her mother took her to see it, Baby began to yell and cut up during one of her dances. They had to drag her out the opera house. On the sidewalk, Mrs. Wilson had to whip her to make her behave, and Mrs. Wilson cried too. George hated Baby. He would hold his nose and stop up his ears when she passed by the house. Pete Wells ran away from home and was gone 3 weeks. He came back barefooted and very hungry. He bragged about how he had gone all the way to New Orleans. Because of Etta, Mick still slept in the living room. The short sofa cramped her so much that she had to make up sleep in study hall at school. Every other night Bill swapped with her, and she slept with George. Then a lucky break came for them. A fellow who had a room upstairs moved away. When after a week had gone by and nobody answered the ad in the paper, their mama told Bill he could move up to the vacant room. Bill was very pleased to have a place entirely by himself and away from the family. She moved in with George. He slept like a little warm kitty and breathed very quiet. She knew the night time again, but not the same as in the last summer when she walked in the dark by herself and listened to the music and made plans. She knew the night a different way now. In bed she lay awake. A queer afraidness came to her. It was like the ceiling was slowly pressing down toward her face. How would it be if the house fell apart? Once their dad had said that the whole place ought to be condemned. Did he mean that maybe some night when they were asleep the walls would crack and the house collapse, bury them under all the plaster and broken glass and smashed furniture, so that they could not move or breathe? She lay awake and her muscles were stiff. In the night there was a creaking. Was that somebody else awake besides her, Mr. Singer? She never thought about Harry. She had made up her mind to forget him, and she did forget him. He wrote that he had a job with a garage in Birmingham. She answered with a card saying, "OK," as they had planned. He sent his mother $3 every week. It seemed like a very long time had passed since they went to the woods together. During the day she was busy in the outside room, but at night she was by herself in the dark, and figuring was not enough. She wanted somebody. She tried to keep George awake. "Sure is fun to stay awake in the dark and talk. Let us talk a while together." He made a sleepy answer. "See the stars out the window? It's a hard thing to realize that every single one of those little stars is a planet as large as the Earth." "How do they know that?" he said. "They just do. They got ways of measuring. That's science." "I don't believe in it," he said. She tried to egg him on to an argument so that he would get mad and stay awake. He just let her talk and didn't seem to pay attention. After a while he said, Look, Mick, you see that branch of a tree? Don't it look like a pilgrim forefather laying down with a gun in his hand? Sure does. That's exactly what it's like. See over there on the bureau, doesn't that bottle look like a funny man with a hat on? No, George said, don't look a bit like one to me. She took a drink from a glass of water on the floor. Let me and you play a game, the name game. You can be it if you want to, whichever you like, you can choose. He put his little fists up to his face and breathed in a quiet, even way because he was falling asleep. Wait, George, she said, this'll be fun. I'm somebody beginning with an M. Guess who I am? George sighed and his voice was tired. Are you Harpo Marx? No, I'm not even in the movies. I don't know. Sure you do. My name begins with the letter M and I live in Italy. You ought to guess this. George turned over on his side and curled up in a ball. He did not answer. My name begins with an M, but sometimes I'm called a name beginning with D. In Italy. You can guess. The room was quiet and dark, and George was asleep. She pinched him and twisted his ear. He groaned but did not awake. She fitted in close to him and pressed her face against his hot little naked shoulder. He would sleep all through the night while she was figuring with decimals. Was Mr. Singer awake in his room upstairs? Did the ceiling creak because he was walking quietly up and down, drinking a cold orange crush and studying the chessmen laid out on the table? Had ever he felt a terrible afraidness like this one? No. He had never done anything wrong. He had never done wrong, and his heart was quiet in the night time. Yet, at the same time, he would understand. If only she could tell him about this, then it would be better. She thought of how she would begin to tell him. Mr. Singer, I know this girl not any older than I am. Mr. Singer, I don't know whether you understand a thing like this or not. Mr. Singer, Mr. Singer. She said his name over and over. She loved him better than anyone in his family. In her family, better even than George or her dad. It was a different love. It was not like anything she'd ever felt in her life before. In the mornings, she and George would dress together and talk. Sometimes she wanted very much to be close to George. He had grown taller and was pale and peaked. His soft reddish hair lay raggedy over the tops of his little ears. His sharp eyes were always squinted so that his face had a strained look. His permanent teeth were coming in, but they were blue and far apart like his baby teeth had been. Often his jaw was crooked because he had a habit of feeling out the sore new teeth with his tongue. Listen here, George, she said. Do you love me? Sure, I love you, okay? It was a hot sunny morning during the last week of school. George was dressed, and he lay on the floor doing his number work. His dirty little fingers squeezed the pencil tight, and he kept breaking the lead point. When he was finished, she held him by the shoulders and looked hard into his face. I mean a lot, a whole lot. Let me go. Sure I love you. Ain't you my sister? I know, but suppose I wasn't your sister. Would you love me then? George backed away. He had run out of shirts and wore a dirty pullover sweater. His wrists were thin and blue-veined. The sleeves of the sweater had stretched so that they hung loose and made his hands look very small. If you wasn't my sister, then I might not know you, so I couldn't love you. But if you did know me and I wasn't your sister, well, but how do you know I would? You can't prove it. Well, just take it for granted and pretend. I reckon I would like you all right, but I still say you can't prove... Prove? You got that word in the brain. Prove and trick. Everything is either a trick or it's got to be proved. I can't stand you, George Kelly. I hate you. Okay, he said, then I don't like you none either. He crawled down under the bed for something. What you want under there? You better leave my things alone. If ever I caught you meddling in my private box, I'd bust your head against the side of the wall. I would. I'd stomp your brains. George came out from under the bed with a spelling book. His dirty little paw reached in a hole in the mattress, where he hid his marbles. Nothing could faze that kid. He took his time about choosing 3 brown agates to take with him. "Aw, shucks, Mick," he answered her. George was too little and too tough. There wasn't any sense in loving him. He knew even less about things than she did. School was out and she had passed every subject, some with A+, and some by the skin of her teeth. The days were long and hot. Finally, she was able to work hard at music again. She began to write down pieces for the violin and piano. She wrote songs. Always, music was in her mind. She listened to Mr. Singer's radio and wandered around the house thinking about the programs she had heard. "What ails Mick?" Portia asked. "What kind of a cat is it that got her tongue? She walk around, don't say a word. She not even greedy like she used to be. She getting to be a regular lady these days." It was as though in some way she was waiting, but what she waited for she did not know. The sun burned down glaring and white-hot in the streets. During the day she either worked hard at music or messed with kids, and waited. Sometimes she would look all around her quick, and this panic would come in her. Then, in late June, there was a sudden happening so important that it changed everything. That night they were all out on the porch. The twilight was blurred and soft. Supper was almost ready, and the smell of cabbage floated to them from the open hall. All of them were together except Hazel, who had not come back from work, and Etta, who still lay sick in bed. Their dad leaned back in a chair with his sock feet on the banisters. Bill was on the steps with the kids. Their mama sat on the swing, fanning herself with a newspaper. Across the street, a girl new in the neighborhood skated up and down the sidewalk on one roller skate. The lights on the block were just beginning to be turned on, and far away a man was calling someone. Then Hazel came home. Her high heels clopped up the steps, and she leaned back lazily on the banisters. In the half-dark, her fat, soft hands were very white as she felt the back of her braided hair. "I sure do wish Etta was able to work," she said. "Found out about this job today." "What kind of a job?" asked their dad. "Anything I could do, or just for girls?" "Just for a girl. Clerk down at Woolworth's is going to get married next week." "The 10-cent store," Mick said. "You interested?" The question took her by surprise. She had just been thinking about a sack of wintergreen candy she had bought there the day before. She felt hot and tense. She rubbed her bangs up from her forehead and counted the first few stars. Their dad flipped his cigarette down to the sidewalk. "No," he said, "we don't want Mick to take on too much responsibility at her age. Let her get her growth out, her growth through width, anyway." "I agree with you," Hazel said. "I really do think it would be a mistake for Mick to have to work regular. I don't think it would be right." Bill put Ralph down from his lap and shuffled his feet on the steps. "Nobody ought to work until they're around 16. Mick should have 2 more years and finish at vocational, if we can make it." "Even if we have to give up the house and move down in Milltown," their mama said, "I'd rather keep Mick at home for a while." For a minute she had been scared they would try to corner her into taking a job. She would have said she would run away from home, but the way they took the attitude they did touched her. She felt excited. They were all talking about her, and in a kindly way. She was ashamed for the first scared feeling that had come to her. Of a sudden she loved all the family, and a tightness came in her throat. "About how much money is in it?" she asked. $10. $10 a week? Sure, Hazel said. Did you think it would only be 10 a month? Portia don't make about that much. Oh, colored people, Hazel said. Mick rubbed the top of her head with her fist. That's a whole lot of money, a good deal. Not to be grinned at, Bill said. That's what I make. Mick's tongue was dry. She moved it around in her mouth to gather up spit enough to talk. $10 a week would buy about 15 fried chickens, 5 pairs of shoes, or 5 dresses, or installments on a radio. She thought about a piano, but she did not mention that around. It would tide us over, their mama said, but at the same time I would rather keep Mick at home for a while. Now, when Etta... Wait! She felt hot and reckless. I want to take the job. I can hold it down. I know I can. Listen to little Mick, Bill said. Their dad picked his teeth with a matchstick and took his feet down from the banisters. Now, let's not rush into anything. I'd rather Mick take her time and think this out. We can get along somehow without her working. Mean to increase my watch work by 60% soon as... I forgot, Hazel said. I think there's a Christmas bonus every year. Mick frowned. But I wouldn't be working then. I'd be in school. I just want to work during vacation and then go back to school. Sure, Hazel said quickly. But tomorrow I'll go down with you and take the job if I can get it. It was as though a great worry and tightness left the family. In the dark they began to laugh and talk. Their dad did a trick for George with a matchstick and a handkerchief. Then he gave the kid 50 cents to go down to the corner store for Coca-Colas to be drunk after supper. The smell of cabbage was stronger in the hall, and pork chops were frying. Portia called. The boarders already waited at the table. Mick had supper in the dining room. The cabbage leaves were limp and yellow on her plate and she couldn't eat. When she reached for the bread, she knocked a pitcher of iced tea over the table. Then, later, she waited on the front porch by herself for Mr. Singer to come home. In a desperate way, she wanted to see him. The excitement of the hour before had died down and she was sick to the stomach. She was going to work in the 10-cent store. She did not want to work there. It was like she had been trapped into something. The job wouldn't be just for the summer. but for a long time, as long a time as she could see ahead. Once they were used to the money coming in, it would be impossible to do without again. That was the way things were. She stood in the dark and held tight to the banisters. A long time passed and Mr. Singer still did not come. At 11 o'clock she went out to see if she could find him, but suddenly she got frightened in the dark and ran back home. Then, in the morning, she bathed and dressed very careful. Hazel and Etta loaned her the clothes to wear and primped her to look nice. She wore Hazel's green silk dress and a green hat and high-heeled pumps with silk stockings. They fixed her face with rouge and lipstick and plucked her eyebrows. She looked at least 16 years old when they were finished. It was too late to back down now. She was really grown and ready to earn her keep. Yet if she would go to her dad and tell him how she felt, he would tell her to wait a year. And Hazel and Etta and Bill and their mama, even now, would say that she didn't have to go. But she couldn't do it. She couldn't lose face like that. She went up to see Mr. Singer. The words came all in a rush. "Listen, I believe I got this job. What do you think? Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's okay to drop out of school and work now? Do you think it's good?" At first he did not understand. His grey eyes half closed and he stood with his hands deep down in his pockets. There was the old feeling that they waited to tell each other things that had never been told before. The thing she had to say now was not much, but what he had to tell her would be right. And if he said the job sounded okay, then she would feel better about it. She repeated the words slowly and waited. "You think it's good?" Mr. Singer continued. He considered, and then he nodded yes. She got the job. The manager took her and Hazel back to a little office and talked with them. Afterwards, she couldn't remember how the manager looked or anything would have been said, but she was hired, and on the way out of the place she bought 10 cents worth of chocolate and a little modelling clay set for George. On June the 5th, she was to start work. She stood for a long while before the window of Mr. Singer's jewellery store. Then she hung around on the corner. Chapter 15. The time had come for Singer to go to Antonopoulos again. The journey was a long one, for, although the distance between them was something less than 200 miles, the train meandered to points far out of the way and stopped for long hours at certain stations during the night. Singer would leave the town in the afternoon and travel all the way through the night, and until the early morning the next day. As usual, he was ready far in advance. He planned to have a full week with his friend this visit. His clothes had been sent to the cleaners, his hat blocked, and his bags were in readiness. The gifts he would carry were wrapped in coloured tissue paper, and in addition there was a deluxe basket of fruits done up in cellophane and a crate of late-shipped strawberries. On the morning before his departure, Singer cleaned his room. In his icebox he found a bit of leftover goose liver, and took it out to the alley for the neighbourhood cat. On his door he tacked the same sign he had posted there before, stating that he would be absent for several days on business. During all of these preparations he moved about leisurely with 2 vivid spots of colour on his cheekbones. His face was very solemn. Then, at last, the hour for departure was at hand. He stood on the platform, burdened with his suitcases and gifts, and watched the train roll in on the station tracks. He found himself a seat in the day coach and hoisted his luggage on the rack above his head. The car was crowded, for the most part with mothers and children. The green plush seats had a grimy smell. The windows of the car were dirty, and rice thrown at some recent bridal pair lay scattered on the floor. Singer smiled cordially to his fellow travellers, and leaned back in his seat. He closed his eyes. The lashes made a dark curved fringe above the hollows of his cheeks. His right hand moved nervously inside his pocket. For a while his thoughts lingered in the town he was leaving behind him. He saw Mick and Dr. Copeland and Jake Blunt and Biff Brannan. The faces crowded in on him out of the darkness so that he felt smothered. He thought of the quarrel between Blunt and the Negro. The nature of this quarrel was hopelessly confused in his mind, but each of them had on several occasions broken out in a bitter tirade against the other, the absent one. He had agreed with each of them in turn, though what it was they wanted him to sanction he did not know. And Mick, her face was urgent, and she said a good deal that he did not understand in the least. And then Biff Brannan at the New York cafe, Brannan with his dark, iron-like jaw and his watchful eyes, and strangers who followed him about the streets and buttonholed him for unexplainable reasons. The Turk at the linen shop who flung up his hands in his face and babbled with his tongue to make words the shape of which Singer had never imagined before. A certain mill foreman and an old black woman, a businessman on the main street and an urchin who solicited soldiers for a whorehouse near the river. Singer wriggled his shoulders uneasily. The train rocked with a smooth, easy motion. His head nodded to rest on his shoulder, and for a short while he slept. When he opened his eyes again, the town was far behind him. The town was forgotten. Outside the dirty window there was the brilliant midsummer countryside. The sun slanted in strong bronze-coloured rays over the green fields of the new cotton. There were acres of tobacco, the plants heavy and green like some monstrous jungle weed. The orchards of peaches with the lush fruit weighting down the dwarfed trees. There were miles of pastures and tens of miles of wasted, washed-out land abandoned to the hardier weeds. The train cut through deep green pine forests where the ground was covered with the slick brown needles and the tops of the trees stretched up the cypress swamps, stretched up virgin and tall into the sky. Farther, a long way south of the town, the swamps, with the gnarled roots of the trees writhing down into the brackish waters, where the grey tattered moss trailed from the branches, where tropical waterflowers blossomed in dankness and gloom. Then out again, into the open, beneath the sun and the indigo blue sky. Singer sat solemn and timid, his face turned fully toward the window. The great sweeps of space and the hard, elemental colouring almost blinded him. This kaleidoscopic variety of scene, this abundance of growth and colour, seemed somehow connected with his friend. His thoughts were with Antanapoulos. The bliss of their reunion almost stifled him. His nose was pinched and he breathed with quick, short breaths through his slightly open mouth. Antanapoulos would be glad to see him. He would enjoy the fresh fruits and the presents. By now he would be out of the sick ward and able to go on an excursion to the movies, and afterward to the hotel where they had eaten dinner on the first visit. Singer had written many letters to Antanapoulos, but had not posted them. He surrendered himself wholly to thoughts of his friend. The half year since he had last been with him seemed neither a short nor a long span of time. Behind each waking moment there had always been his friend. This submerged communion with Antanapoulos had grown and changed as though they were together in the flesh. Sometimes he thought of Antanapoulos with awe and self-abasement, sometimes with pride, always with love unchecked by criticism, freed of will. When he dreamed at night, the face of his friend was always before him, massive and wise and gentle. And in his waking thoughts they were eternally united. The summer evening came slowly. The sun sank down behind a ragged line of trees in the distance and the sky paled. Twilight was languid and soft. There was a white full moon, low purple clouds lay over the horizon. The earth, the trees, the unpainted rural dwellings darkened slowly. At intervals mild summer lightning quivered in the air. Singer watched all of this intently until at last the night had come, and his own face was reflected in the glass before him. Children staggered up and down the aisle of the car with dripping paper cups of water. An old man in overalls who had the seat before Singer drank whiskey from time to time from a Coca-Cola bottle. Between swallows he plugged the bottle carefully with a wad of paper. A little girl on the right combed her hair with a sticky red lollipop. Shoeboxes were opened and trays of supper were brought in from the dining car. Singer did not eat. He leaned back in his seat and kept a sultry account of all that went on around him. At last the car settled down. Children lay on the broad plush seats and slept, while men and women doubled up with their pillows and rested as best they could. Singer did not sleep. He pressed his face close against the glass and strained to see into the night. The darkness was heavy and velvety. Sometimes there was a patch of moonlight with the flicker of a lantern from the window of some house along the way. From the moon he saw that the train had turned from its southward course and was headed toward the east. The eagerness he felt was so keen, but his nose was too pinched to breathe through, and his cheeks were scarlet. He sat there, his face pressed close against the cold, sooty glass of the window, through most of a long night journey. The train was more than an hour late, and the fresh, bright summer morning was well under way when they arrived. Singer went immediately to the hotel, a very good hotel, where he had made reservations in advance. He unpacked his bags and arranged the presents he would take Antanapoulos on the bed. From the menu the bellboy brought him, he selected a luxurious breakfast: broiled bluefish, hominy, French toast, and hot black coffee. After breakfast he rested before the electric fan in his underwear. At noon he began to dress. He bathed and shaved and laid out fresh linen in his best seersucker suit. At 3 o'clock the hospital was open for visiting hours. It was Tuesday, and the 18th of July. At the asylum he saw Antanapoulos first in the sick ward where he had been confined before. But at the doorway of the room he saw immediately that his friend was not there. Next he found his way through the corridors to the office where he had been taken the time before. He had his question already written out on one of the cards he carried about with him. The person behind the desk was not the same as the one who had been there before. He was a young man, almost a boy, with a half-formed, immature face and a lank mop of hair. Singer handed him the card and stood quietly, his arms heaped with packages, his weight resting on his heels. The young man shook his head. He leaned over the desk and scribbled loosely on a pad of paper. Singer read what he had written, and the spots of colour drained from his cheekbones instantly. He looked at the note for a long time, his eyes cut sideways and his head bowed, for it was written there that Antonopoulos was dead. On the way back to the hotel, he was careful not to crush the fruit he had brought with him. He took the packages up to his room and then wandered down to the lobby. Behind a potted palm tree there was a slot machine. He inserted a nickel, but when he tried to pull the lever, he found that the machine was jammed. Over this incident he made a great to-do. He cornered the clerk and furiously demonstrated what had happened. His face was deathly pale, and he was so beside himself that tears rolled down the ridges of his nose. He flailed his hand and even stamped once with his long, narrow, elegantly shoed foot on the plush carpet. Nor was he satisfied when his coin was refunded, but insisted on checking out immediately. He packed his bag and was obliged to work energetically to make it close again, for in addition to the articles he had brought with him, he carried away 3 towels, 2 cakes of soap, a pen and a bottle of ink, a roll of toilet paper, and a Holy Bible. He paid his bill and walked to the railway station to put his belongings in custody. The train did not leave until 9 in the evening, and he had the empty afternoon before him. The town was smaller than the one in which he lived. The business streets intersected to form the shape of a cross. The stores had a countrified look. There were harnesses and sacks of feed in half the display windows. Singer walked listlessly along the sidewalks. His throat felt swollen and he wanted to swallow but was unable to do so. To relieve this strangled feeling, he bought a drink in one of the drugstores. He idled in the barber shop and purchased a few trifles at the 10-cent store. He looked no one full in the face, and his head drooped down to one side like a sick animal's. The afternoon was almost ended when a strange thing happened to Singer. He had been walking slowly and irregularly along the curb of the street. The sky was overcast and the air humid. Singer did not raise his head, but as he passed the town pool room, he caught a sidewise glance at something that disturbed him. He passed the pool room and then stopped in the middle of the street. Listlessly, he retraced his steps and stood before the open door of the place. There were 3 mutes inside, and they were talking with their hands together. All 3 of them were coatless. They wore bowler hats and bright ties. Each of them held a glass of beer in his left hand. There was a certain brotherly resemblance between them. Singer went inside. For a moment he had trouble taking his hand from his pocket. Then, clumsily, he formed a word of greeting. He was clapped on the shoulder. A cold drink was ordered. They surrounded him, and the fingers of their hands shot out like pistons as they questioned him. He told his own name and the name of the town where he lived. After that he could think of nothing else to tell about himself. He asked if they knew Spiros Antonopoulos. They did not know him. Singer stood with his hand dangling loose. His head was still inclined to one side and his glance was oblique. He was so listless and cold that the 3 mutes in the bowler hats looked at him queerly. After a while they left him out of their conversation. When they had paid for the rounds of beers and were ready to depart, they did not suggest that he join them. Although Singer had been adrift on the streets for half a day, he almost missed his train. It was not clear to him how this happened or how he had spent the hours before. He reached the station 2 minutes before the train pulled out, and barely had time to drag his luggage aboard and find a seat. The car he chose was almost empty. When he was settled, he opened the crate of strawberries and picked them over with finicky care. The berries were of a giant size, large as walnuts, and in full-blown ripeness. The green leaves at the top of the rich-coloured fruits were like tiny bouquets. Singer put a berry in his mouth and through the juice had a lush, wild sweetness. But already there was a subtle flavour of decay. He ate until his palate was dulled by the taste and then rewrapped the crate and placed it on the rack above him. At midnight he drew the window shade and lay down on the seat. He was curled in a ball, his coat pulled over his face and head. In this position he lay in a stupor of half-sleep for about 12 hours. The conductor had to shake him when they arrived. Singer left his luggage in the middle of the station floor. Then he walked to the shop. He greeted the jeweller for whom he worked with a listless turn of his hand. When he went out again, there was almost something heavy in his pocket. For a while he rambled with bent head along the street, but the unrefracted brilliance of the sun, the humid heat, oppressed him. He returned to his room with swollen eyes and an aching head. After resting, he drank a glass of iced coffee and smoked a cigarette. Then, when he had washed the ashtray and the glass, he brought out a pistol from his pocket and put a bullet in his chest. Part 3. Chapter 1. August 21st, 1939. Morning. I will not be hurried, Dr. Copeland said. Just let me be. Kindly allow me to sit here in peace a moment. Father, we're not trying to rush you, but it's time now to get gone from here. Dr. Copeland rocked stubbornly, his grey shawl drawn close around his shoulders. Although the morning was warm and fresh, a small wood fire burned in the stove. The kitchen was bare of all furniture except the chair in which he sat. The other rooms were empty too. Most of the furniture had been moved to Portia's house, and the rest was tied to the automobile outside. All was in readiness except his own mind. But how could he leave when there was neither beginning nor end, neither truth nor purpose in his thoughts? He put up his hand to steady his trembling head and continued to rock himself slowly in the creaking chair. Behind the closed door he heard their voices. I'd done all I can. He determined to sit there till he good and ready to leave. Buddy and me done wrapped up the china plates and... We should have left before the dew dried, said the old man. As is, night liable to catch us on the road. Their voices quieted. Footsteps echoed in the empty hallway, and he could hear them no more. On the floor beside him was a cup and saucer. He filled it with coffee from the pot on the top of the stove. As he rocked, he drank the coffee and warmed his fingers in the steam. This could not truly be the end. Other voices called wordless in his heart, the voice of Jesus and of John Brown, the voice of the great Spinoza and of Karl Marx, the calling voices of all those who had fought and to whom it had been vouchsafed to complete their missions, the grief-bound voices of his people, and also the voice of the dead, of the mute singer who was a righteous white man of understanding, the voices of the weak and of the mighty, the rolling voice of his people growing always in strength and in power, the voice of the strong, true purpose. And in answer the words trembled on his lips, the words which are surely the root of all human grief, so that he almost said aloud, Almighty host, utmost power of the universe, I have done those things which I ought not to have done, and left undone those things which I ought to have done, so this cannot truly be the end. He had first come into the house with her whom he loved. Daisy was dressed in a bridal gown and wore a white lace veil. Her skin was the beautiful colour of dark honey, and her laughter was sweet. At night he had shut himself in the bright room to study alone. He had tried to cogitate and to discipline himself to study. But with Daisy near him, there was a strong desire in him that would not go away with study. So sometimes he surrendered to these feelings, and again he bit his lips and meditated with the books throughout the night. Then there were Hamilton and Karl Marx and William and Portia. All lost, and no one remained. And Mady Ben and Benny May, and Benedine Medine and Mady Copeland, those who carried his name, and those whom he had exalted. But out of the thousands of them was there one to whom he could entrust the mission and then take ease? All of his life he had known it strongly. He had known the reason for his working and was sure in his heart because he knew each day what lay ahead of him. He would go with his bag from house to house, and on all things he would talk to them and patiently explain. And then, in the night, he would be happy in the knowledge that the day had been a day of purpose. Even without Daisy and Hamilton and Karl Marx and William and Portia, he could sit by the stove alone and take joy from this knowledge. He would drink a pot of turnip green liquor and eat a pone of cornbread. A deep feeling of satisfaction would be in him because the day was good. There were thousands of such times of satisfaction, but what had been their meaning? Out of all the years, he could think of no work of lasting value. After a while, the door to the hall was opened and Portia came in. I reckon I'm going to have to dress you like a baby, she said. Here are your shoes and socks. Let me take off your bedroom shoes and put them on. We got to get gone from here pretty soon. Why have you done this to me? He asked bitterly. What I done to you now? She said. You know full well that I do not want to leave. You pressed me into saying yes when I was in no fit condition to make a decision. I wish to remain where I have always been, and you know it. Listen to you, carry on, Portia said angrily. You done grumbled so much that I nearly worn out. You done fumed and fussed so that I right shamed for you. Pshaw, say what you will. You only come before me like a gnat. I know what I wish, and I will not be pestered into doing that which is wrong, he said. Portia took off his bedroom shoes and unrolled a pair of clean black cotton socks. "Father, let us quit this here argument. We have all done the best we know how. It is entirely the best plan for you to go on out with Grandpapa and Hamilton and Buddy. They're going to take good care of you, and you're going to get well." "No, I will not," said Dr. Copeland. "But I would have recovered here. I know it." "Who you think could pay the note on this here house? How you think we could feed you? Who you think could take care of you here?" "I have always managed, and I can manage yet." "No, you're just trying to be contrary. Pshaw, you come before me like a gnat, and I ignore you." "Well, that certainly is a nice way to talk to me while I'm trying to put on your shoes and socks." "I'm sorry. Forgive me, daughter." "Course you're sorry," she said. "Course we're both sorry. We can't afford to quarrel. And besides, once we get settled on the farm, you're going to like it. They got the prettiest vegetable garden I ever seen. Make my mouth slobber to think about it. And chickens, 2 breed sows, 18 peach trees. You're just going to be crazy about it there. I sure do wish it was me could get a chance to go." "I wish so too." "How come you're so determined to grieve?" "I just feel that I have failed," he said. "How you mean you done failed?" "I do not know. Just leave me be, daughter. Just let me sit here in peace a moment." "Okay, but we got to get gone from here pretty soon." He would be silent. He would sit quietly and rock in the chair until the sense of order was in him once more. His head trembled and his backbone ached. "I certainly hope this," Portia said. "I certainly hope that when I'm dead and gone, as many people grieves for me as grieves for Mr. Singer. Sure would like to know I were going to have as sad a funeral as he had, and as many people's—" "Hush," said Dr. Copeland roughly. "You talk too much." But truly, with the death of that white man, a dark sorrow had lain down in his heart. He had talked to him as to no other white man, and had trusted him, and the mystery of his suicide had left him baffled and without support. There was neither beginning nor end to his sorrow, nor understanding. Always he would return in his thoughts to this white man who was not insolent or scornful, but who was just. And how can the dead be truly dead when they still live in the souls of those who are left behind? But of all this he must not think. He must thrust it from him now. For it was discipline he needed. During the past month, the black, terrible feeling had arisen again to wrestle with his spirit. There was the hatred that for days had truly led him down into the regions of death. After the quarrel with Mr. Blunt, the midnight visitor, there had been in him a murderous darkness. Yet now he could not clearly recall those issues which were the cause of their dispute, and then the different anger that came in him when he looked upon the stumps of Willie's legs. The warring love and hatred, love for his people and hatred for the oppressors of his people, that left him exhausted and sick in spirit. "Daughter," he said, "get me my watch and coat. I am going." He pushed himself up with the arms of the chair. The floor seemed far away from his face, and after a long time in bed his legs were very weak. For a moment he felt he would fall. He walked dizzily across the bare room and stood leaning against the side of a doorway. He coughed and took from his pocket one of the squares of paper to hold over his mouth. "Here's your coat," Portia said, "but it's so hot outside you're not going to need it." He walked for the last time through the empty house. The blinds were closed, and in the darkened rooms there was the smell of dust. He rested against the wall of the vestibule, and then went outside. The morning was bright and warm. Many friends had come to say goodbye the night before, and in the very early morning, but now only the family was congregated on the porch. The wagon and the automobile were parked out in the street. "Well, Benedict matey," the old man said, "I reckon you're going to be a little bit homesick these first few days, but won't be long." "I do not have any home, so why should I be homesick?" he said. Portia wet her lips nervously and said, "He coming back whenever he can get good and ready. Buddy will be glad to ride him to town in the car. Buddy just loved to drive." The automobile was loaded. Boxes of books were tied to the running board. The back seat was crowded with 2 chairs and a filing case. His office desk, legs in the air, had been fastened to the top. But although the car was weighted down, the wagon was almost empty. The mule stood patiently, a brick tied to his reins. "Karl Marx," Dr. Copeland said, "look sharp. Go over the house and make sure that nothing is left. Bring the cup I left on the floor, and my rocking chair." "Let us get started. I'm anxious to be home by dinner time," Hamilton said. At last they were ready. Highboy cranked the automobile. Karl Marx sat at the wheel, and Portia, Highboy, and Williams were crowded together on the back seat. "Father, suppose you sat on Highboy's lap. I believe you'd be more comfortable than scrooged up here with us and all this furniture." "No, it is too crowded. I would rather ride in the wagon." "But you're not used to the wagon," Karl Marx said. Going to be very bumpy. Trip liable to take all day. That does not matter, he said. I have ridden in many a wagon before this. Tell Hamilton to come with us. I'm sure he'd rather ride in the automobile. Grandpapa had driven the wagon into town the day before. They brought with them a load of produce, peaches and cabbages and turnips, for Hamilton to sell in town. All except a sack of peaches had been marketed. Well, Benedict Mady, I see you riding home with me, the old man said. Dr. Copeland climbed into the back of the wagon. He was weary as though his bones were made of lead. His head trembled, and a sudden spasm of nausea made him lie down flat on the rough boards. I'm right glad you come in, Grandpapa said. You understand I always had deep respect for scholars. Deep respect. I able to overlook and forget a good many things if a man be a scholar. I'm very glad to have a scholar like you in the family again. The wheels of the wagon creaked. They were on the way. I will return soon, Dr. Copeland said. After only a month or two I will return. Hamilton, he a right good scholar. I think he favours you some. He do all my figuring on paper for me, and he read the newspapers. And Whitman, I think he gon' be a scholar. Right now he able to read the Bible to me, and do number work, small a child as he is. I always had a deep respect for scholars. The motion of the wagon jolted his back. He looked up at the branches overhead, and then, when there was no shade, he covered his face with a handkerchief to shield his eyes from the sun. It was not possible that this could be the end. Always he had felt in him the strong, true purpose. For 40 years his mission was his life, and his life was his mission. And yet all remained to be done, and nothing was completed. Yes, Benedict Mady, I'm right glad to have you with us again. I've been waiting to ask you about this peculiar feeling in my right foot. Queer feeling like my foot gone to sleep. I'd taken 666 and rubbed it with liniment. I'm hoping you could find me a good treatment. I will do what I can, the doctor said. Yes, I'm glad to have you, he carried on. I believe in all kinfolk sticking together, blood kin and marriage kin. I believe in all of us struggling along and helping each other out. Some day us will have a reward in the beyond. Pshaw, Dr. Copeland said bitterly. I believe in justice now. Justice now. What that you say you believe in? The old man said. You speak so hoarse I ain't able to hear you. In justice for us. Justice for us Negroes. That right? He felt the fire in him and he could not be still. He wanted to sit up and speak in a loud voice, and yet when he tried to raise himself, he could not find the strength. The words in his heart grew big and they could not be silent. But the old man had ceased to listen, and there was no one to hear him. Git, Lee Jackson, git, honey, pick up your feet and quit this here poking. We got a long way to go. Chapter 2. Afternoon. Jake ran at a violent, clumsy pace. He went through Weaver's Lane and then cut into a side alley, climbed a fence, hastened onward. Nausea rose in his belly so that there was a taste of vomit in his throat. A barking dog chased beside him until he stopped long enough to threaten it with a rock. His eyes were wide with horror, and he held his hand clapped to his open mouth. Christ, so this was the finish. A brawl, a riot, a fight with every man for himself. Bloody-haired and eyes cut with broken bottles. Christ, and the wheezy music of the flying Jenny above the noise. The dropped hamburgers and cotton candy and the screaming young'uns, and him in it all, fighting blind with the dust and sun, the sharp cut of teeth against his knuckles, and laughing, Christ, and the feeling that he had let loose a wild, hard rhythm in him that wouldn't stop, and then looking close into the dead black face and not even knowing if he had killed or not, but wait, Christ, nobody could have stopped it. Jake slowed and jerked his head nervously to look behind him. The alley was empty. He vomited and wiped his mouth and forehand with the sleeve of his shirt. Afterward, he rested for a minute and felt better. He had run for about 8 blocks, and with shortcuts there was about half a mile to go. The dizziness cleared in his head, so that from all the wild feelings he could remember facts. He started off again, this time at a steady jog. Nobody could have stopped it. All through the summer he had stamped them out like sudden fires, but this fight nobody could have stopped. It seemed to blaze up out of nothing. He had been working on the machinery of the swings, and had stopped to get a glass of water. As he passed across the ground, he saw a white boy and a Negro walking around each other. They were both drunk. Half the crowd was drunk that afternoon. It was Saturday, and the mills had run full time that week. The heat and the sun was sickening, and there was a heavy stink in the air. He saw the two fighters close in on each other, but he knew that this was not the beginning. He had felt a big fight coming for a long time, and the funny thing was, he found time to think of all this. He stood watching for about 5 seconds before he pushed into the crowd. In that short time he thought of many things. He thought of Singer. He thought of the sullen summer afternoons and the black hot nights, of all the fights he'd broken up and the quarrels he had hushed. Then he saw the flash of a pocket knife in the sun. He shouldered through a knot of people and jumped on the back of the Negro who held the knife. The man went down with him, and they were on the ground together. The smell of a Negro was mixed with the heavy dust in his lungs. Someone trampled on his legs, and his head was kicked. By the time he got to his feet again, the fight had become general. The Negroes were fighting the white men, and the white men were fighting the Negroes. He saw clearly, second by second. The white boy who had picked the fight seemed a kind of leader. He was the head of a gang that often came to the show. They were about 16 years old, and they wore white duck trousers and fancy rayon polo shirts. The Negroes fought back as best they could. Some had razors. He began to yell out words. Order! Help! Police! But it was like yelling in a breaking dam. There was a terrible sound in his ear, terrible because it was human, and yet without words. The sound rose to a roar that deafened him. He was hit on the head. He could not see what went on around him. He saw only eyes and mouth and fists. Wild eyes and half-closed eyes, wet, loose mouths and clenched ones, black fists and white. He grabbed a knife from a hand and caught an upraised fist. Then the dust and the sun blinded him, and the one thought in his mind was to get out and find a telephone to call for help. But he was caught. Without knowing when it happened, he piled into the fight himself, hit out with his fists and felt the soft squish of wet mouths. He fought with his eyes shut and his head lowered. A crazy sound came out of his throat. He hit with all his strength and charged with his head like a bull. Senseless words were in his mind, and he was laughing. He did not see who he hit and did not know who hit him, but he knew that the lineup of the fight had changed, and now each man was for himself. Then, suddenly, it was finished. He tripped and fell over backwards. He was knocked out so that it may have been a minute or it may have been much longer before he opened his eyes. A few drunks were still fighting. 2 dicks were breaking it up fast. He saw what he had tripped over. He lay half on, half beside the body of a young Negro boy. With only one look, he knew that he was dead. There was a cut on the side of his neck, but it was hard to see how he had died in such a hurry. He knew the face, but could not place it. The boy's mouth was open, and his eyes were open in surprise. The ground was littered with papers and broken bottles and trampled hamburgers. The head was broken off one of the jenny horses, and a booth was destroyed. He was sitting up. He saw the dicks, and in a panic he started to run. By now they must have lost his track. There were only 4 more blocks ahead, and then he would be safe for sure. Fear had shortened his breath so that he was winded. He clenched his fists and lowered his head. Then suddenly he slowed and halted. He was alone in an alley near the main street. On one side was the wall of a building, and he slumped against it, panting, the corded vein in his forehead inflamed. In his confusion, he had run all the way across the town to reach the room of his friend. But Singer was dead. He began to cry. He sobbed aloud, and water dripped from his nose and wet his mustache. A wall, a flight of stairs, a road ahead. The burning sun was like a heavy weight on him. He started back the way he had come. This time he walked slowly, wiping his wet face with the greasy sleeve of his shirt. He could not stop the trembling of his lips, and he bit them until he tasted blood. At the corner of the next block he ran into Sims. The old codger was sitting on a box with his Bible on his knees. There was a tall board fence behind him, and on it a message was written with purple chalk. He died to save you. Hear the story of his love and grace. Every night, 7:15 p.m. The street was empty. Jake tried to cross over to the other sidewalk, but Sims caught him by the arm. Come, all ye disconsolate and sore of heart, lay down your sins and troubles before the blessed feet of him who died to save you. Wherefore goest thou, brother Blunt? Home to hockey, Jake said. I got to hockey. Does the Saviour have anything against that? Sinner! The Lord remembers all your transgressions. The Lord has a message for you this very night. Does the Lord remember that $1 I gave you last week? Jesus has a message for you at 7:15 tonight. You be here on time to hear his word. Jake licked his mustache. You have such a crowd every night, I can't get up close enough to hear. There is a place for scoffers. Besides, I have had a sign that soon the Saviour wants me to build a house for him, on that lot at the corner of 18th Street and 6th Street. A tabernacle large enough to hold 500 people. Then you scoffers will see. The Lord prepareth the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. He anointeth my head with oil. My cup runneth. I can round you up a crowd tonight, Jake said. How? Give me your pre-coloured chalk. I promise a big crowd. I've seen your signs, Sim said. Workers. America is the richest country in the world, yet a third of us are starving. When will we unite and demand our share? All that. Your signs are radical. I wouldn't let you use my chalk. But I don't plan to write signs. Sims fingered the pages of his Bible and waited suspiciously. "I'll get you a fine crowd. On the pavements, at each end of the block, I'll draw you some good-looking naked floozies, all in colour, with arrows to point the way. Sweet, plump, bare-tailed, Babylonian," the old man screamed. "Child of Sodom. God will remember this." Jake crossed over to the other sidewalk and started toward the house where he lived. "So long, brother." "Sinner," the old man called, "you come back here at 7:15 sharp and hear the message from Jesus that will give you faith. Be saved." Singer was dead, and the way he had felt when he first heard that he killed himself was not sad. It was angry. He was before a wall. He remembered all the innermost thoughts that he had told to Singer, and with his death it seemed to him that they were lost. Why had Singer wanted to end his life? Maybe he had gone insane. But anyway, he was dead, dead, dead. He could not be seen or touched or spoken to, and the room where they spent so many hours had been rented to a girl who worked as a typist. He could go there no longer. He was alone. A wall, a flight of stairs, an open road. Jake locked the door of his room behind him. He was hungry and there was nothing to eat. He was thirsty and only a few drops of warm water were left in the pitcher by the table. The bed was unmade and dusty fluff had accumulated on the floor. Papers were scattered all about the room, because recently he had written many short notices and distributed them through the town. Moodily, he glanced at one of them. It was labelled, "The TWOC is your best friend." Some of the notices consisted of only one sentence, others were longer. There was one full-page manifesto entitled, "The Affinity Between Our Democracy and Fascism." For a month he had worked on these papers, scribbling them during working hours, typing and making carbons on a typewriter at the New York cafe, distributing them by hand. He had worked day and night, but who read them? What good had any of it done? A town this size was too big for any one man, and now he was leaving. But where would it be this time? The names of cities called to him. Memphis, Wilmington, Gastonia, New Orleans. He would go somewhere, but not out of its south. The old restlessness and hunger were in him again. It was different this time. He did not long for open space and freedom, just the reverse. He remembered what the Negro Copeland had said to him. "Do not attempt to stand alone." There were times when that was best. Jake moved the bed across the room. On the part of the floor the bed had hidden there was a suitcase and a pile of books and dirty clothes. Impatiently he began to pack. The old Negro's face was in his mind, and some of the words they had said came back to him. Copeland was crazy. He was a fanatic, so that it was maddening to try to reason with him. Still, the terrible anger that they had felt that night had later been hard to understand. Copeland knew. Those who knew were like a handful of naked soldiers before an armed battalion. And what had they done? They had turned to quarrel with each other. Copeland was wrong. Yes, he was crazy. But on some points, they might be able to work together after all, if he didn't talk too much. He would go and see him. A sudden urge to hurry came in him. Maybe that would be the best thing after all. Maybe that was the sign, the hand he had so long awaited. Without pausing to wash the grime from his face and hands, he strapped his suitcase and left the room. Outside, the air was sultry and there was a foul odour in the street. Clouds had formed in the sky. The atmosphere was so still that the smoke from a mill in the district went up in a straight, unbroken line. As Jake walked, the suitcase bumped awkwardly against his knees, and often he jerked his head to look behind him. Copeland lived all the way across town, so there was need to hurry. The clouds in the sky drew steadily denser and foretold a heavy summer rain before nightfall. When he reached the house where Copeland lived, he saw that the shutters were drawn. He walked to the back and peered through the window at the abandoned kitchen. A hollow, desperate disappointment made his hands feel sweaty and his heart lose the rhythm of its beat. He went to the house on the left, but no one was at home. There was nothing to do except to go to the Kelly house and question Portia. He hated to be near that house again. He couldn't stand to see the hat rack in the front hall and the long flight of stairs he had climbed so many times. He walked slowly back across the town and approached by way of the alley. He went in the rear door. Portia was in the kitchen, and the little boy was with her. "No, sir, Mr. Blunt," Portia said. "I know you were a mighty good friend of Mr. Singer, and you understand what father thought of him. But we taken father out in the country this morning, and I know in my soul I got no business telling you exactly where he is. If you don't mind, I'd rather speak out and not mince the matter." "You don't have to mince anything," Jake said. "But why? After the time you come to see us, father was so sick he expected him to die. It's taken us a long time to get him able to sit up. He's doing right well now, but he's going to get a lot stronger where he is now. Whether you understand this or not, he write bitter against white people just now, and he's very easy to upset. Besides, if you don't mind speaking out, what you want with father anyway?" "Nothing," Jake said. "Nothing you would understand. We coloured people have feelings just like anybody else, and I stand by what I said, Mr. Blunt. Father just a sick old coloured man, and he had enough trouble already. We gotta look after him. He's not anxious to see you, I know that." Out in the street again, he saw that the clouds had turned a deep, angry purple. In the stagnant air there was a storm smell. The vivid green of the trees along the sidewalk seemed to steal into the atmosphere, so that there was a strange greenish glow over the street. All was so hushed and still that Jake had paused for a moment to sniff the air and look around him. Then he grasped his suitcase under his arm and began to run toward the awnings of the main street. But he was not quick enough. There was one metallic crash of thunder, and the air chilled suddenly. Large silver drops of rain hissed on the pavement. An avalanche of water blinded him. When he reached the New York cafe, his clothes clung wet and shriveled to his body, and his shoes squeaked with water. Brannon pushed aside his newspaper and leaned his elbows on the counter. "Now, this is really curious. I had this intuition you would come here just after the rain broke. I knew in my bones you were coming, that you would make it just too late." He mashed his nose with his thumb until it was white and flat. "And a suitcase?" "Well, it looks like a suitcase," Jake said, "and it feels like a suitcase. So if you believe in the actuality of suitcases, I reckon this is one, all right. You ought not to stand around like this. Go on upstairs and throw me down your clothes. Louis will run over them with a hot iron." Jake sat at one of the back booth tables and rested his head in his hands. "No thanks. I just want to rest here and get my wind again." "But your lips are turning blue. You look all knocked up." "I'm all right. What I want is some supper." "Supper won't be ready for half an hour," Brannon said patiently. "Well, then, any old leftovers will do. Just put them on a plate. You don't even have to bother to heat them." The emptiness in him hurt. He wanted to look neither backward nor forward. He walked two of his short, chunky fingers across the top of the table. It was more than a year now since he had sat at this table for the first time. How much further was he now than then? No further. Nothing had happened except that he had made a friend and lost him. He had given Singer everything, and then the man had killed himself. So he was left out on a limb. Now it was up to him to get out of it by himself and make a new start again. At the thought of it, panic came in him. He was tired. He leaned his head against the wall and put his feet on the seat beside him. "Here you are," Brannon said. "This ought to help out." He put down a glass of some hot drink and a plate of chicken pie. The drink had a sweet, heavy smell. Jake inhaled the steam and closed his eyes. "What's in it?" "Lemon rind, rubbed on a lump of sugar, boiling water with rum. It's a good drink." "How much do I owe you?" "I don't know offhand, but I'll figure it out before you leave." Jake took a deep draught of the toddy and washed it around in his mouth before swallowing. "You'll never get the money," he said. "I don't have it to pay you, and if I did, I probably wouldn't anyway." "Well, have I been pressing you? Have I ever made you out a bill and asked you to pay up?" "No," Jake said. "You've been very reasonable. Since I think about it, you're a right decent guy. From the personal perspective, that is." Brannon sat across from him at the table. Something was on his mind. He slid the salt shaker back and forth and kept smoothing his hair. He smelled like perfume, and his striped blue shirt was very fresh and clean. The sleeves were rolled and held in place by old-fashioned blue-sleeve garters. At last he cleared his throat in a hesitating way and said, "I was glancing through the afternoon paper just before you came. Seems you had a lot of trouble at your place today." "That's right. What did it say?" "Wait, I'll get it." Brannon fetched the paper from the counter and leaned against the partition of the booth. It says on the front page that the Sonny Dixie show, located so-and-so, there's a general disturbance. 2 Negroes fatally injured with wounds inflicted by knives. 3 others suffered minor wounds and were taken for treatment to the city hospital. The dead were Jimmy Macy and Lancey Davis. The wounded were John Hamlin White of Central Mill City, Various Wilson, Negro, and so forth and so on. Quote, "A number of arrests were made. It is alleged that the disturbance was caused by labor agitation, as papers of a subversive nature were found on and about the site of disturbance. Other arrests are expected shortly." Brannon clicked his teeth together. "The setup of this paper gets worse every day. Subversive spelled with a U in the second syllable, and arrests with only 1 R. "They're smart, all right," Jake said sneeringly. "Caused by labor agitation. That's remarkable. Anyway, Brandon said. "The whole thing is very unfortunate." Jake held his hand to his mouth and looked down at his empty plate. "What do you mean to do now?" Brandon said. "I'm leaving," Jake said. "I'm getting out of here this afternoon." Brandon polished his nails in the palm of his hand. "Well, of course it's not necessary, but it might be a good thing. Why so headlong? No sense in starting out this time of day." "I'd just rather." "Well, I do think it behooves you to make a new start. At the same time, why don't you take my advice on this? Myself, I'm a conservative, and of course I think your opinions are radical, but at the same time I like to know all sides of a matter. Anyway, I want to see you straighten out. So why don't you go someplace where you can meet a few people more or less like yourself, and then settle down?" Jake pushed his plate irritably away from him. "I don't know where I'm going. Leave me alone. I'm tired." Brandon shrugged his shoulders and went back to the counter. He was tired enough. The hot room and the heavy sound of the rain made him drowsy. It felt good to be sitting safe in a booth and to have just eaten a good meal. If he wanted to, he could lean over and take a nap, a short one. Already his head felt swollen and heavy, and he was more comfortable with his eyes closed. But it would have to be a short sleep, because soon he must get out of here. "How long will this rain keep on?" Brandon's voice had drowsy overtones. "You can't tell. A tropical cloudburst. Might clear up suddenly, or might thin a little and set in for the night." Jake laid his head down on his arms. The sound of the rain was like the swelling sound of the sea. He heard a clock tick and the far-off rattle of dishes. Gradually his hands relaxed. They lay open, palm upward, on the table. Then Brandon was shaking him by the shoulders and looking into his face. A terrible dream was in his mind. "Wake up," Brandon was saying. "You've had a nightmare. I looked over here and your mouth was open and you were groaning and shuffling your feet on the floor. Never saw anything to equal it." The dream was still heavy in his mind. He felt the old terror that always came as he awakened. He pushed Brandon away and stood up. "You don't have to tell me I had a nightmare. I remember just how it was. I've had the same dream for about 15 times before." He did remember now. Every other time he had been unable to get the dream straight in his waking mind. He had been walking amongst a great crowd of people, like at the show, but there was also something Eastern about the people around him. There was a terrible bright sun and the people were half naked. They were silent and slow and their faces had a look in them of starvation. There was no sound, only the sun and the silent crowd of people. He walked among them and he carried a huge covered basket. He was taking the basket somewhere, but he could not find a place to leave it. In the dream there was a peculiar horror in wandering on and on through the crowd and not knowing where to lay down the burden he had carried in his arms so long. "What was it?" Brandon asked. "Was the devil chasing you?" Jake stood up and went to the mirror behind the counter. His face was dirty and sweaty. There were dark circles beneath his eyes. He wet his handkerchief under the fountain faucet and wiped off his face. Then he took out a pocket comb, neatly combed in his mustache. "The dream was nothing. You got to be asleep to understand why it was such a nightmare." The clock pointed to 5:30. The rain had almost stopped. Jake picked up his suitcase and went to the front door. "So long. I'll send you a postcard, maybe." "Wait," Brandon said. "You can't go now. It's still raining a little." "Just dripping off the awning. I'd rather get out of the town before dark." "But hold on," Biff said. "Do you have any money? Enough to keep going for a week?" "I don't need money. I've been broke before." Brandon had an envelope ready, and in it were two $20 bills. Jake looked at them on both sides and put them in his pocket. "God knows why you do it. You'll never smell them again, but thanks. I won't forget. Good luck, and let me hear from you. Adios. Goodbye." The door closed behind him. When he looked at the end of the block, Brandon was watching from the sidewalk. He walked until he reached the railroad tracks. On either side there were rows of dilapidated two-room houses. In the cramped backyard were rotted privies and lines of torn, smoky rags hung out to dry. For 2 miles there was not one sight of comfort or space or cleanliness. Even the earth itself seemed filthy and abandoned. Now and then there were signs that a vegetable row had been attempted, but only a few withered collards had survived. A few fruitless, smutty fig trees. Little children swarmed in this filth, the smaller of them stark naked. The sight of this poverty was so cruel and hopeless that Jake snarled and clenched his fists. He reached the edge of a town and turned off on a highway. Cars passed him by. His shoulders were too wide and his arms too long. He was so strong and ugly that no one wanted to take him in, but maybe a truck would stop before long. The late afternoon sun was out again. Heat made the steam rise from the wet pavement. Jake walked steadily. As soon as the town was behind, a new surge of energy came to him. But was this flight or was it onslaught? Anyway, he was going. All was to begin another time. The road ahead lay to the north and slightly to the west, but he would not go too far away. He would not leave the south. That was one clear thing. There was hope in him, and soon perhaps the outline of his journey would take form. Chapter 3. Evening. What good was it? That was the question she would like to know. What the hell good it was. All the plans she had made, and the music, when all that came of it was this trap, the store, then home to sleep, and back at the store again. The clock in front of the place where Mr. Singer used to work pointed to 7. She was just getting off. Whenever there was overtime, the manager always told her to stay, 'cause she could stand longer on her feet and work harder before giving out than any other girl. The heavy rain had left the sky a pale, quiet blue. Dark was coming. Already the lights were turned on. Automobile horns honked in the street, and the newsboys hollowed out the headlines in the papers. She didn't want to go home. If she went home now, she would lie down on the bed and bawl. That was how tired she was. But if she went into the New York cafe and ate some ice cream, she might feel okay, and smoke, and be by herself a little while. The front part of the cafe was crowded, so she went to the very last booth. It was the small of her back and her face that got so tired. Their motto was supposed to be, keep on your toes and smile. When she was out of the store, she had to frown a long time to get her face natural again. Even her ears were tired. She took off the dangling green earrings that pinched the lobes of her ears. She had bought the earrings the week before, and also a silver bangle bracelet. At first she had worked in pots and pans, but now they had changed her to costume jewellery. "Good evening, Mick," Mr. Brannan said. He wiped the bottom of a glass of water with a napkin and set it on the table. "I want me a chocolate sundae and a nickel glass of draft beer." "Together?" He put down a menu and pointed with his little finger that wore a lady's gold ring. "See, here's some nice roast chicken or some veal stew. Why don't you have a little supper with me?" "No thanks," Mick said. "All I want is the sundae and the beer. Both plenty cold." Mick raked her hair from her forehead. Her mouth was open so that her cheeks seemed hollow. There were these two things she could never believe. That Mr. Singer had killed himself and was dead, and that she was grown and had to work at Woolworth's. She was the one found him. They had thought the noise was a backfire from a car, and it was not until the next day that they knew. She went in to play the radio. The blood was all over his neck. When her dad came, he pushed her out the room. She had run from the house. The shock wouldn't let her be still. She had run into the dark and hit herself with her fists. The next night he was in a coffin in the living room. The undertaker had put rouge and lipstick on his face to make him look natural. But he didn't look natural. He was very dead. Mixed with the smell of flowers, there was this other smell, so that she couldn't stay in the room. Through all those days she held down the job. She wrapped packages and handed them across the counter and wrung the money in the till. She watched when she was supposed to walk and ate when she sat down to the table. Only at first, when she went to bed at night, she couldn't sleep. Now she slept like she was supposed to, also. Mick turned sideways in the seat so that she could cross her legs. There was a run in her stocking. It had started while she was walking to work, and she had spit on it. Then later the run had gone farther, and she had stuck a little piece of chewing gum on the end. Even that didn't help. Now she would have to go home and sew. It's hard to know what she could do about stockings. She wore them out so fast, unless she was the kind of common girl that would wear cotton stockings. She oughtn't to have come in here. The bottoms of her shoes were clean worn out. She ought to have saved the 20 cents toward a new half-sole. 'Cause if she kept standing on a shoe with a hole in it, what would happen? A blister would come in her foot. And she would have to pick it with a burnt needle. She'd have to stay home from work and be fired. Then what would happen? "Here you are," said Mr. Brannan, "but I never heard of such a combination before." He put the sundae and the beer on the table. She pretended to clean her fingernails, 'cause if she noticed him, he would start talking. He didn't have this grudge against her anymore, so he must have forgotten about the pack of gum. Now he always wanted to talk to her, but she always wanted to be quiet and by herself. The sundae was okay, covered all over with chocolate and nuts and cherries, and the beer was relaxing. The beer had a nice bitter taste after the ice cream, and it made her drunk. Next to music, beer was best. Now no music was in her mind. That was a funny thing. It was like she was shut out from the inside room. Sometimes a quick little tune would come and go, but she never went into the inside room with music like she used to do. It was like she was too tense. Or maybe because it was like the store took all her energy and time. Woolworth's wasn't the same as school. When she used to come home from school, she felt good and was ready to start working on the music. But now she was always too tired. At home she just ate supper and slept, and then ate breakfast and went off to the store again. A song she had started in her private notebook 2 months ago was still not finished. She wanted to stay in the inside room, but she didn't know how. It was like the inside room was locked some way away from her. A very hard thing to understand. Mick pushed her broken front tooth with her thumb, but she did have Mr. Singer's radio. All the installments hadn't been paid, and she took on the responsibility. It was good to have something that had belonged to him. Maybe one of these days she might be able to set aside for a little second-hand piano. Say $2 a week. She wouldn't let anybody touch this private piano but her. Only she might teach George little pieces. She would keep it in the back room and play it on it every night, and all day Sunday. But then suppose some weeks she couldn't make a payment. So then would they come to take it away like the little red bicycle? Suppose she wouldn't let them. Suppose she hid the piano under the house. Or else she would meet them at the front door, fight. She would knock down both the two men so they would have shiners, broke noses, be passed out on the hall floor. Mick frowned and rubbed her fist hard across her forehead. That was the way things were. It was like she was mad all the time. Not how a kid gets mad, quick so that soon it is all over, but in another way. Only there was nothing to be mad at, unless the store. But the store hadn't asked her to take the job. So there was nothing to be mad at. It was like she was cheated, only nobody had cheated her, so there was nobody to take it out on. However, just the same, she had that feeling. Cheated. Maybe it would be true about the piano and turn out okay. Maybe she would get a chance soon. Else what the hell good had it all been? The way she felt about music and the plans she had made in the inside room had to be some good if anything made sense. And it was too, and it was too, and it was too, and it was too. It was some good. All right. Okay. Some good. Some good. Chapter 4. All was serene. As Biff dried his face and hands, a breeze tinkled the glass pendants of a little Japanese pagoda on the table. He had just awakened from a nap and had smoked his night's cigar. He thought of Blunt and wondered if by now he had travelled far. A bottle of Agua Florida was on the bathroom shelf, and he touched the stopper to his temples. He whistled an old song, and as he descended the narrow stairs, the tune left a broken echo behind him. Louis was supposed to be on duty behind the counter, but he had soldiered on the job when the place was deserted. The front door stood open to the empty street. The clock on the wall pointed to 17 minutes before midnight. The radio was on, and there was talk about the crisis Hitler had cooked up over Danzig. He went back to the kitchen and found Louis asleep in a chair. The boy had taken off his shoes and unbuttoned his trousers. His head drooped on his chest. A long wet spot on his shirt showed that he had been sleeping a good while. His arms hung straight down on his sides, and the wonder was that he did not fall forward on his face. He slept soundly, and there was no use to wake him. The night would be a quiet one. Biff tiptoed across the kitchen to a shelf which held a basket of tea olive, 2 water pitchers full of zinnias. He carried the flowers up to the front of the restaurant, removed the cellophane-wrapped platters of a last special from a display window. He was sick of food. A window of fresh summer flowers, that would be good. His eyes were closed as he imagined how it could be arranged. A foundation of a tea olive strewn over the bottom, cool and green, the red pottery tub filled with the brilliant zinnias. Nothing more. He began to arrange the window carefully. Among the flowers there was a freak plant, a zinnia with 6 bronze petals and 2 red. He examined this curio and laid it aside to save. Then the window was finished, and he stood in the street to regard his handiwork. The awkward stems of the flowers had been bent to just the right degree of restful looseness. The electric lights detracted, but when the sun rose the display would show at its best advantage. Downright artistic. The black, starlit sky seemed close to the earth. He strolled along a sidewalk, pausing once to knock an orange peel into the gutter with the side of his foot. At the far end of the next block, 2 men, small from the distance and motionless, stood arm in arm together. No one else could be seen. His place was the only store on all the street with an open door and lights inside. And why? What was the reason for keeping the place open all through the night when every other cafe in the town was closed? He was often asked that money, and could never speak the answer out in words. Not money. Sometimes a party would come for beer and scrambled eggs and spend $5 or $10, but that was rare. Mostly they came one at a time and ordered little and stayed long. On some nights, between the hours of 12 and 5 o'clock, not a customer would enter. There was no profit in it, that was plain. But he would never close up for the night, not as long as he stayed in the business. Night was the time. There were those he could never have seen otherwise. A few came regularly, several times a week. Others had come into the place only once, had drunk a Coca-Cola, and never returned. Biff folded his arms across his chest and walked more slowly. Inside the arc of the streetlight, his shadow glowed angular and black. The peaceful silence of the night settled in him. These were the hours for rest and meditation. Maybe that was why he stayed downstairs and did not sleep. With a last quick glance, he scanned the empty street and went inside. The crisis voice still talked on the radio. The fans on the ceiling made a soothing whir. From the kitchen came the sound of Louis snoring. He thought suddenly of poor Willie and decided to send him a quart of whiskey sometime soon. He turned to the crossword puzzle in the newspaper. There was a picture of a woman to identify in the centre. He recognized her and wrote the name, Mona Lisa, across the first spaces. Number 1 down was a word for beggar, beginning with M and 9 letters long. Mendicant. 2 horizontal was some word meaning to remove afar off. A 6-letter word beginning with E. Elapse. He sounded trial combinations of letters aloud. Eloin. But he had lost interest. There were puzzles enough without this kind. He folded and put away the paper. He would come back to it later. He examined the zinnia he had intended to save. As he held it in the palm of his hand, to the light, the flower was not such a curious specimen after all. Not worth saving. He plucked the soft, bright petals, and the last one came out on love. But who? Who would he be loving now? No one person. Anybody decent who came in out of the street to sit for an hour and have a drink, but no one person. He had known his loves, and they were over. Alice, Madeline, and Jip. Finished, leaving him either better or worse. Which? However you looked at it. And Mick, the one who in the last months had lived so strangely in his heart, was that love done with too? Yes, it was finished. Early in the evenings, Mick came in for a cold drink or a sundae. She had grown older. Her rough and childish ways were almost gone, and instead there was something ladylike and delicate about her that was hard to point out. The earrings, the dangle of her bracelets, the new way she crossed her legs and pulled the hem of her skirt down past her knees. He watched her and felt only a sort of gentleness. In him the old feeling was gone. For a year this love had blossomed strangely. He had questioned it 100 times and found no answer. Now, as the summer flower shatters in September, it was finished. There was no one. Biff tapped his nose with his forefinger. A foreign voice was now speaking on the radio. He could not decide for certain whether the voice was German, French, or Spanish, but it sounded like doom. It gave him the jitters to listen to it. When he turned it off, the silence was deep and unbroken. He felt the night outside. Loneliness gripped him so that his breath quickened. It was far too late to call Lucille on the telephone and speak to Baby, nor could he expect a customer to enter at this hour. He went to the door and looked up and down the street. All was empty and dark. "Louis," he called. "Are you awake, Louis?" No answer. He put his elbows on the counter and held his head in his hands. He moved his dark bearded jaw from side to side, and slowly his forehead lowered in a frown. The riddle. The question that had taken root in him and would not let him rest. The puzzle of Singer and the rest of them. More than a year had gone by since it had started. More than a year since Blunt had hung around the place on his first long drunk and seen the mute for the first time. Since Mick had begun to follow him in and out. And now for a month Singer had been dead and buried. And the riddle was still in him, so that he could not be tranquil. There was something not natural about it all. Something like an ugly joke. When he thought of it, he felt uneasy, and in some unknown way, afraid. He had managed about the funeral. They had left all that to him. Singer's affairs were in a mess. There were installments due on everything he owed, and the beneficiary of his life insurance was deceased. There was just enough to bury him. The funeral was at noon. The sun burned down on them with savage heat as they stood around the open, dank grave. The flowers curled and turned brown in the sun. Mick cried so hard that she choked herself, and her father had to beat her on the back. Blunt scowled down at the grave with his fist to his mouth. The town's coloured doctor, who was somehow related to poor Willie, stood on the edge of the crowd and moaned to himself. And there were strangers nobody had ever seen or heard of before. God knows where they came from or why they were there. The silence in the room was deep as the night itself. Biff stood transfixed, lost in his meditations. Then, suddenly, he felt a quickening in him. His heart turned, and he leaned his back against his counter for support. For in a swift radiance of illumination he saw a glimpse of human struggle and of valour, of the endless fluid passage of humanity through endless time, of those who labour and of those who, one word, love. His soul expanded, but for a moment only, for in him he felt a warning, a shaft of terror. Between the two worlds he was suspended. He saw what he was looking at his own face in the counter-glass before him. Sweat glistened on his temples, and his face was contorted. One eye was opened wider than the other. The left eye delved narrowly into the past, while the right gazed wide and affrighted into a future of blackness, error, and ruin. And he was suspended between radiance and darkness, between bitter irony and faith. Sharply he turned away. "Louis," he called. "Louis! Louis!" Again there was no answer. But, Mother of God, was he a sensible man or was he not? How could this terror throttle him like this when he didn't even know what caused it? Would he just stand there like a jittery ninny, or would he pull himself together and be reasonable? For after all, was he a sensible man or was he not? Biff wet his handkerchief beneath the water tap, patted his drawn, tense face. Somehow he remembered that the awning had not yet been raised. As he went to the door, his walk gained steadiness. When at last he was inside again, he composed himself soberly to await the morning sun. The end of The Heart is a Lonely Hunter by Carson McCullers.